Chapter 201 More Inventions. The sleepover with Ellie at the couple's mansion had unfortunately ended, and the two safely delivered the princess back to the castle. Everyone was really sad that it was over, but there was nothing they could do about that. Sophia and Maya chatted with Kira about the events for a while, but the duo eventually decided to leave the royal family on their own for the time being. Before they headed home, though, the blonde decided to go back to the heating or manufacturers again. After she, through the king, had sold her heated floor invention to them, she still had to sign the contract and teach them how to build it. Welcome, oh, the blondie from the other day. The couple was back in the place where they had bought the heating ore, and the owner with the large wolf-like ears greeted them before noticing Sophia. Fluffy season has started, huh? He was staring at her hair. Ah, she turned her head away. That's always quite the event for everyone, because they get to see the tigers in a new look. I could do without it, though. Not fun for girls if their hair suddenly becomes unruly, huh? Exactly. The blonde nodded to his evaluation. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. Shearing it all off. Quite the drastic decision. He stifled a laugh. Isn't that even worse than a bit of extra volume? Please don't approach me with reasonable arguments. I just want to vent a bit. Sure. Understanding that the girl in front of her simply likes to complain, the wolfman changed the topic. What brings you here today? Don't tell me you need even more of the heating ore? Nope, I still have some left of that. Okay? Wait, with everything that you bought lately. You're the one that invented the heated floors, aren't you? Yep. She responded with a slight nod. Oh. He started smiling. You're here for the contract and the sample, then? I am. Great. Afterward, he went through the contract with the couple and more or less confirmed the terms and conditions the king had already told them before. Once this was taken care of, the wolfman handed over the upfront payment and then guided them into the back of the building, where some workers were currently producing something that looked like big radiator-like space heaters from Sophia's old world. Oi, come over here, idiots. The wolfman raised his voice, and the workers swiftly gathered around the group, 7 in total. Most of them also had wolf or dog-like ears. It most likely was some sort of family business they were running. Oh, the blonde tiger. My first time seeing her up close. What is she doing here? One of the workers said what everyone seemed to be thinking. She's the inventor of the heated floors I told you about after meeting the royal family the other day. Oh. Hey, not entirely sure how to react, Sophia just awkwardly waved her hand. Should we hop right into the instructions, or do you have any questions? The wolfman looked at the blonde. She glanced at the radiator-like heaters. Do they work with water? Yes. That's the only way the heating ore works, after all. Even the ovens have a couple of chambers filled with a liquid-based solution of it, just much more concentrated for higher heat. It's more of a gel there, actually. Really? The tiger tilted her head. The heated floors use a solid material, though. Seriously? He got loud. The heating ore usually works spotty at best when coated on a solid material, or it becomes way too unstable to use. The secret lies in the mixture. The blonde sounded quite smug. A mixture I found after my cat exploded half of our garden. Hey. Even though it was true, Maya didn't like this accusation. Is this true? The wolfman's eyes grew wide. Yep. Should we renegotiate the contract? I feel like using a solid material for the ovens would make them much easier to build and maintain. Sophia noticed that her idea was suddenly worth much more. You are right. He nodded. If there really is a way to use the heating ore in a solid way, it would make things incomparably easier for us. I think we can keep the contract, though. The royalties you receive aren't based on the heated floors themselves, but whatever we make with your invention. If it finds applications in different products, you'll get a share of those sales, as well. Next year, the licensing costs of your method would increase, too, because of the much higher revenue with multiple products. I see. Well, okay then. The tiger didn't see an issue with his words. He didn't seem to be lying either. Alright, thank you very much for letting us use it. He seemed grateful. Okay, how do you turn the heating ore into a solid mass for later use? Sand. Sand? He tilted his head while looking rather shocked for some reason. It's a 10-to-1 ratio of finely ground sand and the ore. You mix those together and add water. Stirring it for a while, it eventually turns into a smooth, almost mud-like homogeneous mass. You can form that into whatever structure you want. Afterward, once you pour your magic into it for the first time, it becomes solid. And that is safe. Totally. Oi, Greg, organize some sand. Steve, bring me a kilogram of the heating. John, a bucket of water. Yes. 3 of the workers immediately dashed away. Roughly 20 minutes later, the workers had gathered the materials, and Sophia, who didn't feel like mentioning that she also would have had everything on hand inside her storage, finished mixing the heating mixture she used for the floors in their mansion. That's about it. Once she finished washing her hands with water magic, the blonde gestured at the bucket filled with a brownish-golden mixture that had the same consistency as fresh mud. It actually turned into something that can be used for literally everything. The wolfman held his head. So easy, but so genius, as well. You're amazing, Blondie. Hee hee. Looking smug again, she nudged Maya's side. Heard that? Sure. Though, Sophia looked at the wolfman again. I don't want to be rude, but as you said, it's quite a simple mixture. Why did no one before me come up with that? Well, he scratched his cheek. We did try mixing it with sand. We lost a warehouse thanks to that. It reacted way too violently, and it became an unwritten rule to never use the ore in combination with sand or other finely ground materials. The coarser or bigger the material gets, though, the spottier the heating qualities become. In the end, water or other liquids were the only viable way. The ore combined with water alone is also really good in terms of the heating output, so there was little reason to experiment more with such a highly dangerous and unstable combination. Making sure the water chambers and maintenance is quite the pain, though. If it really becomes solid and stable if you add water, it'll be amazing. I see. We're lucky that Maya didn't blow up our entire house, huh? The tiger smirked at her. Hey! She got loud. Also, why yes. So, it hardens after you activate it with magic for the first time? The wolfman wanted to stay on the topic. Pretty much, yes. Let me give it a try. Saying so, he dumped the bucket onto a table and spread it into a 3 centimeter thick plate. Afterward, he activated it by pouring some of his magic into it. Wow, it instantly becomes perfectly solid. Quite handy, isn't it? Handy. He got loud. We'll have to change our entire production. This will make the ovens so much easier to build, and even the heaters can be designed entirely different now. Sorry about that, the blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek. Sorry. He got even louder. That's a good thing. This will improve the use of those items by a lot. Oh, that's great. Anyway, the rest of the heated floors is pretty self-explanatory after this. It's not necessary, but you should add some insulation as the bottom layer because you want to heat the floor, not the ground below it. After that, you add the heating mixture in a snake-like pattern on top of it before flooring the room again. A tiled wooden floor would probably be the easiest way. Sophia paused for a moment. I just thought about a cheap alternative. It won't be nearly as cozy or warm, but a thin plate of it below a carpet or rug could work, too. I doubt you could heat an entire room like that, but it could be a nice addition right in front of a sofa in the living room or under your bed. Yes. The wolfman nodded. A whole floor solution would be the best way and will probably be the most sought after, too. Still, the principle of it could be used for a whole variety of products like those you mentioned and many more. Sounds fun. Sure does. He agreed with the tiger's comment. They kept discussing some other products for a while longer, but as Sophia didn't want to disturb their work for even longer, not to mention that she started to get bored, the couple eventually left again. What now? The couple was walking through the capital, and Maya glanced at her tiger. Shopping? Sophia voiced the first thing that came to her mind. We've got some money earlier. Some, she says. The cat girl rolled her eyes. Well, it's not like the money has some sort of practical use right now. Is there anything you want? Let's see. You know, ever since I installed the underfloor heating, it's gotten kinda warm when we sleep. Last night, with Ellie on top, it was almost too warm. Yeah, that's true. Maya nodded. We're overdoing it with the warmth a little, huh? Yep. I guess we should turn down the heated floor a bit. Eh? Sophia stared at her with big eyes. I was more thinking about buying some lighter pajamas with less or thinner fabric. She had no plans to make their bedroom colder. Ah, I like that plan better. Way better. The cat girl, too, loved the warmth too much. Any preferences? Maybe something silken? That's pretty light. I don't really like silk. It looks nice, but I don't like the sleek feeling it has. It's too slippery, too. Ah. She looked disappointed. I actually kinda like it. You just wanted me to get some lingerie type of nightwear, huh? Yep. Maya had no intention to hide it. You. The tiger looked at her for a while, before rolling her eyes. Maybe something for before we go to sleep. Yay. She liked the sound of that. You could also always just sleep in your underwear. Sophia stared at her again. Are you going to do the same, or do you just want something to look at? Yes. She just nodded. Well, if you're offering it already, naked would be an option, too. Maya showed her a slight smirk. It would be quicker for other things, too. I'm trying to find something to make sleeping more comfortable. She got loud. Those are all valid options for bed activities, and I like them a lot, but the bed's also for sleeping. Sleeping? The blonde started pouting. Why's everyone around me such a pervert? Are you really saying that after you just admitted that my ideas are all valid and how you like them? She hadn't thought her complaint through. That's just because you're having a bad influence on me. Is that so? Yes. You're welcome. Maya was happy that she had such an influence on the blonde. I don't believe a word you're saying, though. Anyway, pajamas. Sophia decided that the topic was over. Okay, what kind of pajamas does the pervert want? She started pouting again, but eventually managed to ignore her teasing. Maybe just something like a camisole or a crop top combined with shorts. Or some type of sleeveless one-piece nightwear, maybe a negligee, even. Actually, that's what I did back at home most of the time. Shorts and camisoles that. Before you, I only wore actual pajamas when I was cold or Steph wanted to cuddle. I used to sleep in way skimpier outfits, because it's so much comfier. And why did we start with pajamas, then? Maya got loud. You used to run around in skimpier clothes at home? I'm so jealous. Also, yes, a camisole and shorts or a one-piece are so much comfier. Also, way nicer to look at, too. Much more bare skin, after all. And there's your reason. The tiger lightly glared at her. We started sleeping in pajamas together before we started dating, and there was no way I could have slept together with you lightly dressed. That, and how we used pajamas to sleep outside, as well, it just became a habit, I guess. Time to go shopping. Maya got extremely motivated and energetically raised her hand. Oh, camisoles are even better when you have a bigger chest. Would it be possible to get some service in that department? She looked at the tiger's chest. You want me to increase my size with magic so that you can have some fun? Yes. Seriously, again, why are you such a pervert? Because you let me be one. It's my fault. Yes. The cat girl nodded again. Wow. So, I enable you, huh? Well, isn't that something? She tilted her head in return. Okay, I don't really mind. If you have fun, I do get some fun soon after, too, so. It's great that we enable each other, huh? Haha. She showed her a little smile. Well, being bigger at home shouldn't be an issue, I guess. I mean, there's no need to move around too much, and I do like to be big every now and then, after all. Smaller breasts are comfier to sleep on, but there's no need to wear a bra while sleeping that makes everything restrictive because there's no risk of future sag thanks to my best friend healing magic that keeps everything nice and firm while resisting gravity. The tiger got a little lost in her own world. Does that mean that I'll get some service in the new nightwear? That's a solid maybe. She tried to play hard to get. Not that her monologue before was anything but obvious. Good enough for now. Maya seemed fairly convinced that the maybe would become a definitely soon enough and decided to put the topic on halt until the time was ready. So, anything else to shop for while we're at it? She thought about it for a moment and then touched her hair. Let's go to the usual beauty store, too. There are some shampoos and conditioners I need to buy. I thought you liked the current tiger ones you got? Yeah, those are great. No, I want some stuff to experiment. Experiment. I think I want to try making the heating iron for my hair. I need some moisturizing conditioner or straightening shampoo to prepare my hair for it. Ideally, you also use some stuff to protect your hair from the heat, but I doubt something like this exists yet. There's no use for it, after all. True, I never heard of such a product. I think I can try it without it if I'm careful enough. I see, Maya paused for a moment. Can't just think of some sort of ridiculous magic that changes the properties of your hair? You've done much crazier things already. Where's the fun in that? Cheesing everything was too boring for the tiger. Inventing stuff is fun. Well, I can't say you're wrong. She agreed that it sounded more interesting that way. I also don't want the others to find out that I can change my appearance at will. I'm a tiger, and that's all that counts now. I don't want them to get suspicious about me. True, that could get really bothersome. Yeah. Even so, magical hair adjustment might still be plan B now, though. Ahaha. What about cutting it all down? Let's make that plan. Z for the time being. Sophia didn't actually want to do that, after all. After having decided on that plan, the couple visited the store where they supplied all of their care products since coming to the capital. The clerks there looked at Sophia with sympathetic eyes after asking for moisturizing and straightening products while telling her that tiger hair, unfortunately, doesn't care about those shampoos and conditioners, but the blonde bought them regardless. The clerks looking even sadder afterward made her feel pretty awkward, though, and the couple headed straight home after they made a quick stop at the lingerie boutique on their way back to find some alternative sleepwear. That had to happen right away, after all. Chapter 202, Playing with Hair. Sophia had shared her production method regarding the heating or with the manufacturers usually handling the product. They were very shocked about the new way of using it, but also loved the opportunities it brings. Many new products could be made now, and existing ones will be improved. Afterward, the couple went to their usual place for care products. Sophia needed a couple of different shampoos and conditioners to experiment with because she planned to invent a version of a hair straightening iron from her old world in this place. Back in the living room of their mansion, Sophia was sitting cross-legged on a sofa there while grumbling of a few pieces of paper. What is this? Maya sat down next to her and picked up one of these papers. It looks a bit like tongs for cooking, with a comb attached to the ends. She couldn't make any sense of the sketch the tiger had scribbled on it. The blonde scratched her cheek. It's been a while since I used one of those straightening irons, and I'm trying to remember how it looked. Oh, I see. She eyed the sketch once more. And? I think that one's the closest. Really? How does it work again? See the top part of the tongs? The part that looks like it has a wide-toothed comb attached to it? Sophia adjusted her explanation based on the cat's observations. Yeah? That's the actual ironing part. The rest is just for better handling because it's easier to grip it that way. The comb, too, is more of a guide for your hair. Oh, I see. Maya was starting to understand the design. The two flat areas behind the comb are where the heating happens. You put a strand of your hair between it and close the tongs. Afterward, you slowly glide over your hair, starting from the roots all the way to the ends. Depending on how unruly your hair is, you have to repeat it a couple of times. It's pretty important that you don't stop on the same spot for too long, because the heat can damage your hair. Interesting. The cat girl tilted her head. It can take multiple runs for unruly hair, huh? She glanced at the tiger's mane. Do you think that thing can handle you? Your fluffiness already is amazing, after all. It's only starting, too, right? Ugh. It can't make it worse either, though. Except for the part where there's a chance to burn and destroy your hair. Shut up, Maya. Ahaha. She started laughing after seeing the tiger's cute pout as she turned her face away. While I said that I don't want to change the properties of my hair with magic directly because I want to stay a full tiger, if I burn it with my invention, there's no reason for me not to fix it with appearance magic. That's a good point. No one can get suspicious if you only fix it after experimenting. Exactly. Sophia looked smug again. That means you also won't be fixing the new super light blonde your hair's becoming, right? Maya looked at the tips of the girl's hair that had already faded out quite a bit. Not at all. If anything, I want it to happen faster because I can't wait to see how it will look. This kind of blonde is new and exciting. She grabbed a few strands of her hair and stared at it. Hurry up. Great. I'm looking forward to it, too. You're getting a lot of value out of a single girlfriend, aren't you? There really is a lot of Sophia. Maya nodded. Too much from time to time, even. Hee hee. She knew how much of a handful she could be, after all. Are you going to try making it now? The cat girl focused on the tiger's sketches again. Do you have any better suggestions for the afternoon? I'm up for pretty much anything. Maya paused for a moment before showing her a slight smirk. Not really, no. Nothing that can't wait until nighttime. Sophia stared at her for a few seconds. Sure. Once the two had planned out the rest of the day, Sophia concentrated on the hair straightening iron again. An hour or two had passed, and some sort of prototype actually came to life after some trial and error. You're going to buy me new tongs, right? The cat girl stared at the makeshift hair iron. You totally stole that thing from my kitchen, didn't you? The tiger scratched her cheek. I go with a definite maybe here. Really now? It was easier to use those as a base, okay? She caved in. Her prototype was basically a pair of tongs she'd attached a comb to. Afterward, she filled the top of the tongs with the heating or mixture and made its surface super smooth by polishing it with magic. It's alright. I don't really mind. Maya wasn't actually angry. I need to buy some other materials for it, anyway. I'll get you some fancy premium tongs while I'm at it, then. Sophia played along. Thanks. She started smiling. Time to try it? She glanced at the blonde's invention again. I have to prepare my hair first. I need to wash it, and also want to try using the straightening and moisturizing shampoo and conditioner on it. Is that so? The cat girl thought about it for a moment. Should we go and take an early bath today? Oh, I like that idea. Great. Saying so, Maya stood up from the sofa, grabbed the tiger's hand, and the two disappeared upstairs for their usual bath in the cozier tub there. An hour and a half later, the couple was back in the living room, and Sophia was still busy drying their hair. The non-tiger shampoo and the conditioner is very disgusting. She was patting down her hair with a towel while having a complicated expression. If this works, I'll have the store mix a moisturizing and straightening product that doesn't feel so bad for tigers. Stop whining so much. Maya rolled her eyes. Touch my hair. She got loud. Sure, the cat girl did just that. Ugh, slimy, she didn't like it. I know, right? It doesn't soak into the hair at all. It might help with the straightening iron, though. It's really easy to glide through my hair that way. I have to dry it some more, though. Saying so, Sophia put the towel away and started using air magic to dry her hair with a warm wind. 5 minutes passed, and she finally seemed to be done. I still don't like the feel, but it's dry and super easy to glide through now. Which is quite impressive, because it feels like you've gained even more volume after the bath and the warm air now. Maya stared in awe at the other's fluffy hair. Time to test. She suddenly sounded even more motivated. Air, how hot has it to be again? The blonde had hit a roadblock fairly quick. Are you asking me? Just thinking out loud. I did burn my fingers more than once on it, that's for sure. It wasn't burn your hands on a stove hot, though. Maybe something between 150 and 200 degrees Celsius? Let's go with 175, then. You can adjust the temperature that well with the heating or plastered on a tong? Nope. She quickly shrugged her shoulders. Dork. Hee hee. Chuckling for a second, Sophia then poured a bit of her magic into the ore before touching it. Hot. Afterward, she started blowing on her slightly red fingers. Maya reacted only by facepalming. It felt similar to touching a cookie sheet you try to take out of the oven without gloves on. That should be a good temperature. How often did you burn yourself in the past? The cat girl was wondering about her experience. I am pretty clumsy and carefree. And dumb. True. She nodded without thinking. Hey. Then stop burning yourself on everything. Okay, that point goes to you. There was little ground to defend herself on. Whatever, time to try it out. Sounding motivated, the tiger sectioned off her hair to make it easier to put strands into the iron. Once she put a section onto the heated plate on one side of the tong and pressed it together, a slight sizzling sound could be heard. Did you just burn your hair in an instant? Maya didn't like the sound. That probably was just the remains of the conditioner. While saying so, Sophia finished going over the strand of hair with her makeshift straightening iron. And? Well, it's not burned, at least. But I don't see any difference either. She paused for a moment. Well, it would be too easy having it work on the first try, right? Would also be great, though. Yes, Sophia hung her head before concentrating again. It's cooled down quite a bit. I might have to find a way to keep the temperature consistently high. Let's just reheat it for now and try again. Saying so, the blonde did just this. 3 times in total, to be exact. Every time she used the hot iron to glide through the same strand of her hair. Oh? Maya was intently watching her and eventually noticed a change. I think it's actually working. It looks a bit smoother now. Really? She put away the straightening iron and touched the strand of hair she was working on. You're right. It feels a lot better now. Yay, it's working. Good for you. The cat girl was happy for her. Still. It took like 20 minutes for a single strand. If you do all your hair that way, it'll take forever. True. I need to experiment a bit more with the right temperature. Still, before that, I have to find a way to keep it consistent and high, though. Without that, it'll always take forever. How about a different hairstyle, too? It might save you some time. Oh? The tiger sounded interested. You could braid a part of your hair. You wouldn't need to iron that area, then. I've never braided my hair before. I like the idea. Should I braid it for you? Please. And so, the straightening iron was put on a temporary hold until Sophia could come up with a way to improve it. In the meanwhile, Maya started playing with the blonde's hair to find out what kind of braid would fit the tiger best. Chapter 203, Hair Changes. Sophia finished making the first prototype of a hair straightening iron based on what existed in her old world. She was moderately successful with it and even managed to straighten out a strand of her hair that was becoming more and more unruly lately. The blonde still needed to make many improvements because it was hard to find the right temperature, and it was impossible to keep it consistent. As a result of that, it was way too much work because even a single strand took over 20 minutes to finish that way. Meanwhile, Maya had suggested changing the styling of the tiger's hair and braiding a part of it instead for the time being. Yep, I really like it. The following day, the couple was once more on their way towards the royal castle, and Maya kept looking at Sophia's new hair. Most of it had gained even more volume compared to before, but Sophia still had managed to straighten it out a little, together with a braid on the side of her face all the way down to her collarbone. Yep, it's growing on me, too. The tiger nodded in response. Although, the thicker braid that went all the way down my bang on the left you tried yesterday was kinda nice, too. Eehee. That's the great thing about braids. You can adjust the position, and the style changes completely. Yeah, it's fun. I might also want to try something with it starting somewhere on my forehead and then down my ear all the way to the back of my head. Sure. I might try something with my bangs in that regard, too. Looking forward to it. While we're at it, I was thinking about changing my hairstyle, anyway. I kinda have enough of going straight the entire time. She shook her head around to move the hair on her back while saying so. Sophia stopped walking and just stared at her for a solid minute. Gosh, I love you. Glad that my stupid joke worked. It was great. Seriously, though, changing it up could be interesting. Maya grabbed some of her hair and stared at it. I've been thinking about some low twintails lately. Go for it. The blonde sounded slightly excited about it. It sounds super cute. You think so? Absolutely. Okay, I'll give it a try soon. The catgirl smiled at her partner, being happy that Sophia was so invested in something simple as changing up her hair. I can't wait. Let's play around with it once we get back home. I also have 1 or 2 more ideas about how I could braid your hair. Yay! The blonde was looking forward to it already. First, we're going shopping with Anna and Ari today. That sounds like fun, too. I have to get some leggings or opaque tights before trying on their school uniform, too. The skirt, first and foremost. I won't do it otherwise. Sure. Maya nodded. No more peeking below skirts to make sure whether the tights are working or not. It's not like I wanted to find out that Ari was wearing striped panties that day. What? And nothing. Sophia only now noticed what she had just said. You actually saw. And still remember. I am very sorry. She immediately broke into a sprint towards the castle. Stop right there. No. I want to continue living. The tiger only increased her pace. She went through this situation already, after all. 2 times, actually, so she knew what this feeling she was having right now meant. Imminent death, that is. Hey. The couple reached the castle around 10 minutes later, and the mood between the two was a bit better again. Sophia had no actual interest in the jaguar that way, after all. She especially didn't want to get inside those mentioned panties. Once she could get her point of just being surprised about the proper-looking Ari wearing such underwear being the reason she still remembered them across, the catgirl calmed down fairly fast. Maya even agreed with it in the end. Ah, great. You're getting fluffy, too. The couple met with Anna and Ari in the princess room, and the tall tiger was happy to see that Sophia was also suffering from the same curse now. The blonde only responded with a sigh. But wow, she took a better look at her. How light is your hair turning? Your normal blonde was already more than any other tiger ever, but this is something else. It's great, isn't it? Something good is coming out of this fluffy catastrophe, after all. But this much. Your ends are completely pale, almost white. Though ends might not even be right anymore. Actually, it's more like the lower half of your hair by now. The same goes for your tail. I don't do things half-heartedly, after all. Not even my body is safe from that. True. Maya had to deeply nod at this statement and the actual meaning behind those words. You sure are something else, Anna looked amazed. Before, you still had a good amount of orange in your blonde base, but with this, you'll be even more unique now. I look forward to it. Sophia was smiling. I have no idea what the final color's going to be like yet, looking like a pure blonde or pale yellow, but I already love the direction it's going. That, Ari. See that? The princess suddenly addressed the jaguar. That's how you deal with odd hair that looks amazing. Ehe. The blonde liked the casual compliment that she had heard in her explanation. Why yes, Ari nodded. I've gotten better, have I not? After meeting Sophia, I've gotten more confident about it. Still upset that you needed her to understand. Even though I kept telling you, too, that it looks so good. I'm sorry. It's just that Sophia's in the same position, so I know that she's not trying to flatter me. I know. But I wasn't either. While Anna understood it, it still bothered her. Wait. Something caught her interest with Sophia's hair as her eyes accidentally fell on it again, and she got loud. First, the braid looks great. Good job. Thanks. Maya was the one thanking her for the compliment. Okay. The blonde was just confused. Anna's words and her reaction didn't seem to match up, but the princess got closer to her and stared at the blonde for a moment. Why is this one part of your bangs looking so straight and smooth even though the rest of your hair has exploded, as well? She awkwardly scratched her cheek. What did you do? I'm experimenting with something. It doesn't really work yet, though. Don't tell me that, after those godly heated floors, you also invented something that can tame even tiger hair? And not yet. Sophia didn't like the way Anna was staring at her. But you're trying, right? I am. The smooth strand on my bangs is the result of it. You're amazing. Her face lit up. Also, the moment you succeed with it, I need it. She still looked scary, though. Sure, the blonde felt slightly intimidated. Although, even if I manage to do it, you'll most likely only be able to fix your bangs with it. Your ponytail already is pretty straight because it's so long and the weight of that hair. I doubt it will do much with the volume of your hair. I'd kill for that alone already. She looked serious. I see. Good thing our hair stays mostly smooth, huh? Maya glanced at the jaguar. Yeah, she gave her a hearty nod. Once the tigers, mostly the princess, were able to let go of it, the group finally got to the main topic of today. Let's plan the shopping trip. Sophia raised her arm to show her motivation. I need some fully opaque tights or leggings before I even think about wearing the school uniform the two of you have. Yes, I need some new tights, too. Ari nodded. I know a good store for them. And we're coming with you. Anna and Maya hadn't changed their opinion since the last time. The tights and underwear incident had made them wary, after all. Sure. The duo didn't mind at all. I might want to get some, too. The cat girl joined in on the fun. I'd like some white tights, though. No more bare thighs. The blonde sounded disappointed for a moment. Did I complain about you going from completely bare legs to something fully opaque? Now that I think about it, white tights sound extremely cute. I approve. Sophia changed her opinion on the topic. I like your black tights. The princess looked at her jaguar while she said that out of nowhere. Thank you. She hadn't seen that one coming, and her cheeks turned slightly pink in response. Are you going to change your legwear, too? It might be a bit cold this way. She glanced at Anna's mostly bare legs. I'm still not a fan of tights, because they tear so easily, so I probably go with the usual thigh-high over knees. I might try some white ones this year, though. She looked at the cat girl while saying so. Without the red and a bit longer, but I really like the look of it. Absolutely. The couple heartily agreed. It does sound cute. Ari also liked it. Okay. Let's get them. Hearing that, Anna got even more motivated about it. Yes. Everyone agreed. After agreeing on a plan, or at least their first stop, the girls left the castle and went to the shopping district together. There we are. The four walked around for a while, and the Jaguar eventually stopped in front of a lingerie boutique. Kinky. Sophia looked at some of the mannequins wearing some rather sensual type of underwear that could be seen from the outside through the big window next to the entrance. Is there something you want to tell us, Ari? There is not. Her face turned red. It's just that they also have a great and wide selection of tights, socks, and even leggings. Boring. The blonde had hoped for a different answer. I like what the mannequins are wearing, though. Wanna do some alone shopping later? Maya was looking at the same assortment Sophia was. Oh. She liked the sound of that. The other two weren't sure what to say in this situation. The duo also wasn't able to look at each other. Still, they had a slightly envious expression as they watched the couple making such bold plans so openly. Let's go inside. Sophia energetically opened the boutique's door, and the girls' shopping spree finally started for real. Chapter 204, Tight Supremacy. The couple met up with Ari and Anna because they all wanted to go shopping together. For the upcoming fall and winter season, together with Sophia and Maya going to wear a school uniform just like the duo when visiting the academy soon, everyone decided to get new legwear, among other things. Oh, they really have gigantic variety. The girls had entered a lingerie boutique Ari liked for their assortment of tights, and Sophia seemed to agree. Before focusing on them, though, the four ended up in a section with leggings. So many colors. Are you going with leggings now? Maya glanced at the display before looking at her tiger. She tilted her head. Probably not for the uniform. I think that might look a bit weird. I still need some other clothes for when the weather gets too cold, though. Leggings beneath your shorts? The cat girl took a wild guess. Combined with a sweater, that could be really cute and plenty warm. Yeah, I like the sound of that. The blonde could see herself wearing that, but then looked at the leggings on display again. I kinda would like something colorful, though. The red or purple leggings look really cute, but it would be hard to pull off a good combination with them. True. Maya nodded. The purple might work with your shorts, but the red's clearly out there. I think it's time for a completely new wardrobe. She liked her shorts because they were easy to move in, but she had no real attachments beyond that to them. That part wasn't important anyway right now, because it's getting colder, meaning they'd be traveling even less. Getting some clothes that aren't as easy to move in might be an option now. Opaque black tights work with my shorts, and if I combine my shirt with a jacket, I can get by for a while. I'll think about what else to get. Yep. Though, I also feel like getting new clothes. Let's go on a full shopping spree after my birthday, and the academy stuff has settled down a bit. Maya added some tidbits to the blonde's plan. Let's do that. She liked the idea. What about the two of you? Sophia then looked at Ari and Anna. Is your fall and winter wardrobe already sorted out? Not really, no, the Jaguar shook her head. No joke, I grew by about 10 centimeters since the last winter. Nothing I had is going to fit me anymore. The princess looked slightly dejected. On the plus side, you grew by 10 centimeters, and it looks awesome. Maya was a fan of her tall figure, after all. True. Ari and Sophia heartily agreed. Thanks. Anna felt slightly shy after hearing this from everyone, especially including her Jaguar. Another shopping trip soon? The blonde was already looking forward to it. How about we finish this one first, before planning the next one? Ari tried to keep her in check. Good argument. Okay, to the tights, we go. It hadn't dampened her motivation much, if at all. I can really recommend this brand. The Jaguar showed her a couple of tights by the same company. They hold noticeably longer than any other before they get a run or tear completely. Is that so? Sophia touched the tights that a mannequin above the display was wearing. Oh, it feels really nice. High quality, too. You can even get the higher denier ones with a fleece lining that's invisible from the outside. They mixed in a hint of skin color that slightly shows if you stretch the tights when kneeling down, for example. That makes them look like perfectly normal tights, but they're so toasty. It's amazing. Ari apparently really liked them. It makes them even more durable, as well. A toasty fleece lining. Sophia thought about it. Gimme. She liked it, too. They're those ones over here. She pointed at the right side of the display. They're available from a 60 denier up to a 100. Give me the 100 denier, please. I wouldn't recommend them just yet. Ari tried to stop her. They're super warm. The higher the denier, the more they're lined, as well. I can guarantee that you'll overheat with them. For early fall, I'd go with the 60 denier first. HRMN, the blonde wasn't convinced by that. I want the 100 because they're absolutely opaque, though. 60 is also opaque. I'm wearing 40 right now and okay. I admit they are still a bit sheer. She paused a moment, remembering what happened the other day. Ahaha, Sophia let out an awkward laugh. Sorry. It's fine. It's not. Maya, and especially Anna, thought otherwise. Still, the jump from 40 to 60 is immense. The Jaguar simply ignored them. Well, you could also go with unlined 80 to 100 denier tights instead. The 100 are about as warm as the 60 lined ones. It feels a bit less toasty, though, because the fleece is missing. Not an option, then. You're such a pain, the Jaguar rolled her eyes. I know. It wasn't just Sophia that replied. Hey. She was the only one who got loud afterward, though. That being said, any leg, or other places the 60 lined might show won't be yours, anyway, because it'll come from the colored fleece. Tights that lie to someone. Not sure if I approve. Maya had her own opinion on the colored lining. Yeah, Anna had to agree. Shut up. The duo didn't want to hear any of that. It sounds like it's worth a try. Sophia grabbed a few sets of the lined 60 deniers in deep black in her size. I might get some black panties for underneath to make sure, though. There's no real need for that because the lining makes them absolutely opaque without any transparency to your actual skin or other things whatsoever. Still, it has no demerits either. That's why, if it makes you feel safer, go for it. Yes. I'm new to tights, and I look forward to them, but the whole skirt business makes me a bit uneasy, so I'll do it my way for the time being. That's absolutely fair. Dear Tights Master, may I humbly request your help, as well? While Maya was used to overknees already, actual tights were also new to her, so she felt like asking an expert while she had one at hand. Sure, being addressed like that made her feel a little awkward, but Ari was still happy to be of help. Do you have a recommendation for white tights? She tilted her head. Personally, I've always worn black ones, so. Anna tried them out every now and then, but she's super clumsy with them and tore most while putting them on for the first time. The only times they held up for a day was when I helped her into them. Hey! The princess started complaining. I'm not clumsy. Though she had the same issues with the black ones she tried. Ari didn't even feel like acknowledging her. That'd mean they aren't any more or less delicate. Well, that's good to know. Maya nodded. Do you want lined ones or start with the regular kind? Can you really say no to toasty legs? She didn't need to think about it. A good choice. The Jaguar nodded in agreement. As the black ones are the best from the company and Sophia now, too, are using, I see no issue in recommending their Snow White series. The 60 denier lined ones and maybe a size larger than us because you're taller. Sounds like a plan. Saying so, the catgirl grabbed a few sets of just that. Thanks to the lining, they'll probably be fully opaque, too, huh? I don't see why they wouldn't be. Then again, white is always a bit special when it comes to showing through. Does the packaging say anything about it? Let's see. She looked at it and studied the text for a bit. Truly opaque, thanks to our warming fleece lining. You might see a bit of skin showing through when wearing our great heat tech tights, but that comes from the flesh tone added to the inside to make the fleece lining invisible. Enjoy staying warm without sacrificing the great look normal tights give your legs. Maya looked impressed. Oh ho, sounds great. Yeah, it also seems to be exactly the same as our black ones. I look forward to toasty legs. The cat girl already was a fan of it. Yes. So were the other two. Anna felt a little left out. There's still time to join the side of tight supremacy. How do you know they're supreme? The princess stared at Sophia while she was teasing her. You've never worn them before, haven't you? Weren't you listening? Fleece lining for extra warmth. Ugh. Overknees are quite warm, too. They're essentially long socks, after all. Quite breezy around the thighs, though. Maya knew what she was talking about. There was nothing she could say. The last tights you tried, I mean. They were unlined, right? Ari looked at her tiger. The lined ones are quite new, after all. Yeah, it's been like 3 years since I last tried any. As I said earlier, the lined ones are a lot more tear resistant thanks to the fleece. How about you give them another try? You think so? Why not? The jaguar smiled at her. There's not much too loose, is there? Even if it doesn't work out, you can still go back to overknees. Let's get matching ones. Maya also encouraged her. Those two are matching, so we have to do the same, right? That's true. Anna sounded motivated again. Is it? Ari and Sophia only tilted their heads. It is. Sure, as usual, the duos were in great sync. Okay. Let's get some pairs to test. Saying so, the princess grabbed the same tights as Maya did before. They were only a number larger because Anna's quite the tall cat, after all. Sophia and Maya quickly checked out some of the mannequins in the lingerie area of the lingerie store on the way to the cashiers and made a mental note for their own private shopping trip some other time before the girls paid for their new tights. Once they exited the store, the group thought about what else they could do together. Chapter 205, Unruly Mane. The girls went shopping together, and everyone got a few pairs of lined tights for toasty legs to make them survive fall and winter. Anna initially wanted to go with overknees because she has no talent in putting on tights or keeping them in one piece. Still, she felt left out because the other three, safe for the color, got the same thing. In the end, Maya and the princess went with lined white tights, while the blonde and Ari went with the traditional black ones. The fours ended up matching in their usual odd duos for some reason. Are the two of you still free after this? Sophia looked at the jaguar and her princess. I don't have much planned today. Ari shook her head. Yep, nothing at all. So did Anna. Is there anything else you want to get? Besides clothes, that is? That's planned for another day, isn't it? Yeah. Somewhere after the whole academy thing gets going. The blonde nodded. No, I want to visit the beauty and care products store. I see. The princess then looked at her jaguar. Do we need anything? It's never wrong to stock up on shampoo or hand cream if we're there already. That's true. What do you need, Sophia? Stuff to experiment with for my invention. Oh? Anna's ears and tail perked up. Why didn't you say that earlier? Let's get going already. She sounded very motivated, got behind the blonde, and started pushing her back. Hurry. The princess really doesn't like her fluffy hair, huh? Maya was walking behind the duo as she addressed Ari next to her. You have no idea. Her current hair isn't even her final form, either. Seriously. The cat girl glanced at Anna. Her ponytail alone already has so much volume that it looks like a second head already. In a week or two, she'll be changing to twin tails, and they'll have that much hair on each side. Wow. Maya had no better words. It looks adorable, though. The jaguar didn't mind the fluffiness. It feels great to touch, too. Is that so? She stared at her in response. I mean, I have to help her tie up her hair because it's impossible to handle alone, and so I have to mess around with it a lot. Ari sounded slightly flustered all of a sudden. The cat girl looked slightly suspicious for a moment before agreeing. Yeah, I was playing around with Sophia's hair for a while for her new braid, and it feels incredibly good. So soft and springy. Though, I can see why it's a pain for them. Even that braid took me a while, because I had no idea what to do with all that hair. And Sophia's just starting to get fluffy. That's true. While walking behind their tigers for a bit while the two continued to chat about their hair, the group eventually arrived at the beauty store. Welco-O. The girls entered the store, and a female clerk with dark brown hair and dog-like ears wearing a black shirt with a red skirt that looked a little like a store uniform greeted the group. While the body of the dog girl, save for the tail and ears, looked and had the same proportion as a human, compared to the other girls, she had a thin layer of fur seemingly covering her entire body. It was a two-tone color with a light brown as the base and together with white-colored fur on the inside of her arms and legs. She stopped her greeting in the middle and her eyes became sympathetic once she spotted the two tigers, with one looking fluffier than the other. It also was a different clerk that felt sorry for Sophia the last time she was here. Sophia, and even more so Anna, awkwardly looked at the clerk. We know. We are deeply apologetic that we are still unable to help you with the yearly unruliness of the tiger hair. It's all right. I know that you're trying to invent some products to help us, after all. Anna still hung her head while replying to her. Are there any shampoos, or conditioners, or anything else that you tried to mix together for us tigers? Yes. The clerk with the dog ears answered her. We managed to adapt our smoothing and moisturizing shampoos and conditioners for you and your fellow tigers, but it unfortunately still had no effect. But it's compatible with our hair. I bought some normal products with these qualities, but it made my hair all slimy and disgusting. Sophia shuddered, just thinking about it again. Yes, just as all the other products from the royal package, those shampoos and conditioners are custom made for the specific properties of your hair. It's just that the smoothing additives won't work once you start getting your winter fur, hair. I see. That's a start. The blonde mumbled to herself. Even if it doesn't work, could you produce some of these conditioners and shampoos for me? We still have some left of those. Queen Kira herself visited us a couple of days ago to try our newest samples, but it had no effect on her. You can have them, but I can, unfortunately, assure you that they won't work any differently than our normal royal products. That's fine. I need them for some experiments. Experiments? The dog girl tilted her head. Please take care not to ruin your hair by using too many products at once, okay? Of course. Also, in the off chance you figure something out, we'll gladly buy the recipe from you if it's usable for everyday use. I like the sound of that. Sophia was already expanding her business. Do you have any products that protect hair from rough conditions by chance? Let's say. I don't know, heat, for example? Heat, you say? The clerk tilted her head. That'd depend on which kind of heat, but you might find something in our Explorer line. We've created some helpful gadgets for explorers. The one you could find interesting is the one for desert areas. It's a spray-on that keeps the hair from drying out or getting damaged under the strong sun and heat in deserts. It also gives the hair a somewhat slick coating that makes it harder for dust and sand to cling to it. Oh. The blonde got excited. I need a bottle of that, too. Of course. Once Sophia got everything she needed, the other girls also stocked up on some stuff while they were at it already, and the group eventually left the store again. What are you up to? The group was walking on the streets of the capital, and Anna looked at the bag her fellow tiger was carrying. A spray that protects your hair from desert heat. It's a bit complicated to explain. She scratched her cheek while trying to come up with an explanation. Oh, do the two of you want to come over to our place? The blonde looked at the princess and her jaguar. Yes. The two answered immediately. The heated floors, huh? Yes. They responded with a big nod. Haha. Sure, let's go. You might also have an idea or two for my invention. Saying so, Sophia led the group towards the couple's mansion. On the way, she also made a quick stop to buy some new pairs of tongs. One extra fancy pair for Maya after the blonde destroyed some in her experiment, and another one for herself. It was a model that was slightly more shaped like the hair iron from her old world, as it was completely flat instead of being slightly curved. Huh. It's so comfy here. The girls sat down on the sofas in the living room, the couple on one, and Anna together with Ari on the other one opposite of them. Yes. The jaguar agreed with the princess. You too. Maya rolled her eyes while lightly massaging her calves after having taken off her shoes and socks to warm her feet on the floor. Really? Sophia only started at her. Ahaha, the cat girl let out a dry laugh, before urging the three to do the same. Naturally, everyone happily complied. I so want to have those heated floors in my room. Anna got loud. I've shared my invention with the manufacturers, so the queen should soon give them the order to retrofit the castle. Mother already did. Ari and I also long petitioned to have our rooms be renovated as soon as possible. Ellie was faster, though. Why am I not surprised about that? The blonde stifled a laugh while smiling at the image of the little one, instantly demanding to have her room changed once she knew what was going on. Though, the company said that they first need to do some more testing. Also, renovating our rooms will take a while. They said something about 1 to 2 months. Months? Because it was important to her, Anna had to say the last part twice. That's rough, Sophia scratched her cheek. Judging by what I've heard from everyone so far, won't it be already really cold by then? Freezing. The duo got loud. I hope that offer about the room here still stands, my dear friend. Anna looked at her fellow tiger. I will move in if it gets too unbearable, after all. Sure. Can I, too? The jaguar also wanted to profit from the mansion's heated floors. Of course. For Sophia, it was the more, the merrier. But we might run out of rooms at this rate. Do the two of you mind sharing one? That's okay. The cheeks of the duo turned slightly pink. There's only one bed, though. It might be a bit cozy for two. Is that okay? They had a plethora of rooms available, but the blonde had no reason to let them live there for free, so she wanted to get some enjoyment out of the situation as payment. Why yes, averting their faces from each other with an even deeper blush, the duo nodded. The actual couple wasn't sure how to react other than shaking their heads while thinking that they should confess already. Unfortunately, the two only watched their respective bestie while ignoring the other girl and also their partner, which would have ended this slightly stupid situation in an instant. Still, Sophia eventually changed the topic. 2 months to renovate your rooms, huh? Yeah, it's the worst. The duo was happy that the bed topic wasn't continued. Those guys sure are lazy. It took us like 2 or 3 hours to retrofit this whole mansion. And we did every single room, even the storage ones. Sophia, Ari looked right at her with a disapproving expression. I have no idea what you did, but do you think they can do what you did? That. I told you what I did, right? I teleported everything in the rooms, including the floor itself, into my storage thingy. Once we were done, I brought it back, and everything looked like nothing happened. Seriously? Anna couldn't believe it. Have you thought about becoming a carpenter? You'd be the most successful one in this country. Ahaha, Sophia couldn't help but laugh at this all too familiar suggestion. Really? The jaguar's stare got only more piercing. How would any normal person ever be able to do that? True. On an unrelated note, Ari quickly let her go for some reason. I don't have that many things in my room. I bet it wouldn't take long at all with your technique. Are you free for roughly 15 minutes and want to see my room tomorrow, Sophia? Ari? Anna couldn't believe that her proper childhood friend said something so cheeky. What? It's a good idea, isn't it? Do you want to wait for 2 months? My room is a bit bigger. Are you free for 45 minutes in total tomorrow, Sophia? She quickly was on board. You too. I can easily arrange that you get paid at least the same amount as the heating company would have been. Probably a lot more, because of the swift execution. Sure, why not? The blonde gave up. There was actually nothing speaking against it, after all. She liked both of them, and she also enjoys helping out others. Maybe not this week, though. I'm a little busy with my newest invention, and I have some other plans. How about sometime after Maya's birthday or once we visited your school? The duo paused for a moment. It's still much faster than those 2 months, you know? Thank you very much for helping us out. They were quick to get over their disappointment. Once the topic was over, Anna remembered what they actually came over for and wanted to see the invention Sophia was working on that might be able to tame their unruly hair. Chapter 206, Changing Up the Groupings. Once the group successfully finished their shopping trip and got some tights and hair care products, the girls went over to the couple's mansion to relax, while enjoying the heated floor's warmth there. While they were at it, Anna also wanted to see Sophia's most recent invention that might be able to save her from the bane of having ridiculously fluffy hair during the cold seasons. Winter fur/hair was no joke for the royal tigers, after all. Tongs. The princess was looking at the blonde's prototype of a hair straightening iron from her old world. It's an early design. Very early. I can see that. She stared at it some more. How does it work? I found out that you can form hair with heat. Don't ask how, kinda complicated. Okay, judging by her somewhat concerned expression, Anna was imagining some sort of fire incident. What do you mean by forming, though? For example, if you curl your hair with something round and apply heat for long enough, it stays curled up for a good while after that. My hair's curly enough right now. I don't need more of that. The princess didn't like the idea. If you can curl straight hair by using a round shape, what do you think happens with already curly hair when you press it between flat surfaces? The blonde played around with the modified tongs while saying so. Really? She looked more than a little dubious. Does that really work? That's how I made this. Sophia held up the straight strand of hair from her bangs. In theory, it absolutely works. Oh. The princess sounded excited again. It needs a lot of tweaking, though. This stupid strand took like 20 minutes alone. Anna glanced at her own, much longer hair. I'll be busy for a week. It also only lasts, at best, until you take a shower or bath, Sue. Seriously. She didn't like the sound of that. Yeah, Sophia nodded. That's why I bought all that stuff earlier. To dramatically decrease the time needed. If it only takes 15 to 30 minutes each day, I think that's some time we can spare to deal with this mess. She looked at the princess' hair while holding up her own. Absolutely. Anna nodded. Why the shampoo and conditioner stuff, though? It doesn't work on us, after all. It doesn't hurt, either, does it? It helps to prepare your hair as best as possible for the heat treatment. Also, who knows, maybe once it gets a bit straightened out, the products work better, too. I see. That does make sense. And the desert hairspray or whatever that was? The more heat, the faster you can straighten out your hair. Roughly speaking. It took me 20 minutes for that strand of hair because I couldn't keep the temperature high enough. The higher, the faster your hair takes damage, too, though. We don't want that, do we? No. If that spray-on stuff protects our hair from getting damaged, I might be able to increase the temperature a bit more. Makes sense. Kind of, Anna tilted her head. You sure come up with some weird stuff. Ahaha, naturally, Sophia couldn't explain why and only laughed it off. Want to experiment together with me? Yes. She wanted to see if it really could straighten her hair. Once again, hooray for naturally smooth hair, huh? Maya glanced at the jaguar while the two tigers were getting excited. Very much so. Ari, do you like to play around with hair, too? The catgirl wasn't done yet. As much as anyone, I guess? She tilted her head. It's quite enjoyable to test out some different styles, I would say. Though, with the pattern in my hair, it tends to look weird if I tie mine together. That's true. That seems to be quite the challenge. The cat girl focused on the jaguar's hair. Could be fun, though. Want to try out a few styles with me? I wanted to change mine, too, and I could use some help. Our idiots might be busy for a while, anyway. Hey. The idiots in question complained about their treatment. I wanted to get to know you better, too. Maya ignored the two. Most of the time, you're with Sophia while I'm with Anna. Let's swap for today. That's true. Ari nodded. We really haven't done all that much, if anything, together, even though we're so close to them, huh? She glanced at the tigers. Okay, yes, let's do it. Do you already have a new style for you in mind? I've got an idea, yeah. While saying so, Maya changed places with the princess so both groups could focus on their plans with each other. Only platonic playing with each other's hair, okay? Anna wasn't quite sure how to feel about this arrangement yet. No funny business. You and Sophia are going to do the same, though? Maya looked at her. And you two even have a history. The princess turned silent after that. Once the girls had changed up their usual grouping, and Anna finished being silently jealous, they started doing what they planned to. First, let's replace those tongs. Their shape wasn't the best for the plan. Sophia wasn't happy with her prototype. Why tongs in the first place? They're easy to grip, and the handle is far enough away that you don't burn your hands on the heating pads to straighten your hair. Oh ho, I see. The princess nodded. It does make kind of sense when putting it that way. The problem is, precisely because you can't touch the hot area directly all the time, it cools down too quick. Theirs isn't much of the heating or in the small area to absorb your magic, after all. Wasn't there a different magic or thing, too? The one that transports magic? Like the stuff that's used to remotely power heaters? Ah. Sophia's face lit up, and she put a hand into her storage. I have some of that. If we use that to connect the handle part with the upper area where the heating ore is, we could charge it while using. Sounds like a plan. While the tigers were trying to improve Sophia's straightening iron while being quite loud, the other two had a much more relaxing conversation. Something like this, maybe? They had gotten a mirror from the entrance hall and put it against a wall in the living room because it was cozier there. While also having put a stool in front of it, Maya sat down there while Ari held the cat girl's hair behind her back and formed two twin tails by using her fists as temporary ties. The cat girl moved her head around a bit in front of the mirror. Could you hold it together a little differently? Right below my shoulders, maybe? Right here? The jaguar adjusted her grip. Oh, this does look cuter. Yeah, I like it. Though, Maya stared at herself in the mirror for a moment longer. It doesn't look that different when looking from the front, does it? Do you want a bigger change? Ari let go of the cat girl's hair and circled around her. Yes. She nodded. I do like the idea of twin tails, though. I see. What a difficult customer. The jaguar was enjoying the situation. Ahaha. What about this? Saying so, Ari got behind her and grabbed all of Maya's hair. Afterward, she parted it in the middle, revealing her nape, and threw it over her shoulders so that it covered her chest and stomach. Okay. She looked a bit confused. I'm not done. Continuing, the jaguar grabbed her parted hair again and held it together near the cat girl's collarbones with her hands. Wearing the twin tails in the front, huh? Maya looked at it in the mirror for a moment. That's so cute. I love it. Eehee. She was happy that her idea was received so well. Still, I'm not exactly sure about a bear nape when the weather's getting windy and cold. Ah, I hadn't thought about that. Ari paused for a moment. Well, the cold is easy to deal with if you wear a scarf, but if it's too warm for that, but the weather's still somewhat nasty. Oh, do you have some scrunchies or tie-able ribbons? We have tons of those in our bedrooms. Do you have an idea? Let's go get them. Saying so, the two left the living room together to get some hair accessories. Ari has surprisingly little hesitation to enter the personal space of others, huh? The other duo had been watching them every now and then, and Sophia had to share an observation she had made. Yeah, the princess weakly nodded. And you should know better than anyone after she played with your hair and even fed you. Then there's the time when you were sick, and she let you sleep with Dash. Ahaha, the blonde interrupted her. Jealous? She instantly stopped talking. It's just because Ari wasn't like that before you came along. She always had her moments, but she's changed a lot ever since you got close to her and helped her understand that her odd hair is actually amazing. Is that so? The blonde tilted her head. The prim and proper Jaguar's great, and her scolding works really well on me, but the playful side of her is amazing, too. If I took part in that, and helped her jump over her shadow, that would be amazing. Yes. Even so, Anna almost glared at her. I know I asked you to help, and I'm happy, but I also wanted to be the one to help her get over it. Again, jealous? Yes. The princess simply blurted it out. She's mine, after all. And my childhood friend, I mean. Noticing what she just said, she somehow tried to cover it up. Sophia only stared at her for a while without saying anything. What? Anna couldn't bear it anymore and had to avert her face to hide the blush that was growing on her cheeks. Nah, it's nothing. She'd seen everything she wanted to already. Should we continue with our experiment? Why, yes. Anna was happy that the blonde didn't push the topic any further. Afterward, the two concentrated together and tried their best to improve the straightening iron in the hope that it would be able to tame their unruly hair. Chapter 207, More Styling Work. The girls were still in the couple's mansion, and they were slightly busy. The tigers tried to improve Sophia's hair straightening iron to deal with their extraordinarily fluffy and unruly hair. At the same time, the other two were trying out new hairstyles for each other to pass the time. Okay, show me what you're planning with the scrunchies. Maya and Ari were back in the living room after having gotten some hair accessories, and the cat girl once more stood in front of the mirror there. Just tie your hair into the twin tails from earlier. The one with the hair on your chest, but with the scrunchies a little deeper than before, somewhere further below your collarbones. Alright. She did as instructed, but she wasn't necessarily happy with the result. I can't say I'm a fan of having the scrunchies resting on my breasts. I'm not done yet. Saying so, Ari grabbed one of the tails. With one hand, she held the inner hairs that had been tied together while the jaguar used her other one to push up the scrunchie with the remaining hair. As a result of that, the catgirl's hair above the scrunchie around her neck got pushed to the side and gained some volume. Afterward, she did the same with the other tail. Maya looked at the result in the mirror with a satisfied expression. I see. With my hair spilling to the sides from being pushed by the scrunchie, it covers all of my neck, including the nape now. It's cute. I like how fluffy it looks. Well, not as fluffy as those two, but you know what I mean. She glanced at their girls. Ahaha, that's true. The jaguar let out a small giggle. I'm glad that we found something cute for you. Yes, thank you. I might exchange the scrunchies for some ribbons the next time, or once I found a few nice ones to buy, but I really like the style. The catgirl turned around in front of the mirror a few times to make sure of it. I think a little braid next to one of my eyes going below my bangs could go really well with it, too. Oh. That would be adorable. Let's try it later, but for now, Maya stared at the jaguar. How about we play with your hair for a bit? Really? Do you have an idea? Judging by Ari's expression, she actually seemed to be looking forward to it. My hair tends to look really weird if I tie it up, after all. Leave it to me. While the two were making progress with their new hairstyles, the tigers, too, had gotten further with Sophia's invention. Let's see, the blonde looked at her improved prototype. She had replaced the tongs with the new ones she bought and made the top parts where she added the heating or mixture even smoother so that it glides better over their hair. It feels a bit less janky now. Anna was also staring at it. Not saying that that's an achievement. Haha, it couldn't get any jankier, after all. Sophia had to agree with it. Okay, now we add your idea with the conductivity or to power the heating element while holding it. Do you know how to use that stuff? The princess picked up the shimmery and blue material the blonde had put on the table. Oh, it's called ore, but it's actually quite soft, huh? You can easily form it with your hands. It's more like fresh clay. Yes, it's super easy. You simply form it into a thin line between the things you want to connect. Adding it to a string makes it easier to use and prevents it from losing connection. Still, we only have like 20 centimeters to cover. Oh, that really sounds easy. Yep, I have tons of fun ideas for it already, but let's focus on the really important things first. Getting our hair to behave, that is. She sounded way too serious for what she said. Give me some of the ore, please. Of course. Okay, that should do it. Sophia had put some of the connectivity ore on the back of each arm of the tong and connected the handle part with the tips. Looks jankier again. Shut up, she hadn't asked for criticism. For the finished product, it'll be directly integrated into the arms. It's a prototype. It's supposed to be janky. Does it work, though? Only one way to find out. Saying so, the blonde gripped the makeshift tongs and poured some of her magic into the handles. Using her free hand, she then brought it closer to the top part to feel if the temperature was inker. Ouch. She touched it. It's hot. Stop touching hot things already. Even though Maya was busy with Ari's hair right now, she still had to retort after hearing her yelp. It was an accident. Sophia lightly glared in her direction. Also, that would mean I can't touch you any longer either. The catgirl went silent. Why you win this round? Eehee. So, it works? Anna tried to keep the topic on track. What makes you think so? My cry or my red fingers? Ahaha. Sorry. Don't worry, as you've just heard from my cat, I burn myself pretty often. Does that make it better, though? The princess tilted her head in response. That's not important. Results are. Is that so? Probably. The blonde couldn't stay serious with her claims. That sounds more like the Sophia we know. Anna liked the goofy girl more. Is it time to test? Oh? That sounds like someone's volunteering as a test subject? Her expression formed into a grin. That's not necessarily what I. Why not? I want smooth hair. The princess changed her mind mid-sentence. Ah, you need to wash your hair first, though. It has to be as clean as possible. Oh, that'll take a while. Anna grabbed her massive ponytail to bring the point across. It's just a test, though. Washing the forehead area, or your bangs in general, should be enough, I guess. True. That won't take that long, then. Great. Could you use the shampoos and conditioners I bought earlier? They don't work on their own, but it might help later. Sure. Okay, let's go. Sophia energetically stood up from the sofa, but the voices of the other duo immediately stopped her. What do you think you are doing? Maya stared at her. Exactly. Ari got especially loud, showing the princess where the bath is. She tilted her head in return. So you aren't going to help her? The jaguar sounded relieved. Why would I? She's a grown girl, isn't she? Very grown. The blonde had to say this part twice, because it was important to her. I see. Ari's face turned red. I might help with drying her hair a bit once she's back here to make sure it's properly prepared, but that's about it. Alright, let's go, Anna. Okay. Saying so, the two tigers left the living room, and Sophia guided her upstairs to the smaller guest bathroom. This looks so great. After a few minutes, the blonde was back and started inspecting Maya's new hairstyle as she was taking a break from her own project right now. Eehee. The catgirl liked what she was hearing. Good job, Ari. You've managed to make her even cuter. I had no idea that's actually possible. You're welcome. The jaguar wasn't sure how to reply. Yep, thanks. Sophia really liked it. Are you going for a new look, too? She looked at Ari. You're not going to hide this glorious pattern, are you? No, it looks really weird if I partially hide it. I do want something different, though. So, what's the plan? The blonde changed her attention to Maya. I've got a lot of inspiration when playing with your hair, and I really have a thing for braids right now. The catgirl's eyes were sparkling. I already have an idea or two that I wanted to try before you sent the princess to wash her hair. Oh ho, braids are great. She only changed her hairstyle a little while ago, having braided hair herself now, but Sophia was already fond of it. A small one or two also wouldn't destroy the pattern. I'm looking forward to it. Me, too. Anna came back at the right time to voice her agreement on the topic. Oh really? Ari reacted quite strongly to this statement. Of course. She nodded. I see. The jaguar looked really happy about it. Alright, princess, let's properly prepare your hair before we get started. The blonde wanted to continue her test. Yes. Agreeing to it, Anna got closer to her fellow tiger, and the girls went back to their unusual duo groupings. Sophia lightly touched the other's bangs to make sure they were properly dried. Still a little wet. Do you mind if I use some air magic to get any remaining moisture out of it? I might have to increase my power a bit to get it completely dry, though. Blow me. She sounded a little too motivated about it. Okay, something about her reply urged Sophia to be as gentle as possible while trying her best not to make a comment here, though. A minute or two later, Anna's bangs were as dry as possible. Alright, that should be enough. Sophia eventually stopped her air magic again. Thanks. You're pretty handy, aren't you? I can do that myself, but not with such precision. Ahaha. Well, drying your hair with a towel's better, though. Your bangs look even fluffier now, because of the wind having disheveled everything. We'll deal with that, though. I hope. So, what's next? We need to section your bangs into separate strands. Saying so, the blonde gave her a couple of hair clips, and the two started doing just that. It sure is a lot of work. I guess you'll get used to it once you've done it a few times, huh? Probably, yeah. Sophia nodded. Okay, sit down, please. You're too tall for me to work with your hair if you're standing. The almost 20 centimeters height gap between the tigers caused her to stretch her arms a lot. Of course. The princess sat down on the sofa again while the blonde stood in front of her. That's better. Time for the desert spray thingy. She grabbed the bottle from the store and carefully sprayed it on a sectioned off strand of Anna's hair. Why does heat protection stuff for desert smell like roses? The tall tiger tilted her head after the smell of the spray reached her nose. What were you expecting? No idea. Cactus? That's fair. Wait, do cactuses smell? Good question, Anna had no answer for that either. Maybe they smell like roses? Maybe, this mystery most likely will remain unsolved. Should we give it a try? Please be careful, okay? I hate my fluffy hair, but I somehow doubt that I'd prefer burned one over it. I'll try my best. Saying so, Sophia grabbed the makeshift straightening iron and used it on a strand of hair they had sectioned off from the princess bangs. After the initial sizzling sound that burned some of the heat protection spray, it glided smoothly through Anna's hair. Is it working? Kind of? While she gave a vague answer, the blonde made some more passes on the strand of hair. It is straightening, but your hair's sturdy. I can keep the temperature up now, but the maximum heat has to be higher, maybe? I might need to adjust the heating or mixture for it to generate more heat in a smaller area. I see, Anna sounded disappointed. Wait. Did you just say that it is straightening? Yep. It looks quite good after 4 passes now. I'd like to get it down to 1 or 2, though. Seriously? The princess sprang up from the sofa to look at herself in the mirror Maya and Ari had been using the entire time. Oh. Her face instantly lit up. It's straight. She looked thrilled. Thank you so much for this invention. Could you please do the rest of my bangs, too? Sure. Sophia couldn't say no to this big and excited-looking puppy tiger. Once Anna sat back down, the blonde continued her styling work with the princess while the other two girls focused on the jaguar's new hairstyle for a while. Chapter 208, Mix and Match. The group continued their hairstyling afternoon in the couple's mansion. Maya had found new a style and was currently playing around with Ari's hair. At the same time, the tigers experimented with Sophia's invention to straighten their unruly hair. Once they made some progress with it, the two tested it out on Anna's hair, and it looked quite promising. It still took longer and more tries than the blonde had hoped to, but her straightening iron was able to handle the princess hair. And we're done. Roughly half an hour had passed since Sophia started straightening out Anna's bang with her newest prototype, and she had just finished. Let's try your ponytail once I improve the iron some more, okay? I feel like it needs a lot more power before we should even think about giving that a try. She pointed at the massive sea of fluff on her back. That's more than fine. The princess sounded extremely grateful and happy while looking at herself in the mirror. I actually like the twintails I wear during fall and winter, but it's such a pain because my bangs were always all over the place. Okay, the twintails itself were also way too fluffy, but it might help a little with that, too. I promise nothing, but we're definitely going to try. The blonde raised her fist. I do like unruly and fluffy hair, but what we have to go through is way too much. I'll swear to perfect this hair straightening iron. I like the sound of that. You two are way too overdramatic. Maya rolled her eyes listening to their complaints while she continued to play with Ari's hair. I think so, too. The jaguar had a similar reaction. Shut up. The tigers glared at the two with perfectly smooth and straight hair. Ahaha, the duo only let out a dry laugh. Well, I am happy that it seems to be working for you. The jaguar looked at her princess with a curious expression. I was a fan of the fluffy twintails, too, so this is a good development. Thank you. Oh. Anna looked at the black-haired girl and instantly noticed that something was different from before. Maya had finished playing with the jaguar's hair, and, just as Sophia, she had ended up braiding a part of it. She was still wearing most of her hair open to not obscure or destroy the rosette pattern. However, on both sides of her head, at eye level below her ears, she had two thinner braids going to the back of her head. There, the cat girl had braided both ends together and secured everything with an orange ribbon. It's adorable. Let me finish first, before you start praising her. She'll be even cuter once I'm done. Maya raised her voice before she increased her pace. Okay, that should do. Ah, really? With a bashful smile, Ari got next to the princess in front of the mirror to get a better look at her own hair. Oh, it really does look good. Thank you so much for that, Maya. I really like it. It's new, it keeps everything together somehow, but my pattern hasn't turned into a spotty mess. Maya's the queen of braids. Sophia was happy with her own that the cat girl had braided for her, after all. Eehee. The queen in question enjoyed the praise. Braids are great. Sure are. The blonde agreed before looking at everyone. Wait a moment. What's wrong? The jaguar tilted her head. Maya now has twintails, while Anna wants to change to them soon because they fit her fluffier hair better. Both of them also bought white tights for a matching style in the upcoming academy uniforms. At the same time, while kinda different right now, Ari and I are now killing it with our new braids. On top of that, we're also going to wear the same type of black tights soon. She paused for a moment. Did we swap partners, and someone forgot to tell me? Ah. The other three had the same reaction once they noticed it. Well, Maya paused for a moment while looking at the blonde. While playing with your hair, I really got into braids, and so I just did what I love about your new hair to Ari, too, which ended up looking amazing. You're the one who consciously decided to get the same tights as her. It's not like there are that many choices with tights, and black's a safe bet for newbies like me. It looks great, too. Sophia saw no faults in her choice either. Wait, Anna's the one who wanted to get white tights after looking at my cat, now that I think about it. Because it looks great. The princess got loud. Also, Maya decided on twin tails even though I use them every year. It's not like I knew about that, though. Isn't it just because our tastes are similar? That's also why I bonded more with Sophia, and Anna and Maya hit it off. As usual, Ari was the most level-headed one. Also, just for the records, I'm wearing black tights for many years already, and Maya's the one who braided my hair. I have absolutely no relation to any of those weird matchups. Hey! Everyone complained after hearing how she tried to blame everyone except herself. Hee hee. The jaguar let out a small chuckle before continuing. It is pretty interesting how we ended up matching like this, but it's not an issue, is it? It's not like we actually swapped pee partners like Sophia said earlier. True. The blonde nodded. It was just a joke, anyway. Also, I would definitely notice a partner swap. I would complain a lot about it, too. I might even destroy their country if someone would try to do that. Eehee. Maya liked the sound of that. That's some serious dedication. I like it. Anna was impressed by it. Yes. Ari agreed, and while saying so, the duo glanced at each other before immediately looking at the actual couple again. Ignoring those completely obvious glances, Sophia changed the topic. Anna, do you think you can hide your hair from the queen when you get back home? I don't want her to visit us here in the evening today, demanding to experiment on her, as well. The princess awkwardly scratched her cheek. I, too, would rather not run into mother with my bangs being like this right now. She lifted a strand of her smooth hair while saying so. How about you wash your hair again? It'll get fluffy again once it gets wet. How about no? Anna didn't seem to like the idea. I want to enjoy it as much as possible. What if it was a one-time thing, and it doesn't work anymore the next time we try it? That's not how hair works. The girls at the care products store said the same about tigers many times before. Fine, Sophia didn't feel like arguing. Just try to avoid Kira. Yes. The group kept chatting for a while longer, but Anna and Ari eventually went back to the castle because it was getting late. Once the couple was alone again, they, as usual, cuddled a little on the sofa. Anything you want to do in the next hour before the queen arrives here? Ahaha, Sophia let out a dry laugh after hearing Maya's statement. There's no way she's able to keep it a secret, huh? Nope. Should I talk with the people in the beauty and care store? I know how to take care of my hair and all that, but I'm no expert because my hair never needed that much work before. True. You always look like you have a bit of bed hair, but in a nice way. It didn't look unkempt, just a little wild and cute. Yep, super easy to take care of. Until I became a tiger with winter fur, hair, that is, Sophia let out a sigh towards the end. I only used those straightening irons when I played around with my hair or when my sister got desperate. If I show my concept to the experts from the store, I'm sure they know what to do with it and find out about the perfect temperature and all that. Oh, that's a good idea. They have way more experience in handling hair, after all. Maya agreed with her. You can also send the queen right to them if she shows up. Exactly. That's your main motivation, isn't it? She instantly saw through her. Can you blame me? Safe for Ellie, every tiger we met can be quite hard to deal with when they get excited. True. The cat girl didn't hesitate with her answer for even a fraction of a second. See? It would be much easier. Wait a moment, Sophia stopped in the middle of her sentence. Why did you agree so heartily just now? Are you trying to imply something? Did I ever? Maya innocently tilted her head. I would never imply that absolutely every tiger I know is in a league of their own when it comes to being a pain to deal with. Hey! Am I wrong, though? Yes. The blonde got loud. Right, as you've mentioned, the little bundle of joy called Ellie is an exception. I am deeply sorry that I implied that she, too, is a pain to deal with. Thank you very much. I would be very upset with you if you include the small princess in that claim. She's the only cat who's 100% adorable with every single thing she does, after all. I earned that one, didn't I? Yep. The couple bickered for a bit longer before eventually returning to their usual cuddling again. Thankfully, Kieran never appeared that evening. The two had a very relaxing evening with the wolves that had eventually returned from their maze. Once Sophia was awake on the following day, the tiger immediately went back to the beauty and care store to show off her idea before the queen had the chance to catch her in their mansion. Chapter 209 More Potential Income. The girls finished the restyling of their hair. Maya changed to low twintails. Anna managed to straighten out her bangs with the help of Sophia's invention. The princess also is about the change to twintails, while Ari now had similar braids as the blonde after the catgirl had developed a slight preference for braided hair. Sophia still wasn't entirely pleased with her new straightening iron, though, and so she decided to visit the beauty and care store again to present her idea. After all, they're all hair experts there, and they'll most likely know what to do to perfect the invention. Once she had used it to straighten out her hair as a presentation, the couple went to the store together. Welco, eh? The brown-haired dog girl clerk from the day before greeted the two, but her eyes immediately grew wide once she saw Sophia, or rather, the tiger's hair. What? How? Why? What? Ahaha, the blonde scratched her cheek. Ta-da, I guess. She lifted a few strands of her hair while saying so. Don't tell me the experimental shampoos and the conditioner worked on you? She seemed highly shocked. Not really, no. I'm sorry. Well, the conditioner's able to make it feel ever so slightly smoother, but other than that. Then, were you able to adjust the recipe? So fast? That can't be. No, again, sorry. Sophia shook her head. I have no idea how to mix a shampoo. But your hair? It's smooth and fairly straight. The clerk circled around the tiger while saying so. Would it be alright if I touch it? Sure. Feel free to satisfy your curiosity. It wasn't hard to guess what the clerk's intention was, judging by the sparkle in her eyes. Also, we need another word for straight hair. That's not compatible with me. Thank you very much. Oh. The dog girl ignored her and didn't waste even a second. It's remarkable. It's still no reference when it comes to smooth or straight hair. There's still some volume and waviness to it, but compared to how every tiger should look like right now. Well, actually, I saw you yesterday, and you looked very different. No, I don't mean you having turned to a super light blonde. That, too, is remarkable, especially because the hue is that light, but no. What's up with you? Story of my life lately. Maya felt herself agreeing with the odd way the clerk had worded her sentence. Hey. The blonde glared at her cat for a moment before ignoring her. I like to play around and experiment with stuff. I found a way to straighten hair in a physical way. Something like that's possible. Well, Sophia pointed with both hands at her head. It might be. Sarah. The dog girl suddenly yelled through the entire store. Something important came up. We need you here. Sure. A cat girl with medium long, wavy, and pitch black hair in her late 20s, roughly around the same age as the dog, cheerfully replied while she made her way over to the group. She was also wearing similar clothes, a shirt and a red skirt, though she had a light gray shirt instead of a black one. Just as the dog girl, she only seemed to have ears and a tail as her main animal feature, but she also had her whole body covered in a thin layer of fur. Almost all of it was white together with a few stripes of black for contrast. She's the daughter of the store owner and is basically running the store by now. The brown-haired clerk explained to the group what was going on. Oh my, the black-haired cat glanced at Sophia once she joined the girls. The tiger family's annual winter fur, hair is always an event. Of course, the irregular blondie tops it all again. I love the light color you're turning to. It looks wait. She only now noticed it. Where's the super fluff? Your hair is almost normal. Looks good, huh? Sophia played a bit with her hair. I quite like what I did with it. I'm a fan of the slight volume and waviness I managed to pull off. Yes, it looks great. The girl called Sarah agreed with a hearty nod. The question is why, though? Why do you look like this? With a slight smile on her lips, the blonde asked for a more private room to talk. Once everyone went to the back area of the store, Sophia briefly explained her concept without going into detail. You can straighten hair with heat. The black-haired catgirl tilted her head. I know that you can add volume, make it wavier, and even form curls with hot air. But straighten it? That's the complete opposite of how hot air works. Did I mention air at some point? Sophia looked at the two. My technique works in a different way. How? Both girls from the store got excited. The tiger paused for a moment. You want to sell the idea, don't you? The owner catgirl made a wild guess. Is there an interest in buying it? If you found a way to straighten even the hair of tigers such as yours. And Princess Anna. It works on her, too. The dog girl got loud. The princess who looks like a fellow Pomeranian type of dog girl during the winter months. Pfft. Sophia couldn't hold back a laugh. Am I a bad person if I want to write off my invention as a failure and destroy it? And no. Not really. She, too, was trying her best to stay serious while failing horribly at it. I really want to see that, too. She already looks fluffy, but that. I do agree that it's a sight to behold, but the black-haired cat wasn't sure what to say. I'm just kidding. The blonde waved her hand. Okay, mostly kidding, she slightly corrected herself. She was so happy that I reduced her fluff that I couldn't do that. That's good, the two from the store sounded relieved. Okay, can I take advantage of my position as a tiger a bit here? I don't want to deal with all the stuff around selling an invention, idea, whatever. It also still needs some tweaking. How about I show you what I did, and you'll decide how much it's worth to the store you're running. I put my trust into you giving me an adequate reward if you're interested in it. We'd do that even without you being a tiger. The black-haired cat raised her voice. We regularly buy inspirations from others to perfect it before sharing the resulting product with everyone. We even hired Debbie here because she's a genius when it comes to styling hair. Also, her forming sprays are the best you'll ever see. Ehe. The dog girl's tail started wagging while she was being praised. Dogs are kinda cute. Sophia leaned over to Maya and started whispering. It's adorable how expressive their tails are. The cat girl wasn't sure how to feel about this. Are you by any chance part dog? The blonde stifled a laugh. You're the queen when it comes to having an expressive tail, after all. First, shut up. Second, seriously, shut up. Third, have you really not noticed how expressive your tail is? She looked at the tiger's backside, where her blonde and black tail heavily twitched in response, before plopping down on the ground. Ugh, she obviously was aware of that. She just didn't want to be, though. Okay, the black-haired catgirl smiled at the couple before continuing. Would you mind showing us your invention now? I'm really interested in it. Sure. Sophia smiled back at her. Afterward, Sophia took her hair iron out of the bag she was carrying to present it to them. Once she managed to explain why it looked like tongs out of all things, the tiger did a short explanation of how exactly it works. I see, the dog girl was playing around with Sophia's invention in her hands. While the hair is pressed between the two plates, the heat reforms it and preserves the form while you glide through it from the roots to the tips. Pretty much. The blonde nodded. Is that why you bought the desert spray yesterday? To lower the chance to damage your hair from the heat. The clerk tilted her head. Now that I know what it's for, I'm pretty sure we could improve the desert version to withstand even more heat. From what you've told me, that's still an issue, right? Yep. Sophia agreed. It works with the current heat, but you need multiple passes with each strand of hair to straighten it. It takes too much time to do it daily or every other day, at least. It doesn't survive a shower or a bath, does it? The black-haired cat girl continued. Once it gets wet, the fluff or volume returns, right? Yes. Well, it may not go completely back to normal, but most of the effect is gone. If I can increase the heat a bit more with a protective spray and combine it with the forming sprays I heard about earlier, it should effortlessly hold for an entire day, though. Even for us tigers. I see. The eyes of the dog girl were sparkling. Sarah, I want to play around with this thing. She waved around with Sophia's straightening iron she was still holding. The concept is super interesting, and I already have some ideas to improve it. Of course. The black-haired cat smiled at the excited girl before looking at Sophia. As you can see by the wagging tail of my cheery dog here, we are quite interested in your idea. We'd like to test it on some regulars of ours and make some tweaks to it. If it holds up to your promise of it even being able to tame the hair of tigers, we very much would like to either buy the idea or license to use of it. Alright, sounds good to me. Sophia nodded to the suggestion. That comes with a condition, though. What would that be? Sarah, the cat girl, tilted her head. I've styled the hair of Princess Anna yesterday, and I'm fairly sure Queen Kira knows about that by now. If she shows up at my place once we get home, I'll immediately send her this way, and the two of you have to deal with her. Wow. That's quite the condition you have there. The cat girl needed a moment. Our dear queen gets quite complicated during the colder season when it comes to her hair. Well, alright, I'll do it. That'll have a slight effect on the licensing costs later on, though. Ahaha, sure. The girls chatted for a bit longer while the blonde gave the store duo some more tips about the usage of her invention. Still, the couple eventually left the store again. On the way back to the mansion, the two went shopping for a few groceries, and once they were back home, two very familiar girls with striped hair were waiting for them at the gate. Sophia. Maya. Ellie, holding the hand of Queen Kira, used her free one to wave at the couple once she saw them. Ahaha, the couple could only react with a dry laugh while waving back to the little princess. Chapter 210, Tiny Rebellious Phase. Sophia had shown off her invention of the hair straightening iron to the beauty and care store the group frequented. The girls there were very interested in the idea and decided that they wanted to experiment with it. If it's usable, they even plan to license it. On the way back to their home, Ellie, together with Queen Kira, were already waiting at the gate to their mansion. Sophia. Maya. Ellie let go of Kira's hand and ran over to the approaching couple. Ellie. The two squatted down and waited for her to catch up to them. Yay! The little princess jumped into their arms and hugged both of them at the same time. Eehee. Maya and Sophia happily returned the hug with a smile. Once the three were done with their hearty greeting that included a lot of cuddles, the duo, with Ellie walking in the middle of them while holding their hands, walked over to the queen, who was still standing at the gate. My, isn't that a lovely picture? Kira looked at the trio. What brings you here? Sophia tried to feign ignorance. I wonder. The queen concentrated on the blonde's head. Why don't you answer me, my dear tiger, with the perfectly smooth and straight hair? I wouldn't call it perfectly smooth, and nothing about me is straight, strictly speaking, but I'm glad you like it. It's true, you look great, especially the light color you're getting, but that's not the issue here. She raised her voice. Ahaha, Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. It was worth a try. How about we head inside first? It's quite cold and uncomfortable outside. Yay! Ellie was already looking forward to the heated floors. Once inside, the group went to the living room and got comfy on the sofas as they always do. Ellie also, once more, cuddled herself between the couple while the queen had a sofa all on her own. Mom gets lonely if you prefer those two so openly, you know? Ellie's okay with that. The little princess rubbed her head against Maya's arm while saying so. The couple didn't know how to react, and the cat girl's eyes grew wide while Sophia had placed her hands over her mouth to keep herself from saying anything. Anyway, Kira tried her best to ignore her daughter's growing rebellious phase. Why is your hair so much smoother, and why had my daughter also straight hair when she came home with her jaguar yesterday? I knew there was no chance that Anna would be able to hide it, the blonde hung her head. It was more of a coincidence. I ran into the two as they were loudly chatting while playing with each other's hair. They're obvious those two are hard to overhear, after all. I see. What did our princess tell you? Ellie tilted her head. Not you, the big one. Oh. Only that a crazy girl with the all-new and super blonde hair managed to best the wintry tiger curse of fluffy hair with yet another weird invention. That doesn't sound overly nice, does it? Sophia looked at her cat. Not really, no. Maya nodded. Ellie thinks so, too. The little tiger nodded in the same rhythm. Anna's a bad girl. Pfft. The blonde was starting to become a fan of the rebellious princess. She sure is. I won't deny it, but can you really say that my oldest daughter's wrong? That's a different topic entirely. She decided not to answer. Alright, my dear crazy tiger, make my hair straight. The playfulness in Kira's voice was gone. It seemed to be a very serious topic for her. Just because I am crazy, it doesn't mean that I have to hear it all the time. Sophia got loud. And? Kira ignored her complaints. It's not complete yet. I'm okay with experimenting on Anna, but the queen is a different story. Don't worry, I am absolutely okay with that. Well then, luckily, the blonde already had a plan B for this possibility. I've left my invention with the beauty and care store that also makes our shampoo for tigers. They're very interested in the product and want to experiment with it while making some improvements. You'll have to go to them to see how it's going. Is that so? That's great. Kira started smiling. Why? Because you're a tough nut to crack. The girls from the store, though, they're much easier to deal with. I see. Please don't be too harsh on them. I don't really know them yet, but Sarah and Debbie. Maya helped her out. Sarah and Debbie, yeah. As usual, the blonde was useless when it came to any sort of names. The two seem really nice. You're the one who pushed the queen onto them, though. The cat girl was only helpful for a limited amount of time each day. Shush. Hee hee. She grinned at her. Don't worry, I like them, too. Kira reassured her. I owe them a lot for all the shampoos and conditioners and all the other care products they're making for us. I'll gently talk them into helping me. Maya, can we bring some sweets with us the next time we visit the two? I feel a little bad now for pushing it all to them. Sophia had her doubts about the queen being gentle with them. Let's bake some of these chocolate chip cookies you made with Ari the other day. Oh, I like the sound of that. Ellie wants some, too. The little tiger managed to stay out of their conversation until now, but she couldn't remain silent on this topic. Of course, we'll make some extra just for you. The cat girl patted her head while saying so. Yay! The princess liked the sound of that. Ellie wants to help. Sure, but there's a condition for that. Sophia looked at her. Eh? She didn't like that, though. Once you get home again, you have to play with your mom for the rest of the day. The blonde enjoyed her being rebellious earlier, but she wanted to help out Kira, too. Really? The little tiger wasn't sure how to feel about this idea. Why? Because she loves you and wants to play with you. But Ellie wants to play with Sophia and Maya. And we're happy about that. The blonde patted her head. But my cat and I would be sad if you don't spend time with your mom, because of us. Your mother has to be your number one, you know? It's fun to play with her, isn't it? Yes. The princess nodded. Playing cards was very fun. Good. Does Ellie have to play with Daddy, too? Nah, that's fine. Yay. Pfft. Sophia wasn't planning to stop being a source of trouble and headaches for the king anytime soon. Ahaha, Kira wasn't sure what she should say here. The queen was pretty happy that she was on her side, though. Does Sophia play with her mama, too? The blonde froze up. That's. I'd like to. I really would, but. Unfortunately, I don't have a mom to play with anymore. Maya and the queen didn't know what to say and just looked concerned. Oh. The princess looked down. Ellie will take the place of your mama, then. Ellie will play lots with you instead. Everyone turned silent, and the two taller girls looked at Sophia with a worried expression. Thank you, the blonde needed a moment and eventually tightly hugged the little tiger. That's really sweet of you, and I'll definitely play a ton with you, but that's unfortunately not how it works, you know? I could, at best, your mom. You still have many years ahead of you before that might become relevant for you. Also, while I'm happy, would you like for someone else to take the place of your mom? No. The little tiger rapidly shook her head. Ellie's very sorry. There's no need to apologize, don't worry. You're the cutest, and I'm so happy you like me this much. She hugged her even tighter while saying so. Eehee. Kira and Maya only looked at each other before the cat girl also gave the duo a little squeeze. The royal tigers stayed with the couple for a little longer but eventually decided to head out again. Kira had no plans to go back to the castle, though. Grabbing her daughter's hand, the two went straight to the beauty and care store. Poor Debbie and Sophia waved after them at the gate while watching them walk towards the shopping district. Sarah. Right. You knew her name earlier, Maya shook her head. Should we get you checked? I'm just not good with names. Never have been, never will be. Why didn't your memory for names get boosted, as well? I actually think it got worse since coming here. Did he boost you in the wrong direction? Probably. You're just using Kinnear as an excuse right now, aren't you? Maybe. Sophia was feeling playful. I always had a bad memory for names, though. Such a dork. Maya looked at her with a warm expression. Hee hee. The two went back inside afterward and promptly ran into the wolves on the way. Deciding to relax in the warm living room together for a while, the four felt like catching up a bit because they hadn't seen each other that much lately. Sophia and Maya were busy with the inhabitants of the castle and inventing things lately, while the wolves were doing wolf things. Building a maze, for example, among other things. Chapter 211, Fluffy Tales. Once the Queen and Ellie had left the couple to visit the beauty and care store, Maya and Sophia got comfortable in their living room again. The two wolves also eventually joined them after having come back from their underground maze. What's up, you two? Sophia looked at the wolves relaxing on their sheepskin rug in front of the fireplace. Anything interesting to tell? She wanted to know what they were doing lately. Aura and I were quite productive. Fen answered her. We invented a new type of illusion magic. The new part of the maze will mess with your head to a degree you didn't know was possible. It's that confusing. Oh ho. The blonde liked the sound of that. How much are we talking exactly? The headaches you give the king are nothing in comparison. Wow, Maya's voice was full of admiration. That's possible. Hey. The blonde got loud. Also, seriously? Despite her complaining, she couldn't believe it either. It's super fun. Aura sounded quite proud of herself. Fenny and I also explored the lands around the capital a bit. Really? The tiger tilted her head. How far did the two of you go? A couple hundreds of kilometers around it. Nice. Did you find anything of interest? We ran into an elven village by chance. Seriously? Both girls got loud. No elves, though. Aura shook her head. The blonde looked down. Was it abandoned, then? No. A group of the fox beast folk started living there. They're a ton of fun. Foxes, huh? Maya sounded interested. They're also on the rarer side because they like to live on their own. They were quite sociable in my eyes, though. Fen didn't share her opinion. You got drunk with them, didn't you? The cat girl saw through him in an instant. They have amazing alcohol. Ahaha, she could only laugh. Okay, back to those foxes. The blonde suddenly sounded serious. This is extremely important. The girls there, how fluffy are their tails? Sophia. Maya looked at her with a disapproving expression. What? She tilted her head. What lesbian would I be if I am not interested in the fluffy tails of fox beast girls? Heck, scratch that, even if I'd be straight, this is a very important topic to all fluff lovers. Is that so? The cat girl increased her stare. What about the fluffy tails of the male, dash? Couldn't care less. She didn't even let her finish her sentence. Is that so? Maya's voice got a little colder as she repeated herself. Again, what? Sophia didn't feel guilty. How interested are you in the tails of the male beast folk? 0. And the females? She smirked at her. Bushy tails of fluffy foxes attached to cute girls. The cat girl chose not to answer. It was definitely more than 0. Case closed. The blonde looked quite smug. So, Aura, on a scale from 1 to 10, how fluffy are their tails? Yours is a very respectable 8 to 9. It's not pure fluff, but also silky smooth, and the fur itself is a bit straight, after all. You sure know your tails. Aura seemed almost impressed. If mine's a 9, she ignored the mentioning of an 8. The fox girls would be a 13 out of 10. Wow, Sophia needed a moment. Maya, how about a little trip? Shut up. That's not an answer. She made a short pause. Only looking, no touching, okay? Of course. She nodded. That was the plan from the get-go. I was only interested in their aesthetics. Ah, I see. Oh. It was Sophia's time to stare at her cat now. Aora, have these foxes met the elves that lived in the village before? Ehe. The blonde's smugness increased even more. Unfortunately, they were already gone when the foxes found the place. That's too bad, Sophia had hoped for a different answer. Would have been too easy otherwise, though, huh? Are we still looking for an elf to join our group? Aura wanted to know if that was still the plan. The tiger tilted her head. I'm still pondering if we should somehow try to get Ari to accompany us. Together with Anna, too, by portaling them in when needed, or something like that. Still, I kinda want to meet some elves. Coming from a world with only humans, all those other races are super interesting to me. Interesting enough to even change races, eh? The female wolf looked at her. Absolutely. How many of the fox beast folk live in that village? Maya also was a little curious. Quite a few, actually. Fen answered her. Most of them were a little older, though. Maybe around the king and the queen in age, I'd say. What about the cute and fluffy fox girls, then? Sophia didn't like the sound of that. Kira would kill you if she'd heard that just now. The cat girl rolled her eyes. Well, Kira still looks awesome, so. Alright, I'm fine with a mature fox girl. The blonde started to like the idea. You sure are something else. Though, the queen does look great, Maya agreed with the tiger. Anna's future looks bright. Ahaha. Fenny said most of them, right? Aura interrupted them. There still were some kids, and a few of your age or slightly older, too. One of the girls your age, maybe a little older visually speaking, was even a 15 on the fluffy scale. Oh. Even though Sophia was a little into the mature fox girls now, extra fluffy girls her age were still a bit more interesting. I want to meet some foxes, and also see how an elven village looks like. That does sound interesting, yes. The cat girl, too, looked forward to it. I've never seen a village of them. It's pretty cool. Fen apparently liked it. The village is in the middle of a vast and dense forest. Most buildings are made from wood, and some are even built in, or on the trees. It's very cozy there in a way. That sounds fun. Maya, let's get a treehouse in an elven village. Her eyes started sparkling. The cat girl first looked around before gesturing in every direction. We already have a house? Not to mention that it is a noble mansion in the capital. So? Sophia tilted her head. Aren't summer homes a thing in this world? Sure, but it's fall. It's getting quite cold, too. Maya? Yes? Shut up. Eehee. She had to chuckle at the tiger's reaction. Are you serious, though? Why not? The blonde didn't see an issue with her plan. This place here's more like a winter home in the first place, anyway. But isn't that because we're going to travel and be away from here when it's warm? Aura also needed to make a comment. Why is everyone in this group so sassy? Sophia started pouting. Just let me have my fun. Ahaha. The trio had a good laugh. Alright, I'll get a really cool treehouse just for me alone. No one else allowed there. Not even the fox beast folk that lives there? Fen, too, wanted to tease a bit. I'll think about it if they're cute and female. Hey. Maya raised her voice. What? If you don't want to live with me there, I have to find someone else for company, right? Why do you even want to live there? I don't. I just want to be able to say that I own an elven treehouse in the middle of nowhere. As usual, Sophia's priorities were very peculiar. Understandable. Fen nodded in agreement. Is it? Maya and Aura were only confused. Yes. The duo was convinced of it. Well, whatever, Maya gave up. It does sound a little cool if you put it that way. Hee hee. Alright, let's have a look once we visit that village. No living together with cute fox girls, though. Okay. Sophia's voice turned cheery. Good, she looked relieved. Wait a moment. Did you come up with all that just so that I agree to it after making some compromises? I would never. Her voice turned even more cheery. I already have a cute cat girl, after all. What would I need a fox girl for? Good answer. Maya liked her reply. Wait, you're still just smooth-talking me, aren't you? I wouldn't dare to do that. She still looked cheeky. But I wouldn't mind an actual, or full fox as a pet or something like that. Something fluffy you can pet while it's sleeping on your lap. Am I not good enough for that anymore? The cat girl started pouting now. Sophia hadn't thought about that being Maya's job already. Why, you know what I mean. I do, but I still won't leave that place to someone else without a fight. I see. Oh, how about I keep the fluffy one on my lap while I'm on yours? Maya already had a new plan ready. That's not a bad, hey, I wanted a pet, not you. The tiger didn't seem to like the idea. Eehee. The cat girl showed her a smug expression. You can have it when we change positions. HRMNN, she looked conflicted. Girls, Aura looked at them. Foxes aren't the biggest fans of being pets in the first place. So? The couple only tilted their heads. Whatever, the wolf quickly decided that she didn't want to get involved in it, after all. The group kept chatting for a little longer and made some more concrete plans for the elven village with the foxes. The wolf seemed to have liked it there, and the couple, especially the tiger, was really interested in seeing the place. As Maya's birthday was right around the corner, and how the couple planned to visit Anna's and Ari's school soon, they didn't decide on a time yet, though. For just having fun and playing around, they were pretty busy. Chapter 212, Maya's birthday. Roughly a week had passed since the couple found out about an abandoned elven village, where a group of fox beast people was living. This was of little interest on this specific day, though, because it finally was Maya's birthday. Thanks for coming by. I'm sorry that Maya's not here. Sophia, Anna, and Ari were standing in the entrance hall of the couple's mansion. That's all right. Anna didn't seem to mind it. Yes. Ari agreed. We just wanted to bring over a little present and the cake the two of us made together. I'm sure the two of you want to be alone today, anyway. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure she'll love it. We'll come over tomorrow or so to celebrate a little more. Sounds great. The princess liked the idea. I'm looking forward to it. So did the jaguar. Also, good luck later. I'm sure you'll pull it off perfectly. Thanks. I trained a lot over the last week when I was alone, and I'm quite confident now. Great. Ari showed her a full smile. What's this about? Anna seemed a little confused. I guess it's fine to tell you now, I guess. Sophia didn't see any harm in letting her in on the secret plan. Our Ari here has been teaching me a little cooking lately because I'm awful at it. Maya's always the one who cooks for our group, and I was even too stupid to help her out. As a surprise, and to thank her for that, I want to cook a dish for her today. The princess liked this a lot. She's adorable, isn't she? The jaguar had been a fan of the idea since the beginning. Absolutely. The blonde let out a bashful giggle. Good luck. The duo was rooting for her. By the way, Anna looked at her fellow tiger again. Don't you think you were blonde enough already? Sophia grabbed a few strands of her hair to look at it. There wasn't a hint of orange left as it had fully turned into a really light blonde. She still had the tiger ears, the characteristic tail, and the black signature-like striped pattern, but her hair color was something else entirely by now. She was still blonde, but when comparing the hair and fur of Anna, who also had considerably lightened up, and Maya, she'd actually be way closer to the cat girl now. It looks great. Ari also had an opinion on it. Definitely. The princess nodded a few times. Yeah. Sophia started smiling. I love it, too. I actually hope that it stays that way once it gets warmer again. That would be awesome. Anna nodded again. Mine always turns back in spring, though. Well, I've always been a bit of an exception when it comes to being out of the norm. She somehow sounded fairly confident that her hair was going to stay like this. True. The duo didn't hesitate for even a second with their reply. Hey! The blonde got loud. Just because it's true, it doesn't mean that you have to agree to it so readily. After a little more chatting, the duo left Sophia alone again. They didn't want to hold her up today, after all. Anna also mentioned that the two wanted to visit the beauty store because she volunteered as a test subject to get her hair straightened, and she was more motivated than ever after she saw Sophia's smooth hair today. Roughly half an hour after the two left the mansion, Maya finally came back home. I'm back. Her cheerful voice echoed through the entrance hall. Welcome home. Sophia stuck her head out of the kitchen to greet her. What's in that bag? She noticed that the cat girl was holding a white shopping bag without any text whatsoever on it. I'll tell you later. Oh? That only made her more interested in it. More importantly, why are you in the kitchen? I'll tell you later. The tiger used the same tactic on her. Okay. Maya looked a little suspicious, but decided to ignore it for now. You missed Ari and Anna earlier. They brought over a present for you and even baked a cake. Really? They sure are sweet. The cat girl looked touched. I'll have to thank them. Yes, I already told them that we'll come over soon. Great. Thanks. Not today, though. We'll be busy, after all. I like the sound of that. By the way, what's the plan? Maya still had no idea what was going on, after all. Sophia's lips curled into a smile. Do you want your present first? Or the other thing I've been preparing for the last 2 weeks? Oh ho? She raised her eyebrows in interest. That second thing sounds really interesting. Hee. The tiger liked her reaction. Okay, how about the present first, and we'll save the best for last. Sure, I leave it to you. It's your surprise, after all. Okay, go to the living room first. I'll go and get your present. Okay. Maya gave her a nod. All right. With a big smile, the blonde joined her cat in the living room after a few minutes while holding a neatly wrapped and decorated bag in her arms. Once again, happy birthday. While saying so, Sophia gave her a quick kiss before handing over her present. It's not the most creative one, but I hope you still like it. You didn't have to give me something in the first place, so I'll be happy about whatever you got me. Afterward, Maya opened her present and was greeted by an assortment of bottles, flasks, and many other containers. Oh, someone went on a shopping spree in the beauty store, huh? Thank you. It contained various bottles of shampoos, conditioners, creams, and other care products. I haven't seen a ton of these products before. Hee hee. Sophia looked quite smug all of a sudden. Most of them are specially made for you. Really? Yep. When I was back in the store to discuss more about my hair iron, I borrowed Sarah, the black-haired cat girl, for the rest of the day to create some products just for you. Well, the shampoos and conditioners, at least. The hand creams and skincare products are the royal ones, because you love them just as much as I do. They're scented a little differently, though. You're into vanilla lately, weren't you? Yeah, they're great. I especially like the hand cream. Yep, vanilla's great. How are the hair products specially made for me, though? Sarah's been working on perfecting their formula for the hair of the cat tribe or something like that. It's based on that, but it also has some coloring pigments in it, together with some stuff to increase the shininess. She already had a version for her own black hair ready, but we made a version for your white one. We also added some sort of nutrients for hair as long as yours. If you use these products, your hair will be whiter, shinier, and healthier than ever. Oh. Maya liked the sound of that. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much. I love it. Ehe. Sophia seemed happy. I haven't given a present to anyone outside my family in forever, so I had no idea if it's any good. Especially when taking into consideration that it's a gift for my girlfriend. If you think this is a bad or boring present, I have no idea how I'd be able to ever get a present for you when you're getting good at it. This gift here is amazing. Thank you. She was glad that Maya liked it this much. The couple chatted a little longer about the present and the care products until the two eventually changed the topic a little because the cat girl was curious about Sophia's birthday. By the way, when's yours? My birthday? The tiger pointed at herself. Right before the start of spring. March 15th, to be exact. Oh, that's still a while away, huh? That means I have enough time to find a good present for you. Ehe, I look forward to it. Wait, right before spring started? Maya tilted her head. Isn't that around the time when you came to this world? Did you actually arrive here around your birthday? Actually, no. Sophia shook her head. It was the end of summer when I left my old world. Seriously? Yep. Pretty confusing, huh? Very. Maya nodded. Well, it's a different world, after all. Sure is. The blonde agreed. While we're at it. Ever since I came here, I lost completely track of the date. Is it still October? It feels like it, at least. The very end of it. I at least want to remember the date of my girlfriend's birthday. Yep, it's actually the very last day of October, the 32nd. Oh, I see. I guess my sense of time isn't completely wait, what? Sophia stopped mid-sentence once the actual date registered in her brain. Did you say 32 just now? Yep, October 32, today's date. October only has 31 days, though? No? The cat girl disagreed with her. I have to know. It's my birthday, after all. She needed a moment. What's wrong? In my old world, it only has 31 days. Wait, what about the other months? Pretty much alternating between 31 and 32 days, with February being a few days longer. Seriously? Sophia looked extremely confused. It was 30 and 31 days, and February being shorter. Wait, it felt normal, but a day still has 24 hours with 60 minutes each, right? Yep. The cat girl only nodded. How? How many days does a year here have? 380. Seriously? She got loud. That's 15 whole more days than in my old world with 365 days. Wait. The blonde got even louder all of a sudden. 15 times 23. That's 300. 345 days. I'm 345 days younger in this world. I'm 22 again. Oh, that also means you're actually older than me, Maya. Eh? The cat girl needed a moment. What? You're the older one between us. Sophia's voice sounded extra cheery for some reason. Is that really how it works? If the days are the same length, but a year has more of them here. 345 days after 23 years is almost a whole extra year, after all. By this world standard, I'm halfway through 22. Or, by my standards, you're about to turn dash. Don't you dare to finish that sentence. Maya glared at her. Eehee. She liked her reaction. I'm just kidding. We live in this world, after all. Whether I'm half a year younger or older than you, does it really matter? I suppose not. The cat girl still looked a bit miffed about it, though. Sophia suddenly looked confused again. When is my birthday now? Is it still March 15th, or do I have to use some advanced math now? That won't end well for any of us. Maya, too, tilted her head. Can you stop being so damn complicated already? Ahaha. I wish she could only laugh. I think it's still okay. After all, that's still the day, or date, you were born. It also kinda matches the time when you arrived in this world. It should be fine. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. The couple chatted about the topic for a little longer until it slightly made sense for both, which made it quickly become the late afternoon. I'm getting a little hungry. Your surprise, or whatever you planned, doesn't include a nice dinner or something like that, doesn't it? Actually, Sophia scratched her cheek. That is my surprise. Oh. Maya liked the sound of that. I'm going to cook for us. Eh? The cat girl quickly changed her mind. She didn't like the sound of that. While the cat girl was petrified, Sophia got up from the sofa and went to the kitchen after she forbade Maya to follow after her. Chapter 213, Birthday Surprise. It was finally the day of Maya's birthday, and it being on October 32 confused Sophia more than a little. As it turned out, the months in her new world are actually a little longer, and a whole year has 380 days instead of the 365 she was used to. It also meant that in actual days being alive, the tiger still was 22 instead of 23 years old. As a result of that, she's also younger than the cat girl when calculating her age with the measures of the new world. None of that was of any real importance right now, though. After all, it was still her girlfriend's birthday, so the blonde was busy with other things. First and foremost, the surprise dinner she had been training for the past 2 weeks. Maya was still shocked after Sophia's announcement of her going to cook for them. The care products are already more enough, why you know? Still in the living room, she yelled towards the kitchen next door. It's fine. Sophia's voice echoed back from there. Is it? She had a very different opinion on the topic. Yep. The tiger sounded really cheerful. Give me half and ho. 40 minutes. Oh okay, the cat girl didn't sound convinced in the slightest, though. Also, no peeking. Precisely 55 minutes later, Sophia was done preparing the dinner and had also decorated their dining table a little bit. She put a white tablecloth and a few candles on it to make it seem a bit more romantic, and she also had prepared a fancy-looking bottle of wine. Someone's going for the extra mile, huh? Maya looked impressed. I'm trying my best. The tiger looked a bit bashful. No promises about the wine, though. I never was that much into it, and so I let the store guy decide on a bottle that fits my dish. I see. The cat girl paused for a moment and sniffed the air. what is your dish? I smell garlic and some type of seafood. It smells delicious, and that confuses me greatly. It's you we're talking about, after all. Hey! She raised her voice. Well, you are 100% correct. She couldn't blame her, either. Alright, sit down. I'll serve now. Oh, okay. Maya was still confused over the events, but sat down regardless and waited for whatever dish her girlfriend had cooked. Here you go. A few moments later, Sophia placed a plate with the seafood dish she had prepared in front of the cat girl. It was the same shrimps cooked in a garlic butter sauce served over pasta dish that Ari had taught her the other day before getting her own. It also was more or less the same shrimp scampi recipe the blonde vaguely remembered from her old world. Maya needed a moment and only stared at the two plates. You made this? I did. She looked pretty proud of herself. How? The cat girl tilted her head. You tried to help me out before I banned you. Everything other than pasta was a total catastrophe. Lots of training over the past 2 weeks. I had Ari teach me the recipe, and I tried to get better at it whenever I could. I even stopped time 1 or 2 times to make it perfect. It could have been 17 times as well though. She mumbled the last part only. Wow. She seemed impressed. Can I try? Maya picked up her fork and gestured at the plate. Of course. Sophia nodded. Be as harsh as you want with your critique. I always am. She flashed her a cheeky smile before she tried a single shrimp with a small amount of pasta and sauce. Chewing on it for a moment, her smile eventually turned much gentler. It's good. Really? Absolutely. It's a little spicier than I remember this dish, but that's a plus. Ahaha, I kinda like spicy food, so I never could get out of my system to use a bit less of the chili flakes. I'm glad you like that part, too. It's impressive. The pasta's been cooked perfectly, too, and the shrimps aren't the slightest bit chewy. The sauce is delicious, as well. I couldn't have done it any better, myself. The tiger got a little bashful. The training was totally worth it. It absolutely was. It seems like you aren't so hopeless, after all, huh? Why yes. Ari also meant that my biggest problem is the missing experience. The evidence speaks for itself. Maya gestured at the plates. I'll take over the teaching now, though. Your surprise was amazingly sweet, and I love it, but I want to cook together with you, too. There was a tiny hint of jealousy in her voice. Of course. I've wanted to do that since forever already, after all. Sophia liked the idea. Now that I know that I won't purely be nothing but a nuisance to you, I want to help out more. I look forward to it. Me, too. The two smiled at each other. Alright, let's continue to eat. I don't want it to get cold. That's true. The cat girl nodded. You put way much effort into it for that to happen. Hee. The couple continued to eat and had a glass or two of wine while they enjoyed each other's company for a while. That was so good. Maya looked very satisfied after she finished her plate. Thank you so much, Sophia, this was an amazing surprise. That you tried so hard to learn to cook just for me is incredibly sweet. That alone was worth it already. She was glad that her surprise was a total success. You sure made it hard for me to top that on your birthday, though. There's no need to turn that into a competition, is there? And here I thought you know me, for Maya, everything can be turned into a competition. Ahaha, she had to laugh at her reaction. Well, if it's like that, I better start preparing for next year already, huh? The tiger, too, enjoyed being competitive, after all. That's the spirit. The cat girl liked her answer. Hee. Letting out another chuckle, Sophia eventually changed the topic. Should we have some of the cake Ari and Anna brought over for dessert? It looked very chocolatey and delicious. How can I say no to that? The cat girl had quite the sweet tooth. Alrighty, stay put. I'll prepare it for us. Saying so, Sophia stood up and left for the kitchen again. I could get used to being cared for like this. Maya liked today's treatment. I don't mind spoiling you every now and then, either. The tiger's voice echoed from the kitchen again. Great. I think those two emptied the chocolate from the whole castle for this thing. After a few minutes, Sophia was back holding 2 plates with a generous slice of cake on each, while also carrying a little pink bag. Here's also the gift the duo got for you. Thank you. The cat girl focused on the cake first, though. Wow, you're right. It essentially was a triple chocolate cake. The actual cake part was chocolate, together with a portion of chocolate fudge, and the outside was covered in a thick layer of chocolate ganache. Looks delicious. Sure does. She agreed. I wonder how much the princess helped here, though. I'm not sure why, but I have the feeling she's even worse at cooking than I am. Taste testing is also helping, right? True. Alright, let's eat. Unable to wait any longer, Maya grabbed her fork and dug into the cake. Delicious. I need to get the recipe from Ari. Oh. Sophia stopped talking for a moment after she also tried it. Yeah, let's do that. She liked it, as well. Okay, what's this about? Once they finished eating the cake, the cat girl finally focused on the pink bag that contained the present from Ari and Anna for her. Let's have a look. Oh, how cute. Let me see. Curious about it, the blonde got up from her seat and walked behind Maya to look over her shoulders. You are right. They look adorable. Inside the bag was a little box filled with a few hair clips and many colorful ribbons. Some even were patterned with flowers and other forms. That's perfect for when you start changing to twintails, isn't it? Yeah. She nodded. I could wear a different set of ribbons each day of the week now. I like that idea. Yep. The two really found something very nice, without making me feel guilty. Who knows what else the first princess of a nation could have come up with as a gift? Ahaha. That's true. Ari might have stopped Anna from getting something ridiculous. Bless that jaguar. Maya was relieved that she was able to keep her princess in check. Chatting about the present for a little longer, the couple eventually headed out to have their almost ritual-like bath in the evening. Once they were done with that, the two went to their bedroom to relax and cuddle in their bed together. That, more or less, was Sophia's plan, at least. Stopping at cuddling was optional, but that was a different topic. Oh, the bag from earlier makes another appearance. Relaxing on their bed, Sophia noticed that Maya was holding the white bag she had back when she came home while standing in the doorframe of their bedroom. Let's call it a birthday present from me, or something like that? MHH? This had piqued her interest, and the tiger rose from the bed and sat down upright. Want to have a look? It kinda involves you, too. Saying so, Maya walked over to their bed and handed over the bag. Sure. Let's see. Sophia opened the bag, looked inside, and promptly froze up. Is that what I think it is? It looks like it, doesn't it? It does. She needed another moment. Where did you get it? There's a shop. Seriously? Yep. Maya only nodded. I'll say it again. This world is way too advanced in the weirdest areas. While saying so, Sophia stared into the bag again. You don't want to? Maya glanced at her. I'm definitely not going to force anything here. And no, that's not it. I'm just surprised that it already exists in this world. Already? Yeah. This actually crossed my mind, too, during my invention spree lately. Turns out that someone was faster. What a horny world we live in here. Does that mean? I'm definitely intrigued. She took yet another glance inside the bag. Who's going to use it, though? Take another look at it. It should answer this question. Also, there are more, slightly different things below it, too. Seemingly confused, the tiger decided to put her hand into the bag to get a feel of what was inside. Oh. I see, it's double. Really, this world is way too advanced in the weirdest areas. She had to repeat herself. And the other stuff is? Wow. You sure are something else, Maya? In a good or bad way? Yes. Ehe. The answer was of little help, but the catgirl liked the slightly bashful but bright smile on the blonde's face. Afterward, Maya grabbed the bag and placed the contents on the bed so that the couple could get a better look at them. Though somewhat embarrassed, Sophia looked rather interested, and it seemed like the birthday of her girlfriend would end up being even more of an event than she had previously anticipated. Chapter 214, New Outfit. The day after Maya's birthday started relatively late. It was a very special day and an even more exciting night for the couple. That had tired them out a bit. Once they took another bath and ate something, the two were finally fully awake just before noon. You sure bought some interesting stuff, Maya. The two were in their living room, and the tiger started a chat while she was working on her fluffy hair with a new prototype of her straightening iron. It was the latest prototype that had some improvements from the beauty store applied to it. It also was really embarrassing to visit that store alone. You're coming with me next time. Seriously? The blonde didn't like the sound of that. There's no way. They have even more interesting stuff, though. Don't you want to know what I mean with that? I hate you. Really? You had me fooled yesterday, then. Especially during the night. The catgirl naturally didn't buy it. Shut up. I love you, too. She responded with a chuckle. Not curious at all about what else that shop has to offer. Ugh, Sophia squirmed around for a moment. Of course, I am. Even before becoming a cat, she already was the curious type, after all. Last night was fun. I want more of that. Ehe. Maya smiled at her. I know that you liked it. I heard it, too. Good thing that Fenny and Aura left the house for us. The tiger squirmed even more. And no need to say that out loud. Heh. Maya looked quite smug. Especially because even stopping time wouldn't have masked the noises you were making. The smugness immediately disappeared from her face again. Forget I said anything. Gladly. Once this topic was taken care of, Sophia focused on taming her hair again while Maya styled hers into the new low twintails she was trying out. She also used a set of the new ribbons she got as a gift from Ari and Anna to tie them together. Once they were done with that and also got fully dressed, the couple left their mansion to visit the castle. As it was November by now, which came with a drastic change of the weather, the two also adjusted their wardrobe a bit. They haven't had the time to go on a full shopping spree yet, but the couple started wearing the tights they had gotten the other day beneath their clothes for now. This took care of their legs. Sophia had also gotten a dark green jacket to warm the upper part of her body. Maya, on the other hand, had settled on a light gray sweater jacket for the time being. Arriving at the castle and going to Anna's room, as usual, the couple was then greeted by Ari and the princess inside. Happy late birthday. The duo smiled at the catgirl. Thank you. I'm sorry that I wasn't at home when you came over to visit. The cake was delicious, though, and the ribbons are super cute. I even started wearing them already. While saying so, she pointed at her twintails resting on her chest, which were tied together with two red ribbons just above her collarbones. I'm happy you like them. Ari answered her. I'm also glad I could explain to Anna that those ribbons are more than enough as a present for friends. You don't even want to know what she initially wanted to get you. Ahaha, the couple could only laugh as this very topic came up during their chat yesterday. Hey. Anna got loud. I liked my idea. There's no need to feel down. Maya really didn't want to know her idea. I love those ribbons. It was the perfect gift. Again, thank you. The princess was quite easy to cheer up. You have to thank Ari for the cake, though. I mostly helped with some preparations and a bit of taste testing. The couple looked at each other again. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Anyway, the jaguar changed the topic. It sure is getting cold fast, huh? She looked at the couple, who were way more dressed than usual. Yes. Maya and the blonde reacted with a big nod. Stupid weather, Sophia sounded grumbly for a moment. Did I somehow miss fall, or did we skip it? Fall's kinda weird around here. It comes fast and goes even faster. There'll be some nice days left this month every now and then, it'll probably be an up and down like every year, but then starting next month, BRR, Anna actually shivered towards the end of her explanation. I hate this place. How do you like the tights, Sophia? Ari looked at her legs, or rather the black tights the tiger was wearing beneath her usual shorts. They're amazing. Her face lit up again. They're so warm and fluffy. They feel so great on my legs. I love them already. She apparently was a big fan. Great. The jaguar looked slightly proud for some reason. Thank you so much for recommending them. I think so, too. Maya joined in. She, too, was wearing her new white tights, below her usual white and red skirt. I agree with everything Sophia said. They are extremely comfortable to wear. Happy to hear that. Ari gave her own legs a small pat while saying so. They really are great. Yep. Even Anna joined in on the praise while she glanced at her own legs as she was wearing the same white tights as Maya right now. Speaking of, Sophia looked at the duo. Why are the two of you in your school uniform again, and why does it look kinda different? She noticed that the colors of their skirts had slightly changed. The white parts of the tartan-style checker pattern were a little less now, and the black stripes were thicker, instead. The most significant change was the black blazer with a white outline and a few accents the two were wearing over their dress shirt now. Also, I love your twintails, princess. The blonde focused on Anna's hair, which had changed a lot since she saw her yesterday. Instead of her usual ponytail, she had it tied into two big, highly fluffy-looking twintails behind her ears. Anna awkwardly scratched her cheek. The fluff was too much to handle for my poor ponytail. The attempt to straighten them yesterday was a complete failure, too. They need to up the power a ton for me. Your bangs look fine, though. Yeah, as you had guessed it already, it only works on them right now. The princess looked down. You should think about getting your hair thinned out a bit, maybe. That actually makes it worse for some reason. How? And or why? Nobody knows. Seriously? Sophia hadn't expected their hair to be this stoic. It might be worth giving it another try, though. Maybe it behaves differently when you apply heat afterward. That's true, she didn't sound overly hopeful, though. Anyway, the jaguar tried to get back to the topic. That's the winter uniform of the academy. Anna got her new one earlier today, and I wanted to make sure that mine from last year still fits. Oh, I see. The blonde nodded. It looks really good. I like the blazer. That's very good to hear. Ari suddenly started smiling and walked over to Anna's bed. Here's one of my spares. I washed and ironed it earlier, and it's ready for you to try on. Sophia paused for a moment. I splendidly walked right into that one, huh? Yep. Well, I promised. Wow, that was easy. The black-haired girl had expected a bit more struggling. I'm still in a good mood after yesterday. I see. Did you and Maya have fun on her birthday? The blonde paused for another moment. Why, yes. Okay. She could only tilt her head because she had no idea why her face suddenly seemed slightly flushed. Anyway, Sophia got the topic back on the uniform. I only try it on if Maya does the same, though. Sure. Anna also walked over to her bed. This one here is my old one from last year. It should fit her quite well. Thanks. The cat girl didn't mind the uniform at all. Her usual clothes weren't that different from it, after all. You can use my dressing room there. The princess pointed at a door left from her. The couple grabbed the uniforms the other two had prepared for them and disappeared into Anna's changing room. Roughly 20 minutes passed before they came back while wearing said uniforms. Both still had their tights on, but everything else had changed. The two were now wearing the same tartan-style skirt as the princess and Ari, combined with a white dress shirt, a black and white blazer, and a ribbon in the same pattern as the skirt. Ugh, Sophia seemed a little fidgety as she was playing with the hem of her skirt. I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's way too short. It's quite easy to move in, though, is it not? Maya naturally had no problem with it and did a little twirl on the spot to get her point across. That's true, the blonde also moved around a bit. It really is comfy, and the fabric feels nice, but still. Well, the cat girl got closer to her tiger and lifted her skirt in a way the other two weren't able to see under it. Hey! She got loud. Stop that. With a blush on her cheeks, Sophia instantly pushed down her skirt again while bonking the cat girl with her tail. It's all black down there. Nothing to worry. She flashed her a cheeky smile. And I know that your underwear isn't even black today. It's perfectly safe. I'm not going to thank you, Sophia started pouting instead. Gee, good to know, though. The cat girl had to chuckle. And if you are bothered about someone else's imagination going wild, you just have to behave a little more when wearing a skirt. Not sure why that would even bother you, though. You'd need to be bothered by absolutely everything, no matter what clothes you wear, then. That's true. Also, if someone tries to get a peek, I can just punch them to another dimension. Resident catgirls aside, right? Maya pointed at herself. Idiot, pouting some more but not denying it, Sophia continued to walk around in the room. If it really is safe, though. It actually does feel nice. It seemed like she was already warming up to her new wardrobe. It's also nice to look at. Maya, too, was warming up to seeing her tiger in a skirt. Rather, she was a little hot and bothered about it, judging by her gaze. It looks great, you too. Ari decided to ignore their bantering, which could only be described as flirting by everyone present. Yep. Anna agreed. Well, my uniform on Maya might be a tiny bit too big, but it's still fine. Yeah, it's fine. The cat girl nodded. I think I can improve the fit a little more if I put some more time into it, and we're golden. Sophia, though, while the princess said so, everyone focused their attention on the blonde tiger. You have to stop wearing your baggy shirts. Ari's uniform fits you perfectly. Your curves are even more defined than I thought they were. More importantly, Anna stopped for a moment while she glanced at a very particular part of her. Your chest is a good bit bigger than I thought it would be. True, Ari looked at her princess for a moment with a complicated expression before agreeing with her. It seemed like our figure was more or less the same, but I was under the impression that my breasts were a little bigger. Turns out I was wrong, huh? Good for you, it looks great. We have to go shopping together. With our figures so closely together, getting something to fit right will be super easy because we'll have exactly the same sizes in them. Ahaha, Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. I like baggy shirts because they're so comfy, but I might have to think about some alternatives. Definitely. The duo reacted with a big nod. I like the shopping idea. I'll rely on you there. Great. Ari showed her a big smile. She, too, was looking forward to it. Let's everyone go shopping together soon again. Yes. The other three girls agreed. Say, Maya leaned over to her tiger and started whispering in a way only Sophia could understand. Why yes. She seemed a bit evasive for some reason. You've grown up so much since this morning when we got dressed. Did we perhaps use some kind of magic when you tried on Ari's uniform? She started grinning. I also saw you grabbing a different bra from your storage when we were changing earlier. The uniform was a bit loose, okay? Sophia's face turned red. Ahaha. Great. I love it. Maya liked the blonde's improvements on her body. It fits you really well. I mean, I also loved what you did last night, but this here is basically perfect. You should think about keeping it like that. I will, she pondered about it for a moment while glancing at the mirror in Anna's room. I do look a bit more mature. It's winter, too, so the focus on mobility isn't as important anymore. I might try to stay like this. Yay. The cat girl looked really happy. I'm spoiling you a lot lately, aren't I? Sophia reacted with a smile. Ehe. Once the two finished their secret discussion, they focused on the other two again. The group then kept chatting about their looks, uniforms, and the idea of going shopping together soon. Chapter 215, Unfamiliar Clothes. Maya's birthday was over, and on the following day, once the couple had recovered from an eventful day and a long, not to mention exhausting night, the two went over to the royal castle again to meet Anna and Ari. There, Sophia and the cat girl also tried on the winter uniform of the academy the duo attends to make sure it fits for when the couple's going to visit the school. Sophia wasn't a fan of the short skirt at first. Still, after understanding that her new black tights hide any important spots with ease, together with how comfortable skirts actually are, she was warming up to her new wardrobe sooner than anticipated. Ari and Anna were also quite surprised about the blonde's figure, especially her chest, after seeing Sophia not in her usually rather baggy shirts for the first time. Maya saw through that in an instant, though, and noticed that her tiger had adjusted parts of her body a little with magic to perfectly fill out the uniform she had received from the jaguar. Much to her delight, Sophia also was open to the idea of keeping her figure like that. Maya naturally liked every version of Sophia, and she proved that many times already, but she had not a single complaint about this decision, either. Once the couple got used to their new clothes and bodies, the two kept chatting with the princess and Ari. After all, both really enjoyed that, and they also had nothing else planned, either. What's your school or academy like? Once Sophia finished running around in Anna's room to get used to her new skirt, she sat down on a free spot next to her cat on the sofas and looked at the duo. The two tilted their heads in response. It's fun. The princess was the first to answer. Thank you very much for this beneficial insight. It answered all of my questions. The blonde's voice carried a slight hint of sarcasm with it. It's a very Anna-like reply, though. Ari also rolled her eyes. I'm not even sure if I agree with that. Come on, don't be like that. The princess nudged her side. Ever since people noticed that you're finally less self-conscious about your hair, they try to approach you more, too. After all, she suddenly paused. Wait, thanks to that, is the academy fun? Anna's voice changed, and she sounded a bit jealous. No. It is fun to chat with everyone, at least. Maya sighed for some reason while she was looking at the tall tiger being grumbly about Ari getting more attention lately. Even so. It's true that I get slightly less uncomfortable when people look at me, but I still haven't done much of this chatting thing. The jaguar thought about the academy some more. There's various stuff you get taught there. Though, everything related to magic is actually completely wrong. She glanced at the couple during the last part. Ahaha, Sophia only let out a dry laugh. Doesn't sound like school's any fun. Curiously enough, the blonde didn't sound surprised in the slightest about this revelation. It's not that bad of a place. Even though Anna had started to doubt it herself, she still tried to defend it. It's nice to chat with friends and stuff. We learned a few useful things, as well. She didn't sound overly convincing. It's alright, princess. Maya stopped her. We already agreed to go with the two of you. Yeah, Sophia nodded. Look at me in this stupidly short skirt. I've committed to it now. Gladly. The cat girl changed her attention to the blonde's legs. Idiot. Well, it suits you. Anna also stole a glance. Thanks. I also think it looks great, it's super comfy, and I hate it. That sounds slightly contradictory. Ari tilted her head while sounding a bit confused. I hate that I love it. The blonde got loud. Everyone had the same expression as they smiled at the squirming tiger, who had started playing with the hem of her skirt again. I know it's unfamiliar for you, but, the jaguar glanced at the blonde's skirt. I don't see anything important, but you're still showing off more leg than you probably want to if you move the hem of it around so much. Yep. Anna, sitting next to Ari on the sofa opposite of Sophia and Maya, gave her a hearty nod. Hey. Hearing that, the blonde instinctively crossed her legs while pushing down her skirt. Stop being so adorable. Maya had her difficulties keeping her cool while she looked at her overly girlish girlfriend. Yes. The duo agreed with the catgirl as they marveled over the extremely unfamiliar side of the blonde. It's so not like you. It's cute, though. I hate all of you. With a huff, she turned her head away. We love you, too. Sophia paused for a moment. Thanks, she liked what she heard but had to double down regardless. Still hate you, though. Eehee. The trio looked at her with a warm expression while stifling a chuckle. Trying on this skirt was a mistake. No matter how comfy it is, as usual, Sophia liked to complain about something she already had taken a liking to. Maybe I should rethink it again. She didn't look like she actually wanted to, though. No. Maya didn't want that to happen either. Girly Sophia is amazing. Yes. The duo strongly agreed. Decide on a standpoint already. The blonde raised her voice. No. All three shook their heads. Well, you look cute, so we're okay with it. That's seriously creepy. Sophia didn't like how their voices overlapped so perfectly. Thank you, though. While she usually prefers baggy and comfortable clothes that are easy to move in, it didn't mean that she doesn't like being called cute. Be prepared for when we're going shopping together. Ari locked eyes with her. Your wardrobe is going to make a drastic change. She wasn't sure how to feel about this. Go easy on me, please. No, everyone disagreed. Fine, Sophia gave up. Well, I kinda want to change things up, too. Yay. The trio sounded happy. And I trust you that if I really don't want something, you're not going to force me. That might backfire a bit. Her voice changed a little during the end. Why, yes. Good. Feel free to try something, though. I want to get some inspiration, too. The blonde turned cheerful again. The duo and Maya glanced at each other, vowing in their mind not to totally overdo it with Sophia in their minds. The girls chatted about their shopping trip for a little longer before eventually changing the topic. By the way, the blonde looked at the fluffy twin tails of her fellow tiger again. How is our queen faring with her hair? The last time I saw her, she already had even more volume than you have now. If you value your life, don't ever approach mother with that topic. Anna's voice turned deadly serious. Wow, she hadn't expected such a reply. It's that bad? Didn't she visit the beauty store to test out my invention, too? Don't ever ask her about that, either. What happened? I mentioned that the current version of your invention doesn't have enough power for my long hair, right? Yes? Well, the girls weren't even able to press the iron down when they put a strand of mother's hair inside. Okay, now you're just messing with me. Sophia didn't believe her. Well then, go and ask her. Anna smirked at her. Good luck. Maya, the blonde looked at her cat. Not a chance. She already knew what the question was going to be. It was worth a try. If you think so. Maya only rolled her eyes. I'm sure they'll manage to eventually tame Kira's hair. Sophia decided not to go and ask her herself. What about Ellie? She loves her fluffy hair. Anna let out a small sigh. She's still too young to understand how much of a pain it is. Yeah, just about what I expected. The blonde wasn't surprised to hear that the little princess was more than fine with the change. How nice it has to be not having to care about anything except having fun. The tall tiger played with one of her fluffy twin tails while saying so. The girls kept the topic going for a little longer, but Sophia eventually focused on the school uniform she and everyone else was wearing right now again. By the way, she looked at Maya. What are we actually going to do in their academy? I mean, sure, the whole magic thingy, but is there an actual plan for that? True. Ari faced her princess. Sophia and I were a little left out on the whole project, so I have no idea what exactly is going on, either. Not that I complain. The blonde wasn't upset in the slightest that the two weren't overly included in training Eluna. Yep. The jaguar nodded. Our free times during those trainings were very well spent. Absolutely. Yeah, with flirting. Anna lightly glared at them in response. Sophia didn't answer. So, what's the plan? Ari completely ignored her tiger's expression, which was slowly changing to a pout instead. The catgirl tilted her head. Do we even have a plan? Eh? Sophia and the jaguar seemed surprised. Let's see, the princess finished pouting and tilted her head. We trained Eluna, and she's able to use a number of elements or groups now. That's why we plan to visit the academy together, to present the new way of using magic. Yeah, that's the plan. Sure, I understood that much already. Sophia nodded. How, though? Maya and Anna first looked at each other before eventually facing the blonde. No idea. Why is everyone around me so easygoing? Hey. The serious jaguar raised her voice. I know you well enough by now that I know that you have more than one side, my dear. Sophia only stared at her. The mostly, or occasionally serious Ari turned her head away. Don't worry, I love that side of yours. Please keep going like that. The blonde really enjoyed her black-haired friend being so diverse when it came to her personality. Thanks, she wasn't entirely sure how to feel about this. Hee. Sophia liked her reaction. No, wait. Do we seriously have no plan? I mean, I rarely plan anything, so I'm not to blame here, but no one made any preparations. I'm not sure if I should be proud or disappointed. She paused for a moment. Nope, definitely proud. I'm in good company. I'm glad that you're having fun, but Ari had recovered from the earlier jab already. Shouldn't we actually? I don't know, plan something? Any ideas? Planning things wasn't the blonde's forte, so she immediately gave up without even trying. None. Anna swiftly joined her. Well, to our defense, tigers aren't known for being planners. We're doers. Exactly. Sophia liked this explanation she had never heard before. My dear princes, the jaguar glanced at her. Your father's the king and ruler of this nation. His job is literally to plan and make decisions for the entire country day in and out. Father's also more of a doer. He has his commanders, ministers, and the entire rest of his political staff to help him, after all. Is that so? Ari was still staring at her. Probably. She had no chance of winning against her jaguar when it came to stuff like this. Alright, what's the plan, Ari? Sophia smiled at her. Why me? You're the serious, level-headed one here, after all. I knew that would eventually bite me the moment I raised my voice earlier. She hung her head. Okay, girls, homework for everyone. We'll all give it some thought and meet again tomorrow to talk about our ideas. You have no plan either, do you? Maya saw through her in an instant. I choose not to answer that. Hee. The couple stayed for a little longer but eventually decided to head home to get working on their assignment. The two also decided to keep wearing the uniform on the way back to get used to it. Maya had no problems with that, but Sophia kept being fidgety the entire way back. The short skirt made her feel a bit insecure because it was new to her, but she also very much enjoyed how easy it was to move in it. All in all, she actually really liked it. Chapter 216, Academy Preparations. The couple went over to the castle to meet up with Anna and Ari, and the two also tried on the school uniforms of the duo. Maya was rather indifferent about it, but Sophia needed some time to get used to it because skirts make her feel a bit insecure. The blonde started to enjoy it relatively quick, though, because she liked how comfortable and easy it was to move around in it. While chatting about the academy, the girls noticed that they actually hadn't planned anything for the couple's visit, where they're supposed to introduce the new way of using magic to everyone. Deciding to think about overnight, the girls wanted to get together on the following day again to share their ideas. You sure like those clothes, huh? The couple was on the way back to the castle, and Maya looked at her tiger. Both were wearing the school uniform again. Sophia wanted to get a better feel for them, and the cat girl simply tagged along with it. Well, the blonde paused for a moment. I want to get used to them before visiting the school. It's one thing to mess up with this stupid skirt around you, or Ari and the princess, but in front of a bunch of strangers. I might have to burn down the place afterward. Her tail started to swish all over the place in agitation while she imagined such an incident happening. I see, the cat girl opted to not make a comment here. It really is comfy, though. Yeah, the clothes are super high quality, and you can feel that. Yep. Sophia nodded. I honestly like the skirt and tights combo way more than I want to, too. She looked down at herself. My legs are toasty warm, but thanks to the skirt, my movement isn't hindered in the slightest. It's amazing. Looks great, too. Maya stared at her tiger. Thanks. Ari and Anna will definitely put you in a skirt when we go shopping for new clothes. Be prepared for that. Well, then I just have to make sure not to tell them how much I like their uniform. Sure. The cat girl smiled at her. What will you do about me putting you in a skirt, though? She awkwardly scratched her chin. Let me get used to this here first, okay? The tiger gestured at her current clothes. All right. As Maya didn't hear a no in her reply, she left it at that for the time being. Walking around for a few more minutes afterward, the couple quickly arrived at the castle and met up with their two friends. Long time no see. Anna cheerfully greeted them once they arrived at her room. Yeah, it's been hours. Sophia smiled back at her. Almost like 20 or so. Welcome back. Ari's greeting was a bit more on the neutral side, and she simply waved at them. Hey. Maya waved back. Already liking the uniform, huh? The jaguar looked at the couple. That was Sophia's idea. I want to get used to it. It helps that it's really comfy. I see. Ari focused her attention on the blonde. I don't know if I actually said it yesterday, or only thought it, but skirts work really well on you. Yes. The princess immediately agreed. I was thinking the exact same thing. Is that so? She wasn't sure how to react. Absolutely. The duo nodded. Thanks, especially when taking the conversation with Maya on the way to the castle earlier into consideration. Sophia could already see the style of her future wardrobe forming before her eyes. While visibly embarrassed, judging by her slightly expectant expression, the blonde seemed to be honestly looking forward to it to some degree. By the way, Ari sounded a little more serious again. I hope the two of you did the homework I gave you. The couple turned their heads away. Gosh, you two are so useless. Anna sounded incredibly smug all of a sudden. Don't tell me you came up with something? Maya was unable to believe such a scenario. Of course. She raised her voice. I'm not just a princess for show. In other words, the jaguar interrupted her. The moment you left yesterday, she ran to her father, the king, who actually isn't just for show, and asked him what to do. The couple almost seemed relieved about this revelation. Hey. With a slight blush, Anna glared at Ari. Why you didn't have to tell them? I'm sorry. Whenever you get smug, I get the urge to tease you. She didn't sound overly apologetic. The couple, once more, reacted the same. Maya especially seemed to sympathize a lot with this. Do I like this? The princess looked honestly confused. Yes. All three answered her question. Anna tilted her head. Well, if Ari does it. Hey, what about me? Maya pointed at herself. You don't enjoy it when I tease you? She went silent for a moment. Shut up. Good enough for me. Sue, ignoring the two, Sophia looked at the jaguar. What did our totally not for show princess come up with together with her father? Hey. The tall tiger raised her voice. What? The shorter, equally striped girl locked eyes with her. I said not for show, did I not? Those were the words you used, yes. It somehow didn't feel very sincere, though. That must have been your imagination. Is that so? Anna had a hard time believing her. Yes, I think so, too. The jaguar sided with the blonde. It sounded 100% genuine to me. See? Sophia pat Ari's shoulder to show her appreciation. Why do I feel less convinced now? What? You don't trust our dear Ari? Sophia had no intention to back down on this. There's no one I trust more. She got loud again. Perfect. The blonde started smiling. So, what's the plan you and your father came up with? Eehee. The jaguar also liked Anna's reaction a whole lot. The princess looked at the two for a moment before giving up. Apparently, the two of you can do whatever you want when you visit our school. Ari. Sophia looked at the jaguar. Yep. She nodded in response. What? Anna didn't understand their reaction. That's a failing grade for the homework. The duo grinned at her. Hey. Wait. I'm the only one who did anything at all. Why am I getting a failing grade? Being allowed to do whatever we want is no different than having found out nothing. Maya sided with the duo. Well, there was little the princess could defend herself with. Father, together with the ministers of schooling and education, decided that it would be best if Eluna takes the leading role. She's a famous teacher and instructor, after all. Well, Sophia's also famous, but for being the new and exciting blonde tiger, not as a genius related to magic. The girl in question had some difficult feelings about this. The students will jump at a public class of the Eluna. Anna continued her explanation. The four of us will join her classes and help her out. We'll basically be the living proof that those new methods work. Really? Sophia tilted her head. Okay, Maya and I will be, the princess corrected herself. Ari still needs some teaching herself and she was unable to finish her sentence. I see. The blonde didn't mind the slight insult. I'm not a good example for someone who's still learning the roots of magic. Yeah. Everyone agreed. Hey. Just because I'm the one who said it doesn't mean you all can just agree with it. Hee. Anna looked at her fellow tiger again. Just because Eluna's in charge of the teaching, it's not like she's getting all the recognition for it. Once the new methods of using magic take roots, you and Maya can show off what magic really is. Oh, is that where Maya, Ari, and I will break their common sense? That's my forte. Absolutely. The three nodded. Wait, Ari? The jaguar pointed at herself. I don't destroy common sense. I preserve it. I'm sorry, Maya looked at her with an apologetic expression. That was over the moment you became besties with my idiot. Yep. Sophia smiled at her. You're not the strongest in the capital after my group and Ellie just for show, after all. She paused for a moment. I am, though. I just got so powerful because I was envious of some magic. I can't even use my new powers yet. Don't sweat the small stuff. That's not something small. If you've seen some of Sophia's other stunts, you'd think otherwise. While it was definitely out of the norm what happened to the jaguar, the blonde did a few and slightly more outrageous things already. More than gifting me some of her power. Ari looked doubtful. Well, she faced off against an entire army all on herself. Anna could agree with the cat's claim. That was, at least visually speaking, pretty impressive. Nah, Ari's case way above that. The blonde herself shook her head. Maya's still right, though. As someone from a different world that changed races and almost destroyed a continent not too long ago, she couldn't disagree with the cat girl. Ugh. I'll try my best to stay as normal as possible, though. The jaguar didn't want to join Sophia's rank of ridiculousness just yet for some reason. Good luck. Maya had little hope for her. Once the black-haired girl finished being down about her inevitable future, the group made more plans to visit the academy together. However, as they were about to wrap things up for the day, Sophia had heard something that greatly distressed her. What was that just now? She looked at Anna with a shocked expression. I said that classes start at 9 o'clock, but it would be best to be at the academy a good bit earlier, like around an hour. The princess repeated herself. The girls there often asked me about the blonde tiger, and if you're going to actually show up there now, it'll be quite the commotion. That'll take a while. So. 8 o'clock. Like, in the morning. What else? With getting ready, including my hair. Not to mention breakfast. Even getting up at 7 in the morning could be too late. Impossible. Something like that was outside the realms of Sophia's powers. Don't worry, I'll wake you up. Maya grinned at her. That doesn't make me feel any better. She didn't like the sound of that. Maybe I'll get some extra hours of sleep while I stop. No, the catgirl shook her head. Sophia wanted to stop time to get enough sleep, but the catgirl was against the idea because she was sure that once the tiger takes a liking to that, she'll start sleeping for 30 hours a day. The blonde eventually gave up on her idea while announcing to sleep through the classes that weren't interesting. Ari had a few complaints about that, but Anna was surprisingly silent on the topic. Chapter 217, Going to School. The couple met with Anna and Ari again to plan their visit to the Magic Academy. As it turned out, the two didn't have to do much at all, because Eluna was going to take care of most things as she used to be a famous instructor and teacher. Sophia and Maya could just take it easy and relax, while helping her out when it's needed. Once the new way of training takes root, the blonde could go wild and break everyone's common sense. Something else about this plan bothered the tiger greatly, though. She had to get up way too early to attend the school, which really wasn't to her liking. It wasn't even close to 8 o'clock in the morning when the couple went back to the royal castle. There, in front of the entrance gates, Ari and Anna were already waiting. Good morning. Seeing the couple wearing the same uniform as herself and the princess, the jaguar lightly greeted the two. Morning. Maya waved her hand. Sophia, on the other hand, wasn't even able to say a single word without it turning into a yawn. Her eyes, too, were almost fully closed while she was leaning against the catgirl to support her sluggish body. Wow, someone really isn't good with mornings. The jaguar almost looked impressed. The tiger in question didn't answer. Don't bother, Ari. Maya shook her head. She isn't even awake yet. Really? Anna got closer to her and waved her around in front of Sophia's face. There was next to no reaction. Wow, and here I thought I was bad with mornings. She's worse than Ellie and I combined. Tigers, huh? The jaguar glanced at the catgirl. Maya wasn't sure what to say. It's not like Sophia was any better before becoming a tiger, after all. Well. It got worse. Ari tilted her head. I mean, now that it's getting colder, it's gotten even harder to get her out of the bed. True, the black-haired girl nodded while a slight blush appeared on her face. The cold is the worst, after all. Anna raised her voice. It seemed like the two were going through something similar. Not so loud. Sophia rubbed the side of her head against Maya's shoulder while she was clinging to her arm. People are trying to sleep here. How's that even possible while standing up? The taller tiger just had to retort. Dedication, she let out yet another yawn while answering her. Okay. Anna quickly decided that she didn't want to continue this conversation. As it didn't seem like Sophia's condition would improve anytime soon, the group decided to leave for the academy while the blonde tiger was still holding on to Maya for support. The cold weather, especially in the morning, was the only reason she hadn't curled up somewhere to sleep yet. The four walked through the capital for around 20 minutes and eventually reached the academy. According to Ari, it usually was more of a 5 to 10 minute walk at best, but the sluggish and more than half asleep blonde had held them up quite a bit. Once the girls arrived at the academy, Sophia finally started to wake up. To some degree, at least. Impressive. She looked at the vast area with an enormous, mansion-like building at the opposite end of the campus. The whole place looked like a picture of a medieval fantasy-like magic academy illustrated in many novels the blonde had seen in her old world. If I wouldn't be so sleepy, I'd love to explore it. I can give you a tour during lunch break. Anna smiled at her. Great. I'll try to get some sleep until then. Sounds good. No, it doesn't. Ari just had to make a retort. The academy isn't a place for you to sleep. She looked at both tigers for some reason. Even for those just being here for fun, and or being talked into it for some reason she doesn't even fully understand. The jaguar had no reply to Sophia's comeback. Alright, good night. The blonde heard all she needed to hear and nuzzled her head against Maya's arm again. So unfair, Anna looked at her with an envious expression. What exactly? The cat girl rubbed her head against Sophia's before grinning at the princess. And napping during classes. Her face turned red. I want to do that, too. Yep, as long as I notice, I won't ever let that happen. You always notice. The tiger complained to her jaguar. It's almost like you're constantly watching me when we're in class. Pay more attention to the teacher, will you? That's, Ari paused for a moment. Wait, that's not something you can defend yourself with when your goal is to sleep in school. Also, we sit next to each other. The jaguar rolled her eyes. It would be weirder for me not to catch you trying to take a nap. Sophia. HMNN. The blonde only reacted with a slight grumbling to her fellow tiger. Any interest in sitting together today? Maya, translation please. Anna looked at the catgirl for help. As long as my beloved Maya can sit on the other side, I don't particularly mind. Yay. The princess looked happy. There are a lot of words behind a short huh? Ari rolled her eyes. Also, beloved? Really? Try to prove that my translation's wrong. The catgirl flashed her a grin. It's fine. The jaguar lacked the motivation for such an endeavor. Well, I don't really mind. Your other side is still free, after all, Anna. Nothing will change. The princess hadn't thought about that. Oh, a good morning to you, Princess MHM? Noticing Anna, two dog girls, one with red and one with light gray hair, wearing the same uniform as the group, started walking towards the tiger but quickly stopped once they saw who else was with her. Amy, good morning. Anna turned around after hearing her voice and greeted them back. Sure is getting cold, huh? Indeed, the red-haired girl weakly nodded. Is that? The gray dog ignored her small talk entirely and looked in Sophia's direction with big eyes. She's the rumored blonde tiger, isn't she? Your long-lost family member, right? Something along those lines, sure. The princess sounded slightly tired for some reason. Seriously? The two dogs got loud. I've never seen her this close. Me, neither. I saw her from afar in the shopping district 1 or 2 times, but she was always gone before I could get close. The two seemed pretty excited about her. Why is she here with you, though, princess? Long story very short, she's going to join the academy for a project. Is that so? They got even more excited. By the way, her name's Sophia. Nice to meet you, Sophia. I'm Amy. The two introduced themselves. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. The blonde reacted to her name on instinct. Still, her consciousness was already gone as she was mostly asleep again while was leaning against Maya's arm. Huh? The two dogs tilted their heads. Don't mind her. Maya waved her free hand. She's just a little. Oh, it's fine. The red-haired girl. A timid and well-spoken tiger princess is fresh. Hey. Indeed. The other dog agreed. I always thought tigers are easily excited and to go overboard by nature. Seeing that there are also tigers like this is interesting. Something like a mysterious and silent beauty is super cool. I bet she's also super dignified, too. Our academy has been blessed by an ice queen. It was one of the rare times where Maya had become utterly speechless. As she had never heard a description of her girlfriend that was this far away from the truth, she was at a loss and decided to completely ignore it instead. Why, you have lovely friends, Anna. She did enjoy how the two dogs had casually trash-talked the orange princess, though. Shut up. Her face turned red. It wasn't an insult. The gray dog tried to defend herself. We love how friendly and sociable Anna is. Everyone gets along with her really easily, after all. Yes. The other girl joined in. That's one of the reasons why she's so popular, too. Her good mood is infectious, and no one can feel down around her. Thanks. Anna got even more embarrassed. It's just that this stark contrast between those two makes the mysterious blonde tiger even more interesting. It's something entirely different, and that's exciting. I see. The princess and the cat girl shared the same exhausted expression. Both of them knew how the blonde really was, after all. By the way, the dogs finally paid some more attention to Maya. Who are you? Smooth. The cat in question rolled her eyes. I'm Maya. Girlfriend of your mysterious blonde tiger, Ice Queen. She couldn't stay serious while saying it. Is that so? The red-haired girl seemed a bit disappointed. Of course, this tiger isn't single, either. The other dog had a similar expression while mumbling something to herself. Anyway, good for you. They still looked happy for her. Quite the catch you made there. Thanks. Maya liked the response. Trust me, it wasn't easy. I can imagine. They reacted with a nod. The three weren't necessarily on the same page, though. The two dogs kept chatting with the group a little longer, mainly Maya and Anna, that is, because Sophia was basically fully asleep, and Ari decided to become one with the background. Eventually, though, they decided to head inside the academy. The four tried to do the same, but they kept getting stopped by other students on the way. Everyone was curious about the group, after all. A few boys were interested as well, but the overwhelming majority were girls. Their aura alone made it more than clear that the boys had no chance, and so they just wanted to get a better look and see what was happening before moving on. Even without being actually conscious, or precisely because of that, Sophia managed to create even more misunderstandings around her person. By the time her group finally made it into the academy building, her position as a mysterious ice queen, thanks to her taciturnity, combined with a general calm and collected aura, had already been established. For some reason, probably because it was too unbelievable to even think about, no one had noticed that they were trying to talk to a, more or less, fast asleep girl the entire time. Chapter 218, New Character Trait. The day when the couple visited the academy Ari and Anna attended had finally come. It started just as rocky as one would expect, as well. Sophia had to get up way too early and was more or less unconscious the entire morning time because she was unable to function in those early hours. This then resulted in many misunderstandings around her person. Many, mostly girls, had approached the group because they were curious about the blonde. Unfortunately, because she was fast asleep, Sophia gave off a rather taciturn feeling while radiating the aura of a calm and collected girl. Rumors of her being something akin to an ice queen had already started circulating through the academy before she managed to finally wake up during their lunch break. Yawning while stretching herself, Sophia looked around and noticed that she was sitting at a table together with Maya, Anna, and Ari in a place that looked like a cafeteria. What did I miss? Everyone just stared at her. I sure was extra tired today. She let out another yawn while saying so. Thanks for the shoulder to sleep on, Maya. It was an honor, my dear Ice Queen. There was no way the cat girl wouldn't use this chance. Wait. The blonde needed a second. Who's an Ice Queen? You. Ari and Anna pointed at her. Eh? Sophia tilted her head in confusion. Me? An Ice Queen? I'm the absolute exact opposite of that. We know. All three girls heartily agreed. So, what's going on? You've created yet another misunderstanding. The jaguar shook her head while looking straight at Sophia. You sure have a talent for that. I do, but What? I just woke up. How could I possibly have created a misunderstanding without even being conscious? She didn't like this absolutely unreasonable accusation. Except for the part where everyone was so excited to see you, the mysterious blonde tiger up close for the first time, but failed to notice that you were sleepy. Ari didn't let her out of it. Everyone misunderstood your behavior and now thinks that you're a quiet, taciturn, calm, collected, and well-mannered lady that lets nothing get to her. She needed to let that sink in for a moment. I'm a loud idiot, though. We know. The girls also raised their voices. Well, I guess I'm a taciturn lady now. I'll give it 2 minutes before your image crumbles, now that you're actually awake. Ari didn't believe the blonde could keep up such an act. Wow, you really don't know her that well yet, huh? Maya glanced at the jaguar. What do you mean? She tilted her head. There's just no way that she'd be able to act like that for 2 minutes. Hey! The calm lady got loud. 2 seconds, huh? Anna sounded impressed. Well, Ari was right with the 2 part of her claim. Sophia stopped talking for a moment. Anyway, again, did I miss something? She then decided to drop the topic for the time being. Aside from me having gained yet another personality trait? Alleged personality trait. Ari corrected her. Same difference. Wait. The blonde focused her attention on the jaguar. Why didn't you do anything to prevent this misunderstanding? Why would I? She only tilted her head. I doubt anything could have woken you up, not to mention that it was quite nice for you getting all the attention. More and more people are noticing my increased magic power lately and trying to find out what's going on with me. Not fun at all. That's why it's great that everyone's curious about you right now. I see. Fair enough. Sophia couldn't blame her for that. Aside from that, you haven't missed that much. The black-haired girl continued. Maya introduced you to the class, and you slept for a couple of hours. Now, it's lunch break. Thanks for taking over my introduction. She was glad that her cat took care of that. Sure. Maya had a really smug expression for some reason. I'm not sure if you should thank her. Ari scratched her cheek. She had a lot of fun with everyone misunderstanding your personality. What did you do? Sophia stared at her girlfriend. Nothing. Hey. The taciturn lady got even louder. Hee hee. The cat girl let out a chuckle. I just gave them more fuel to think that you're an ice queen. Why? How? And also, why? Because it'll be fun. Why did I even ask? Sophia hung her head with a sigh. Well, I probably would have done the same, though. It was hard for her to blame Maya. So, what did you do? I just confirmed every theory they had. She tried her best to keep herself from laughing out loud. In their eyes, you're now a confirmed taciturn but well-mannered young lady that rarely speaks, let alone ever raises her voice. You also get excited about nothing and are generally calm and collected. Ugh. None of these words can be used to describe you, though. Anna, too, tried her best to hold in her laughter. Yep. Maya nodded in agreement. That's why it's going to be so much fun once everyone gets to see the real Sophia. True. Ari had to agree with her. Hey. The calm girl that had never raised her voice before got louder than ever. I still don't know how to feel about the 2 of you starting to bond. Yeah. The princess agreed with a few big nods. I know that feeling. The cat and the jaguar replied with the same sentence to the other duo. There was nothing the tigers could counter with here. Anyway, Maya decided to drop the topic for the time being. I'm actually quite surprised that no one has approached us yet during lunch break. True. The blonde nodded while looking around in the cafeteria. I've noticed a ton of gazes our way, but no one actually started a conversation yet. That's because of me. Anna answered the 2. What does that mean? Quite a while ago, people kept bothering us during lunch, so I eventually announced that no one shall approach Ari and me during that time because it's for us alone. Ah. The couple was touched. Why yes. Lunch has become a lot more peaceful ever since. The jaguar sounded quite happy. It's great. I can imagine. Sophia tried to hold back the grin that was forming on her lips. Shush. Ari's face turned red. Good going, princess. Maya had the same expression as her girlfriend. Shush. So was Anna's, when compared to her jaguar. The couple then looked at each other with a raised eyebrow. Anyway, I'm hungry. The orange tiger tried to get the attention away from her. Oh? The blonde's ears perked up. I like the sound of that. It was very effective. Judging by how you just woke up, that's breakfast for you, huh? Nope. Maya shook her head while looking at Ari. She had some this morning. Eh? I did? The girl in question was the most surprised one. Yep. Just some slices of toast, though. You have problems eating something more elaborate when still being asleep, after all. I have? Sophia tilted her head. Wait. How often do I sleep eat for you to know what I can and can't eat? Do you actually want to know? Maya stared right at her. Princess. What does the academy offer in terms of food? She didn't want to know. Today's pasta day, so there will be many variations of that. I like the sound of that. Would your answer be any different with other dishes? Shut up. The blonde ignored Ari's remark and how she was getting to know her quirks more and more. Let's go. Sure. Everyone showed the serious, well-spoken, and taciturn girl a warm smile. A few moments later, the girls left their table in the cafeteria and went to get something to eat together. Once everyone got something that fitted their tastes, the group returned to their table and ate lunch together while enjoying the rest of the break. By the way, while the four were eating, Sophia addressed Anna and Ari at the opposite side of their table. What's the agenda for after lunch? 2 hours of math. The jaguar answered her. Ugh, both tigers had the same reaction. Don't complain here, Anna. You're good at it. It doesn't mean I like it, though. The princess apparently wasn't a fan. Seriously? Math right after waking up? This academy is cruel. Sophia, the black-haired girl, stared at her while letting out a sigh. Lesson started 4 hours ago, so everyone here is awake for at least 5 hours already. Not everyone. She almost sounded proud saying it. Not helping your case. Ari was not amused. Don't argue with this reason thingy now. Well, one thing's for sure, I won't be doing any math. It would end up in a catastrophe for everyone. I guess it's another 2-hour nap for me. School's more fun than I had thought. Unfair. The princess raised her voice. Shut up, Anna. Unfair. She complained even louder to her jaguar. What's the plan for after nap time? Math, I mean. The blonde slightly corrected herself. An introduction to advanced magic with the famous court instructor Luna. Sounds fancy. The best saved for last, huh? Maya suddenly tilted her head while scratching her cheek. Thinking about it. Why are Sophia and I here again? To help out Luna when teaching the new ways of using magic? Anna also tilted her head. Yeah. The cat girl nodded. Okay, let me rephrase my question. Why are Sophia and I here right now? Or like, the entire day already? Everyone had the same reaction. The rest of the lunch break was a little awkward afterward. The couple still attended the math classes with the duo, though. Mainly because the two didn't want to go home now, or rather, Sophia felt like having another nap. Chapter 219, Lazy Wolves. Maya and Sophia finally went to the academy that Anna and Ari attend to check it out and help Luna introduce the new way of using magic to the public. While all this was going on, Fen and Aura stayed at their home because they obviously had no intention to join them. I still don't get why our cats are attending school now. During the morning hours, while the couple was gone, the wolves were relaxing on the sheepskin rug in the warm living room of the group's mansion when Fen wondered about this. They plan to assist in teaching the updated ways of using magic where elements are of no actual importance, right? Aura tried to answer his question. Yes, he paused for a moment. Is there a need for them to actually attend the academy, though? Can't they just go and visit the place together with Aluna, was it? They're not teaching magic all day, every day there, do they? Huh. Good point. The female wolf didn't know what to say. Well, our cats rarely go for the easy solution, do they? True. This was an answer Fen could easily accept. Well, they're also all basically the same age, so I guess our girls wanted to have some relaxing fun, too. Yes. From what I heard, Sophia's experiences with school in her previous life weren't the best ones, either. This time, she should end up with some better memories. She grew a lot since coming to this world. Daddy Fenny. Aura liked how much he cared about her. I wonder if it'll be good memories for Maya, too. Our Blondie's quite popular, after all. Shut up, he didn't like being treated like that, though. Also, if anything, I fear for the school memories of everyone else attending the academy in that regard. Ah. The female wolf paused for a moment while thinking about Maya's personality. Good point. Alright, enough of our ferocious girl and her tiger. Anything you want to do today? Finn gave it some thought. I kinda want to visit the foxes again, but do I want to run all the way there? It's 2 hours away, after all. He sounded a little tired. Sophia really needs to teach us how her portals work already. Yeah, he nodded. That would require for her to know what she's doing, though. Why is she so like her? Questions that will forever remain unanswered. What else could we do? Aura also tried to come up with something. The maze? He didn't sound overly convinced. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that today either. We're having a lazy day, huh? Finn placed his head on his paws to relax, while shifting his body around on the sheepskin rug a bit. Seems like it. Aura did the same while also cuddling closer to him. The heated floors are dangerous, aren't they? Yes. The male wolf didn't even feel like playing indifferent about it anymore. A few hours had passed since the wolves had their little conversation. Afterward, the two fell asleep on the sheepskin rug together, and it had become noon before they even noticed. While letting out a sigh, Aura got up from the floor while stretching her body in the process. Yes, Finn copied her movement by raising his hind legs first while also stretching his back before doing the same with his front legs. Were we always this homely? She still sounded a bit sleepy as she looked around. I blame Sophia. The male wolf had a handy excuse ready. Poor girl. Always being blamed for everything. What? He eyed her. You've met her much later than I did, and yet you also became much more relaxed already. Damn you, Sophia. She played along. Hee hee. Finn chuckled before continuing. I know that I said that we're having a lazy day, but I feel like moving after our nap earlier, after all. I agree. The female wolf felt the same. Any suggestions? It seems like the sun's having a good day. It's much warmer compared to this morning, where it was almost freezing. Yeah, I still can't believe our cats actually left the house in this cold. Anyway, I could do with lunch right about now. I like that idea. Great. Finn sounded happy about getting some food. After that, how about we use the good weather and travel to the foxes, after all? We should reach them somewhere in the afternoon. Right on time to get ready for a drink, huh? Aura saw right through his motivation. Well, if that's what you want to do, I'll gladly accompany you. What a dork. You can blame Sophia for that. Sure. It didn't sound like she believed him. There are a ton of bars in the capital, though. It would be much easier to get a drink here. I like the atmosphere in the elven village, though. The foxes are a great company, too. Fair point. She agreed. It was a lot of fun the last time. Alright, let's get something to eat, and then we get moving. I like that idea. After the duo agreed on a plan for the rest of their day, they got ready and left the mansion. Once they had lunch together, the two left the capital and made their way towards the elven village that a group of fox beast people took over. The same place that the wolves found a little while ago when they were exploring the lands around the capital. 2 hours had passed since the duo left the capital and had just arrived at the outskirts of a vast and overgrown forest. They really need a better entrance to the village. Aura looked at the sea of trees while trying to remember which path they took the last time. I think we entered the place more south from here. Right, we didn't come straight from the capital back then, didn't we? She remembered that the two were just walking around when they found the village, rather than going in the exact direction of it. Alright, let's head south. We could also make our own path. The female wolf glanced at the trees again. 5 minutes, and we're there. If we take our time, that is. He paused for a moment. No, it's not our home, so we shouldn't mess with it. Also, it's not like the detour would take us longer than those 5 minutes, either. If we take our time, that is. Hee. Aura liked his answer. Walking around and navigating through the forest for a few minutes, the wolves reduced their sizes again and eventually arrived at the former elven village. It was carved right into the dense forest and absolutely impossible to spot at a glance without actually searching for it. Every building was made entirely of wood, and some houses were even built into or on top of the trees in the area, making them completely blend in with the vicinity. Aura. A middle-aged man with dark brown hair, longer and pointy, fox-like ears on his head, and a relatively bushy tail coming out his rear, noticed the wolves and greeted them. Alex. Fen looked at him. It's good to see you again. Hey. Aura also greeted the foxman. What brings the two of you here again? You said you're from the capital, right? Isn't our place a bit far for a date? That's, the male wolf wasn't sure what to say. The atmosphere here's much better for it, though. Aura, on the other hand, had a reply ready. Hee. Alex liked her answer. Your alcohol's great, too. Fen tried to change the topic. The fox started smiling. Yep, we're quite proud of our homebrew. It's one of the best. Happy to hear. Still, it's a bit early for getting drunk, is it not? The bar isn't even open yet. Not what I wanted to hear. The male wolf hung his head in response. How about we explore a bit for the time being? I've always been a fan of the elven design. The one with the nature aspect is so homely, after all. Something I like even more lately. We went full circle today, huh? Fen noticed that this topic came up the second time already. Stupid Sophia. Ahaha. Anyway, once you're done with your flirting, feel free to explore the village. I don't find it that exciting anymore, because I have lived here for a long time already. Still, it is indeed interesting to look at. We weren't dash. By the way, Aura interrupted her wolf. The nice fox girl from the other time we visited, Chloe, was it? Is she around? Chloe, huh? Alex tilted his head. I think she left the village around noon. She should be back in the evening, though. That's too bad. The female wolf sounded disappointed. She had such a soothing personality and feeling around her. I bet it would have been great to have her as a guide. The foxman tilted his head. Chloe's usually traveling a lot with her companion and isn't here all that often. I doubt she would be that good of a guide. Is that so? Yeah. He nodded. Her companion's currently on a mission or something like that. I don't really know what is going on. Anyway, she's only recently started staying here for longer than a week at a time. A partner on a mission, huh? Fen's interest was piqued. Let's have a drink with her in the evening and see what's going on. Aura, too, looked forward to hearing a story. Anyway, thanks, Alex. She looked at the foxman. We'll have a look around. We'll see you in the bar tonight, yes? Fen also faced him. Of course. Well, have fun on your date for the time being, you two. He waved at the duo before leaving. Thanks. Aura gave him a cheerful reply. Fen didn't. A little while later, the wolves started wandering around in the former elven village together to look for anything interesting to kill time until the bar opened. Chapter 220, Boring Magic Lessons. While Fen and Aura had traveled to the former elven village that was inhabited by a group of the fox beast folk, the cats were still busy in the magic academy. Some were just busy catching up on sleep, though. Sophia let out a yawn while her group was walking around in the backyard of the school building. I'm tired. How? Ari just had to retort. You've been sleeping the entire time. Have you ever slept so much that it made you tired? I have not. I hate when that happens. Anna sided with her fellow tiger. Thank you very much for the backup, princess. Gladly. The jaguar could only rub her temples in return. We sure have it rough with our girls, don't we? Maya sympathized with her. Seriously, why are tigers so easygoing? A good question. Naturally, Maya had no answer for that. For various reasons. By the way, where are we headed to? The most easygoing tiger of all, the blonde one, suddenly turned around while looking at the other three girls of her group while they were following some students in the schoolyard outside. We're going to the training grounds adjacent to the academy. It's time for the magic lessons. Ari answered her. Something you would have known if you had been awake earlier. I see. Sophia simply ignored the scolding tone in the jaguar's voice. Sounds fun. Does it? Maya eyed her. Although without the constraints of elements, it's still going to be regular magic. Ah. The blonde stopped walking for a second. I already forgot about that. More napping? The cat girl was still looking at her. She needed to give it some thought. No, I think I actually slept enough today. Wow, I never heard that one before. Hee. Sophia had to chuckle at her reaction. Ari, do you want to listen to Eluna's lessons, or should we do some chantless magic training on our own? Eh? The jaguar hadn't seen that one coming. Well, she'll mostly explain how elements won't matter for chants and activation words, maybe. No student except you can use chantless, so there's no real need for you to learn what Eluna is going to teach. I see. It's an interesting suggestion, but I'd first like to see how her lesson goes, before taking you up on that offer. Sure. Sophia didn't mind her reply. Once the class had arrived at the training grounds, it immediately became noisy once the first students spotted Eluna standing there. As everyone in the academy knew her, the excitement for her lessons was apparent because the horsewoman was a bit of a celebrity in the capital when it came to magic. Sophia didn't have any interest in any of that, but it had a positive side effect for her, as well. Everyone had stopped stealing glances at her, and she could take it easy now because her hard-earned Ice Queen wasn't at risk right now. The blonde walked away from the training grounds a couple of steps and quickly found a row of benches where she sat down. Watching the class for around an hour, she was slowly getting bored. Luckily, that seemed about to change, though. It looks like you're getting used to wearing a skirt, huh? Ari had appeared in front of the properly upright-sitting tiger, who had also neatly crossed her legs in a way that made any possible way of stealing a glance between her legs inside the skirt impossible. Your skirt also isn't askew or rolled up in the slightest, either. As expected of the Ice Queen of the Academy, nothing gets past your defenses. Ahaha, Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. I have an image to uphold, you know? Good job. The jaguar only smiled at her. No. I've worn the uniform the entire time since you lent it to me, even at home, and I've gotten used to it now. Quite honestly, I really like it. I've always been wary of skirts, because I like to move around. Still, if you combine them with opaque tights and adjust your way of walking a tiny bit, it's actually the best. It feels so free and unrestricted. Good. Ari's smile increased even more. What's up with that grin? She didn't like her reaction. It's nothing. I just don't feel bad anymore that Maya, Anna, and I unanimously decided to put you in a skirt when we go shopping for winter clothes together. It fits you way too well for us not to use this chance. If you like it as well, I won't feel bad that I had no plan for caring about your input on the matter. Ah, Sophia scratched her cheek again. Yeah, Maya already implied something similar the other day. As long as you girls don't overdo it, and I'm allowed to wear tights or leggings underneath, I'll most likely play along with it. Great. Ari was happy about it. By the way, how much do you like wearing tops with spaghetti straps? While we're at it, what about midriff? Yeah? The black-haired jaguar turned white. Hee hee. Sophia liked her reaction. I was just joking. Thank goodness. It's becoming winter, after all. Huh? That wasn't Ari's main gripe with this sort of clothing. I have nothing against looking at those, maybe even wearing at home to some degree, but it's really not my style, okay? I know, don't worry. The tiger showed her an innocent smile and patted the place next to her on the bench she was sitting on. Here, have a seat. Thank you, she sounded relieved but still ever so slightly wary of her. Got bored of Luna's speech? She waited for the jaguar to sit down before facing her. A little. You keep mentioning that I'm able to use chantless magic. Wasn't that compatible with her dissolute speech regarding the revolutionary new way of using chants and activation words? I can imagine. Sophia got bored just listening to Luna from a distance, after all. Wanna chat a bit instead? That sounds lovely. Any suggestions? Anna. And not here. Ari's face turned crimson in an instant. Oh? The tiger's ears perked up. That reaction means something good. And my reaction doesn't matter. The jaguar raised her voice before she immediately placed her hands on her mouth after noticing how loud she'd gotten. I mean, even though they are a bit away from us, there are way too many people here. I really don't want anyone in the school to find out what is going on. Sophia started pouting. Fine. You'll be coming over to my house and tell me all about it soon, though. Why yes, she just resigned to her unavoidable fate. Well, I could use some help, so. Yay. The tiger sounded the happiest yet today. Alright, change of topic, please. Sure. Knowing she'll get her sought-after girls talk soon, the blonde happily complied. Oh, how about we have some magic lessons on our own? What do you mean? Well, we are in the prestigious, or whatever, Magic Academy, so how about I teach you some chantless magic in the perfect environment for it? Really? Ari wasn't sure how to feel about it yet. Sure, why not? In theory, gladly, but won't that be way too flashy here? When did I ever do anything flashy? Ari didn't feel like answering this question. Fair point. Sophia also didn't need to hear what she wanted to imply. So, that's a no? She paused for a moment. What do you plan to teach me? The curiosity got the better of the cat. You already know how to use, water magic, was it? Yes. How about I show you how to do it chantless? Okay. I want to see already whether I really can use chantless magic after you gave me some of your power. You also can't really cause any catastrophes with water because it's a gentle element. It's refreshing how little you know me. What was that? Ari stared right into the eyes of the tiger. What do you mean? I didn't say a word just now? She turned her head away in response. That's what I thought. Well, even I know that flooding a school would be bad. Sophia sounded oddly serious while saying so. Do you think I could get Maya to teach me instead? I'm getting slight doubts here. Sure, I can ask her. She also finished restoring our garden to its former beauty after she blew it up the other day. She used too much power on the magic ore, and it was glorious, so she is also free. Sophia wasn't sure how that would be relevant in this conversation, but she wanted to be the one to teach Ari. You two are such a weird, but also so fitting couple. Thank you very much. Fine, the jaguar gave up. One chantless water magic lesson, please. Yay. She sounded happy about it. Have you tried anything yourself in that regard ever since the accident happened already? No, Ari shook her head. I have no idea what I'm doing, after all. That's way too risky for me. Who knows what could happen if I were to simply start experimenting while everything is an unknown variable to me. How did we become friends again? The whole explanation was an insult to Sophia's entire way of living, after all. I've asked myself the same question, too, bestie. Ehe. Sophia really liked the very last part of her statement. Alright, let's get to it. She energetically raised her arm while saying so. Why yeah, while Ari still had some slight doubts, she was also looking forward to it a little. Afterward, the two started preparing for their own demonstration and training session. Chapter 221, Fun Magic Lesson. The girls were still in the Magic Academy and were currently in the middle of a lesson held by the famous magic instructor called Eluna. After getting to know Sophia and her ridiculous use of magic, she returned from her retirement. After she learned the basics of this new way of using it herself, she came to the academy to teach it to the pupils there. Naturally, everyone in the academy was more than excited about this. For most it was, at least. Sophia herself obviously didn't care about that, but the Jaguar girl, whose magic power she'd accidentally boosted, didn't find Eluna's speech about the revolution of chants and activation words overly interesting, either. Said boost made her able to use chantless magic, after all. How does chantless magic work in the first place? The Jaguar sitting next to the blonde tiger on a bench faced her again to get some answers to the most basic questions. You imagine what you want and, bam. Makes sense. Does it? Sophia was the surprised one. Yes. Ari nodded. It makes sense that you don't know. The tiger scratched her cheek in response. Fair enough. Still, simply speaking, that's more or less it, though. If that would really be the case, way more people would be using chantless magic. Well, only people who are authorized for it can use magic on an imagination basis alone, so that's not the case. I see. Wait, authorized? Ari tilted her head. What's that supposed to mean? Sophia had forgotten that this info wasn't known by anyone yet. I wanted to say that you need a specific amount of power for magic to work with your imagination alone. What a weird wording. Yeah, I'm good at that. True. The black-haired girl gave her a hearty nod. I can't say that makes sense. I mean, why would that matter? Still, we went through that a couple of times already, didn't we? I'm fine with magic making no sense being the most logical explanation now. Yeah, your life will be easier that way. Sophia got a slight headache just remembering the mess Kinnear had explained about magic the other day after the tiger almost destroyed the continent because she upset magic. Much easier. Anyway, she decided to drop the topic. Close your eyes for me. No funny business now, Sophia. I'm not Anna. I wouldn't do that. She doesn't do any funny business either. Ari's voice was full of disappointment all of a sudden. The blonde needed a moment to find a reply for that. Alright, as we're in a school and I'm currently your teacher, you doing some funny business with Anna is going to be your homework. But you don't talk back to a teacher. It's due on the coming weekend. Okay, with that being agreed on, let's get back to magic. Sure, we agreed. The Jaguar could only roll her eyes, though with a blush on her face, as well. Well, again, close your eyes for me. Sophia got back on track. Fine. Doing as told, Ari then waited for further instructions. Now what? Imagine a mass of water. Like a river. With her eyes still closed, the black-haired girl tilted her head. If we're going to put flooding the academy back on the table, sure. So, something smaller would be better? She reconsidered her idea. While less fun, that would be for the better, I'd say. Would a bucket full of it be better? I like your ambition, but let's start with a fist-sized ball of water. The blonde was surprisingly reasonable. It's weird, but I really like the sensible Sophia every now and then. The jaguar let out a small chuckle. What else do you expect a taciturn and well-mannered ice queen to be? Now that you mention it, it does make a lot of sense. Alright, let's get actually serious now. Sophia played along, let out a chuckle as well, and then urged the jaguar to go on. Yep. Ari started to concentrate again. Just imagine a small ball of water? That's all I have to do? For starters, yes. Alright, sounds easy enough. Afterward, around a minute passed before she opened her mouth again. In my mind, I'm currently seeing the prettiest ball of water anyone ever imagined. What now? Open the palm of your hand and imagine the water floating on top of it. Imagine. She did exactly as instructed. Okay, I'm ready for whatever's next. Pour a little of your magic into the picture you're imagining. That sounds easy enough. Saying so, Ari squinted the corners of her already closed eyes even more while concentrating. A moment later, a perfect sphere of water, around 10 centimeters in diameter, formed on top of the jaguar's open palm. Yep, it's pretty easy. The tiger nodded in agreement. Feel free to open your eyes now. Okay, eh? The moment Ari did that, and her eyes adjusted to the light again, she froze up. Chantless magic really isn't that big of a deal, isn't it? Seriously. The black-haired girl was looking at the water with a blank expression. You did that, didn't you? Oh. Sophia's face lit up. That's a great idea for a prank. Making someone believe that they used magic even though I was the one who did it. That's a horrible idea. Ari didn't share her enthusiasm. She started pouting. Wait a moment. Does that mean I created this water? The jaguar looked at her palm and the floating sphere on top of it. Yep. And no way. Well, stop concentrating on it whenever you feel like it and see what happens. I'll do the Immediately after, the sphere collapsed, and the water drenched Ari's hand as a result. Good thing we didn't go with the bucket of water, huh? You should be glad that at least one of us here is sensible enough to try magic with something small first. Sophia? Yes? Shut up. She stared right at her with a very disapproving expression. Okay. Sophia gave her a couple of nods. It actually felt wrong even saying it. After all, her way of doing things was the exact opposite of that. Good. The jaguar's expression softened up again while she was patting her head dry with a handkerchief she had pulled out of a pocket in her uniform. Are you really trying to tell me that I used chantless magic just now? That you just did. It's that easy. Ari naturally couldn't believe it. That's what having a lot of power does for you. Unbelievable. See now why I don't get everyone calling me unreasonable when I use a bit of magic like it's nothing? I can't agree with you if you call the stunt you pulled so far a bit of magic. Sophia found no words to defend herself. Still. You are right. In a way, it was easy. Too easy, actually. Glad to hear. The tiger liked being acknowledged. Then again, you really learned it extremely fast just now. It even took Maya a lot longer to switch to imagination-only based magic. You might be exceptionally talented when it comes to chantless stuff. Oh really? I look forward to showing you some more impressive magic. I'm not sure how I feel about those implications. The two of us are going to have a lot of fun together. Ari suddenly turned her head around. Sophia looked in the same direction as the jaguar but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. What's wrong? I was seriously expecting Anna and Maya standing right next to us after you having said this extremely ambiguous line. Ahaha, the blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek. Judging by past events. Yeah, I can't blame you for having developed such a reflex. Yes. She looked around for a little longer before focusing on Sophia again. See, can I train my water magic a bit longer before you start turning me into a monster? Sure, I'm in no rush. Replying to such a thing with a cheery voice is kinda super scary. I'm just happy to have another friend to play with, because magic is fun. Ugh, Ari had a hard time saying anything against that. Jay, just don't teach me something that could accidentally destroy a continent or something like that. No worry. I had enough of that. The blonde shuddered while just remembering those events. Eh? The jaguar's eyes grew wide. Sophia just noticed what she said. Anyway, anything specific you want to learn about water magic for starters? It's probably better for my sanity if I don't pry, right? Why yes, she hung her head in response. For mine, too. Back to training? Gladly. Sophia more than happily dropped the topic. Try to create your bucket worth of water for starters. Okay. Make sure to concentrate, though. She grinned at the jaguar. I don't want you to make me wet. You should save that for the princess. Wow, it's been a while since that joke came up, huh? Also, shut up. It took a moment, but Ari's face eventually turned red. Once they calmed down again, Sophia kept teaching her for a bit longer. At the same time, the rest of the class listened to Iluna's speech on how to revolutionize the way of using magic. While the tiger was the cause for those events, she didn't feel like partaking in it. After all, chatting and playing with her friend was much more important for the blonde. Chapter 222, Fluffy. While Sophia was busy playing with Ari and teaching her chantless magic in the academy, Fen and Aura had fun in the former elven village inhabited by a group of the fox beast folk. The two explored the town for a while, but once they had killed enough time, the duo finally headed over to the bar that was run by the foxes there once it opened in the evening. Alex. Entering the bar, the wolves directly ran into the older, brown-haired foxman they met a couple of hours before. Hello, my friends. He energetically greeted them back. Right on time for the opening, I'm impressed. Well, I was looking forward to it all day. Fen really liked the place. Oi, don't say that after you were on a date with your girl the entire day, idiot. The fox raised his voice. Stop bringing that up all the time already. Dot. Aura seemed to be in a good mood for some reason. Let's get some drinks already. The male wolf wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. He sure is adorable, that wolf of yours. Alex faced Aura with a big grin. Sure is. Dot. Ugh, Fen hung his head and simply went past them. He walked through the dimly lit bar with an all-wooded interior all the way to a slightly lower table without chairs to accommodate members of the full beast folk. Good catch. Yep. Dot. The other two slowly followed after him while having a light chat. At the table, Alex grabbed a low stool while Aura sat down next to Fen on the floor. Drinks. Fen tried his best to get the two to stop talking about what they were talking about. Alright, my little softie, I'll get us a big pitcher of our specialty brew. Saying so, Alex got up and walked towards the bar counter. I like that fox. Aura sounded cheerful while she watched him leave. I'm not sure if I can agree with you on that. It's going to be fun with Sophia if you can't even deal with his teasing. Dot. Don't remind me. Hee. Alex came back a few minutes later, holding a plate with a big pitcher, a glass, and two low plates for the wolves to have a drink with him. The three were having a good time for half an hour while enjoying the alcohol they shared when someone eventually joined their table. Hello, Alex. Aura, Fin, you're back? Gosh, I love that name. Dot. Aura faced the girl that had addressed them with a cheery voice. Fin. Sit down with us and have a drink. Chloe. Hello. Fin seemed to have mixed feelings about the nickname. With a slightly tired expression, he also looked at the fox girl standing in front of their table. Just like Sophia and Maya, she had animal ears and a tail, but was human-looking besides that. She seemed to be roughly their age, too, visually speaking, at least. The girl was slightly smaller than the tiger, though, and had long, very fluffy light pink hair that slowly turned white towards the end. Her fox-like ears were somewhat shaped like those of Maya, but they were a good bit taller while also having a bit of fringe. They had the same pink color as her hair, but the tips were pure white, just like the fluff inside them. In her hair, there also was a little flower pin. The most striking feature of the girl called Chloe was her rather long and extremely fluffy tail that was almost as tall as the girl herself, though. Thanks to its sheer volume, it was also much wider than her. The fox girl wore a light purple and fluffy-looking sweater with wide sleeves and a little black ribbon above her chest. She had combined it with a shorter flared skirt in black with a ruffled white hem. Her legs were mostly covered by light pink thigh-highs that ended almost right below her skirt, revealing only a few centimeters of her thighs. To finish it off, Chloe was standing in black, slightly heeled, and open ankle-strap shoes. Paying a bit more attention to her face and looking past the big and friendly smile, the small fangs showing from her slightly three-shaped mouth, Chloe's eyes immediately caught all the attention. It was hard to notice with a passing glance, but her eyes actually had slightly different colors. One was a light purple, while the other was more light violet. It was easy to miss, but impossible to ignore once noticed. All in all, in the words of Sophia, who had yet to meet her, the fox girl called Chloe could be described relatively easily. Fluffy. Chloe, my dear, welcome back. Alex also greeted her. Here, have my seat. He stood up while saying so. You don't have to get up for me. I'll just get my own stool. It's fine. Nah, don't worry about that, girlie. I have to head out for a bit, anyway. Is that so? Chloe tilted her head while looking at him. Absolutely. Those two are also way too good at holding their drinks. I'm no match for them. How do I fit in there, though? She tilted her head even more. Haha, that was a good one. Alex started laughing. We all know that you beat everyone when it comes to that. While you might look like a frail and fluffy girl, it's a fact that you're able to drink everyone under the table. It's almost like alcohol has no effect on you no matter how much drink. Oh ho. There was a hint of admiration in Finn's voice. You, Chloe looked down at her feet with an embarrassed expression. Sit down already. Alex put his hand on her shoulder and gently pushed her on his stool. I might come back later again, so please keep this place reserved. Oh, okay. She gave up resisting. Alright, girls, have fun in my stead. Finn, grow a backbone already. Saying so, Alex gave them a short wave before turning around. Hey. The male wolf didn't like his treatment. What is this about? Chloe sounded interested in the remark. And nothing. He had no intention to talk about it. Finn's a bit of a wuss at times. Aura had already taken a liking to the new nickname. I am not. He seemed to disagree. Oh, I see. Chloe nodded a few times while looking at the female wolf. He looks grumpy and a little bit scary at times, but he's actually a super softie inside who isn't nearly as though as he thinks he is. Indecisive, too. The fox girl looked at Finn with warm eyes. Shut up, so, forget it. She naturally didn't understand his reaction. Is there anything I can help with? I'm not really good with romance, because I have no experience with that, but people often say I'm good at cheering someone up. That's good to hear. Aura liked the sound of that. Unfortunately, that's exactly what Finn isn't good at. Romance, that is. Hey. Is that so? Chloe continued to ignore the male wolf's protests. That's not good. The two of you seem to be such a nice and well-fitting couple. Finn, you have to work on that. Exactly. Aura sided with the fox girl. Get a grip, Finn. Okay, I don't like this duo. I do. The female wolf disagreed with him. What is the issue? Chloe tried to keep the conversation on track. Even with my lack of experience, I want to help. The two of you seem like such a perfect couple that it would be a total waste for anything to be in between you. Well, us being identified as a couple is one of Finn's main issues he can't deal with. Ugh, he emptied his drink before turning his head away. Why? The fox girl tilted her head. He should be used to it if even I noticed it at first glance, right? I'm pretty slow, after all, but it's clear that you're a great match. Wait, Chloe suddenly stopped while tilting her head again. See, could it be that you aren't actually a couple, and everyone just misunderstands? No way. Is that why he gets embarrassed? I'm so sorry, Fin. Ahaha, Aura let out a dry laugh while downing a drink herself. Fan, how about you tell her what we are? Why me? He got loud. Why not? The other wolf smiled at him. I have no problems with admitting it. You're the one who's still struggling with the change. So sly, emptying another drink, or rather 3, he eventually faced Chloe again. Why yes. Aura and I are together. Great. The pink fox's smile got even bigger. Be more confident then, Fin. It seems like you've gotten extremely lucky with Aura. He sure is. Aura's voice was very cheerful. I am, yes. So? Chloe looked right at him. Wow, your stare is powerful, Fin averted his face. I've heard that before. I think it's because of my eyes. They look great, though. Aura liked her slightly odd eyes. Thank you. She got a little bashful before focusing on Fin again. So? Aura and I. We have a history. A very long history. We had our ups and downs and got separated for a long time, too. We only managed to reunite a little while ago. We went through a lot together, but... well, we only jumped past our shadow and started dating last month. Ah. Chloe let out a slight squeal, because she really liked how the wolf was acting right now. It's still fresh, and he's all bashful because of it. Fin, you're adorable. Very. Aura happily agreed with her. Ugh, he didn't. I want to know the whole story. The fox girl's eyes were sparkling while she looked at the 2 wolves. While Fin didn't feel like it, he didn't seem overly good at handling Chloe. Aura happily told her their story. She left out a few details like the actual time frame or the exact reason why she disappeared. However, it was still enough to tell a mostly accurate tale of their story. The pink-haired girl enjoyed every second of it. The male wolf didn't, though, so he was busy downing one drink after another to keep his embarrassment at bay while cursing Sophia every now and then. He decided to blame her for having rubbed off on him, which caused him to also become shy and embarrassed at times. Chapter 222.5 Illustrations. More illustrations of Chloe. The first, including the cropped one, is how I designed her together with the artist, and it's the reference of her. The other ones are made by different artists using that illustration for fun. Version without shoes because... why not? This one here ended up being a lot sexier/suggestive than I had anticipated, but I'm against it. Chapter 223, Chloe's Companion. Fan and Aura were still in the former elven village inhabited by a group of the fox beast folk, and the 2 were currently having some drinks in a bar there. A pink-haired and incredibly fluffy-looking fox girl called Chloe had joined them at some point. Afterward, the 3 had a very lively chat where Fen had admitted that the wolves had started dating a little while ago. The 2 girls enjoyed seeing him being bashful about this situation, and Chloe had a great time listening to their story. See, can we stop with the topic already? While Aura and Chloe were having a lively chat about the relationship of the wolves, Fen tried his best to get as drunk as possible to live through it. He didn't get nearly as drunk as he wanted to, though. The girls weren't a fan of the idea. Please, he got desperate. I already know that Maya, and even more so Sophia, won't ever let go of the topic until they're satisfied, so please spare me here, at least. Aura paused for a moment. Sophia's going to be a lot of fun. It won't be. Maya? Sophia? The fox girl tilted her head. Companions of us. The female wolf answered her. The 2 are in the capital right now. Oh. Are they wolves, too? Nope, cats. Hybrids like you, to be more exact. They're the same age as you, too. Really? Chloe sounded interested. Well, one of them, Sophia, actually is a tiger, but I don't really get the difference yet. Well, she has stripes, and her tail's a bit thicker, but other than that. Cats be cats, I guess? Mai is the bigger everyday predator between them, too. Fen also had to add his own assessment. The two of you know a tiger? The fox raised her voice a little. As in the royal tigers that rule the beast folk from the capital? Kinda. Aura wasn't sure what to say. Our Sophia's a bit complicated in that regard. As he wasn't the main topic anymore, Fen was getting chatty again. She didn't grow up in the capital with her fellow tigers. Stuff happened, and she was traveling the world with me for a while until we arrived here. Is that so? Chloe wasn't sure how to interpret this story. Wait. Does that mean your Sophia is the mysterious blonde tiger that showed up in the capital a while ago? Everyone's talking about that. That's our Sophia. The rumors of her are even a topic here? No, but I visit the capital a lot, and you can't not hear about her there lately. Yeah, our idiot always gathers a lot of attention. Fen let out a small sigh. She tilted her head again. Still, she traveled with you, Fin? Yes. He nodded. We've been together for quite a while and traveled a ton. I showed her around and taught her a lot, including how to use magic. And that turned out very well, or I had to take a jab here. My dear disaster duo. Shut up. How curious. Chloe's reaction was a little different from expected. What is? The wolves faced her. I'm not as fancy as a tiger, but that story sounds a little similar to mine. Does it? Yes. She nodded. I also travel with someone who's teaching me the ropes of magic, common sense, showed me around on this continent, and all that. I grew up with her and owe her a lot. Everything, actually. The situation isn't similar at all, then. Aura shook her head while looking at the fox. If anything, Fen's the main cause that our tiger has no common sense left. Hey! He got loud. Don't blame me for Sophia's lack of common sense. I admit that I didn't help to have her build one, but she went way above what could possibly be in the range of my responsibility. Okay, fair enough. She knew that the blonde was even more unhinged than her wolf, after all. I don't know if it's true, but I think Fei taught me decent common sense. Whether I liked it or not, she mumbled those words mostly to herself. It was important to her for me to have a somewhat normal life. Yeah, normal is not a word you can describe Sophia with. Wait, Fei. Aura looked at the male wolf while repeating the name. No, the name's just close. Chloe understood her confusion. That's why I unconsciously started using Fin in the first place. My companions called Feanis, and because I had trouble pronouncing her name when I was little, I started calling her Fei, and that stuck. Oh. Wait, Feanis? Aura reacted with a nod before freezing up. Seriously? So did Fen. Like you, a fox? Just a, full one? Snow white with a splash of red? Maybe comes in various sizes? Eh? You know Fei? The fox girl hadn't expected that. Wow, I haven't heard that name in ages. Yeah, the wolves weren't sure what to say. Well, she's been with me ever since I was born 19 years ago, so. Yes. That makes sense. Fen very obviously meant a different number when he said the word ages. Is she doing well? Aura continued. Alex mentioned that your companion's currently on a mission. He was talking about her, right? Alex, Chloe let out a sigh. I told you to keep that a secret. Ahaha. Alex doesn't strike me as someone who's able to do that. That is true. Something happened a little while ago that made Fei angry and. An angry Feanis? Oh no, the wolves had a strong reaction to this revelation. Yes. Fei's scary when she gets angry. Chloe actually shuddered when she said so. Yes. The two nodded in agreement. What happened? Aura got curious. Chloe thought about it for a while. Well, I can't see why it's a bad idea to tell. Fei and I went to, tomorrow a little while ago, because they have this food called pizza there. We tried that quite a while ago and decided that we have to eat that together every now and then because it's so delicious. Tomorrow? The female wolf looked at Fen. Never heard of it either. Ah, the fox girl scratched her cheek. I'm terrible with names. It probably has a different name if you don't know it. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway, does it? Talaga. It's called Talaga. She raised her voice. That would have bothered me all week if I couldn't have remembered it. Talaga. Fen paused for a moment. Wasn't that the place the humans tried to attack the other day? He looked at Aura while saying so. Yeah. She nodded. What happened? We ran into a small group of humans that were scouting ahead of their army, and? They, approached me, said some mean stuff and tried some other things. The male wolf, couldn't believe it. I don't know Fayani's preferences in that regard, but are you her daughter? While the colors are different and you're obviously a hybrid, you do look alike in one way or another. I don't know, Chloe hung her head. I asked her a couple of times about my parents, but she always gets evasive when the topic comes up. At the same time, she's been with me since the very start, though. I don't call her mom or anything like that, but she feels like that to me, yes. Oh no, Aura had a similar expression as Fen. If Feifei really is your mother and feels the same, yes? She raised you, after all. She loves and cares for you like a daughter, right? Yes. The fox girl showed them a bright smile. And the humans tried to do something to that daughter of Fayani's. Fen had a complicated expression. What did she do afterward? I'm not exactly sure, Chloe scratched her cheek again. Those humans kind of vanished afterward. I have no idea what happened. Where is she now, then? We came back here, and she then told me that she's going to visit the human capital. She didn't let me come with her because, according to Feifei, she didn't want me to see her really angry. Wow. Sophia's going to love this. Fen had a different reaction. A seriously angry Fayani's in the human capital? Yep, Sophia's problem with the humans is dealt with. Even if there are some of them, no human won't ever approach the beast folk again. Yep. Aura nodded a couple of times. Pretty anticlimactic end to that. I prefer it that way, though. I don't like how Sophia gets when humans are involved. Sophia, the tiger girl? She isn't good with humans? Chloe naturally was missing a lot of context and got confused over their conversation. They have a bit of a history. Sophia really isn't a fan of them. She also tends to get angry when they're involved. She tried to like the humans when they first met, but that really didn't work out. Is that so? The fox girl seemed interested in that. I also tried to be friendly when I saw them for the first time. I decided not to go near them after that anymore. Understandable. Sophia almost destroyed a city of theirs, though. Wow, she hadn't expected that. The war around Talaga, Sophia's also the one who ended it. She got a bit angry and defeated their army all on her own. Seriously? Chloe was shocked. Don't get me wrong, though. Sophia's usually incredibly sweet, caring, and friendly. It's just that when she gets angry, she gets angry. Fen didn't want her to be intimidated by the tiger. Oh, just like Feifei. I can deal with that. Sophia seems interesting. She sure is. Both wolves answered her at the same time. Still human or not, it was still a whole army, right? Is that girl really so strong? You can feel how strong Finfin and I are, right? Yes, she nodded. Finfin alone already feels a little stronger than Feifei, but you are. I thought something was wrong with my sense of power. Nope, he has no chance against me. Aura looked at her fellow wolf with a smug expression. Even so, both of us together probably wouldn't be able to defeat Sophia. That can't be. No one should be able to have this much power. Sophia's selling point is her abnormal regeneration. She recovers faster than she can reasonably spend her magic. That's quite something. Chloe was impressed by the tiger. She really seems interesting. I'm also quite proud of my regeneration, but now I wonder how fast she resets. Want to meet her? Aura looked at her. Sophia's been wanting to visit this elven village ever since we told her about it. I bet she would be happy to meet a girl her age on top of that. Great. She seemed to like the idea. Not sure how Maya feels about her meeting a beautiful fox girl with a tail fluffier than everything I've ever seen before on a hybrid. Chloe tilted her head while she was looking at Aura as she hadn't quite understood her mumbling. It's not important. Forget it. Okay? Anyway, let's drink some more. Finn finally had enough of all the chatting and wanted to concentrate on the more important things. Sure. Aura had nothing against it. Okay, why not? Chloe shrugged her shoulders, and the trio ordered a couple of more drinks while enjoying the evening together. Chapter 224, The Secret's Out. While the wolves were having a great time in a bar together with the pink-haired fox girl called Chloe, Sophia and Maya had finished their first day in the Magic Academy and were back home in their mansion. Tired, Sophia was lying face down on one of the sofas in the living room while sighing into a pillow. Huh? How? Maya raised her voice. You slept until lunch break. Come on. After what happened during the speech and training with Eluna, I have all the right to be tired. Fair point, the cat girl nodded while she sat down on the same sofa as her tiger after moving her legs away. Afterward, she playfully started messing around with the blonde's tail, only to get hit in the face with it soon after. Oi. Hee. Sophia bonked her once more with her tail before letting her play with it after she turned around and got comfortable with her legs on the cat's lap. Thanks. Maya reached for the tail again and started ruffling the fur on it. Still, poor Ari. She is always trying to stay low in the school because she doesn't like the attention, and then that happened. Ahaha, the tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. Well, there are only a few months left before she and Anna graduate in spring. I'm sure she'll manage. That's your defense? Shut up. Sophia bonked the cat with her tail again. Stop that. There's way too much power in your tail. I know. Once more, the blonde went for Maya's face, but didn't make it this time. Huh. Got it. Maya managed to grab her tail and placed it in her lap again to caress it some more. Even though she pouted for a second, Sophia didn't seem sad about it. Anyway, yes, that is my defense. Not an overly solid one. That's true, she paused for a moment. Still, it's not my fault, you know? Is it? Maya raised an eyebrow while she stared at her with a disapproving expression. Yes. The tiger got loud. I even warned Ari to be cautious and to hold back. You? Yes. Told Ari? Yes. To be cautious? Yes. To hold back, as well? Yes. Come on, you told better lies before. I never lie. Is that so? Yes. Sophia kept getting louder. I'm creative when it comes to telling the truth and leave out details to hide things, but I never lie. Once again, not a solid defense, my dear. Ugh, the blonde wanted to bonk her cat again, but Maya made sure to increase her grip beforehand. Sophia was sure she could easily free her tail, but that was beside the point, and she let her have this round. Hee. She liked this decision. It is true, though. I warned Ari to not create too much water at once, but she was having so much fun with her new chantless magic that she forgot at some point. Big enough to flood half of the training grounds. There's no way she did that on her own half an hour after she used chantless magic for the first time. I couldn't believe it either, but Ari's really talented when it comes to that. She chantlessly created water after concentrating for a moment once I told her what she has to do. Seriously? Yep. It took me so much longer. Maya sounded slightly pouty. Even I didn't learn it that fast. Well, I never used magic before, so. But still. Wow. Exactly. Even so, you should have stopped her before the accident, though. Sure, because I excel at crisis prevention, right? First solid defense you had today. Thank you very much. For your standards, that is. Ugh, her tail twitched again, but Maya was still firmly gripping it with one hand while caressing the fur with her other. Being teased and feeling good from having her tail played with by her cat caused her to have a rather complicated expression. Idiot. Yep. She focused on playing around some more before eventually getting back to the topic. Ari really did all that on her own? Yep. We started small with a fist-sized ball of water, and she wanted to increase it every now and then. One thing led to another, and the next thing I noticed was the gigantic ball of water in front of us. I could barely use some wind magic as a barrier to keep us dry once Ari lost control of it. Good thing it didn't hit anyone else, too. It was quite flashy, though. Oh, so you do have some crisis prevention skills, huh? Maya smiled at her before breaking into a smirk. It's a good thing that Ari didn't make you wet. Ahaha. It sure is. There's only one cat who's allowed to do that to me. Sophia looked back at her as she played along with her joke. Good answer. Maya liked how Sophia had locked eyes with her. I doubt Ari would want to make anyone except the princess wet either. True. I knew it. The cat girl raised her voice. I knew that it was mutual. Stupid sheepish Anna. Ugh. Ari asked me to keep it a sec. Wait, what? It took Sophia a moment to understand what she had just heard. Anna also likes Ari? I mean, it's obvious that she does, but she actually confirmed it to you? I helped out with that. Maya sounded slightly smug. What's that supposed to mean? I had a chat with the princess about her jealousy when it came to you and her jaguar. Long story short, her being turned down by you made her aware of her real feelings for Ari, which fueled her desire to monopolize her even more. Ah. I'm the reason that Anna noticed that she's in love with Ari? Sophia really liked the sound of that. More or less. After I managed to beat it into that thick head of hers. Maya let out a sigh. Why are you tigers so dense? Well, it's just what we are. Dense idiots. Self-aware dense idiots. The cat girl corrected her. I still can't believe how perfect the choice of you becoming a tiger was. Ehe. The blonde liked it just as much. Though, I hope that Ellie won't suffer from the same fate once she hits puberty. As long as she takes after her mother, she should be fine. True. Kira is a rare exception there. Sophia sounded relieved for a moment. Not that it helped Anna, though. So. Maya tried to get back to the topic. Ari told you that she likes the princess, as well? Yes, for many years already, actually. Wow. Yeah. Remember when the two of us were sick after I gave her some of my magic? Sure. The cat girl nodded. Her filter stopped working there for a bit, and she accidentally told me that she's in love with Anna there. Ever since, I'm trying to help her get closer with the princess. I'm doing the same. I knew it. Sophia also got loud. Whenever Ari told me about Anna's behavior lately, I was always remembered of what you did with me. Well, it was effective, so I suggested the princess to copy me. It sure was. The tiger smiled at her. Wait a moment. Ari confirmed loves Anna, and the princess definitely has the same feelings for our jaguar. What do we do now? The tiger wasn't sure how to use this information. That's a good question. Maya didn't have an immediate answer, either. I want to help them. They're perfect for each other, and I want them to be happy. Even though she didn't know how, the tiger knew what she wanted to do. How about we mess a bit with them? Hey! Sophia got loud, freed her tail from Maya's grip, and bonked her as hard as possible without actually hurting her. Were you listening to me? Ouch! She yelped in pain while was rubbing her forehead after being hit by Sophia's tail there. Maybe it wasn't a good thing that you became a tiger, after all. Their tails are way too powerful. There's more where that came from. The blonde started wiggling her tail around in front of Maya's face again. Stop. The catgirl grabbed it before pushing it down towards her lap again. I didn't mean my usual way of messing with people. What's that supposed to mean? Is it really within our rights to tell them that they love each other? Isn't that something they have to find out themselves? Go on. Sophia started to understand her point. We're already helping them, right? Yes. How about we step up our game with that? Maya developed a slight grin. I've been holding back with Anna's advice because she was concerned about ruining her relationship with Ari. Now that I know that the jaguar feels the same, we can make them go all out. Within being reasonable, of course. They naturally don't have to jump at each other immediately. True, that's not for us to decide either. They could use it, though. That's a different story. Sophia decided to neither agree nor disagree with her claim. Seriously, I got frustrated just having to listen to Anna and how Ari's affecting her. Pent up, too. It must be much worse for them. Ari loving that dense idiot for years now. Wow. Judging by how I talked Ari into kissing Anna without any effort whatsoever. Probably. You did? I never heard that it happened from the princess, though. Actually, she suggested it on her own before I could even get to it. We decided to make it look like an accident after it almost happened when they slept in the same bed together. I doubt she had the chance for it yet. Wow. I had the same plan for the princess. Maya paused for a moment. Alright, we have to get them to kiss each other. I like the sound of that. Sophia energetically raised her arm to show her agreement before bonking Maya with her tail again. Why? No idea. She grinned at her. I kinda just took a liking to bonking you. So unreasonable. Though, I can think of some things I'd like to do with you that also end with ing as well, you know? Well, I took a liking to that, as well, so. Hee hee. As their conversation had derailed entirely by now, and their evening activities had changed as well, the couple decided to put the Anna and Ari issue on hold for now. There were more important things to take care of now. Chapter 225, Wanting to Skip. Maya and Sophia were back in their home after having spent the entire day in the Magic Academy. While the couple chatted about the minor incident the troublemaker duo had caused with chantless water magic there, the two accidentally confirmed that Ari and Anna are mutually in love with each other. They immediately decided to push the duo even further now to ensure that the two finally get something done. Afterward, the couple got slightly busy with each other. Phew. It had gotten slightly late by now, and Sophia plopped down on one of the sofas in the living room again. Thanks for the food. Once they had finished their chat after coming home from the academy together with some other things, the couple first had a bath together before eating dinner. Thanks for the help, too. Maya also sat down next to her again. I only helped with peeling and preparing some potatoes, though. Baby steps, girl. The catgirl smiled at her. A little while ago, I had still banned you from entering my kitchen altogether. Still. Don't worry, it won't be long before we can cook our entire meals together. Yay. It was relatively easy to make Sophia happy. By the way, I was expecting Fan and Aura to join us for dinner. Do you know where they are? Maya tilted her head. They went back to the elven village with the foxes again. So unfair. I want to go there, too. The tiger got loud. Wait, how do you know? Haven't you seen the note they left on the table in the entrance hall? Nope, I missed that. Well, now you know. Wait. She got even louder. They wrote a note. Fan and Aura did? Yep. How? Sophia looked quite confused. They have paws and all. The catgirl paused for a moment. Probably magic. Magic isn't the answer to everything. I'm just going to ignore that now. Maya stared at her. I can't take those words seriously when they come from you. The blonde had nothing to defend herself with. Well, I guess creating a note with magic wouldn't be too hard, yes. Hee hee. Still. So unfair. Sophia repeated herself. I really wanted to see that place. And the cute fox girls? Sure, if you want to take a look at them, I'll accompany you. Idiot. What? You brought it up. She let out a small chuckle before continuing. Let's go meet up with them right now. Fenny said it's north from here, right? If we walk in that direction for a while, I should soon spot the two with my detection magic. It's already dark outside, though. And? Sophia tilted her head. We're able to see really well in the dark, after all. She pointed at her cat-like eyes while saying so. I wasn't talking about not being able to see. What's the problem? No sun. Cold. Any enthusiasm in the tiger's voice was gone in an instant. Let's go tomorrow, then. We're back in the academy again tomorrow, though. Ugh, the blonde didn't like the sound of that. How about we skip? I used to be really good at skipping school, you know? Is that something you boast with? Shut up. Also, on our second day? Rally? But the Elven Village. Let's go on the weekend, okay? That's still so long, though. It's already Wednesday. That's exactly what I just said. Is that so? Maya stared at her. You also just don't want to go to the academy because you gathered so much attention today, right? I bet Ari's going to skip tomorrow, too. Ari? You think that Ari is going to skip the academy? Ugh. You don't want her to be all on her own tomorrow when everyone wants to get an explanation, right? I hate you. Sophia didn't like the current guilt trip. I love you, too. Fine, I'll go. But not as early as today. There's no need for us to attend normal classes, and I was completely useless until lunch break, anyway. Tomorrow's reserved for all magic all day, though. Seriously? She wasn't a fan of this revelation. Yep. Maya nodded. Anna told me about it while Iluna was holding her speech. Right before the troublemaker duo flooded the place. Sophia let out a long sigh. Just whose stupid idea was it to go along with visiting the stupid academy? Yours. The cat girl simply pointed at her tiger. All right. I said something like that, didn't I? Stupid past me. Yeah, past Sophia's always been a bit of an idiot. I can't argue with that. She didn't even try to defend herself. But current Sophia's amazing. Thanks, the blonde got bashful. Every Maya's amazing, though. Unfair. The cat girl started pouting. Stop trying to one-up me all the time. She stuck out her tongue. For that alone, I'm going to wake you up at least half an hour earlier than needed tomorrow. Because I complimented you? Yep. Maya also stuck out her tongue in return. Why are you so unreasonable? Because I'm dating you, and I had to adjust myself. Hey. Sophia got loud. Good argument, though. Wanna head to bed? Feeling happy about having won the argument, Maya decided to end the topic. We have to get up early, after all. I don't like the sound of that. Also, I slept till noon. Even I am not sleepy yet. Who said anything about sleeping? I asked if we should go to bed. Again? We have to power you out somehow, right? Maya smirked at her again. That's a good reason. Just that? Any reason would be good. Sophia changed her mind. Not having a reason at all would be good enough, too, though. That was a good answer. After having decided on a plan for the rest of the night, the two got up from the sofa in the living room and made their way upstairs to spend their time there. Tyree The couple had just left their mansion and made their way towards the castle the following morning when Sophia let out a prolonged yawn. Even though we headed to bed so early yesterday. Well, it took a long time before we actually got to sleep, after all. Fair point. I might have to think about a ban for such activities if we have to get up early on the next day. Seriously? Maya didn't like the sound of that. Nah, not happening. The tiger shook her head. It's way too much fun. We need to talk about the whole sleeping while time stopped again, though. I thought we agreed on not doing that already? We surely didn't. Sophia glared at her. It's either that or today's the last day I'm visiting the academy before lunch. Or less nightly activities. No, I just said that that's out of the question. Wait. Maya stopped walking. We stopped doing that lately because the wolves are doing their own thing most of the days, but if we have our fun when time stopped, we have enough time to sleep in the real world. True. Sophia had forgotten about that part, as well. Gosh, why are we such idiots? Horny idiots, I want to add. That might be the cause. Maya thought about it for a second. Our brains aren't doing their best during those times. We're busy with other things, after all. Fair, the tiger nodded. Though, whether we have fun while time stopped or sleep, where's the difference? The cat girl had no answer for that. Let me think about it for a while, okay? Sure. Sophia took it as a win. Anyway, back to the wolves for a moment. They didn't come home, did they? Looks like they stayed with the foxes. They're on tour quite often, aren't they? Maybe they're giving us some privacy? Maya tilted her head. I love those two. The tiger liked this interpretation. Still, is that really all there is with them? Well, they probably trying to profit from the same thing. Having some privacy themselves by giving us some. Going to a faraway elven village to have a few drinks in a bar run by foxes sounds like a great date, doesn't it? True. Sophia nodded in agreement. Judging by how often they're out at night and what the two, mostly Aura, told us, they're having quite a lot of dates lately. Are the two actually together now? I mean, for real? Weren't they for quite a while already? Well, yeah, the blonde paused for a moment. Not officially, though, right? The two, first and foremost, Fen, were super wishy-washy about it. Now that you mention it. After the accident you and Fen had, the two had gotten so close that I forgot that they never said anything about the actual type of their relationship. I think it's time for a questioning once they're back. Definitely. Maya felt the same. That's going to be fun. Hee. The couple kept chatting about the wolves for a little longer and eventually reached the royal castle, where they swiftly ran into Anna and Ari. Good morning. The princess noticed them first and greeted the two. Morning. They returned her greeting. See. Anna suddenly faced her jaguar. Sophia isn't going to skip. Yes, Ari sounded fairly disappointed over this fact. I thought you're going to sleep in today. I wish. The blonde got loud. Maya didn't let me. You seem a lot more awake compared to yesterday, though. The princess looked at the fellow tiger. We've been chatting a lot on the way here. That kinda woke me up a bit for the time being. I'm actually even more exhausted than yesterday, though. Maya kept me up all night. Hey. The cat girl didn't like this accusation. You were just as much at fault as I was. Okay, we kept each other awake. Better. The duo didn't know what to say and only reacted with a slight blush that had appeared on their cheeks. Anyway, noticing that, Sophia decided to change the topic. The couple had some plans for the duo, but not to such a degree. What's this about? She looked at Ari. Why does it sound like you were hoping for me to skip? Because Ari wanted to skip, too. Anna took over. She was hoping for you to stay home so she could use that excuse to do the same. Ugh, the jaguar turned her head away. Alright, I'm going home, then. The blonde simply turned around and started walking. Stop right there. Maya didn't let her have that and grabbed her by the collar of the academy blazer she was wearing. What? You told me that there's no way Ari will skip, and I shouldn't let her go to school alone today after what happened. I agreed to that and decided to go. Turns out, Ari doesn't want to go either. That's why I'm going home. I like that plan. The jaguar also turned around, but Anna did the same as the catgirl and stopped her, as well. You stupid troublemaker duo. You got yourself into that mess, and you're going to face it. Maya raised her voice. Exactly. The princess was on her side. But, said Duo tried to protest. No buts. The other two didn't let them have any of that. That's so unfair. Ari and Sophia got loud. The Ice Queen and the shy wallflower of the academy sure are worthy of their titles, aren't they? They had nothing to retort to Anna's claim. Afterward, while still visibly pouting, the duo followed after their girls without saying another word all the way to the school. Chapter 226, Ice Queen. The couple had a nice and fun, albeit exhausting evening and night alone in their mansion because the wolves were out on a date. The following morning didn't start quite as lovely, however. Sophia and Ari had caused a bit of a mess in the Magic Academy the previous day, and neither of them wanted to go there on the following day. Unfortunately, their girls had no intention to let them skip. Can't you use your status as the first princess of this nation to put a gag order on the events from yesterday so that no one's allowed to talk about it? While walking towards the academy, Sophia addressed Anna with a request. That's a brilliant idea. Ari was directly on board with the idea. I cannot. The princess raised her voice. Also, Ari, don't make me do the reasonable decisions here. I'm not good at that. I need you to do that for me. Tisk. The blonde had hoped for a different answer. I am reasonable. The jaguar only got more unreasonable. You know how much I hate attention. That's not being reasonable. That's being selfish. That's the same in this case. It is not. Anna didn't share her opinion. Sophia. Yes? Stop corrupting Ari. I didn't do anything. She didn't like this accusation. Ari's the one who flooded the training grounds. I even warned her to be cautious and not to use too much magic at once. Do you really think that I would believe you of all people having told someone to hold back? The princess only stared at her. It's true. Sophia got louder. She's right, the jaguar sheepishly admitted to it. She really warned me to be careful. I got too excited and accidentally messed up, though. Seriously? The princess faced her. Why yes, her cheeks turned red. Anna paused for a moment. And my point of view corrupting her still stands, though, Sophia. Ari never would have agreed with me using my position to issue a gag order. The same goes for skipping the academy or going wild with magic. In the first place, she usually drags me to school when I feel like skipping. I regret nothing. Sophia only smiled at her. Current Ari's amazing, after all. That's true. The princess agreed without thinking. Then stop complaining to me. I'm sorry. Good. Thank you, happy to hear that. It wasn't entirely clear whom the jaguar thanked here. Still, her intense blush was probably caused by Anna admitting that she's great and not the other tiger defending her. We're definitely going to make them kiss soon. Sophia leaned over to Maya while whispering those words. Yep. Once that topic was taken care of, not that the girls had come to any conclusion whatsoever, the four continued to walk to the academy together and arrived there before long. Thankfully, because the entire day was scheduled to be magic lessons, the group could head right to the training fields without having to go inside the academy and running into even more students than necessary. Unfortunately, many of their classmates were there already, and all eyes fell on the group once the four arrived there. Ari didn't say a word or was able to look at anyone and simply hid behind her princess to stay out of their line of sight. Hee. Anna seemed to enjoy how the jaguar was tightly clinging to her back. Sophia, too, wasn't sure what to say. All right, everyone, gather in front of me. Luckily, just at the right moment, Eluna had arrived and ordered the class to come near her. Safe, the blonde tiger let out a relieved sigh. Sophia, come and join me here. Unfortunately, the horse lady had other plans. Not safe. Maya failed to suppress the smirk that had formed on her face. The blonde didn't like this development. I thought you don't need me for this. I did say that, yes, but please do me a favor and come anyways. I can hardly say no to that, can I? Thank you. Wow, she's even unfazed by being addressed by a famous magic teacher. Not only that, the great Eluna is treating her with so much respect. As expected of the Ice Queen. Some of their classmates got lively after their interaction. Though she was facepalming, Sophia then went over to Eluna in front of the class. You? An Ice Queen? With a perplexed expression, Eluna leaned over to the tiger once she had arrived and whispered those words. How? Don't ask me. I was asleep when I earned that title. Ah, that sounds more like the girl I got to know. You really have a talent for misunderstandings. Second to none, yes. Sophia gave her a slight nod. Anyway, good job on reconstructing the training fields. Thanks, the blonde's expression was a little complicated. There's no flood damage that a little earth magic can't fix. Little flood. That was half a tsunami you created yesterday. That was Ari, okay? I was just teaching her. The Princess Jaguar did that? As Eluna was at the royal castle quite often in the past, it wasn't overly surprising that she knew Ari. Yeah. I was teaching her chantless water-based magic, and she got a little overmotivated. Wait, she can use chantless magic? Eluna suddenly closed her eyes and seemed to be concentrating on something. Wow, I don't remember her having that much power. I guess she would be able with that much. Yep. Sophia didn't feel like addressing any of her questions or concerns. For various reasons. Interesting. She paused for a moment. Maybe I should call her over, too? I was convinced you were the one who made the tsunami, after all. Please don't. The tiger stopped her. Ari isn't a fan of attention, and after yesterday, she really got enough of that for a while. As the jaguar was her friend and she liked her a lot, Sophia didn't want her to unnecessarily suffer even more. Fair enough. Eluna accepted that reasoning. Well, I know that you're ridiculous enough for all of us together, so that should be enough, anyway. Ahaha, the blonde scratched her cheek. By the way, what's the plan? Again, from what I heard, I thought I could relax and sit back with all the teaching. Well, yeah, but after the two of you flooded the place, all the students of the class keep approaching me to showcase some ridiculous over-the-top chantless magic. Something like that is completely unknown to basically everyone, after all. Even I only had little success with it. Being ridiculous and/or over the top is your field of expertise, don't you agree? I do agree, yes, there was no way she could deny it. I can't say I feel overly motivated about it, though. Maya can be quite over the top, too, you know? Hey! The cat girl, quite the distance away from them, got loud. Leave me out of this. How? Eluna tilted her head. How did she hear us? She's rather far away, and we're whispering. Her ears are something else. Sophia let out a small sigh. I got in a lot of trouble already, because I thought she couldn't hear me. Poor you. Absolutely. Well, whatever, in reality, Eluna had little sympathy for her. What's in your repertoire that's nice and flashy? As that was the blonde's repertoire, she looked a little troubled. You have to be a bit more precise there. You really are just a walking catastrophe, aren't you? It's not the first time I heard that, yes. Let's see. Flashy, but not too dangerous? Define too dangerous? It still didn't help the tiger overly much. Wow, Eluna face-bombed and paused for a moment. What? Sophia tilted her head. My magic ranges from blowing your hair dry after a bath all the way up to destroying a continent. How am I supposed to know where you draw the line? You really are. Wait, what was that last thing you said? Hmm. Did I say something? She decided to feign ignorance. Yeah, I probably just misheard, anyway. Aluna thought that this approach would be for the better. I'm sure you have any flashy magic that doesn't do any actual damage to anything, right? Damage at all, or damage that can't be fixed. You're pushing it a bit, idiot. Well, I just really don't want to do it. Everyone warned me about going easy on breaking the common sense of the students here. It's a little late for that, girlie. Letting out a small sigh, Sophia eventually gave up. Fine. Do you mind if I lean a little into my new and completely not unfounded image of an ice queen? Just a bit more literally speaking. What's that supposed to mean? Just wait and watch. Afterward, the tiger decided to do a little show to get over with it. Closing her eyes and concentrating on her task for a bit, the blonde eventually turned the training fields into a winter wonderland. She created a few walls of ice around the place and even used some shavings of those combined with wind magic to make it look like it was snowing. She held word to Eluna and caused no actual damage. Damage to the environment, that is. Looking at the expression everyone had, Sophia had caused some mental damage because, as usual, she had overdone it a bit. Once the show was over, the blonde let everything disappear again and copied what Ari was doing earlier. She walked over to her catgirl and hid behind her for the rest of the day. Chapter 227, Long Weekend. It was the second day Sophia and Maya visited the Magic Academy Anna and Ari attended. Just like before, it ended in a slight catastrophe for the second time as well. On the first day, the troublemaker duo consisting of a blonde tiger and a jaguar had flooded the school training grounds, and on the second day, Sophia had turned the same area into a winter wonderland. The lessons had ended a bit early today because everyone in the academy needed to nurse their broken common sense, and the girls decided to head over to the royal castle. There, in Anna's room, Sophia sat down on a sofa while letting out a long sigh. You can say that again. Ari had the same reaction as she sat down next to her. You two be silent. Maya and Anna got a little loud. The duo immediately stopped talking. Good. The two started smiling and also sat down next to their girls. 4 of them on the same sofa was a little snug, but no one of them cared about that at the moment. Why is your girlfriend so like this, Maya? The princess leaned forward to look at the catgirl at the other end on the sofa. No idea, she was like this when we met already. She had no answer. What about your maid? It's not like she's any better. It sounded like she wanted to use a different word while looking back at the princess. Yeah, it seems like she's pretty easily influenced. Hey. The two in the middle didn't like this conversation. We don't want any comments from either of you. They turned silent again. It's good that there are no lessons for the rest of the week. Maybe everyone calms down a bit thanks to that. Eh? Sophia didn't stay silent for long as she looked at Anna. There's no more school? Yeah, Aluna used our class as an, test. Starting tomorrow, she will give a presentation to the rest of the school. We're free to attend, but it's not going to be anything new compared to the last 2 days, and she doesn't need any of us to do any sort of demonstration. That one didn't work out quite as anticipated. After all, the princess gave her fellow tiger a short explanation. That's great. Sophia's face lit up. Absolutely. So did Ari's. Any sort of bonding between the two of you is forbidden today. Anna and Maya got loud again. The two still didn't like their treatment. Wait. If there's no more school. Long weekend. The blonde got even more cheerful. Maya, let's go and visit the elven village. Sure, why not? The catgirl had nothing against the idea. Yay. I also sensed that Fenny and Aura were back in my detection range a little while ago, so we can go together with them later. Sounds like a plan to me. What? Anna scratched one of her ears to make sure it was working while looking at the couple. You're going to visit a what now? Fenny and Aura sniffed out a nearby elven village a little while ago, and the two of us want to take a look at it. There are elves near the capital? The princess got loud. Relatively far, but no, it's just an abandoned village they left behind. Ah, I see. Anna paused for a moment. Wait, that's still plenty outrageous. Not even father ever mentioned anything about remains of the elven race. Well, what can I say? Sophia tilted her head. The wolves found it when taking a walk or on a date or whatever. According to them, a group of the fox beast folk lives there now. Foxes? The fellow tiger didn't seem like calming down yet. Okay, they're not nearly as rare, but they're even better. Why? Have you never seen one of them? Ari looked at the blonde. They have the by far fluffiest tails of any member of the beast folk. They're adorable. All right. Sophia suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Maya, we're going. She sounded very motivated. Is it really all right for you to get this excited about the tales of other girls right in front of your own girlfriend? The jaguar was still looking at her, but her expression turned to a rather disapproving one. I like how you automatically assumed I'm only interested in the tales of the fox girls. Also, Maya's the one who wanted to touch them. Really? Ari and her princess focused their attention on the cat girl. That's not good. You too. There were many things she wanted to say right now, but she decided to keep it to herself for the time being. It was just a misunderstanding. So, you don't want to touch the fluffy? Sophia now also looked at her. Shut up already. She decided not to answer the question. I kinda want to go there, too. Anna seemed a little envious. Eh? Ari didn't like the sound of that. Visiting an elven village sounds really interesting, doesn't it? Even without elves themselves, that is. Oh, the jaguar's expression immediately relaxed again. Why yeah, that does sound interesting. How far from here is it? Not really sure. Sophia shook her head. From what the wolves told us, I'd guess that it's around 100 kilometers away, give or take something. That's not nearby at all. Anna got loud again. That really depends on how fast you can run. Wow, she wasn't sure how to reply to that. Are you planning to go there immediately? Now that you're here already, Ari seemed to have some different plans for the blonde. Well, there was this topic about those lovely heated floors in your mansion, and... Ah. Anna also jumped up from the sofa. Sophia, please install them here in my room now that you're here already. Hey. The jaguar glared at her tiger. No cutting in line. Ahaha, the blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek in response. I don't have any materials left, though. That's no problem. After I told Mother that you might be willing to install it for us before the company gets around it, she immediately let everything be delivered. It's in one of the storage rooms in the castle. Cats really do anything to get warm, huh? Sophia paused for a moment. Very relatable. Alright, fine, why not? Yay. The duo sounded happy. I'll start with Ellie's room first, though. Why? They liked this decision much less. Because she's Ellie, and I love her. The tiger had a very easy explanation for it. Unfair. The duo didn't support this favoritism. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. Ugh. Ellie's not even in the castle right now. Mother told me yesterday that the two are doing something together. I know that Ellie isn't here. Actually, thanks to my detection magic, I even know where in the capital she is right now, but I still want to do her room first as a surprise. You'd make for a fine stalker. Ari rolled her eyes while looking at her. Sophia had very complicated feelings about this accusation. The image of Kinnear flashing through her head didn't help in the slightest either. Fine, Anna caved in. My room's next, though. Nope. The blonde shook her head again. Ari asked first when she found out about it. Yes. For a princess to be the last. No respect, she wasn't entirely serious, but Anna still started pouting. Why? Sophia looked smug instead. I'm starting with a princess, though? Ugh. You might also want to clean up your room a bit beforehand. The blonde had no plans to spare her fellow tiger as she looked around in her room. The more you have lying around, the longer it takes me to get rid of your furniture. I see. Anna had lost every argument she possibly had. I told you that would bite you eventually. Ari smiled at her princess. Well, my room's squeaky clean, so we can start as soon as you're done with Ellie's. Anyway, with that taken care of, where's the storage room? No idea, Anna shook her head. I only heard that it's stored in one of them. I know, though. The jaguar raised her hand. I saw them delivering it and all. Perfect. Should I guide you? Great idea. Sophia knew that she needed more than a bit of help to navigate through the gigantic castle. Wait. Maya and the princess stopped the duo. What? Both of you caused enough catastrophes the last few days. Maya didn't like the plan. We don't think it's a good idea to let the troublemaker duo roam around alone together. Shut up. Said duo didn't like their treatment and decided to leave anyway. While lightly sticking out their tongues, Sophia and Ari then left the room to get on with their plan while leaving Maya and Anna behind in her room. Well, that went about as expected, huh? The cat girl watched them leaving with a smug expression while looking at the princess. Sophia really is a bad influence. Come on, is it really bad influence? Maya focused her attention on Anna. I, too, think Ari changed compared to the first few times I spent time with her. Sophia likes to overdo it, but I have a thing for playful girls, so. Current Ari's definitely an amazing girl. Yes, you're right. She is great. Okay, bad influence might have been the wrong word. Still, I don't want Sophia to get all the glory. I want to be the one to have such an influence on my Ari. Then get together with her already. Maya also got loud. If you're her girlfriend, she'll naturally take pickup on all kinds of quirks you have. Well, I bet she already a lot from you. Sophia, another easygoing tiger, just enhanced those quirks even more. Start dating her, and you'll be the main reason she'll be doing stupid things in the future. Stop making it sound so easy. It is, though. As the topic around the jaguar had somehow started off somewhat heated, primarily thanks to the tiger being beyond dense and the cat being frustrated about this very issue, the two first took a short break before picking up the topic again. Chapter 228, Getting Past the Dents, a Little. The couple went with Ari and Anna to the royal castle after school was over. There, the girls had a lively chat together. After a while, Sophia had agreed to equip the rooms of the duo and that of Ellie with the same heated floors as the mansion. While Ari guided the blonde to the materials needed, Maya and the princess stayed behind in her room and continued to chat. Alright, have we calmed down a bit? The two were currently sitting on sofas facing each other when the catgirl had eventually addressed Anna again. Why yes, she nodded a few times. Great. Maya smiled at her. Seriously though, get together with her already. Again. Stop making it sound so easy when it's not. At this point, it really is, though. Why? What are the two of you doing together by now? The catgirl stared at her for a while. You sleep in the same bed while clinging to each other. She's basically your hug pillow at this point, and Ari doesn't seem to mind it even a bit. I'm not even talking about the whole shoving your breasts into her face thing. Ugh. How often have you stole glances at her during bathing time even though I said watch out about that? How often have you had the feeling she does the same? You cling to her whenever I see the two of you together, and I've never seen her not smiling while you did so. Then there are the times where you told me she initiated things herself. Those were just. No, those were no mistakes. The catgirl shook her head. It is so clear that Ari's seeking for your contact. That's. I was watching the two of you the entire time when we went to and back from the academy, you know? Anna's face gradually turned more and more red. I saw how you reached for her hand, and I also saw how bright Ari's smile became immediately afterward while she glanced at your joined hands. Is that so? Haven't you noticed that yourself? I was busy dealing with my own face not lighting on fire. Like it does right now? Maya flashed her a cheeky grin. Shut up. Eehee. She liked her reaction. I also noticed what Ari then tried while you were walking hand in hand. Yeah? Have you noticed how her tail brushed against yours every now and then? Oh, of course, I have. How could I not? Anna got loud. It feels great, but that was just an accident. Something like that can happen when you walk next to each other. My tail's super long and all over the place, after all. Ari's quite thick and bushy, as well. Nope. The catgirl shook her head. What's that supposed to mean? It definitely happened on purpose. What? Her tail wasn't just swaying around while she was walking. You could really see how hard she was trying to match the movement of your tail with hers to get in contact with it at the right time. Every now and then, it even looked like she was trying to curl hers around yours for a brief moment. There's just no dash. No, it definitely did happen. Maya didn't let Anna finish her sentence. And no way, the princess then paused for a moment. I did feel coming in contact with her T-tail quite often, though. Now that you mentioned it. While we sleep, they often end up in a T-tangled mess. Well, that might be just as much my fault, because I'm all over the place when I'm sleeping. Even so, when we relaxed, it happened more than once, way more, that her tail kinda curled around me. I was busy being embarrassed and happy that I couldn't give it much thought, but... See? Maya raised her voice. I hope you did the same, at least. I did. The princess was turning more and more into a mess. Why you said that I should copy the behavior she does, because it wouldn't make me as suspicious. I almost died from it, but I occasionally wrap my tail around her, too. Mostly her legs, that is. Squishy thighs? And no comment. She turned her head away. Hee hee. Maya tried her best to not look too smug right now. Well, good job, girl. Thanks. So, how did it feel? Her thighs? Ari touching you with her tail. Anna immediately covered her face with her hand to hide her embarrassment. Maya needed a moment to wipe the incredibly smug grin from her face before being able to continue. It was great. Incredibly soft, squishy, and fluffy. It made me feel tingly all over, too. Wait, she tilted her head while also scratching her temple. Are we talking about her thighs now? We aren't. Anna got loud again. They could be described with the same words, but that's not what I meant. Is that so? The smug grin was back already. Anyway, once Maya had enough of looking at the adorable princess, which took a while, she eventually got back on track. I'm sorry, but that's not something friends do. It's not like having our ears touched by others, far from it, but when being kids aside, we don't easily let others touch our tails so readily, after all. Why yes, the princess nodded a couple of times. I think I could excuse maybe you or Sophia accidentally touching my tail, but that's about it. Someone going for it on purpose, I would hate it, and probably tell my father to send the army on them, which he would happily do. I would also never use my tail to touch someone with it or touch those of others. Unless it's Ari. Why yes. And it's the same for her. It's the same for all cats, after all. It is, isn't it? Yep. What now? Anna tried to find some words. I still can't fully believe it, but if it's really mutual. That Ari also loves me. What should I do now? Kiss her. Maya didn't hesitate for a second with her answer. Why do you always jump from one extreme to another? The princess raised her voice. I can't kiss her. Why not? She tilted her head again. You're all over each other to a point where even your tails are involved already. What else is left there? The sexual side aside, your options to go further right now are a kiss, touching her ears, or outright confessing your love. Ugh. Are there no other options? Anna was convinced of any of them. For example? The cat girl stared right into her eyes. What is more intimate than playing with each other's tails, but less than a kiss? She had no answer. That's why, go get her, tiger. The princess seemed about to light on fire any moment now. What kind of kiss? You know what kind. Why you're such a bully. Well, it has to be on the lips, you know? No better way to get your feelings across. That's way too much. Did you do that, too? Well, I did kiss Sophia's back while we took a bath, if I remember right. But our actual first kiss happened after I confessed to her. So, that would be your other option. Are there really no options that are more beginner-friendly? A beginner in this topic is teaching you right now. Sophia's my first experience, too, after all. I'm trying for her to be my last, too, so. The princess was running out of alternatives. How am I supposed to kiss her, anyway? I can just go, hey Ari, let me kiss you, can I? Well, you can. A little more finesse might be appropriate, though. I'm not good at that. I know. Maya was well aware that the princess was more on the clumsy side. No tiger is, after all. So. Anna didn't even try to complain. She seems to be pretty light, so just pick her up and go for it. Picking her up in a princess carry as a princess sounds pretty great. Once she's in your arms, for the lips you go. The blush wasn't limited to just her face anymore at this point. Too much? Why yes, Anna needed a moment. Way too much. I see. Understandable. If it is, then don't suggest it. I gave you a nice picture for your imagination, though, did I not? That doesn't matter. She got loud again. Yes, thank you very much. You're welcome. Do you also have any actual tips for me? Don't want to try something by yourself? If I'd be able to do that, I wouldn't have given you that many headaches already. Despite being as dense as a rock, tigers really are pretty self-aware, aren't they? Shut up. It's hard to force a kiss, especially if you aren't together yet. I also doubt you want your first kiss to happen like this. Definitely. It's all a question of getting a good mood going. Do I look like I'm able to do something like that? I'm good at destroying good moods, but creating them? No. Shut up, Sophia. Maya felt reminded of someone else right now. She has no talent for it, either? Actually, she's quite good at it. When she wants to, at least, the cat girl reconsidered her claim after thinking about it. Especially when she's horny. I don't need this kind of information. It could be helpful for later, though. I don't need this kind of information, why yet? Fair enough. One thing after another. Anna was sustaining a lot of damage in this conversation. It's tough to give tips for that, okay? The cat girl paused for a moment. When you sleep together, I take that also some cuddling is happening beforehand, yes? It depends a little on how tired we are, but less often than I want to, but it happens, yes. Let me guess, the amount you want it to happen is every day, right? If you know the answer, why do you even ask? Maya liked the honest princess a lot. It's a great way to see your motivation. Ugh, Anna only reacted with a groan. Doing our homework, or studying, or just lazing around also ends up with cuddling a lot lately. Again, why aren't the two of you not dating yet? Leave me be. Okay. Don't. Girl, decide. Help me. The princess was slightly all over the place. You really are lucky that I have experience with jumpy girls. Thank you very much, Sophia. She was glad that her fellow tiger was so similar to herself in that regard. Okay, back to creating a good mood. Maya had enough of getting sidetracked. If you're cuddling with her, Try to go for a position where your faces are close to each other. Once she's all relaxed and cozy, try your luck. Bring your face close and give her a little kiss. That sounds way too easy. Well, if you think so, I expect good news the next time we meet. That wasn't my intention. Too late now. You. The two kept chatting a little longer while Maya gave her some more suggestions on how to kiss the jaguar. Still, the princess didn't hold out much longer before her brain was entirely fried from this overly embarrassing conversation. Once she managed to calm down again, the duo decided to clean up Anna's room to get it ready for the heated floors once Sophia came back. Chapter 229, Unexpected Words. While Maya was busy making the princess as embarrassed as possible by giving her tips on how to get her jaguar, mainly by ordering Anna to kiss the black-haired girl, Sophia and the subject of the other's conversation, Ari, had gotten the materials needed for the heated floor out of the storage room. While the two were getting ready to install it in Ellie's room, Ari had offered to watch and help with that. The two started a very similar chat on their own. "How is it going with Anna, my dear?" "Ugh," the jaguar immediately flinched. "Oh?" Sophia was very interested in the origin of such a reaction. "What happened?" I am starting to think that you might actually be right." "I always am." The tiger raised her voice. "Wait, with what?" "Anna may possibly be having the same feelings I have." "Well, duh." It was the best reaction she could give her. "Has something happened that you dense idiot finally agree?" Hey, that's a bit harsh." "No, it's not." She shook her head a few times. "I'm the densest of idiots." "I'm allowed to say that." "Well, as long as you're self-aware." "I can't really defend myself here." "So?" "It's not really that anything specific happened. Just how she is, we are acting lately, there's little room for doubts anymore." "Details?" "I want details." The blonde was really excited about it. "Well, we are still sleeping together every night, and it got a lot more intimate." "More than death by boobs?" Sophia tilted her head. "Stop focusing on that topic already." "How could I? I tried it with Maya, and it was amazing. It must be even better with the princess." Ari decided not to answer and only turned her bright red head away. "Good enough for me." She liked her reaction. "Go on." "I'm not sure if I should." The jaguar felt her looking forward to it a bit too much. "Don't be like that." "Fine. It's not all the time, unfortunately, but before we actually sleep, we cuddle a lot." "It's great." "Sure sounds like it." "It's also not only when we get ready to sleep. Doing homework or other kinds of studying, or simply relaxing on the sofa, it will end up in cuddling most of the time." "That's great." Sophia was happy for her. It is. The way we cuddle also got way more intimate than at the start. She really sticks to me tightly. So do I. Our T-tails also got involved in it more and more. She really likes to wrap hers around my legs." "Squishy thighs?" They aren't squishy. They sure look soft to me, though." The tiger focused her eyes on Ari's legs. "Stop looking." No, she showed no sign of averting her eyes. "I'll tell Maya about this." "I am 100% sure she said the same thing at least once to Anna when the two are alone." "Ugh. Probably, the jaguar knew her a bit by now, after all. Anyway, my thighs aren't the point here. It's Anna using her tail to wrap it around me." "Right. I'm also kinda doing the same whenever I get the chance." Ari paused for a moment. "And if you ask about the squishiness of Anna's thighs now, I'll get angry." The blonde stayed silent and only looked at her with pleading eyes. Very squishy, very soft, and absolutely amazing. Looking at her, the jaguar knew that the conversation wouldn't progress without this information. She also seemed slightly proud about it, though. "Thank you very much." Sophia showed her a big smile before finally being able to concentrate. "Well, I know that already, though." "How do you know that Anna's thighs are perfect?" She got loud. "Did something actually happen when she tried to go after you?" No. I meant the tail story. I know that you're trying to touch the princess with yours all the time. Yeah? Ari froze up. How? It was pretty obvious on our walks to and from school. Everyone would have noticed that you were trying to entangle your tail with hers or touching her legs and back with it. Oh, really? Her face turned redder. I was trying to make it look natural, though. It was about as natural as me trying to come up with an excuse that makes sense. And no way. The jaguar looked devastated. Yep, it was really obvious. Also, good job on holding hands with her the entire time. The two of you look very sweet together. Thank you, you. Her expressions were all over the place. Do you think Anna also noticed? Well, she seems to be at least as dense as I am, so. Then again, you know how much our tails mean to us felines, right? Sophia glanced at her own swishing around behind her while saying so. I do, Ari agreed while her own tail visibly twitched a few times in response. Yeah, it's not nearly as sensitive as our ears, but tails are important. If anyone would touch my tail without consent, I would get really angry. The tiger's aura changed for a moment before turning back again. If you're allowed to touch hers, and she's using it to touch you, there are a few other interpretations here. I know. You didn't touch her ears, though, did you? Oh, of course not. Ari raised her voice even more. There's no way I could do that at this stage in our relationship. At this stage, huh? Her smile turned into a smirk. Well, I do want to, eventually, but it's too early. I love how honest you can be. Ugh. So, what's the plan? Sophia looked right at her. I want to kiss Anna. I want to kiss her so badly. Oh, okay, the tiger wasn't expecting such a direct and powerful reply. But no ears. That's something else entirely. Okay, fair enough. She still vividly remembers the first time she touched Maya's ears before the two started dating and how wrong it almost felt. Not to mention the extreme feeling when the cat girl touched hers for the first time after she became a tiger. A kiss is alright, though? Why yes, Ari slightly nodded in response. I never thought I'd have a chance with this tall princess I grew up with, but ever since you started helping me, it seems like there's actually a chance. I wanted to hide those feelings to get over them eventually, but you showed me a better way. Ah. Sophia was happy that she was responsible for this. I always thought she's so clingy because we're childhood friends and how she's so very spoilt, but lately, it's different. I want to further get closer and improve our relationship. The only thing I can imagine after we already started touching each other with our tails is to kiss her. How about you simply confess already? No, Ari's answer was surprisingly strong. Why not? A confession is way too intimate. Sophia got more than a little confused. Cuddling, sleeping together, touching each other, getting some tail action, and kissing is okay, but a confession is too much. Ari needed a moment. Why yes. How? A confession is final. Once I confess, Anna knows my feelings for sure. Because kissing a friend on the lips is a normal thing to do. The tiger had a hard time following her. I never said anything about her lips. That's what you wanted to do, though, didn't you? The jaguar chose not to answer again. Good girl. She was proud of her. So, what am I missing here? I can't brush off a confession. If I kiss her and her reaction isn't a good one, I might still be able to find an excuse for my actions. In the worst case, I could still blame you. Why me? Sophia got loud. She already thinks you're influencing me too much, so I bet she'd believe me if I say that you've tricked me into doing it. I'm not sure how I feel about this. By the way, thank you for influencing me so much. I really appreciate it. Dot. Luckily, the blonde was easily swayed. You really have changed. You really chewed me out the last time I suggested kissing the princess. Things have changed. Anna and I got so much closer, and I really want to kiss her so very, very, very much. It's all your fault for encouraging me so much. I see. That's why it's all your fault if everything goes wrong. Fair enough. I think. Probably. I got confused a little in the middle, and I'm not exactly sure about anything anymore. Sophia tilted her head while trying to make sense of the situation and her involvement. Yeah, I'm definitely not innocent. Absolutely not. Alright, fine, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. As she already knew that their love was mutual, the tiger had no issue with taking the blame. Thank you very much. There's a candidate dash, there are two conditions for me to take the blame, though. I don't like the sound of that. Ari had a bad feeling about this. It's not like you have a choice, do you? Sophia, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. She squirmed around for a little while. Okay, what is it? If the kiss should be successful and returned in kind, you'll immediately confess to her. That's, the jaguar's face turned redder again. If the mood is right afterward, I'll try. You just kissed her. Of course, the mood will be right. Oh okay, I'll try. No, you will do it. Why you're such a tyrant. I know. Sophia showed her a cheeky grin. A tyrant that wants your best. What is the other condition? You'll immediately head over to my place the next day and tell me about everything that happened. In great detail, that is. She loved this kind of talk, after all. That should be manageable. Ari paused for a moment. Though, again, about that other candy dash. No. She stopped her. That will happen. I hate you. No, you don't. Yeah, I love you. The jaguar couldn't be mad at her. See? Confessing isn't all that hard. Sophia tried her best to hold in her laughter. Shut up. She almost started screaming. This and that are totally different things. Those types of love have no relation to each other. I know. The tiger nodded. It's the same different kind of love I have for you and my Maya, after all. Thanks. Anyway, with that taken care of and agreed on, let's dash. Nothing has been taken care of, and even less has been agreed on. I beg to differ. She wasn't listening. So, what's your plan to kiss her? I'm really interested in what you have planned. I bet it's adorable and super romantic. Ari suddenly froze up. You useless lesbian. Sophia couldn't believe her. Wow, for me to say that to someone. Steph would be so proud of me. She could even less believe that she'd ever use those words on someone else. Afterward, once they calmed down a little, the two did some more brainstorming while getting Ellie's room ready for the heated floors. Chapter 230, Ari's room. While Sophia was alone with Ari as the two got Ellie's room ready for heated floors, she asked the jaguar about her latest progress with Anna. As it turned out, there was quite a lot of progress. The duo had gotten so close and intimate with each other that Ari's current desire was to kiss the princess. Unfortunately, while her urge to kiss her girl was strong, Ari's ability to plan it out wasn't. Alrighty, we're done here. While clapping her hands once, Sophia looked at Ellie's room with a satisfied expression. As she actually just let everything disappear, including the floor, added some of the heating stuff, and made everything look like before again. Ari, on the other hand, looked rather tired instead. You're insane. Thank you very much. She decided to take it as a compliment. Should we head over to your room now? Sure. Agreeing to it, the jaguar then guided Sophia to her room, which wasn't too far away from Anna's. Oh, it's cute. There, the blonde looked around for a while, taking in how neatly it was decorated and that everything was perfectly cleaned up. Immediately after, her eyes stopped at Ari's bed. Isn't it a bit small when you two sleep together? Especially because Anna's so tall. Yeah. She nodded. It's perfect. Ahaha. Sophia loved her reply. All snug and intimate, huh? Yep. Though slightly embarrassed about it, Ari's expression made clear that she was enjoying this arrangement a lot. That's another point on my list that made me suspicious about Anna. How so? Her bed's so much bigger, but we spend almost every night in mine since the day she came over to sleep here for the first time. That made me think that she wants to be closer, too. That made you think so? The tiger stared at the black-haired girl while tilting her head. That the princess uses you as her hug pillow every night didn't give it away already? I'm not even talking about the motorboa-air suffocating incidents here, either. I am sorry for also being a little dense, okay? Sure, let's keep it at a little. Ugh. Alrighty, let's get started. Sure. Great. Getting her okay, Sophia then let everything, including the floor of Ari's bedroom, disappear into her storage, leaving only a completely bare room behind. Your storage magic sure is something else. All those purple distortions were quite pretty, though. Also, my stuff's safe, right? Alright? Want to go inside and take a look at it? Alright, you mentioned before that you can actually enter it, right? It's pretty interesting in there, dot. Is it safe, too? As safe as everything else I do. Ari didn't like this answer. Good point. Sophia couldn't blame the jaguar and her overly disapproving expression. The wolves and even Maya regularly enter the place, too. It's safe enough for that. That sounds a lot more promising. So? The blonde smirked at her. I'm not sure if you'll ever be able to enter your own storage, but it might help you learn it. You really know how to win over a girl. No, I absolutely don't. Sophia shook her head. Also, don't tell the other two that you said this sentence to me when we were alone. She noticed her mistake. Especially not when you're about to enter one of my holes. That leads to my storage area, to be more exact. That was stretching it a bit, huh? Ari only increased her stare. She only now noticed her accidental wordplay. That wasn't even on purpose. My, what a pervert we have here to interpret my words like that, dot. Sophia? Yes, I'll shut up now. The blonde knew what she wanted to say. Good. Ari's expression softened again. Also, absolutely. We really shouldn't tell them. Any of those things, that is. Anyway, Sophia decided to end the topic she started. A moment later, one of her usual door-sized purple portals opened in front of her. Let's hop in. The jaguar stared at the portal for a while. Is it okay if I change my mind? She was heavily second-guessing her decision to take a look at Sophia's storage. Just go already. Not giving her any choice in the matter, the blonde simply got behind Ari and pushed her inside. And no, she tried to protest, but clearly had no chance against the strength of the overpowered tiger. On the other side of the portal, Ari's eyes immediately grew wide. So did Sophia's, but for a different reason. Wrong room, she noticed that the two ended up in her portal room, connecting to their mansion and the maze, among other things. It wasn't the all-white space it used to be anymore. Sophia had created an actual room with light steel blue walls and a ceiling. The portals were attached to the walls, as well. Wrong room? Ari tilted her head. Also, don't push me into holes I don't want to enter. Good one. The tiger was proud of her. Hee. Wait, where's all my stuff? She looked around some more in the room that seemed to be completely empty, aside from a couple of portals. As I said, it's the wrong place. Your furniture and all that is somewhere else. I see. It didn't seem like the jaguar did, though. What are all the portals for? Sophia wasn't sure if she should tell her. Well, whatever. Each of those portals links to a different place. Seriously? The jaguar got loud. Are you seriously just a normal tiger? What else am I supposed to be? I don't know. All of this seems way too extraordinarily. If you actually were some higher being in disguise, I would totally believe it. Do I look like a higher being to you? The blonde didn't like where this was going. The Great Kinnear's a god, too, And while his statues make him look dignified, the expression he has on every single one gives off a smug yet somewhat unreliable look. Sophia had so many things she wanted to say right now, but none of those would make the situation even slightly better. So, I'm unreliable. That's not what I wanted to say. Apologizing once, the jaguar then took a deep breath. I'm sorry, you're obviously no higher being. That would be way too over the top even for you, after all. It's just that surprising. All of this. Why yeah, she was still taking damage from her remarks. Well, I can see where you're coming from. She didn't want to agree with Ari, but it's not like she could blame her, either. So, where do these, portals lead to? Looking a little interested, the black-haired girl walked over to one of them and curiously eyed it. That specific one there leads to an underground dungeon. And no way. If you think I'm joking, feel free to hop in and see for yourself. She looked at the portal for another moment. I think I'm good. It's a pretty fun place, though. And maybe another time. Ari had very mixed feelings about it. Sure. What about the others? Just some random places, like a totally uninteresting and unsuspicious lake in the middle of nowhere not too far from here. Sounds suspicious. I just said that it isn't. That's the reason why it is. The jaguar obviously saw right through her. Also, there are no lakes near the capital. With nearby, I still meant around 150 kilometers away. I see. Wait, the nearest lake that is worth its name I know is even farther if I remember right. I guess you forgot one, then. Suspicious. It is not. Sure, Ari knew her well enough by now that she didn't believe a single word the tiger was saying. What about the big portal in the middle of the room? That leads to our mansion. Really? That's a great idea. The jaguar seemed to have immediately understood the purpose. Wherever you travel, no matter how far it is, you can always go back home for a nice bath and comfy bed. That's exactly the plan. Well, we mainly plan to use that way of traveling during the cold season because camping is fun when it's warm. Still, after I found out that it's getting icy around here, I don't feel like traveling at all right now. Understandable. Ari reacted with a nod. I don't want to go out at all during wintertime. Yeah, the two cats had the same opinion on the matter. I kind of want to see this nearby and totally not suspicious lake I've never heard of right now, though. The jaguar looked at the corresponding portal again. How about some other time? Sophia was already regretting having ever mentioned the disaster lake. She then turned around and created yet another portal. Let's go through that for the time being. Where does this one lead? Ari let go of the idea. To where we actually wanted to go, your stored bedroom. I almost forgot about that. Too much had happened at once for the jaguar to stay on top of things. Much less reluctant this time, Ari then stepped through the new portal without having to be encouraged to do so. We're right this time. Sophia had followed after her and let out a relieved sigh. It's actually just like my room. Ari was looking around in the area with a rather complicated expression. Without walls in the middle of nowhere inside an all-white space, that is. Minor details. Sure, walking around a bit, she eventually sat down on her bed. The bright white all around you is a bit much, but other than that, you really could live in here, huh? If you make it like the portal room, no one would even notice anything out of the ordinary. That's what I have been saying. Sophia got loud. Maya doesn't let me, though. Also, I remember you agreeing with her opinion. Sounds like something I did, yeah. The jaguar nodded a few times. Adding to that, the white space is just the default setting. The portal room had actual walls and all that, after all. That's true. I might even be able to recreate some nature if I put some effort. The black-haired girl had a complicated expression again while looking at the tiger standing in front of her. Creating a whole world with nature and all that inside a space that you rule over. I wonder if the Great Kinnear can do something like that, as well. The blonde remembered the last time the Great Kinnear visited them, where he called her a divine being. Anyway, back to the living in here idea. Sophia had no intention to continue this topic. I bet it would be cool to have something like a house in here. You can't be much more on your own without any interruption than here. She could stop time, which makes one even more alone, but that's a different topic. It does sound interesting and a little fun. Wow. Ari suddenly stopped. Anna was right. You are a bad influence. I never would have agreed to something as ridiculous as this before meeting you. You're welcome. She didn't mind being a bad influence if that led to her friend being more playful than before. Yeah, thanks. Once the two made sure that Ari's stuff was safe in the storage dimension, the two headed back to the Jaguar's actual room to get the underfloor heating installed. Chapter 231, Planning a Plan. Ari and Sophia were still installing the heated floor in the Jaguar's room in the castle. They were still planning to do so, to be more precise, as the two, as usual, kept getting sidetracked by absolutely everything. The duo just came back from the tiger's storage dimension, where she had put all of Ari's stuff from her bedroom. She also had accidentally revealed her portal room to the black-haired girl. Explaining how the blonde can place portals wherever she wants and travel from one to another was met with great interest by her friend, too. Alright, the two just came back from Sophia's storage when the blonde looked around in the Jaguar's empty room. Any requests? Make it as hot as possible, please. Sure. It tends to explode if you use too much, though. Is that so? Yep. Please keep it 1% below the maximum then, please. I really love the greedy Ari. She let out a small chuckle. Anything else? Make sure to put enough below and right around the bed. It has to be the toastiest around there, after all. Don't worry, as toasty as possible comes as standard with the Sophia all-inclusive package. I like the sound of that. Yeah, it's the customer's favorite bestseller, too. I can see why. She played along. Around half an hour later, Ari's room looked like normal again, as if nothing either happened, only that it felt a lot warmer now. Sophia also installed 2 switches to pour magic into to activate the underfloor heating. One was at the door, and the other one was right next to the Jaguar's bed where the two were sitting on right now. How is it? I might actually fall for you thanks to this. Ari seemed to really like it. If Anna wouldn't exist, that is. Wow, the blonde had a few somewhat complicated feelings about this. Especially because the Jaguar had made a slight pause before adding the Anna part. Be bless the princess for existing. Absolutely. She couldn't agree more with that. Seriously, though, Sophia stared right at the Jaguar. Again, what's up with the flirty ambiguity? I don't mind, it's kinda nice, but it's so different from the you I first got to know. Ahaha, Ari awkwardly scratched her cheek. I was able to mostly ignore Anna's influence when it comes to being playful. Okay, more like I suppressed it on the outside. It's not like I was never playful when being alone with her. Still, with you being quite similar in that area while being even more unhinged in others. Well, we became good friends, and I didn't see a reason to hold back anymore inside our little group. Why hold back when no one else around you does, huh? More or less, yes. You should tell that to Anna, too. Huh? Well, she's getting jealous about the two of us getting along a lot. Just as you said, she thinks I have a bad influence on you. You should clarify that her influence on you is just as bad. In those exact words? Shut up. Keep your sass to Anna. I already have my own cat filled to the brim with that. No, it's just that I'd also feel bad if it feels like someone else is solely responsible for influencing my girlfriend, or hopefully soon-to-be girlfriend in this case. To a degree where her character seemed to have changed, even. For the better, sure, but it would still bother me. Yes, putting it that way, it would really bother me, as well. Ari nodded in understanding. I guess I should make it clearer that Anna's the main reason for me having developed such a personality, and you're just enabling me. I don't like your wording, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Teasing her is fine, But I don't want to make Anna feel insecure or make her worry. Ari showed her a small smile. I am so glad that I'm the one who became good friends with you instead of Maya being it. Sure, because you don't enjoy teasing people in the slightest. The jaguar just stared at her while rolling her eyes. That's a fair argument. The tiger had little to defend herself with here. Still, Maya's on a whole other level when it comes to the art of teasing people. Should I be worried that Anna picks up something from her? Nah, Sophia shook her head. The only thing you should be worried about there is your princess liking it a bit too much. Should that make me feel better? Probably not, but it shows how it can worry someone if their partner gets influenced by someone else. Yes, I get it. I'll blame Anna more often in the future for all the bad influence I'm surrounded by and how she's the worst in that regard. Again, not a fan of the wording, but it's good enough, I'd say. Hee. Well, while we're on the topic of the princess already, how about we pick up your plan about kissing her again? While saying so, Sophia sprang up from the bed and grinned at Ari. You had hoped that I forgot about that, huh? A little, yes. Too bad. You really have more than enough sass in yourself. Not denying that. The blonde took it as a compliment. Well, when it comes to kissing, I do have some experience by now. I'll gladly show you a thing or two. The jaguar stared at her for a moment. Did you really say that just now? Sophia needed a second to understand the alternative meaning of her words. I'm glad that our old roles are still a thing. Sure are. The piercing gaze of Ari turned softer again. No, I meant that I might be able to give you a tip or two for setting the right mood. I see. It's going to be my first kiss, though. You and Maya are much further in your relationship. I'm not sure if your mood is the right one for my situation. A mood that involves less horny and more awkward. She didn't answer. I can also be innocent, you know? I'm sorry. We'll save the other type of mood for a later date. She stayed silent again. I want an answer here. The blonde had other plans, though. Later, yes, Ari gave her a weak nod while her face turned red. Good. Sophia liked her reply. Alrighty, innocent, huh? She tilted her head and thought about it for a moment. Well, it's your first kiss, so I'm sure you already gave it a lot of thought, didn't you? I bet you already know how you'd like it to happen, right? It might be easier to create a mood around that. So, what's your dream kiss? The jaguar's face became even redder in response. Oh? She raised an eyebrow. I thought you wanted something innocent? I do. Ari got loud. It's not like that. I imagining my first kiss with Anna is reason enough to get embarrassed, is it not? You win that round. Sophia had more than a bit of experience with being embarrassed as well, after all. So, what's your fantasy with the princess? Now I'm the one who doesn't like your wording. Ari got loud. It will be rather hard with both of us standing. True. The blonde nodded. I already have to put in some work with that, and the gap between Maya's and my height's much smaller than yours. Stupidly tall Anna. I think it's great how tall she is. It looks awesome. You're right. You are very right. Ari agreed. Comes with a lot of problems, though. Maybe tiptoeing would work? She tried to remember how tall the princess was in relation to the jaguar. Could be close, though. I tried to match her line of sight while standing on tiptoes before. The last time, I ended up losing my balance and dived my face into her chest. I think I remember you telling me that. Yeah, it was after you urged me to get into her comfort zone to see her reaction. Sophia scratched her cheek. It worked out. You got a reaction out of her, right? Among other things. 2 things, to be exact. Shut up. Hee. Still, you sure are drawn to Anna's chest. Okay, I can't blame you for that. Hey. She got louder again. Also, her breasts are drawn to me just as often when we sleep. Great defense you have there. Sophia only smiled at her. Ugh. Alright, well the result, your head on her chest, sounds comfy, standing on tiptoes is not. Why yes. Once I know what I'm doing, it shouldn't be an issue, but starting with it might be complicated. What a tough customer we have here. The blonde paused for a moment. I love how much more confident you got about all that, though. Already planning what to do once you're more comfortable with it. Don't jinx it. You're the one planning ahead here. That doesn't matter. Sure. Sophia was having a lot of fun. Alright, what else could you do? With both of you lying down when getting ready to sleep. That could end up being awkward, as well. Why yes. Oh. The tiger raised her voice. How about you kiss her while she's sitting down? Maybe on a chair or a sofa? Your line of sight might even be slightly above hers, and you can plan it really well that way. Oh. Ari had the same reaction. I like that. Great. She was happy that they got an idea. It also shouldn't be too hard to get her into that position. She's just sitting down, after all. Yes. All that's left now is to create a good mood that involves her sitting down. Why yes, the jaguar sounded a bit less enthusiastic now, because she had no idea how to create a good mood on purpose. The two chatted for a while longer while trying to develop a plan. Once they thought of something that could work, and after Ari managed to get rid of her blush again, the two finally went back to Anna's room to reunite with their girls. Chapter 232, Influencing Each Other. Sophia finally finished equipping Ari's room with the underfloor heating she invented, and the two chatted a little longer afterward. The jaguar was finally ready to try and get her relationship with the princess to the next level. She wanted to try and kiss her, and the blonde happily tried her best to help Ari with that by giving her tips on how to create a good mood and all that. We're back. Once the two had finished their chat, they went back to Anna's room and reunited with their girls. That took way too long. The princess immediately started complaining. Suspicious. What did you two do? Well, we installed heated floors in 2 rooms, you know? That can easily take an hour. Which in itself is quite a feat, the jaguar sided with the blonde. HRMN. Anna still seemed grumbly. So, nothing flirty happened? One never can be sure with the two of you after all. I was a good girl. Gee good. Ari tried and said a few things, though. Huh? The princess didn't like that at all. As Sophia? The girl in question wasn't any different. Am I wrong? The blonde only smiled at Ari. Why you? There was little to defend herself with. It definitely had no deeper meaning, though. I was just being playful. I know. Sophia then focused her attention on the room itself and noticed that it was much tidier now. Oh, you cleaned up, huh? Good job. That doesn't matter. The princess wasn't done yet. Ari. Stop getting so influenced by her. I'm not. The black-haired girl remembered some of her conversations with the shorter tiger. It's not Sophia's fault. It's yours. Why is it my fault? Anna didn't like this accusation. You're also always a little flirty with others and don't care what you say and do. That's. I picked up all of that from you. It's just because Sophia is so similar when it comes to that, and how she's so easy to talk to, my playful side that I learned from you comes out more often. Is that so? Yes. The princess started smiling after hearing that. Wait. Why don't you ever get so flirty and playful with me? Her good mood didn't last too long. Really? Sophia and Maya just stared at the dense girl with an exasperated expression. Let's leave it at that, idiot. But. Anna didn't want to. Should I tell them what you told me earlier and how stupid your claim sounds? The cat girl had no intention to deal with the overly dense princess any longer. Anyway, Sophia, can you install the underfloor heating in my room now, too? She was scared enough of Maya to immediately let go of the topic. Wait, what's this about? Ari got interested in it now, though. Sure. Sophia also had no intention to continue and faced Anna. I can do that. Thank you very much. Hee. A couple of minutes later, Anna's room was completely empty after Sophia had stored everything into her storage. Naturally, the princess was really interested in what had just happened. Wow. Her eyes were sparkling. Your magic's amazing. That purple stuff that swallowed all of my stuff was super pretty, too. Happy to hear. Speaking of, my stuff's still safe, right? It is, Ari reassured her. I asked the same question, and Sophia actually showed me the inside of her storage, because you can go inside. Eh? Anna's ears perked up after hearing that. You seriously can go inside? If you showed Ari, I want to see it, too. Sure. Sophia wasn't the least bit surprised by her reaction and quickly opened another portal connecting to her storage. Hop in. Seriously? The princess stared at the purple distortions. Ari didn't complain, you know? If that's how it is, feeling a lot more confident after hearing this, the tall tiger actually just went and jumped into the portal. Wow, what a fearless girl. The blonde hadn't expected that. You really didn't complain. Maya raised an eyebrow as she glanced at the jaguar. I complained a whole lot. She frantically shook her head. I complained so much that Sophia simply shoved me inside it without me ever consenting. That's more what I was imagining. Also, that's a pretty interesting wording, my dear. You should have heard what she said to me. Specifically, she complained that she's against entering holes she didn't want to use. Wow, the cat girl intensified her stare on Ari. That's only after your idiot tiger said that she wants to enter one of her secret holes. The portal, that is. The jaguar looked back at Maya. Wow, she repeated herself. That really sounds stupid. Stupid enough for Sophia to actually say it. Alright, you're good. She started smiling again. Thanks. Alright, let's all follow after the princess and also enter Sophia's hole. I hope it fits all of us. The cat girl never skipped on a chance to tease her when she saw one and walked towards the portal. Sure. Ari followed after her with a slight smirk. It might be a bit tight, but it should work. Hee. Maya liked her follow-up, and the two entered the tight portal together. I am very sorry. With a blush on her face, she followed after the two while looking down at the floor to hide her embarrassment. I won't ever make stupid wordplays again. Today, I mean. Okay, for the next hour, at least. Debating with herself for a moment, she also finally went into the portal. Wow. Anna immediately greeted the blonde with a voice of admiration on the other side. Looking at my room without walls in an all-white space sure is something else. You are something else. She sure is. The jaguar and cat girl had the same reaction. I sure am. Sophia went along with it. Looks like I used the right portal this time, too. Good job, me. What's that supposed to mean? Maya looked at her while tilting her head. When I tried to show the place to Ari, we accidentally ended up in the portal room. Oh, so she knows about that now? Yeah. The blonde nodded. Well, it's not that big of a deal, right? After all, I'm still the only one who can use the portals to such an extent. That's true. Also, I'm still interested in the idea of having them travel with us using the portals, so. Fair point. Portal room. Anna had a hard time following them. I have a lot of those portals connecting to different places, including our home. That sounds amazing. The eyes of the princess started to sparkle. If you think this is amazing, she told me that one of her portals leads to an actual underground dungeon. Ari, too, sounded excited, but suddenly placed her hands on her mouth. Did you really just tell the princess that I have a portal to a dungeon? Sophia only stared at her with wide eyes. I am sorry. I wasn't thinking. I want to see that. I want to see that right now. Anna got loud. I've never seen a dungeon, let alone entered one. That sounds super fun. Let's go and explore it. Good job, Ari. Maya, too, stared at her with a slightly tired expression. You deal with that, she only pointed at the overly excited tiger. She had no idea what to do. Sure, we can do that, princess. Sophia smiled at her. Seriously? You won't be getting any heated floors in your room today, then. She froze up. Let's do the exploring another time. Her inner cat decided to prioritize the comfy warmth over an adventure for the time being. Good. Everyone sounded relieved. I still want to see it, though. I'll get back to you once I'm a bit freer. As Sophia had a lot of things planned already, mainly visiting the elven village with the foxes, so she was a bit overbooked at the moment. Yay. Anyway, let's head back to your room for now. The blonde had enough of her storage. Sure. I wonder if we all fit through Sophia's portal together instead of one after another. Yeah, it's a rather tight hole, after all. Ari and Maya still had fun with the previous topic. Shut up. The blonde got loud again in response. Once they were back in Anna's room, after listening to her demands of where she wanted it to be warmest, surprisingly enough, it was around the area where her bed was. The blonde got to work. Another half an hour late, the princess's room, too, looked like before again, only feeling much warmer now. Thank you so much. The tall tiger seemed to be quite happy with the result. It feels so warm and toasty now. I guess I won't be needing the 3 extra heaters this year. Yes. Ari heartily agreed. It seems like the 2 cats went through a lot of suffering each year before. You're the best, Sophia. Anna was really excited about it. Yes. The jaguar, again, had the same reaction. Dot. The blonde liked being praised. I'm happy that you enjoy it. I wonder if I'm ever able to leave my room again, now. The princess sat down on her bed that was being warmed from beneath while saying so. Yeah, there's 0 chance for me getting up in the morning ever again. Sorry, Ari, I won't be going to the academy anymore. Dot. The black-haired girl had a complicated expression. You wouldn't mind skipping on school either, wouldn't you? Maya had seen through her in an instant. Well. She scratched her cheek and sat down next to Anna on the bed. It is very cozy, after all. Is that really the reason? The cat girl raised an eyebrow. Well, the only reason? Ari paused for a moment. Staying away from school for a week, so that the catastrophe Sophia and I caused settle down a bit, might also be a reason here. Ahaha, the other half of the troublemaker duo also awkwardly scratched her cheek in response. Sorry about that. Well, it's my own fault, so, the jaguar couldn't blame her. The flooding, at least. Yeah, I also overdid it. Too bad Luna needs us when we're finally getting to the actual teaching, huh? Maya looked at the princess. Yeah, Anna weakly nodded. And if we have to go, those 2 are definitely coming with us, right? Oh, absolutely. I don't like the sound of that. Ari and Sophia replied at the same time. Too bad. So did the other 2. Anyway, the princess decided to get back to the previous topic. It's only been a little since the heating started, but my room feels so cozy already. It's the best. Though, I already think that I might need new pajamas now. My normal ones are way too warm. Obviously, turning down the heat is no option, either, after all. Obviously. The other 3 cats wholeheartedly agreed. But, yeah, lighter pajamas are definitely recommended. Sophia agreed with Anna. Funny hearing that from you, Maya smirked at her. You're sleeping naked ever since we upped the heat, after all. Really? Ari and the princess glanced at the blonde with a complicated yet interested expression. I don't like the way you 2 are looking at me. She got loud. Also, Maya, shut up. That's not true. Well, okay, mostly naked. Hey. Sophia got even louder. What? She only tilted her head. Your shorts cover only the very basic areas, and your camisoles and crop tops are so short that they even fail at that. The way those slide up all the time while lying down. They basically turn into a scarf at some point during the night. Well, the tiger only turned her head away with a slight blush. The same goes for the white shorts you have. They somehow manage to end up beside the bed more often than not because they're so loose. It's not like you have any fewer wardrobe malfunctions with the negligees you got or your own crop tops. Also, I'm still not fully convinced that you didn't help with my shorts going missing while I was asleep. Maya didn't answer. Anyway, I'm not complaining. Her expression changed. With how panties are optional with you during sleeping and bras are banned, I have the time of my life when I wake up in the morning. Ugh, Sophia was blushing even more. Well, you're the same, though. Bras being banned really was a great decision. Sure was. The cat girl was way less embarrassed about it. The other two girls didn't know what to say. Their faces were bright red just listening to the couple. Wait, Ari was the first to speak up again after a while. A lot of things I decided not to address here aside. Is it really a good idea to sleep without a bra? Of course, it's so much comfier, but aren't you concerned that your breasts will be affected by the lack of support? Not at all. Sophia looked incredibly smug for some reason. My genius here perfected healing magic. Maya explained her smug expression. She managed to apply it directly to breast tissues and the ligaments inside the chest, ensuring it never gets loose or sags. My breasts feel perkier than ever. Wow, the jaguar was impressed. I need to learn that. Anna got loud in an instant. I'm still fine in that regard, but I'm concerned about my future here. She looked down at her rather massive chest. I don't want a future where I'm going to curse at gravity all day. I see. Sophia looked in the same direction as her fellow tiger. Understandable. Hey. She covered her chest with her hands. Also, it sounds heavenly to be able to sleep without a bra. Hearing that, Ari's expression turned even more complicated, but she decided to stay silent on the topic. Sophia tilted her head. I'm not sure if you're able to learn it without being able to use chantless magic, though. Seriously? Her voice was filled with despair. I could teach Ari how to use it on others, though. That. After hearing her suggestion, the duo didn't even manage to get one word out without turning into an embarrassed mess. Hee. Sophia liked their reaction a lot. Afterward, the mood got a little awkward. Also, as Sophia was still keen to go and visit the elven village with the fox beast folk as quickly as possible, she decided to head back home with Maya once she noticed that the wolves had arrived back at the mansion. She had absolutely no problem with leaving the duo to deal with the mess she created on their own. It might lead to something interesting, too. Chapter 233, Everyone's Dense. Sophia had finished installing her heated floors in the rooms of Ellie, Ari, and Anna. Afterward, the couple kept chatting with the tall princess and the jaguar for a while, but eventually decided to head back home. The blonde still planned to visit the elven village, after all. So, Maya. The two ran into another duo on the way out of the castle. While holding her daughter's hand, Queen Kira came back and ran into them in the entrance hall. Ellie. Sophia happily waved back. Hey. So did the cat girl before facing her tiger. You totally planned this, didn't you? What? There's just no way that I was monitoring them with my detection magic and said goodbye to Anna and Ari at the exact right moment to run into the little one here. Is that so? Absolutely. Hug. Ellie didn't care about their conversation and walked towards them while demanding cuddles. Of course. The couple happily squatted down and welcomed the little princess with open arms. Yay! So, what are the two of you doing here? Once Kira noticed that the trio was done with their greeting, she looked at the couple. School ended early today, and we decided to spend some time with Ari and Anna. It ended early? Did something happen? Well, Maya pointed at her tiger. This one happened. I thought you were supposed to not break the students' common sense just yet? The queen immediately knew what was going on. Luna asked me to do a demonstration. Sophia got loud. Anne. It's all right. I don't need to get any more of an explanation. Ugh, the blonde flinched at how predictable she got. I also installed some of the underfloor heating I invented in a few rooms. Really? The queen got a little excited. Only in Ellie's, Anna's, and Ari's rooms, though. Ellie's room is warm now? The small princess liked what she heard. Yep, all toasty and comfy now. Yay. What about the room of the king and I? I wouldn't dare to step into the royal bedroom without authorization. Sophia had a handy excuse ready. Also, I ran out of materials. That can't be. Kira looked devastated. There was no need to equip both rooms of the idiot couple either. Idiot couple? The blonde tilted her head. Anna and Ari, of course. They are no couple, though? I have eyes, you know? The queen stared back at her. Neither am I as dense and oblivious as those two. Fair point. Sophia had nothing she could add here. So, anyway, they have been sleeping in the same room for quite a while already. There was no need to give both of them the gift of underfloor heating. I'm sorry. She wasn't sure how to react to any of that. You better be. It seemed to be fairly important for the queen. You're coming over again the moment we get new materials. Sure, the blonde didn't feel like she had any other option here. Anyway, does that mean you're okay with Anna and Ari becoming a couple? Of course. Kira immediately answered her. If I wouldn't, I would have done something years ago. After all, the Jaguar's always been incredibly bad at hiding it. Ahaha, the couple could only laugh in response. Everyone knows that Ari's been in love with her for years already. Well, everyone except Menzer and Anna herself, even though it's so obvious. That idiot really takes after her father when it comes to being dense beyond belief. You should have seen through how much I needed to go before Menzer realized what was going on. Is that so? Sophia felt a bit sorry for them. Tigers, am I right? Kira looked at Maya while saying so. Absolutely. She nodded in response. Though, there seemed to be some exceptions, huh? She looked back at the queen. Maybe it's tigers who are into girls that are too stupid to understand those things. Ahaha, that might be it. Kira liked her answer. Hey. The tiger in their group that is confirmed into girls, the blonde one, raised her voice. Complaints are only allowed if they're justified. The queen and Maya were on the same page. It got better, right? She had no justification for her complaint. So did Menzer. We're talking about noticing advancements being made on you by someone interested in you. Sophia paused for a moment. Why yep, that's not my specialty. Definitely not. The cat girl gave her a nod. I even tried to give Ari some tips, because I love her. Kira continued. But that idiot was way too dense to get any of that. Or too much in denial, I don't know. I also didn't want to interfere too much, because it's their thing, not mine. I'm glad that you're supporting the two. The blonde was happy that Kira wanted it to happen, too. Of course. She nodded. I always loved Ari. She's also the only one that can keep my idiot somewhat on course. I like you, too, Sophia, but I was actually quite happy that you turned Anna down. The two of you together, it honestly would have been too much chaos for the capital to handle. True. Maya had to agree with Kira. For various reasons, that is. Ahaha, Sophia could only awkwardly scratch her cheek. You turning her down also seemed to have awakened Anna's feelings of love, and Ari finally got her chance. Anna finally looking at her in a different way really had a huge effect. Well, we helped out a lot here, the cat girl let out a sigh. Both of them needed more than just a gentle push. Both of them are a huge pain to deal with. Yeah. That's what happens if both are dense on top of one not being interested in love before and the other being too timid to try anything. A bad combination. Maya let out yet another sigh. Very, so did Kira. So, I'm happy that you gave my daughter a kick in the butt and made Ari more confident with herself. Seriously, how could she ever think that her hair is not amazing? That timid idiot refusing to listen to anyone. Mama. Stop talking already. Ellie wants to see her room and take a nap. The little princess finally started complaining and got loud. She didn't care about the adults talking about things she didn't understand and wanted to do something that really was important. Testing out the heated floor in her room, that is. Ah, sure, if anything, Kira seemed impressed that she held out so long. Only if I can join you, though. Yes. Mama can take a nap with Ellie. Great. I might even sleep with you tonight because my room is still cold. Okay. Ellie seemed to be okay with it. Is the rebellious phase over already? Sophia remembered how the little one was a little colder when it came to spending time with her mother the other day. With me, at least. I played and cuddled with her a lot lately, and we got over it. Ellie's no rebel, after all. Sure. Kira smiled at her daughter. What about Daddy, though? The little one turned her head away. Daddy's too busy to play with Ellie, so. Ellie's maybe a little rebel. One of the downsides being a king, huh? Maya looked at the queen. Yes. She nodded. Though, he's especially busy lately because he and his personnel are trying to figure out some territorial changes that make no sense. Territorial changes. Sophia tilted her head. There was a huge plain around 150 kilometers south of here that we wanted to turn into an outpost city next year. A little while ago, we sent some ministers and cartographers to measure the place and make plans for that. Only for them to come back saying that the plain's gone and got replaced by a gigantic lake. Can you believe that? The couple instantly froze up. Unbelievable, right? Why yes. A few days ago, Menzer and I actually went there ourselves, and it's true. The plain doesn't exist anymore. Instead, a beautiful lake appeared with a beach and all. Nobody has a clue about what happened. Sophia's expression had turned very complicated. Some believe that it has something to do with the earthquake that happened some time ago, but that wouldn't answer all of the questions either. Because of that, the king and most of his men are wrecking their heads every day to find out what's going on. It mostly only ends with a headache for everyone at the end of the day. That really sounds weird. The blonde had started sweating bullets by now. Kira suddenly started staring at her. Mama. Nap. Luckily, Ellie saved the poor girl. I'm coming. As she didn't want to make Ellie wait any longer, fearing that she would turn rebellious again, the queen ended the topic and decided to grant her daughter's wish. So, Maya. Ellie wants to play soon again, but now, nap. She was very eager about it. Sure, the couple could only wave after her while she dragged Kira further inside the castle. That sure was something. While the two were walking back home, Maya started another conversation. What part? Yes. There were too many to narrow down. Indeed. Poor king. The cat girl smirked at her. Shut up, Sophia didn't want to talk about it. Hee. She continued to look smug for another moment before changing the topic. I'm so happy that Kira supports the relationship of the two idiots. Yes. The blonde agreed. I also managed to talk Anna into kissing Ari. It took a while to convince her, but I managed to beat it into her thick skull. Good job. We also planned the event a little, so all should go well. Okay, relatively well. Probably. That sounds very confident. Anna's a piece of work, after all. She looks confident with everything, but when it comes to Ari, she's way too timid when deciding things. That sounds hard. Again, good job on trying your best. What do you sound so smug for? Maya didn't like the blonde's joyful tone. The Jaguar's even more work, isn't she? I mean, she basically was about to give up on her, after all. You'd think so, right? It's not? Not anymore. she got even smugger. The moment we were alone earlier, the first thing she said to me was how badly she wanted to kiss the princess and wanted to know how to do it. Seriously? Yep. Sophia nodded. She finally noticed that, with how Anna's acting lately, they don't feel like just friends anymore, and she wants to go to the next step. Way to go. Absolutely. The two were happy for them. I also can't wait for Ari to tell me everything afterward. You really enjoy that, don't you? Yes. She answered with a big nod. The couple continued to chat while they were walking back home, where the two finally reunited with the wolves they hadn't seen for a few days. Chapter 234, The Wolf's Confession. After the couple finished their chat with Anna and Ari, they decided to head home. On the way, they also ran into Queen Kira, and the two found out that she actually knew about what goes on between the princess and the jaguar already. Luckily, she fully supports it because she loves Ari. Kira then also told them that the king's currently suffering from another enormous headache, thanks to a nearby plane having turned into a lake that no one could explain. We're home. Finally back in the mansion, the couple immediately went to their living room and greeted the wolves there. We're, too. I guess? Finn wasn't sure how to return their greeting. Welcome. Aura didn't care about semantics. Fenny, I want to go to the elven village. Sophia decided to waste no time. We just came back from there. He didn't seem very enthusiastic about the idea and only placed his head on the fluffy sheepskin rug again. Do I look like I care about that? The blonde had other plans, though. Really? Finn wasn't a fan of her enthusiasm. Aura and her new best friend there tired me out enough already. I need a break. Oh? Sophia changed her attention to the other wolf. New friend? Yep. She sounded happy. Chloe's her name. She's a fox girl about your age. A lovely girl. Sounds fun. She's also the girl with the 17 on the fluffiness scale I mentioned after the first time we visited the place. The tiger tilted her head. Wasn't it a 12 or 13 the last time we talked about that? That was some pretty important information for me, so I made sure to remember. Fluffiness is no joke for her, after all. She was back then, but I guess her tail got even more fluffy because it's getting colder. I love the cold. No, you don't. Everyone retorted to the blonde's claim. Yeah, she nodded. That was too overenthusiastic for even me, she had noticed it herself. So, this, Chloe? How fluffy of a tail are we talking about? Everything about her is fluffy. Ears, hair, personality, all fluffy. She sounds great. Sophia liked what she was hearing. So, again, tail? It was very important to the tiger. It's bigger than her body. Wow. Is she, that Chloe girl, is she dangerous? Maya wasn't sure how she should feel about Sophia's excitement and looked at Aura. Nah, the wolf lightly shook her head. Chloe's just, I don't know, adorable? She pondered about the wording for a moment. It's hard for me to categorize, because humanoid girls are so outside of my interest, but she's really just cute. Oh, imagine the little princess. Ellie, was it? Imagine her being grown up. It's not a perfect fit, but that's the closest I can think of right now. Oh, so a bigger little sister type. The blonde tilted her head. She's actually a bit smaller than you. Aura corrected her. Okay, she's shorter than you. She also corrected herself. What's a little sister type? The catgirl wondered about Sophia's wording. That really depends on who you ask. The blonde had a rather complicated expression for a moment. For me, it's someone you just can't help wanting to spoil and love her in an innocent way. Sue, actually like Ellie, just older? More or less, yeah. Sophia nodded after Maya's interpretation. MHMMRNGH, the catgirl seemingly went through multiple emotions all at once. Alright, I have to see her for myself first, but it could work out. She somehow managed to keep her jealousy in check. To some degree, at least. My, how generous. The blonde rolled her eyes. Hee hee. Well, I'm trying my best here. Maya paused for a moment. I want you to have friends, but I also want to make sure it stays at that. I know. Sophia smiled at her before focusing on Fen. So, if this fox is so sweet and cute, why or how did she exhaust you? Because she kept asking about my relationship with Aura, and my idiot started having a lively discussion with her about it. Ah. His eyes suddenly shot open after he noticed his mistake. Oh? Sophia's eyes, on the other hand, started to sparkle instead. Oh no, he already was deeply regretting everything. Alright, you wanted to head over to the elven village, right? Okay, let's head out immediately. He got up from the sheepskin rug and started walking towards the door. Stop right there, Fenny. The blonde had a change of plans. Sit down again please, my dear. I have the feeling that there's something you really want to tell me. I do not. Aura? The tiger changed her target. Sure. She smiled at her. I'll happily tell you everything. In great detail, too. I like the sound of that. Stop. Fen didn't. He walked back again and sat down next to his wolf. I'll talk. Perfect. Sophia got precisely what she wanted. I hate you. We all know you don't. Aura wasn't on his side either. I hate you, too. I love you, though. He paused for a moment. Yes. I love you, too. Ah. The blonde was having a great time right now. Sue, Maya naturally got curious, as well. Are the two of you? Yep. Aura gave her a cheerful reply. Yes, Fen was a little more reserved. The two of us, we are together. Congrats. The cat girl looked at the female wolf. Good job. Thanks. It wasn't easy. Yeah, I can imagine. I know how frustrating dense idiots can be, after all. Hey. The dense idiots got loud. You two have no right to complain here. The other two got even louder. Why yes, the two were powerless against their partners. That aside, about freaking time. Sophia recovered fast and looked at Fen with sparkling eyes again. You've left her waiting for way too long. Do you have any idea how much Maya complained to me about you while we were traveling? He stared back at her. The tiger needed a moment. That's nothing compared to how long the two of you know each other already. It started differently with us, though. Fen wasn't backing down. It was so obvious that Maya was going after you since the very moment you met. That's not true. The cat girl didn't like how she ended up in the crossfire. You were. You just weren't aware of it yet. Ugh, Maya hung her head. How could you see that so clearly, yet it took you so long with me? Aura still wasn't on his side here. Ugh, the male wolf followed after the cat. Our idiocy aside, Sophia decided to leave the topic of being dense behind them. Details. I want details here. How did it happen? When did it happen? Why didn't you tell us? For why I didn't tell you yet, Fen glared at the overly excited tiger. That is the very reason for that. Too bad for you, but that made it even worse. Her expression changed to a grin. I will pester you even more with it now, demanding all the details. As if you ever would have settled for less if I had told you immediately. You win that round, Fenny. She had no intention to fight his claim because the wolf was right. So, details. Fine. He gave up. Well, the turning point was the accident the two of us had. The magic one that went out of control. Yes. Fen nodded. I got into dicey situations before, but nothing was quite as close as this. After this, I noticed that life is too short to waste time. He paused for a moment while looking at Sophia's dubious expression. Yes. I am aware of the irony of saying those words as an ageless being who knows someone who can stop time at will to abuse those powers to have fun with her girlfriend. The blonde scratched her cheek. Gee, go on, please. There isn't that much more to go on with. Fen looked at Sophia and quickly noticed that this wouldn't work. Ever since, I felt like I shouldn't take things for granted anymore. Or Aura, for that matter. I've lost her once before, and I didn't like that at all. Seeing how easily one can end up in such a situation, I decided to stop being dense. Debatable. Aura still hadn't decided to be on his side. Hey. Also, Maya also couldn't stay silent. One usually doesn't end up in life or death situations easily. He simply looked away from her. So did Sophia. Idiots. The catgirl could only shake her head in response. Are idiots. Aura corrected her. Though, maybe we shouldn't boast with that in such a situation. A fair point. Should we look for some nicer girls, Fenny? That sounds like a worthwhile thought. Shut up, you two. Yes, they knew it was mostly their own fault for Maya and Aura to act like this. Okay, more details, my dear. The blonde focused his attention on the male wolf once again. Just why are you so giddy about this? Because romance was an impossible topic for me in my old world. Here, though, I'm surrounded by it, and I want to enjoy every second of it. I hate it when I can't talk back to you, Fen decided to continue. I don't know. I felt like this ever since we reunited, but it changed even more after the accident. Being with her is extremely enjoyable, and I wanted to be as close as possible with her. Ah. Sophia was a fan of the softy wolf. Stop looking like that, please. No. She enjoyed it a lot. Alright, I still want to go to the elven village today, so let's take a break from the topic for the time being. Good. I'll come back to it, though. Not good. There's one last thing I need to know right now, though. Even worse. When will we get some small wolf cubs to play with? Sophia's eyes started sparkling again. Fen stopped talking entirely, walked out of the living room, and exited the mansion. Sophia, Maya glared at her. It's too early to ask that. Why? She glared back. Aura asked me the same question before. That's why, my dear Aura, I'd like to get an answer here. I am deeply sorry that I teased you with that. She hung her head. That was insensitive of me. Further evading the question, she then followed after her wolf. The blonde started pouting. Seems like we have to wait a while for that. There are so many things I want to say right now. Okay, let's head out. Not wanting to deal with that, the tiger ran after the wolves. Giving up with a sigh, the catgirl did the same, and the group, with a bit of distance between the couples, made their way towards the elven village. Chapter 235, Fluffiness Scale. After a slip of his tongue, Fen accidentally revealed that he and Aura became a couple, to Maya and Sophia. Naturally, the tiger was hugely interested and started questioning the wolves. Somewhat satisfied with the topic, though promising to get back to it again, the blonde eventually decided to head over to the elven village inhabited by a group of the fox beast folk the wolves had told them about before. By the way, how far is the village? The group had just left the capital behind when Sophia addressed the wolves. A good 150 kilometers. Aura answered. Seeing how it's only early afternoon, we'll arrive right on time for the bar to open there. Fen sounded slightly tired. And I can need a drink or two after earlier. No, scratch that, a lot of drinks. Hee. The blonde let out a small chuckle. Good thing school ended so early today. Oh, how is it going there? The female wolf got a little interested. Perfectly well. Sophia looked slightly shifty. Quite, boring, yeah, boring, actually. So, what did she do? Aura looked at Maya instead. On the first day, Ari flooded the entire training fields, and on the second day, Sophia changed the seasons. Both wolves stopped walking. I didn't change any seasons. The tiger got loud. I only made it snow a little. Okay, the force of nature aside, Fen decided not to get a headache over Sophia. I am no force of nature. She suddenly stopped. Though, I kinda like the sound of that. He didn't. Anyway, Ari, your jaguar, flooded the training fields? Wasn't she the timid one with common sense? Well, Maya scratched her cheek. That was before she became besties with Sophia, had her magic boosted by her, and took after her personality quirks. Ah, that's sad, his voice got sorrowful. I really liked that girl. Yeah, the cat girl nodded. It's such a waste. Hey. Sophia started pouting. I might have taken part in slightly destroying her common sense and helped make her more playful, but everyone likes the new Ari. I did nothing wrong. If that helps you sleep at night, sure. Fen smirked at her. I does. Good for you. Still, flooding such a large area. Sure, the Jaguar's authority is more than enough for such a thing, but I thought she doesn't know to use chantless magic yet. I started teaching her, the blonde answered him. She learned chantless magic basically in an instant, and half an hour later, she got overexcited and flooded the place with a couple thousands of liters of water. Oh ho, sounds like she's a promising girl. The wolf was done teasing the tiger and sounded genuinely interested. Though, it's almost too impressive that she learned to be so powerful this fast. Reminds me a bit of you when we met. Yeah, I also was shocked. Could it have something to do with Sophia having boosted her magic? Aura, too, got interested in the topic. It would make sense that the jaguar could use it as easily as our girl, right? The blonde tilted her head. I'm using Kinnear's power or authority. Didn't he say that I only used his to increase Ari's power, but she can't actually use it? I basically only increased her capacity or allowance or whatever. That shouldn't be why she has as easy of a time with magic as I do. Right? Ah, true, the female wolf remembered their conversation. Well, that is unless Kinnear also overlooked something, and our tiger is even more of a special case in some way or another. Well, then again, I doubt Kinnear would miss such an important detail or decide to keep it to himself. Wouldn't it be something if something else entirely is going on with Sophia's magic? Everyone turned silent. I mean, what if? Shut up, Aura. The other three stopped her from talking. Ari's just super talented, and that's all there is. The tiger sounded slightly panicky. If you make any more stupid guesses that are 100% wrong, I might get upset. Even the mere possibility of Aura being onto something made her shudder. Okay. Let's keep going. She wanted to change the topic. Sure. Everyone agreed, and the group continued their travels. Oh, I almost forgot. While they were getting closer to the village, Finn eventually addressed Sophia again. Your human issues are dealt with. My what now? The blonde couldn't follow him. The thing you went to war for? He looked at her. The humans being what they are and how they're bothering the other races. Your plan to end all that. The tiger nodded. I was having too much of a good time to waste any thought on them lately. Wait, what? It's dealt with? She naturally got only more confused. How? That Chloe girl, she's the daughter, or foster daughter, I'm not sure about that yet, of an old friend of ours. Wow, what a small world. Sure is. Aura agreed with her. So? Sophia returned her attention to Fen. What has that to do with the human issue? It seems like the humans tried to do something to Chloe. Oh? The blonde stopped walking. That was right before your battle with them. Fen didn't like the sound of her voice and quickly added some more information to his claim. Oh. She returned to walking beside him. So, anyway. Phaonis, the one who's her mother, or at least raised her, she's usually a friendly and reasonable individual. She changes a little when she's upset, though. Sounds familiar. Maya glanced at her tiger while saying so. A little. The wolves nodded before Aura took over. Only that Phaonis being upset is on the same level as Sophia being fully angry. Chloe told us that Phaonis got angry this time. Ah. Maya had a bad feeling about this. I mean, the humans tried to do something to her daughter. Sophia stopped walking yet again, and her expression changed completely. Compared with such a scenario, I also was only mildly upset when I faced the humans that time. With my daughter being threatened, she paused for a moment. The accident that happened to Fan and me, which almost destroyed the continent. It would happen again. Only with it starting in the middle of the human capital this time. Her voice got ice cold during her speech. Sophia hadn't been upset in a while, but the humans consistently had the talent to bring out her bad side. Yep. The wolves nodded. Oh no, the catgirl's bad feeling got stronger. That's why Fan took over again. Your human problem is solved. Chloe told us that the angry Phaonis went to visit the human capital, so it's probably gone already. Aura finished his sentence. Sophia's expression became warmer again, but it also turned more complicated. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Tilting her head, she thought about it for a little while. I'm happy that someone took over for me, but while I'm no human anymore, looking at it from an outsider's angle now, I would have preferred my way. Darkness magic, brainwashing, and/or torture? Fan looked at her. Yep. Wow, Maya didn't like anything about Sophia's cheerful reply. Is it certain that this Phaonis? That she destroyed the human capital? The last time she got upset with me, Fan suddenly stopped talking while his entire body started shaking. I don't want to talk about it. She has some very creative magic, that fox. Aura added some details. She's a fox? Like this Chloe girl? Chloe's a hybrid like the two of you. Phaonis is the same as Fan, and I are, only, well, a fox instead of wolves. Oh. Sophia liked the sound of that. How fluffy is she on the scale? If she hasn't changed, and Chloe's being a 17, I'd say around 21 out of 10. Oh. She got excited. Does that fox also come in adjustable sizes? Her original size is a little smaller than I am, but changing sizes is an easy feat for us, so she absolutely can. Aura answered her. Yes. The blonde got even louder. Lap size, for ideal petting, included? Should be. Hey. Maya interrupted the duo. We just found out that she can get angry enough to make Fan shudder, and you want to know whether you can use her as a pet? Yep. The tiger didn't see an issue. Well, the catgirl thought about it again while tilting her head. It might not be such a bad idea for someone to get angry at you once. Yes. The wolves agreed. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I bet it'll be fine if I ask really nice. She had no intention to let go of her idea. You made it sound like this Chloe is really nice, too. I bet she'll help me out. So selfish. By the way, ignoring their remark, Sophia continued. How strong are they? Phaonis was a little below me the last time I saw her, Fan answered her. Chloe seems to be rather normal. Maybe around your jaguar before you messed her up. Hey. The tiger got loud. Wording. You're the last one who's allowed to complain about any of that. You win this round. Knowing about her own ambiguity from time to time, she retracted her complaint. Even if she hasn't enough on her own, she could ride on the fox when we travel to keep up with us, right? You want them to accompany us in the future? Aura tried to guess her intentions. Well, I'm always looking for new friends and companions. Sophia's voice turned a little more cheerful while saying so. They seemed fun, so it might be worth considering. Fun or fluffy? The wolf stared at her. Yes. Once the topic was over, mainly because no one felt like talking with her about it anymore, the group continued their travels and arrived at the dense forest surrounding the former elven village before long. Chapter 236, Nickname. While the group was traveling towards the former elven village, the wolves told the couple a little about Chloe and Phaonis. The latter was an old friend of the two, who seemed to be slightly scary when angered. As the humans did just that, it looked like the little ongoing squabble Sophia had with them was about to be over as Phaonis headed over to the human capital to live out her anger. And here we are. Once the group had arrived at the dense forest surrounding the village, Aura guided them through it and announced their arrival once they made it through it. Oh! Sophia's eyes started sparkling once she saw the elven village. Looking at the wooden buildings for a while, she eventually focused on a group of houses that were built somewhat elevated and inside the trees. Maya, we're so going to get ourselves a treehouse. Are the houses here even for sale? I just have to ask really nicely. That doesn't help with everything, you know? I'll try my best. She really wanted an elven treehouse. Sure, the cat girl gave up on it. While she didn't share the blonde's enthusiasm, it was not like she was against it, after all. Fin? While the group was walking through the village, a certain pink-haired fox girl had spotted them and addressed the male wolf. I thought you two left this morning? Ah. Fin turned around to look back at her. We did, but our idiot here really wanted to visit, so we returned. He gestured at Sophia with his head while saying so. Chloe looked past the wolves, where she quickly noticed the couple. Are those the two you mentioned the other day? Wow, you really know a tiger? It's nice to meet you. My name is Chloe. Fluffy. Sophia and Maya had the exact same reaction while staring at the girl, first and foremost at her tail. Ahaha, the fox scratched her cheek. That, I am. Maya noticed what she had just done. I am so sorry about this. It's fine. Chloe waved her hand. Most people who see me for the first time have the same reaction. Those two here included. She looked at the wolves. My tail is quite eye-catching, after all. She moved it around a bit while saying so. The wolves awkwardly looked away. While the tail's amazing, everything about you is fluffy, though. Sophia took a better look at her. Fluffy tail, fluffy hair, fluffy sweater, the pink and purple color scheme. It's Oz. Wait, are your eyes different? Yes. Chloe nodded. One's a light purple, while the other has some violet in it. Wow. The blonde sounded impressed. You sure went all out with your character creation, huh? Ahaha, the fox let out another small laugh. Well, it's not like I chose to look like this. Right, you take what you're born with, after all. The tiger girl looked a little awkward while saying so. You definitely won there, though. Thank you. Chloe smiled at her. I like fluffy things, so I'm happy with how I look. That being said, I'm not the only one who got lucky. Being a tiger is amazing, too. I love the stripes. The blonde is adorable, as well. Thanks. Sophia had very mixed feelings about the praise. It's not like she had been lucky with it, after all. An all-white cat is super cute, as well. The fox girl made sure not to leave her out of the compliments. I love snow, so that makes it all the better. Thank you. She liked what she was hearing. I'm Maya, by the way. Ah, right. The blonde noticed that she had also skipped her introduction. It's nice to meet you, too. My name is Sophia. I might be a tiger, but please don't interpret too much into that. I didn't grow up as a royal, so I have little attachment to what me being me includes. Don't worry, Chloe was still smiling. I've heard about the rumors of the mysterious blonde tiger that grew up outside the capital already. Fin also told me not to care about it. Great. She was happy to hear that. Wait, there was it again. Fin? It's adorable, isn't it? My companion, the one who also raised me, has a similar name. Her full name is Phaonis. Still, because that name was too complicated for me when I was little, I started calling her Fei. Well, and that stuck. Oh. Fei and Fen, huh? So, that became Fin, then? Yep. I love it. Sophia's voice sounded really cheerful. Oh no, Fin's didn't, though. Then again, I really like my Fenny nickname. That's cute, too. Chloe agreed with her. Fenny. Fen. Fenny fen. Fenny? The tiger started to concentrate. Fenny? Fenny fen. So many options. I need a drink. The male wolf couldn't deal with it any longer. Luckily, the group had started their chat right in front of the village's bar, which he entered directly. Alex. Give me the strongest one you have. These were the last word the others could hear from him. Well, Aura looked after her wolf leaving. Have fun, girls. I'll go with him. Sure, you have fun, too. Sophia waved after her. Alright, where was I again? Right, a new nickname for Fen. Well, that can wait for another time. I'll help. Chloe liked her idea. Great. On an unrelated topic, Maya looked at the fox. Fen told us that your companion, Mom, not sure, went to visit the human capital. Is that true? Yes, she nodded. Feifei got a little, angry when I was approached by a small group of humans a while ago. I feel sorry for them. For the humans? Sophia tilted her head. Yes. Feifei's scary when she's angry, after all. I'm no fan of the humans, but I can't bring myself to hate them. I just feel sorry. That's one way to look at it. The tiger's expression turned complicated again. Whenever I met them, it turned out horrible. I also found out that they're trying to harm our people, so. I also feel sorry, but I also seriously dislike them, or rather, what they are. I did meet one that showed a little ray of hope, though. That it might be fixable, but. You are probably right. Chloe paused for a moment. I actually only met very few of them because Feifei's doing her best to keep me away from them, but I also have yet to have an enjoyable experience with them. Well, your slight laxer mindset is probably a lot healthier, Sophia scratched her cheek. After all, they made me so angry that I ended up fighting an army of them. Isn't that the duty of a tiger, anyway? You said that you don't see yourself as a direct royal, but you also said our people just now. Isn't it just in your blood for you to react this strongly to anyone who's trying to harm the beast folk? That's what I heard about tigers, at least. HRMNN, there were many things the tiger could comment on here, but she decided to only answer with grumbling noises. Still to go to war against a whole army, the fox girl stared at Sophia for a moment. Fin's off, power is around Feifei's magic, so that was just a little surprising, but I couldn't believe how much more Aura has. Even so, your magic is even way above hers. I was confident about my magic sensing, but I think something broke with my sense. It feels like you have more magic than both of them together. It seems like it's not working properly. My magic's around Fenny's, after all. She was still trying to find a new nickname for the wolf while she wondered why Chloe felt her magic being so much bigger than it was supposed to be. Weird. Well, that's still super incredible. Maya, your magic's super high, too. You too sure are something else? Yep. Sophia nodded. Playing with magic's super fun, so it's great that I'm allowed to use it that much. I agree. It really is a lot of fun. The fox had the same opinion. How do you feel about slightly crazy and totally over-the-top magic? Maya had a bad feeling about their exchange and wanted to make sure about something. I love that. Chloe gave her a cheerful reply. Feifei scolds me a lot when I overdo it, though. That's why, I normally only do relatively reasonable things when I play around. The cat girl thought about it for a moment. Sophia, you're only allowed to play with magic with her once those two are together again. She didn't want to witness the creation of yet another troublemaker duo. Ahaha. The tiger knew what she was trying to say. I promise nothing, though. Try, at least. Sure. She gave her a nod. All right. The blonde focused on Chloe again. There are still many things I want to know. I feel like I skipped over half, but I want to see the elven village before it gets too dark. Could you give us a brief tour? I don't mind. The fox girl tilted her head. I don't know that much about the village either, though. I'm not here that often and only staying for a longer time right now because I'm waiting for Feifei to return. The two of us usually travel a lot, after all. Oh. Sophia liked the sound of that. That's fine. I just want to take a look at everything. I bet you still know an interesting detail or two. I'll try my best. Before that, do you know if it's possible for me to get a house here? I really want to be able to say that I own an elven treehouse. I get you. I so get you. That was the first thing I wanted when I arrived here, as well. Chloe's eyes started sparkling. No one ever agreed with me, though. I'm delighted that I'm not alone, after all. Why? What could be better than owning a house inside a tree built by elves? Exactly. The duo was bonding already. Great, the cat girl sounded slightly tired. Yet another weirdo. Does that mean there's a chance for me to get a treehouse, then? Sophia was getting more excited by the second. I know that many of them are uninhabited because everyone living here preferred the houses and buildings on the ground, but if you can actually have one. You'll have to ask Alex for that. He manages the village. He's good friends with Finfin, though, so you might be in luck. Great. Once this very important topic was put on hold for the time being, the three started walking through the village while Chloe showed them her favorite spots. Chapter 237, Cats and Foxes. Sophia and the other went to visit the former elven village, because the tiger really wanted to see the place already. Arriving there, they quickly ran into Chloe, a pink-haired fox girl, and it seemed like the couple was becoming friends with her already. After the wolves left them alone, the duo had her guide them through the village. It's so cozy here. Sophia was looking at all the wooden buildings that blended in perfectly with the nature around them with sparkling eyes. Yes, I like it a lot, too. The fox girl felt the same. Still not sure about a treehouse, but it is true. It's a great place. Maya also enjoyed it. Speaking of comfy, or the lack of it, the blonde looked at Chloe. Your sweater is fine, all fluffy and warm-looking, though maybe a bit breezy around the neck and collarbone. She noticed the neckline of her shirt was a little deeper than usual. But, no jacket whatsoever, a short skirt with bare thighs, and your overknees look rather thin, too. I get cold just looking at you. Aren't you freezing? It's not cold at all, though. She only tilted her head in response. It super is. Sophia got loud. It's already at a point where I want to hide under my blanket in my bed till spring. You are such a cat. Of course I am. Look at me. The tiger pointed at her striped hair, tail, and then her ears. Do tigers also get cold easily? It's all the same, anyway. Save for some more pronounced instincts, she always behaved like any other cat, after all. The same also goes for the other tigers and jaguars she knew. Wait, aren't foxes also just basically cats with some dog extras? I don't think it's that easy. Chloe scratched her cheek. I have eyes like the two of you, odd color aside, and cat-like fangs, too, but does my tail look similar? It looks glorious, that's for sure. Sophia got a little sidetracked. Not very cat-like, though, yes. Thank you. She started smiling. Okay, some of my instincts are cat-like as well, so. Anyway, no, I'm not cold at all. If anything, I feel way too warm at the moment. I love the winter, so I can't wait for it to get even colder. I'm always close to dying during summer, after all. This friendship may have some obstacles. The blonde wasn't so sure about her loving winter to such a degree. Are you an Arctic fox or what? That would also explain your huge tail and how fluffy you are. Hee hee. Chloe let out a small chuckle. I don't have any proof, but I am pretty sure that I am one, yes. Interesting. Well, it makes sense for you to prefer winter, then. Sophia nodded a few times. I can't say that I support it, though. I don't mean being an Arctic fox. That part is awesome. Still, loving the winter, that's a big no-no. No, loving the summer is much worse. The two decided to disagree on the topic. Air, Maya looked at the duo with a confused expression. What fox now? Arctic fox, Sophia repeated herself. Never heard that word before, she shook her head. Sounds really weird. It mostly refers to the area around the northern pole. Much snow, and very cold. Chloe explained the name to her. That's why being fluffy is advantageous if you go or live there. Oh. The cat girl raised her voice. An Arctic fox, I see. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense if you were one. Why didn't you say that the first time, Sophia? She looked at her tiger. Is your pronunciation thing acting up again? Eh. She looked back at her. That's literally what I said, though. Arctic fox, that is. No. Maya shook her head. Now you are, but earlier, that was something else. I'm sure of it. It was so weird that I don't even know how to repeat it. Nope, it was exactly the same as yours. The blonde sounded very confident about her claim. Should I clean your ears when we take a bath? My ears are clean. She got loud. You said something else. Chloe eventually spoke up. Sophia really did say Arctic fox. I mean, I understood what she meant on the first try, after all. See? Now that you mention it, Maya sounded slightly confused. It was definitely something else when I heard it, though. Sue, the tiger was still looking at her cat. Some ear cleaning later? They are clean. As ear hygiene was important to Maya, she was sure of it. Well, I also won't say no. It's a great idea, after all. Are the two of you always so flirty? Sorry, the couple quickly apologized. Oh, no. I wasn't complaining. It's really adorable. Eehee. Sophia liked her reply. Because I travel a lot and rarely stay in one place for too long, I haven't had any chance for romance myself yet, so it's a lot of fun to see others being flirty with each other. You'll probably get sick of it soon enough. Maya awkwardly scratched her cheek. We have a talent to overdo it. I think that's great. There's no such thing as overdoing it when it comes to flirting. She thought otherwise. I think, at least. Not that I have any proof. Or experience. Okay, I can excuse the winter thingy now. Sophia smiled at her. I like you. Everyone who accepts them being flirty idiots is a friend in her eyes. I am happy to hear that. Chloe was glad the tiger liked her. I'm still sure you'll get tired of it. Maya knew how annoying the two can get, after all. Just ask Fin about how much he had to deal with us in that regard. You two can't be any sappier than Fin is. He was so adorable when he told me about his relationship with Aura the other day in the bar. And I missed that? Sophia got loud. I need to question him some more when he's drunk later. You didn't know about the two? Well, we saw them getting together, but they only confirmed it and told us today. Isn't that unfair? You basically knew about it before us even though we're traveling together with them for a long time already. The tiger started pouting. Super unfair. Chloe agreed with her. I'll gladly help you get more information out of Fin later. Yay. The blonde was a big fan of the idea. Poor Fin. Maya felt sorry for him. Don't you want to know the details, too? That, and feeling sorry for him are two very different things. In the end, she wasn't on his side either. Hee hee. Sophia let out a chuckle before concentrating on the fox girl again. For now, let's keep exploring the village, though. Okay. Chloe gave her a nod. Is there anything specific you want to see? She tilted her head. It's still okay, but I'm slowly getting a little cold. Would it be possible to look inside one of the elven tree houses? It's not cold at all. Easy to say as an Arctic fox. Me tiger, me likes warm. She started complaining. Aren't there a lot of tigers who live in cold climates, as well? Me cat, me likes warm. The blonde had very little dignity when it came to some topics. The types of cats who like the cold are very few, so don't be smart on me for that now. She really isn't a fan of the cold, huh? Chloe glanced at Maya. We aren't. Right. You're both cats. Well. Your tights look pretty warm, and the jacket on top of the uniform should help, too, right? It was hard for her to sympathize with them. Speaking of, is that the uniform of the Magic Academy? I often saw it on some girls when I visited the capital. Are you students there? Sophia looked down at herself. We forgot to change, huh? I forgot that I'm still wearing it after we returned from the castle after chatting with the princess and Ari. Well, it is really comfy, so there's no harm in wearing it. Answering your question, no, we aren't students there. We're actually more like teachers, I would say. We're just wearing the uniform to stand out less. While we are older than the students, we look about the same age, so it would be weird to wear different clothes. Castle, princess. Well, you are a tiger, after all. Chloe needed a moment to get over that part. Wait. You're older than the students there? It certainly doesn't look like it. Yep. The blonde nodded. I'm 22, and Maya's 23. She sounded rather smug when she mentioned her own age. You really like that part, huh? Maya glared at her younger girlfriend. Also, I just turned 23 last week. She somehow had to add this bit of information. Really? Must be because of their mag. The fox girl looked at the two for another moment while mumbling something to herself. Also, happy late birthday. Thanks. Did I mention my age already? I'm 19. Oh. Sophia also had a curious reaction. You also look younger. Thank you. Chloe took it as a compliment. Alrighty, back to the topic. Do you think it's possible to look at a treehouse? She thought about the tiger's request for a moment. I think you'd have to ask Alex to look at them. We could go to my place, though. I had him give me my own treehouse, after all. There was no way I'd live anywhere else here. Really? That's the spirit. Sophia liked the sound of that. I'd love to visit your place if that's okay. I don't mind. After all, you seem like nice girls. I don't see a reason to distrust you. Yay. The blonde was looking forward to it already. Afterward, the fox girl guided them to her home in the village, to have Sophia take a look at the inside of an elven treehouse. Chapter 238, Versatile Tales. Chloe guided the couple through the village while the three were chatting with each other. There, Sophia mentioned that she'd like to see the insides of an elven treehouse. As the fox girl lived in one of those, she decided to simply show the duo her home and guided them to it. Oh. The moment the group entered the place, Sophia's eyes immediately started to sparkle as she excitedly looked around. Just like the outside of the treehouse, everything inside was made out of wood, as well. Even a part of the tree itself was going through the main room. All the wood made the place look a little dark, but it also made it feel incredibly cozy. It's so comfy. A little too cold for my liking, though. That's the best part. Chloe didn't share her opinion. I beg to differ. The two will probably never be on the same page with this topic. I don't. Hee. The tiger liked how the two were so in sync with not being in sync at all. The insulation of a boarded wooden treehouse might not be the best, huh? Well, nothing a generous amount of heating can't fix. There are heaters for your home here? The fox girl tilted her head. Of course. Sophia got excited again. Even floor heating seems to be becoming a thing lately. She decided to leave the part out where she was the one making them a thing. Wow. Now that you mention it, I saw them in stores before, but I thought homes were heated with fireplaces only? Then again, I haven't stayed in houses in areas where it gets really cold like here before. You can't have a fireplace in every room, after all. I'd die without a heater in our bedroom. I've never met a cat as you. Thanks. It definitely had become a compliment for the tiger at this point. Do you really never feel cold? Have you taken a better look at my tail yet? I haven't stopped looking at it ever since we met. She's been a very honest girl for quite a while already. Chloe wasn't sure how to react to that for a moment. Thanks to that fluffy thing, it's impossible for my backside to get cold. Whenever I feel a bit chilly when sleeping, I simply grab my tail and use it as a hug pillow. You won't get any more comfortable and warmer than that. Sophia stared even harder at the fox girl's tail. I am so jealous. She got loud. Yes, Maya also looked slightly envious while glancing at it. Sea cat tails are also adorable. I bet it's easier to control them, too. Because my tail is so big and unwieldy, it's often all over the place and in the way, even. It messes with my balance, too. Tell me about it. The blonde only mumbled those words while remembering how her new tail had messed with her balance in the beginning. Still. She got loud again. The list of positives with such a thing is way longer. Is it? Chloe tilted her head. Yes. She sounded confident about her claim. It's adorable, warm, and fluffy. Each of those things are worth at least 10 points. Sorry about my idiot here. She's slightly biased when it comes to fluffy things. Maya felt like apologizing for her tiger. Not that I disagree, though, she also was a fan. Thank you, the fox girl got a little bashful. Well, I'd like to see how it is to have a slightly more manageable tail, like those of the two of you. Especially the long one of Sophia seems like a lot of fun, and it's so expressive, too. The best I can do is to have it wag a bit like a dog. Ugh, Sophia took some damage from Chloe, having already noticed that her tail was so expressive. Very expressive. Maya used the chance to tease her. Shut up. The blonde's tail twitched once, while her face turned slightly red. A moment later, she used that very tail to bonk the catgirl's forehead with it. Oh ouch. She raised her voice. I told you to stop that. There's way too much power behind your tail. Hee hee. See? Chloe pointed at Sophia. I love my tail, but being able to manage and use it like that seems like a lot of fun. I wish I would be able to control mine better. Coincidentally, her fluffy tail went limp and dropped to the floor while saying so. Seems like it's working pretty well to me, though. Well, you can see my emotions on it, like right now. Consciously controlling it, that's a different story. Okay, that does sound like a pain. The blonde gave her a few nods. Yes. You really have to take care when you sit next to me, because, sooner or later, my tail will most likely end up in your face. Seriously? The tiger sounded quite excited all of a sudden. I call dibs on the seat right next to from now till forever. Maya glared at her girl for a moment before looking at Chloe. I guess tails aren't that sensitive of a topic for foxes, huh? After all, Sophia's the only one who's allowed to touch mine. Accidents aside, I would get really upset if anyone would touch it. Yep. The tiger nodded. Maya's also the only one who gets bonked with mine, too. Well, the fox girl scratched her cheek. I would definitely dislike someone touching my tail on their own, yes. The thing is, my actual tail isn't any thicker than Sophia's. It's basically just all fluff all day around it. So, if I graze someone with it, chances are that I don't even feel or notice it because it was just the tip of my fur that touched you. Oh, I see. Maya nodded. That makes sense. The tiger had a complicated expression while her gaze wandered between Chloe's and her own tail a couple of times. So, when it rains a lot, or you take a bath, don't finish that sentence. Her aura suddenly changed. Touchy subject, huh? Sophia held up her arms in defense while she took a step back. Why yes, she hung her head. That's also why I perfected my air-related magic to immediately blow-dry it with the wind so that no one would ever see me in that sorry state. I like your priorities. The tiger was a fan of Chloe being so overly inventive about seemingly useless things. She could relate to that a lot. So, your tail is about as sensitive as ours? It's just that the base is covered in fluff, which basically acts as a barrier? I guess so. She nodded. Every now and then, it still tingles when I brush against someone, so it really only happens with people I'm comfortable with. I've never hit a stranger with my tail before. Are we still strangers? Sophia really wanted to get a feel of the fluff. Stop pestering her already. Maya got a little loud. If it happens, it happens. Just wait for it. The blonde found her wording a little interesting. Seems like I'm not alone, huh? Why would you? Look at her tail. Ahaha, Chloe let out a small chuckle while watching the two. You sure are an interesting couple. Yes. They answered together. Strangers might already be a bit of a stretch at this point, but I think my tail needs a little longer to relax around you. After all, it has a bit of a mind on its own. Okay, both girls sounded a little disappointed. If the actual base of your tail is similar to cats when it comes to sensitivity, what about your ears? Sophia looked on top of Chloe's head. Just out of curiosity, of course, I have absolutely no intention to ever touch them. As her own ears are a huge deal for the tiger, she wouldn't dare to touch those of others. That's good. I would have Fei attack everyone who even thinks about touching my ears. The fox girl's tail got even bushier while she gave out the warning. Alright, Sophia scratched her cheek. Sue, about my earlier theory, your taller ears and fluffy tail aside, foxes basically are cats. Chloe paused for a moment and tried to think about it. Well, I love the cold, and my tail behaves closer to a dog's, too. Sue, a cat with quirks? Ahaha. Sorry about that. Sophia suddenly looked a little awkward. My sister had always loved foxes a whole bunch, and I liked to tease her with that. The actual, full animal foxes, that is. I know that foxes are foxes, and cats are cats. Still, I always found it interesting that foxes aren't related to cats yet have so many similarities. They're from the same general family as dogs, right? Like this cute little one here. Sophia had spotted a plush dog with violet fur and white highlights next to Chloe's bed and gave it a little pat. I have one of these plushies at home, too. The color is great, isn't it? Yes. I got it when I was in the capital the last time. It's very adorable. The fox girl shared her opinion. Oh, you have a sister? She then focused her attention on the tiger. I have. Her expression turned a little somber. She isn't with me anymore, though. Oh, Chloe looked down while her tail plopped on the ground again, too. I'm sorry. No, it's alright. She didn't sound alright at all, though. It's been a while, and it's not your fault either, so you really don't have to feel bad for MFFMFNN. Her voice turned even more somber, but the blonde could not finish her sentence. I am sorry to have brought up something unpleasant for you. With a slightly panicked expression, Chloe was apologizing while the bushy tip of her tail had pressed itself against Sophia's face. Maya wasn't sure how to feel about any of this, but decided to remain silent. Sophia, too, stayed silent for a few moments, before she eventually swished away Chloe's tail with a gentle motion of her hand. Why? I really don't like it when people are sad. Even more so if I'm responsible for it. Partly, at least, because I made you think about it. She was still waving the tip of her tail around in front of Sophia's face. I thought this would be the best to divert your attention. Thank you, she smiled at the fox girl. Still, you don't have to do anything that makes you uncomfortable, just to cheer me up. It's alright. Chloe started panicking again. As I said before, if it's just the fur part, I'm okay with it when I'm the one initiating it. If you want to squeeze my tail, I would be against it, but this much, if it cheers you up again, that's fine. You really are sweet. The tiger took quite a lot of damage from her consideration. Thank you very much. The fox girl liked the compliment. Did it help, then? Yes. Her face lit up. The soft fluffiness of your tail is divine. I'm happy to hear that. I try to take good care of it, after all. I ate some hair, though. That wasn't so nice. While saying so, the blonde stuck out her tongue and used her hand to pick up some pinkish hair that stuck to it. Probably wasn't the best idea to literally shut me up. Chloe's face turned red. So embarrassing, she needed a moment to recover. Well, you are a cat, so you should be used to that, right? I'm not that much of a cat. Sophia got loud. I don't groom myself in that way. I've never coughed up a fur ball, if that's what you're trying to imply. Well, there was that one time when you were trying to, Maya suddenly spoke up. Don't you dare to finish that sentence. The blonde instantly glared at her. Hee hee. The cat girl playfully stuck out her tongue in response. It's good to see you in a good mood again. Chloe looked at the duo with a warm expression. Mixed feeling about that one, right after getting teased by my sassy cat. Not to mention that she, too, has some experience with the topic, like when she tried to. Stop. Maya suddenly became flustered, as well. So, the fox girl tilted her head. It was supposed to be a joke, but is there actually a... Shut up. The couple now glared at her together. Afterward, the group decided to take a little break to calm down and get back to what they had initially planned, to look at Chloe's house. Chapter 239, Feeling Guilty. While the couple was visiting Chloe's place in the village because she lives in an elven treehouse there and Sophia really wanted to see one from the inside, things had taken a slightly weird turn. The tiger remembered how much her little sister liked foxes, which made her a little emotional. Feeling somewhat responsible for it, Chloe decided to cheer her up by giving the blonde a quick taste of her tail. Literally, though, as Sophia ended up eating some fur while it was shoved into her face. After the group had taken a short break and Sophia recovered from being reminded of her sister, the three were back together again, and Maya was staring at the two for some reason. Her gaze primarily concentrated on Sophia's face and Chloe's tail. Is something the matter? The fox girl suddenly looked panicky again. Shouldn't I have done that with my tail? The two of you are a couple, after all, right? The cat girl didn't answer and turned her head away. Sophia's expression changed into a grin after seeing her reaction. She's just jealous. I am not. Maya immediately got loud. Is that so? The fox girl looked at the blonde, completely ignoring the protesting girl. Yep. The tiger nodded. She's a little better at holding back than I am, but she likes fluffy things just as much as I do. While saying so, Sophia used her own tail to bonk the cat girl's head yet again. Silly girl. Shut up. While the tip of your tail is quite fluffy, too, you use way too much force. See? She looked at Chloe again. Ugh. Do you want to touch it? The fox girl moved her tail closer to Maya. Really? I feel a little awkward now. Her expression was rather complicated. For us felines, touching one's tail is rather intimate, after all. Yes, you are no feline, but... As I said before, it is okay as long as you don't squeeze it. Foxes don't like having their tails touched either, but mine is covered in so much fur that you're basically just touching that. I didn't even notice that Sophia ate some of it and only lightly felt it when she pushed it away from her face. Though, she did try to bury her hand in my fur for a second, and that tingled a tiny little bit. Now it was Sophia's turn to look away. Why, you noticed that, huh? I did. Sorry. It's alright. If my fluffiness helped you calm down, I'm glad to be of help. You are way too nice. The tiger only took more damage from her kindness. Thank you? Well, if you really are okay with it and touching the fur of a fox doesn't mean as much as touching the actual tail. With our short fur, it's basically the same for us cats, after all. Yes. Chloe nodded. As long as you don't reach in too far or surprise me, it doesn't have too deep of a meaning. It's probably closer to good friends getting along well? Okay, we're just becoming friends as we only met a little while ago, but it's never good to get too hung up on details. Sweet and easygoing. Maya was impressed. It's really not just your outside that's fluffy beyond belief. Ehe. The fox girl let out a small but happy giggle after hearing that. So? She waved around her tail in front of Maya some more. If you say so. Slightly reluctant and awkward looking, the cat girl eventually reached for her tail. Still, her expression instantly changed the moment she touched Chloe's fur. So soft. It's all springy and fluffy. It feels great. Gently patting the fur of her tail a little longer, Maya soon let go of it again. Thank you a lot for that. You're welcome. Sophia's expression had turned a little complicated while watching the scene. Afterward, she used her own tail to bonk the cat girl's forehead yet again. It also seemed like she used slightly more force than the previous times. Oh ouch. She got loud while rubbing her forehead. That hurt. Don't use so much force when you. Maya stopped talking after taking a better look at Sophia's face and noticing her miffed expression. Even if the person herself doesn't mind, it's still a bit weird to touch someone else's tail, isn't it? Why yes. The tiger replied with a slight nod. Sorry that I got so excited about it. Well, I'll still be happy if it ends up touching me, but I won't actively go for it again. Same. Did I make it worse again? Seeing their interaction, Chloe started panicking again. Stop being so considerate. The couple didn't know how to deal with something that nice. I am sorry, she hung her head. It's not your fault. Like, at all. Sophia started to feel even more guilty after looking at the dejected fox girl. Maya, and even way more so we are just a bit weird. She gets jealous rather easily, and I'm missing experience all sorts of things. I never had many, or rather, any friends before meeting her, and the two of us directly went into a relationship. So, whenever I meet someone new, I tend to overdo it because I still don't 100% know how far is normal between friends. It also doesn't help that you're naturally flirty even without having had friends before me. The cat girl started to pout. That, too, Sophia scratched her cheek. My love for everything even remotely fluffy just added to my excitement here, too, because you're way too fluffy. True. Maya had to agree while the two looked at Chloe. Thank you, she started smiling again. Wait, you didn't have any friends before meeting Maya? When did you two meet, then? Start of spring? Sophia tilted her head. 7 or 8 months ago? Something along those lines. Really? I could have sworn the two of you were dating for years already. Ehe. The couple took it as a compliment. The fox girl stopped for a moment. Huh? If that's the case, how is it possible that you didn't have any friends a year ago, Sophia? She looked confused. You're so friendly and feel extremely sociable. It feels so great to hear that. The tiger looked incredibly happy. I've managed to change a lot and better myself a ton over the past months. If you think so, it's amazing. I've used to be extremely shy and pretty depressive, actually. Chloe stared at her for a few seconds. That doesn't sound like you at all. Well, I'm glad you got over it with such great success. Thanks. Quite a while ago, Sophia was worried that she had stopped being herself, but she had long accepted her being the improved version of her old self. Humans aside, which didn't end well, Maya's also one of the first people I met after, stuff happened and started traveling with Fenny. I see. Remembering the topic of her sister, Chloe decided to not ask any questions related to the stuff that had happened. Finfin also said that you're traveling a lot. Is there anything interesting you saw? Let's see, the blonde tilted her head. Well, as I am a cat, I'm currently getting ready to hibernate, so. Cats don't hibernate. Chloe got a little loud. They would if they could, though. No, they're good to go if they get a warm place, food, and a comfy pillow. Sophia raised her hand in protest, but couldn't say anything in her defense in the end. That sounds great. Wow. I met a few from the cat beast folk, but I've never met such a cat before. Not to mention that you're supposed to be a tiger. Tigers are just a big domestic cat. They share like 95 or more percent of their DNA, too. Well, that might be true. I always thought tigers have more pride. The fox girl wasn't sure how to feel about this overly lax feline. I take pride in being comfy. The blonde had an answer for almost everything. Not necessarily the right one, but she had an answer. Fine, she gave up. Well, it's hard to disagree. Comfy is great. Okay, before it started getting colder, did you travel to any interesting place? I love to run around, so we actually visited many places. You love to run around. Chloe tilted her head while looking at the tiger with a questioning expression. That doesn't match with anything else I heard from you until now. Yes. Really? I mean, you look super fit, especially for someone sounding that lazy, but it's true, Maya confirmed her claim. Sleeping and running around are two of the cornerstones of Sophia. She simply gestured at the tiger. If she can't run around and power herself out, she gets all grumpy and loudly complains about it all day long. I sure do. So, you're the textbook example of a cat, but also are a part dog? I kinda am, now that you mention it. The blonde thought about it for a moment. Wait, am I a fox? A slight existential crisis surfaced. Chloe only stared at her but eventually started smiling. You aren't nearly fluffy enough to call yourself a fox. That is deeply offensive. The striped fox started pouting again. Is it? The actual, pink-haired fox didn't believe her. Yes. Her idiocy aside, Maya rolled her eyes. You should see her in the morning before she fixes her hair. You might think otherwise, then. I don't want that kind of fluffy. Sophia kept getting louder. Calm down. No. Fluffy hair. Chloe looked at the blonde. Okay, it has a good bit of volume, but actually fluffy. She gestured at her own, extremely puffy hair while saying so. Compared to normal me, at least. It's a tiger curse. Sophia hung her head. Once it starts getting cold, our hair turns lighter in color. I'm originally a darker blonde, though I love the current color. Then, our hair also puffs up a lot. Tigers get a winter coat. More or less. My hair got fluffy and unruly, and it is a pain to deal with. I only managed to tame it by applying heat to flatten it. Wow, that's clever. The fox girl seemed impressed. Do you think it would work on me, too? No, her answer was instantaneous. I guess it's too much volume to iron, huh? No, I just don't want you to get any less fluffy. As usual, Sophia was highly selfish. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything with my tail, but my actual hair can be a bit of a pain every now and then. A little bit of taming there by using a straightening ironing would be appreciated. Maybe even just the tips to get a bit of the curl out of there. She held up some of her hair to get her point across. HRMN, the blonde looked seriously conflicted. Well, okay, fine. I like you already, so I should try to help you out, too. Yay. Chloe looked genuinely happy. Thank you. Sure, she couldn't say no to her. We'll have to try it the next time, though, because I don't have anything on me right now for that. Okay. So that is why you called her the little sister type when Aura described her to us. Maya looked at the fox girl before focusing on the tiger. Nice and adorable with a personality you can't say no to and just have to spoil her. Yep. I'm not a little sister type. Chloe didn't seem to like the idea. Also, I look older than both of you. You might be bigger than both of us. The cat girl focused on a specific spot on the sweater of the pink-haired girl before looking up again. Even Sophia's taller than you, though. Heh. The short tiger really liked the fact that she was taller than the fox. At first, just where were you looking just now? Chloe covered her chest with her arms while her face turned red. She might be shorter, but her sweater seemed to be hiding a lot. Exactly on the area you're covering right now. Maya never has, and never will be embarrassed about her love for a sizable chest. It didn't seem like the fox girl was able to deal overly well with that topic. Why, you're really mean. definitely a little sister. The couple felt confirmed about their theory. Afterward, Chloe started pouting even more and decided to stop talking to the other two for a while. As a result of that, they decided to take yet another break. Chapter 240, Two of Them. Maya and Sophia were still in Chloe's home, and things had gotten even more awkward. After the fox girl had cheered up the tiger by having her touch her fluffy tail, the cat girl got a little jealous. Deciding to make things even, Chloe had allowed her to touch her tail, as well. The couple had enjoyed being able to touch such a fluffy tail, but they also felt a little guilty about it. It's supposed to be an intimate gesture, so the cats hadn't enjoyed seeing their partners doing it even though Chloe herself was okay with it. Alright. After everyone had reset, Sophia tried to get the conversation going again. Wait, where were we again? Unfortunately, she wasn't the best for those things. Well, first, I want to clarify again that I'm not a little sister type. Chloe didn't want to let go of the topic just yet. Why not? I think it's cute, and it's definitely a compliment in my eyes, because your personality is lovely. I'm happy that you feel that way, but I just don't like being treated as younger than I actually am. I see. Sophia tilted her head. Well, gentle and caring older sister. Wait, in the first place, Maya and I are older than you. That doesn't matter. The fox girl had no comeback for that at first. Why any type of sister in the first place? No idea. The tiger only shrugged her shoulder. It definitely has nothing to do with my actual sister not being with me anymore, if you're concerned about that. I'm not looking for anyone to fill that gap. I see. In other words, she's just an idiot. Maya tried to explain it to her in an easy way. Yep. The blonde simply nodded. Okay. As I don't have any plans to become your sister or be anything related to her either, how do you think about a gentle and caring friend type instead? She smiled at Sophia. Wow. Saying that about myself feels really weird and embarrassing. I like that. Sophia gave her a cheerful reply. I really like that. She always gets happy when she gains a new friend. Eehee. Chloe enjoyed her reaction. You, too, Maya. I'd like to be your friend, as well. Of course. She naturally had nothing against it. Well, after both of us played with your tail, that's probably the least we can be. Ahaha, the fox girl let out an awkward laugh while scratching her cheek. How about we all forget that ever happened? That's a good idea. The cat girl agreed with the suggestion. I still call dibs on sitting right next to you and your tail with a mind on its own. Purely for the fluff alone, without any of me actually going for it. Sophia couldn't let go fully of it yet. You really are an honest one, huh? Yep. Anyway, Maya decided that it was finally time to end this topic. You wanted to know about our travels, didn't you? Right. Chloe clapped her hands once, before looking at Sophia again. I traveled a lot with Fei Fei and saw many interesting places, so I'm really interested in what you saw so far. Let's see, the tiger tilted her head and thought about her journey so far. I've stayed in the monster country with Fenifen for a while, but it was quite boring. Yes. The fox girl nodded. The food there is the worst, too. Absolutely. All meat all day gets tiring too fast. That's so true. I love meat, I guess we all do here, but just meat all day, every day. No, thank you. She seemed quite passionate about it. Finally. Someone that understands me. Sophia liked her reaction a lot. Don't tell me there's two of them now. Maya, on the other hand, had a bad feeling about their interaction. The tiger suddenly stopped and looked at Chloe with a questioning expression. Did you actually go to the monster country? Yep. She nodded. It's been a couple of years, though. Really? Sophia stared at her a little longer. Are you actually strong enough for that place? Okay, the magic I feel from you is a little higher than the other foxes, but it's nothing out of the norm. I am much stronger than I look. Chloe tried to look smug while making this claim, but she somehow only felt even more adorable. Also, Feifei was with me. Ah. The fox who's about as strong as Fenny Fenfen, I see. That part sounded a lot more believable to her. So, you didn't find anything interesting there, either? Let me think, the fox girl tilted her head. Well, the plant life there was pretty cool and rather funny looking. Other than that, honestly, it was way too warm there, so I didn't want to stay there for too long. I liked the temperature there. It was especially great for camping during the night. Okay, that's a point. Chloe nodded a few times. Camping there under the night sky with a comfy campfire was really nice. Absolutely. Sophia looked slightly nostalgic. I did that with Fenfenny every night there, and it was the best. Also, yes, the nature there's very interesting. I'll never forget those trees that grew sideways. They were so weird. Aya. The fluffy girl's expression suddenly turned awkward. I remember those trees, and the spiky fruits that grow on them. I have never seen Feifei panic that much. You tried to eat one, didn't you? For some reason, it wasn't a hard guess for the tiger because she felt a strong sense of déjà vu right now. It's good that she stopped you because those fruits are extremely poisonous. I found out about that afterward, too. They looked so delicious, though. Just because they look delicious, it doesn't mean they're edible. Sophia tried to play the reasonable one for a rare change. I know, Chloe hung her head. Come on, shut up. Maya had other plans, though. I remember you telling me about your encounter with them and how you really wanted to try those fruits, as well. She only turned her head away in response. Okay. That aside, the fox girl wanted to change the topic. For both of their sake, that is. I like the griffins there, though. Seriously? The couple had the same reaction. Yes. I wanted to ride or maybe fly on the back of one, but that didn't work out. Seriously? The two looked even more shocked. This girl might have even less common sense than you have. The cat girl faced Sophia. I didn't think that was possible. Sounds like a great idea, though. Why hadn't I thought about that? The blonde wasn't ready to let go of her position just yet. Visually speaking, those griffins were amazing. That lion and bird mix really was something else. Right? Chloe was happy she wasn't alone with her opinion. Unfortunately, they're quite aggressive. Tell me about it, Sophia scratched her cheek. I killed 2 of them. Okay, well the first one was my own fault because it surprised me, the second one attacked us, and it was purely self-defense. Feifei also killed the one I tried to ride because it wouldn't stop following and pestering us. They sure are a resentful bunch that understands no fun. Yep. Oh no, Maya hated everything about their exchange. There really are 2 of them now. So, I guess we both didn't like the place that much, huh? Sophia ignored the cat girl. Yes. She nodded. It was rather pretty there, but also very boring, and super warm. The fox girl just had to complain about it again. Yep, that was the best part. The tiger didn't share her sentiment. We also visited a couple of beautiful lakes, but as Sophia's experiences with lakes were a little peculiar, she wasn't sure how to finish her sentence. Oh, lakes are my favorite place to camp, as well. There sure are a lot of them, huh? Lakes, that is. I had the same feeling. Chloe made a similar observation as the blonde. What else did we explore? Sophia tried to remember her journey so far. Oh, there were those stupid ruins, and the even worse dungeon we explored. You explored a dungeon? The fox girl suddenly got excited. Feifei never allowed me to enter one. No need for those sparkly eyes. It was pretty boring. There were no rewards, and it was full of huge, insect-like monsters. Cold sweat ran down her spine, just remembering the spiders half her size. Ah, really? Chloe's expression changed in an instant. Huge, insects. It was horrible. I can imagine. The duo shuddered together. Seriously? What's so wrong with insects? Maya rolled her eyes. Everything. The two had many issues with them. Also, didn't we go over that a few times already, my dear? Sophia looked at her catgirl. Do I need to remember you about the ghosts we encountered in that dungeon? Forget I said anything. Hee hee. Ghosts are a thing. The fox girl tilted her head. As in, they actually exist. Yep. The blonde nodded. I saw a couple of semi-translucent things wafting through the air and many wisp-like balls of blue fire floating around. Brrr, Maya didn't want to remember it. So cool. Chloe only sounded more excited. I know, right? I want to see them. She got a little bouncy. Is that dungeon far? Maybe we can go visit it really quick before Feifi's back. The tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. That dungeon's gone. I got a little, upset and blew it up. All of it, that is. She hung her head. Sorry about that. Sophia wasn't sure what to say. There was another dungeon we explored. It doesn't have any monsters, though. Really? It's more like an underground labyrinth you have to navigate through. There's even an actual maze inside of it. That was a ton of fun, right? She looked at her catgirl. Absolutely. She nodded. That one's great. That really sounds like fun. Chloe sounded excited again. Is this dungeon still accessible? It's a little complicated to enter, but yes, it's still in one piece. For the lack of a better story, she went with this explanation. How complicated? The fox stared at her with big eyes. I really want to see it. Sophia wasn't sure about the idea. Please. I don't know if I want you to find out about how we get to that place. You can blindfold me if that helps. She really wanted to explore a dungeon. You sure trust other people easily. Maya stared at her. She could bring you wherever while you can't see. Why would she need to blindfold me, though? Chloe tilted her head. Both of you are so much stronger than I am that you could do whatever you want to me. If that's your plan, you already would have done something. Well, the only one who did, or at least started something, is you. The catgirl was still looking at her. The pink-haired girl awkwardly looked away. Well, you two just really don't feel like you'd ever do anything shady to anyone. Also. She paused for a second. While Sophia feels much stronger, I'm fairly sure that even for her, it would be a big mistake to make Feifei furious. She's quite the overprotective parent, huh? Yes. Chloe sounded really happy about it. I can't wait to meet her. Sophia started smiling. That future is still far, but my destiny is to become the most overprotective mother in history. I bet I can learn a thing or two from her. I'm still not sure if I love or hate this future. The catgirl looked a little tired. Are you the other half of that future? Hard to say yet, but I do hope so. Her tired voice became much warmer in an instant. Chloe looked at the two for a moment. Wow, your kid is going to be adorable. The tiger liked her reaction a lot. Thank you. Maya got a little bashful instead. All right. Sophia raised her voice. For that, I'll find a way to get you into that dungeon. Really? Yay. How do you feel about looking at the place together with the first princess of the Beastfolk Kingdom, Anna? I kinda promised to show her the dungeon, as well. The fox girl needed a moment. That's a tiger for you, huh? You have some serious connections. Anna, the first princess. That's the super tall orange tiger with the long hair, right? I saw her walking around in the capital a few times. Yep. The blonde nodded. She looks a little loud and difficult to get along with, but she's actually super sweet once you get to know her. I bet you get along just great. A tomboy with a sweet core? That sounds great. I couldn't have said it better myself. Sophia supported her assessment. Well, I am a little interested now. Also, one rarely gets the chance to befriend a princess, right? Ah, is her girlfriend coming, as well? Girlfriend? I can't remember the name, but it's the black-haired jaguar maid who's always next to her while looking super in love, right? Those two were always together whenever I saw the princess. There's just no way there's not going on more between them from how they're behaving and treating each other. I am 100% sure that they are dating. It's just too obvious. The couple needed a moment before coming up with a reply. Wow, how are those two the only ones that haven't noticed? The fox tilted her head again. Nah, it's nothing, Sophia answered her. The relationship of those two is a little complicated. Well, they are girlfriends, but are still on the finishing line of noticing it. Oh, a little dense, I take it? You have no idea, the two let out a sigh. I see. Chloe decided to not ask any further questions. Well, I always wanted to see the jaguar up close, because I'm a real fan of her hair. Sure, the tiger remembered how Ari was worried about her unique hair and then sighed again. I'll bring her along, too. Yay! Afterward, the couple looked rather tired because everything that got addressed in the last couple of minutes had taken a toll on them. Chapter 241, Cat-Friendly Exploration. While the trio was chatting about Sophia's adventure so far, Chloe got really interested in the dungeons she visited. As the tiger had erased the first one from existence, she could only talk about the one the wolves were building below the capital. As she naturally didn't want to reveal that part to the fox girl, the blonde first needed to think of a way to get her there without her noticing what was going on. While she was at it already, Sophia also tried to connect this event with Anna because she wanted to see the dungeon, as well. A light. Sophia raised her voice again. Enough of what I've seen so far. She wanted to change her attention to Chloe. You mentioned that you're traveling a lot, too. So, what interesting places have you seen? I want to explore all of this continent, so having someone with experience would be amazing. She got excited. Once it gets warmer again, of course. Her inner cat was stronger than her inner adventurer right now. The fox girl thought about the question for a while. Wow, I visited so many places that it's hard to find a start. Oh. She liked the answer. What are your preferences? I could start with them, then. What's your favorite thing to explore? Yes. Everything, huh? Chloe scratched her cheek. Not that helpful. Hee hee. The tiger let out a chuckle. I'd like to see some different nature. Everything around here is just plains with some forests here and there. The monster country was pretty barren, as well. Oh, I can work with that. Yay. There was this really cool icy tundraweed dash. Anything else? Sophia stopped her mid-sentence. Grow a thicker fur, cat. She rolled her eyes. The blonde paused and tilted her head. Nah. Whatever had just gone through her head, she decided to not do that. Maybe in the summer when I want to cool down in a cold place, but for now, I'd like to hear about some more cat-friendly alternatives, please. Also, a tundra is just as barren. It's simply cold on top because it's near the Arctic area, among other places, where it's permafrozen. Ah, tundra, I see, Maya suddenly joined their conversation. Kinda heard something else earlier. Maybe there really is something wrong with my ears? Yeah, not a fan of that, either. Well, it's definitely not my fault, because Chloe said it first this time. Yeah. I'll give them a good cleaning later, don't worry. Sophia sounded really cheerful while replying. Yeah, let's do that. She also started smiling. The two of you really like to flirt, huh? Sorry, the couple immediately hung their heads. No, as I said before, it's fine. Chloe shook her head. It's adorable, and I enjoy listening to it because my life was really boring when it came to that topic. Okay, they only nodded. Anyway, a place that a cold-hating cat wants to visit, huh? Please. There were a few savanna-like areas, mostly near the monster country, But those places weren't that exciting. Way too hot, too. Well, that place in itself was close to a savanna already. That's true, Chloe thought about some other place. There was an actual desert I crossed with Fei. Needless to say, I hated every second of it. No, let me correct myself. I absolutely loathed it. The tiger wasn't sure what to reply. A desert sounds like fun, though. And no, it isn't because I'm a cat, and deserts are huge areas filled with sand. I would never imply such a rude thing. Chloe rapidly shook her head. Good. What has sand to do with cats? Maya somehow couldn't follow their conversation. Anyway, Sophia was just happy she didn't know, and she had no plans to explain it, either. I kinda want to see it. Well, I can tell you where it is, but I won't be coming with you. The fox girl's expression turned sour. I only survived that place because Fei carried me on her back while I was using magic to create blocks of ice to cool myself down. That sounds rough. Very. She got loud. Okay, let's make that plan B for now. Any other interesting areas or places you explored? I visited a lot of actual forests, not like the small one this village here is in. I think it's pretty big, though. This forest, I mean? Not at all. Chloe shook her head. Some of those I visited were truly massive. Imagine everything between here and the capital, if not more, to be a forest. Wow. That is big. Yep. I especially loved the needlewood forests. Gigantic pine trees as far as you could look, and the smell was the best. And not just the puny pines like around here. Massive ones. Is there your inner fox leaking out? Sophia tilted her head while smiling at her. Arctic or not aside, they love those areas, don't they? She scratched her cheek. That might have added a little to my enjoyment. Hee hee. Well, I wouldn't mind exploring a good forest. I bet there are some secrets to be found deep inside. I know there have to be some treasures or the likes in the middle of such a forest. Her eyes started sparkling. I haven't found any so far, though. What secrets? Maya looked at the two. No idea. They just shook their heads. Really? Oh. Chloe suddenly clapped her hands together while ignoring the cat girl. I might have something that could tickle your inner tiger. Said Tiger, tilted her head in response. Fei and I had spent some time in a real jungle. It was really warm and humid, but everything was so interesting there that I somehow managed to tough it out. Magic to cool myself down helped a lot, too. A jungle? Sophia's eyes started sparkling. I want to go there. I want to go there right now. Yep, you definitely tickled her inner tiger. The cat girl rolled her eyes again. A jungle does sound interesting, though. I've never seen one before, either. Alright, Maya's in, as well. She raised her voice even more. Let's head out. The blonde energetically raised her fist in anticipation. Now? The other two weren't nearly as enthusiastic. Of course. It's a jungle. A jungle. I might have tickled her tiger bits a little too much. Chloe looked at Maya with an apologetic expression. You might have, she nodded in agreement. Also, interesting wording. Not knowing what to reply to that, the fox faced Sophia instead. The jungle is really, really far away from here, though. That's okay. I'm super fast. Unless you can teleport yourself, I don't think you could ever be fast enough to reach it in a reasonable time. It's more than twice as far as the monster country from here. Oh really? The tiger didn't like the sound of that. Yes. She just nodded. Also, we have to cross the icy tundra I mentioned earlier to reach it. Sophia didn't like any of that and faced her cat. Maya, please note that down as our spring activity, okay? The jungle wasn't that important to her inner tiger, after all. Sure. Any other cat-friendly places? Chloe gave it some more thought. Most of them are pretty far. Feifei and I also came from a direction that is much colder than here, so we would always have to cross that area, anyway. No matter which place I visited that you want to see. I'm sorry. Ah, no, that's fine. The blonde didn't want her to apologize when she did nothing wrong. I look forward to spring already now. Eehee. The fox girl cheered up in an instant again. I'll try to remember some fun places closer to here worth exploring. Yay. She liked the sound of that. Okay. We've taken a look at an elven treehouse now, and I want one. You said that I have to ask someone called Steve if I want to have my own, right? After getting sidetracked for about an hour, Sophia got back to their initial topic. Alex. Maya corrected her. Why am I so catastrophically bad with names? Don't worry, I usually can't remember names overly well, either. Chloe tried to make her feel better. That's good to hear. How does that makes it any better? The cat girl didn't agree with them. Ah. I need a raise if I have to deal with two complete dorks from now on, you know? Ahaha. Sophia only reacted with a laugh. Anyway, let's go and visit that Alex. I bet he's currently in the bar, drinking with Finfin. Sounds fun. Let's go. Having remembered her initial plan, the elven treehouse, the blonde got motivated again. Okay. Chloe liked the idea. Would it be alright if I visit the bathroom first? It won't take long. Sure. Sophia nodded. Maya, let's wait outside. I want to get a better impression of the village while we're at it. Yeah, let's do that. Saying so, the couple left the fox girl's place and went back to the village's streets while waiting for her. Wow, Chloe sure is a lot more than her fluffy outside, huh? Sophia started a conversation while the two were looking around. I didn't expect her to have such an adventurous side. The two of you are also really similar. Be it the explorer blood or how you're both dorky and easygoing idiots. Eehee. She decided that it was a compliment. It would be so much fun if she stayed with us. Is that so? Absolutely. The tiger gave her a few big nods. I look forward to seeing all kinds of places with her. She's super cute and adorable, too. That's always a plus. Maya's expression turned even more complicated. She's not really my type, because I like myself some cooler girls with a bit of sass behind the cute exterior, but she's a great girl. Heh. She reminds me a bit too much of my little sister, though. That's also why it got a little awkward earlier. Okay, Steph was a little more playful and was more into teasing others if it fit the occasion. Still, both are caring and gentle to a fault and just make you feel all warm and fuzzy by them simply being near you. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. Is that so? Not to mention that she would also get along really well with Steph, too. It almost feels weird how much of a match she is with my sister when it comes to their general personality. Her voice got a little somber for a moment. The all-fluffy and gently caring type of girl is no relationship material for me personally, but everyone should have a friend like her to cheer one up. I'm really happy that we met her. Eehee. The cat girl suddenly started to smile. What's wrong? Nothing, I just love you. Realizing how Sophia confirmed that Chloe's no danger without Maya even mentioning anything made her incredibly happy. What a dork. The tiger let out a small chuckle. I love you, too. Back to flirting already? We never stopped. Noticing that Chloe had addressed them while she was walking towards them, Maya showed her a cheeky grin. You really know how to make someone jealous. The fox girl hadn't expected such a direct reply. Yep. She was in a good mood. Alrighty, that idiot aside, Sophia glanced at her cat before focusing on Chloe again. Where's this bar where Fen and this Alex are drinking right now? We met right in front of the bar earlier. And you expect me to find that again? This village only has a couple dozens of houses and a few streets, though? The pink-haired girl looked at her with a questioning expression. I'm really not overly good when it comes to directions, one could even say that I'm bad, but I'm happy if I can successfully distinguish right from up. There hasn't been a single day that I haven't gotten lost in the capital yet. Is that really a reason to sound proud about? Maya rolled her eyes again. Shut up. It apparently was. Let's go. Not wanting to be insulted anymore, Sophia simply started walking. Wrong direction. The other two quickly stopped her while pointing the exact opposite way. Sophia decided to stop talking altogether for the next couple of minutes while she followed after the duo, who guided her to the bar. Chapter 242, as usual, magic is confusing. While the couple was at Chloe's place, the fox girl told them about her adventures and what areas she had visited in the past. Sophia, or her inner tiger, was especially interested in the jungle she saw. Unfortunately, they would have to cross an icy tundra to reach it, and the tiger's inner cat wasn't a fan of that at all. Thanks to that, they decided to postpone the trip to when it gets warmer again. They eventually get back to the topic of the blonde wanting to get her own elven treehouse. The trio decided to head over to the bar where Fen was drinking with Alex, the foxman in charge of the buildings in the village. It's kinda dark in this place, huh? While the three were walking to the bar together, Sophia, after having recovered from being teased, addressed Chloe as she was looking around in the dimly lit village. Well, I have no problems with seeing in the dark thanks to my eyes, but the capital's much brighter. Her cat-like eyes were actually slightly shining from reflecting the little light left around them. You can't really compare the capital to this, can you? Maya just moved her hand around, gesturing at the general area. Fair point. She had nothing to add. Most of the houses are also empty, Chloe added her own part. So, there's even less light from lanterns and the likes around. I see. The blonde nodded a few times. Makes sense. Also, yeah, as my eyes are the same, I don't have an issue with it either. Just like the couple, the fox girl had eyes that worked the same as those of cats. They were just as adjustable and able to reflect light to see in the dark. They were currently glowing, as well. And if there's not enough light, we can just turn it on ourselves, after all. While saying so, the area around Chloe suddenly turned much brighter. That's true. The tiger gave her another nod before she stopped walking while staring at the pink-haired girl with a confused expression. Did you just use chantless light-based magic? I did, yes. She only tilted her head after noticing Sophia's expression. Why? Yeah. Even more confused, the blonde then stared at Maya with a questioning expression. I thought I understood how magic works now. Don't look at me. The cat girl crossed her arms. I gave up on that shortly after I met you. I decided to just have fun using it. Is something the matter? Chloe couldn't follow their conversation. Sophia scratched her head. Well, from what I've learned, you need to have a certain level of AUT-power to be able to use chantless magic. From what I can feel, you should be way below that threshold. Is that so? The fox girl tilted her head even more. Fei taught me magic, and she never told me that power is a factor that determines in what way you're allowed to use it. Apparently so, it didn't help the blonde to understand it even a bit. Anna has around the same power, but she can't use chantless magic. Eh? Well, what can I say? The fox girl couldn't help her. As she was getting nowhere, Sophia increased her pace to bug her wolf in the bar about it. Fenny. Entering the place, the tiger immediately located him at a table in the corner together with Aura and an older-looking, brown-haired foxman. Oh, like the ring of that. Fenny. She immediately got sidetracked. Well, I don't. Fenny didn't seem to agree with it. I also don't like how excited you're sounding. Oh ho, it really is a tiger. Alex had turned his head around because he wasn't facing the girls and promptly mustered Sophia. If that isn't something. Alex is the name. Nice to meet you. Perfect. The blonde's eyes lit up after hearing his introduction. I'm Sophia. I need you for a little something later on, as well. Somehow, hearing that from a tiger, I'm suddenly a little concerned. No, it's nothing like that. She shook her head. I want a house in this village. One of those amazing elven treehouses, to be exact. Is that so? He looked at her for a little longer before eventually glancing at Chloe next to her. Seems like you aren't the only weirdo, huh? Hey. The two weirdos immediately complained. A treehouse is amazing. Sure, sure. Alex didn't seem to want to deal with both simultaneously. Were you always so mean? Chloe stared at him. Hey. He jumped from his stool. I'm not mean at all. No, I'm with my new pink-haired friend here. Sounds pretty mean. Sophia immediately joined in on the idea. Although, Chloe's reaction sounded like an earnest question while the tiger's voice was full of sass. That's not fair. He complained about his treatment. Alright, let me get some stools for you girls as well to make up for it. Saying so, he immediately left. He seems like a nice person. The blonde started smiling. I think I like him. He's cute. Yes, I like him a lot, as well. So was the fox girl. I don't think I like this duo. Fen didn't, though. You have no idea, Maya sounded a little tired. Anyway, Fenny. Sophia faced the wolf again. We have a problem. Do we? Yes. She nodded a couple of times. I don't understand magic. He paused for a moment. Welcome to the club? Thanks to you, I stopped understanding magic a long time ago and decided to just enjoy using it. Same. The wolves had the exact same reaction as the cat girl earlier. Ugh, she had little room to complain here. What I just found out is the weirdest thing of all, though. I heavily doubt that. Definitely. The wolves only looked at her with a dubious expression and tone in their voices. Both knew what Sophia had done so far, after all. Ugh, the tiger turned her head away. And no, well, yeah, but no. Our dear Chloe here, you can feel her power, right? Yes? Fen nodded. Around the same as the big tiger princess. A pretty decent amount. Yeah, but she can use chantless magic. He slightly tilted his head. Chloe. Sure, she needed a moment to understand the blonde's intention. A second later, she lifted her hand and created a small ball of light on top of it. Is that enough? Thank you very much. Sophia seemed satisfied. How? He was still staring at the fox girl's hand. Even if you ask me that. Fei showed me how to do it, and I just did it. Fen then glanced at the tiger. What? Sophia didn't like his motion. I did nothing for a change. Absolutely nothing. I didn't even touch her. She crossed her arms in defense. Okay, I played a bit with her tail, but that has no relation to anything. You did what? Aura looked at her before turning towards the cat girl. It was innocent. The tiger understood her implication. Also, Maya touched it, too. Really? Anyway. The blonde wanted to stay on topic for a rare change. Fenny, I want an explanation of why Chloe can use chantless magic. How am I supposed to know? He glared at her for a moment before emptying the drink in front of him. Before we started traveling together, I thought I knew magic, but you steadily destroyed every bit of knowledge I had about it while teaching you already. Even more so afterward. You learned magic from Finfen? The fox girl got a little interested. Yep. Sophia nodded. For as long as I can remember. Oh, that's the same for Fei and me. She's been teaching me ever since I was little. Those overpowered companions sure are helpful, huh? Yes. Well, until the pupil became the teacher, Fen let out a small sigh. I think you have to ask the other guy for that issue. Glancing at Chloe while saying so, he decided not to mention Kinnear's name in a public space. Ugh, Sophia hung her head. I thought as much. You've been a lot more useful in the past, my friend. Hey. He got loud. I'm sorry. It was just a joke. The tiger smiled at him. I know that it's my fault that everything got so messy. Good. What is this about? The pink fox girl faced Maya while listening to the duo's conversation. You don't want to know. Trust me, you really don't. Oh, okay? She looked a little concerned. It seems like something happened? Well, as long as everything's okay now. Yeah, it's best to leave it at that. I see. Even though she said that, Chloe still looked somewhat confused. Still. Sophia suddenly got loud. Whenever I understand things a little more, something else happens, and I'm 2 steps back again. Tell me about it. Fan, too, raised his voice. See, the two get along perfectly. The cat girl looked at the fox next to her. Alright, let's give this another try. Alex, who always seemed to be in an excellent mood, was back with the group. Not only had he organized some stools for the girls, but he also had brought a new round of drinks for everyone. I hope that makes up for earlier. Don't worry about it. Chloe smiled at him. I still love you. Ah. He was happy to hear that. Yep. Sophia nodded. In the first place, I was just teasing you a little. I don't know you yet, but I already like you, too. How mean. Also, thank you. His mood got even better. Man, getting so much attention from 2 such beautiful and cute girls sure is something. Maya's expression had gotten a lot more complicated. And the beautiful cat's glaring at me. My, what a day. He naturally noticed her, too. Today, the drinks will taste even better with such company. That flirting will get you nowhere, though. Well, at least with us. Saying so, Sophia got closer to her pouting girl and hugged her side. The two of us are for each other only. What a power couple. He mustered the two for a moment. I like it. You fit well. Eehee. Maya's mood relaxed in an instant. Also, don't worry. I'm just really sociable. More so, Alex waved around his left hand, revealing a silvery ring on his ring finger. I'm also taken. Happily married to the guy running this bar. He pointed at the counter where a foxman with black hair, roughly the same age as him, waved towards the group with a gentle smile. Mark's also the one who said I should bring all of you around for free. You better thank him later. Sophia paused for a moment while alternatingly looking at the two guys. I love this place. It sounded a little like she was talking about more than just the village right now. Afterward, everyone finally sat down around the table again, with the two wolves in the corner, Alex right next to Fan and then followed by Chloe, Sophia, and then Maya at the other end next to Aura. The tiger was also sitting suspiciously close to the pink-haired girl's tail, for some reason. It definitely didn't have to do anything with her having remembered that Chloe said that she often forgets to control it and then hits the people sitting next to her in the face from time to time. Chapter 243, Treehouse Negotiations. Sophia, Maya, and Chloe went to the bar in the village, where the wolves were drinking, with a foxman called Alex. Sophia had business with all of them, but Sven had no answers as to why Chloe could use chantless magic even though she shouldn't be able to either. They had to postpone the issue to the next visit of Kinnear to get an explanation. Afterward, she changed her attention to Alex, who supposedly is in charge of the houses in the village. Alex. With a slightly raised voice, the blonde faced him. Yes. Equally loud, he looked back at her. What can I do for you? First, those drinks are delicious. She emptied the glass in front of her before continuing. Please make sure that I get a lot of them throughout the night. I like you even more now. He enjoyed her attitude. Sure thing. Great. The tiger looked happy. Secondly, Chloe told me that you manage this village? I wouldn't go that far, but I, together with a few others, take care of the infrastructure here and make sure that everything in this village stays in top condition. Houses included, right? That was of biggest interest for Sophia, after all. Sure do. He nodded. That's why you have to go through me if you want a house here. Alex tried to sound a little intimidating. Even if it's just a stupid treehouse. Hey! Chloe and the tiger got loud. They're awesome. Sure. He rolled his eyes. Well, they are quite spacious, and the view's nice, too. Even so, it's hard to get in them, especially if you're carrying something. They're cold, too. Unless you're a cute ball of fluff that loves the cold for some weird reason, normal foxes like to be warm and comfy. He glanced at Chloe a couple of times while saying so. There was little she could say here. Being slightly happy for being called cute didn't make it any easier for her, either. I'm not too familiar with tigers, but Alex changed his attention to Sophia again. If they're even a little like cats, wouldn't you hate the cold, too? I loathe it. She gave him a strong reply. I love the idea of owning an elven treehouse, though. Why? He only tilted his head. Because I can then say that I own an elven treehouse, of course. Exactly. Chloe sided with her. Again, why? This reasoning wasn't helping him understand it. Explaining that would be extremely complicated, and it would take a couple of days. Thanks, I'm good. Alex shook his head. You said the same thing when I offered to explain it. The pink-haired girl suddenly started pouting. Well, and I told you that I don't need to know that time. Especially not if it's going to take days. If I just call the two of you weird, it will save all of us a lot of time. Exactly. Fan, Aura, and Maya agreed with him. Hey! Chloe and Sophia didn't. It's not wrong to be weird. He smiled at the two. It's a lot more fun, after all. Anyway, if a tiger is like a cat, why do you want to have a cold home? Ignoring the elven treehouse's romance story, or whatever you're going to call it. That's the whole reason, though. Sophia only tilted her head. Also, while I can't seem to ever understand it, I'm quite good and creative at using magic. I have my ways of using it to make a place all warm and comfy. Aren't you a handy one? Alex sounded impressed. Also, that sounds lovely. How about you give up on the treehouse and stay with us instead? He glanced towards the bar counter. I'd like for our place to get warmer. Hee hee. The tiger let out a small chuckle. No can do. I want a treehouse. Also, I need a place where I can cuddle with Maya on my own. I support this plan. The cat girl nodded a few times. Fair enough. He couldn't blame her. Well, I could take a look at your house and see if I can improve the heating there. The blonde stared at the foxman. A little hint, I am 100% sure I can. Why do I hear a but in your voice? Because there is one. She looked a little sassy. I'd need to have a place to stay here so that I can store some things I need for that. It wasn't the case at all, but Alex didn't need to know that. My, aren't you a shrewd one? Yep. Honest, too. You really are a good girl. Eehee. Sophia was becoming a real fan of Alex. So? Let's see. Origin aside, this village has turned into a place for the fox beast folk, so letting a tiger, a cat, and 2 wolves join. Well, I like all of you, so. Okay, how about a little challenge? He suddenly showed her a slight grin. Oh? How about we drink till morning, and if I cave in before you, I'll let you stay. He just wanted to have a fun night in the end. Are you really challenging me to drink you under the table? Sophia tilted her head. Yep. His grin increased. Fun fact, only one bested me so far. Alex quickly glanced at the pink-haired girl. Oh, how about that? We don't own the houses as the elves built them, but we maintain and repair them to keep them pristine. That's why we don't sell them, but rather collect money every month from the villagers to keep it like that. Basically, like rent. If you manage to beat Chloe in our little contest as well, I'll let you live rent-free in a treehouse of your choice. Come on, that's unfair, Alex. The fox girl started protesting. PSHH, he put a finger on his lip before looking at Sophia again. Heck, if you're the last one standing, I will even pay for everything we drank tonight. If not, you're paying, girlie. Hmm. The tiger thought about it for a while, before her own grin turned even wider than his. Sounds like fun. She held out her hand. We have a deal. Perfect. He quickly shook Sophia's hand before Chloe could protest any further. Deal. This is going to be a long night, Maya and the wolves let out a long sigh. Mark. Alex suddenly yelled through the entire bar. We have a contest over here. We need a ton of alcohol. Sure thing. He yelled back with a big smile on his face. Business sure is booming lately. Mark. Sophia yelled in the same direction. What can I do for you? Only the tastiest, strongest, and most expensive alcohol, please. I don't know you yet, but I already love you, my dear tiger. The smile of the black-haired fox increased even more while he started preparing a tablet filled with various bottles and glasses. Sophia, Chloe looked slightly panicky. That was a mistake, I think. Why? Alex can really hold his liquor. So can I, don't worry about me. The blonde gave her a cheerful reply. Also, she paused for a moment. I'm immune to alcohol. I don't know why, but it doesn't work on me. Is that so? Heh. Alex looked incredibly smug. I got you. Sophia didn't say anything for a moment. That's why, even if you're able to beat Alex, please give up after that. Chloe looked at her. I don't want you to spend so much money on something you can't win. How can one be so sweet? The blonde was touched. Also, I really love how similar we are. She tilted her head. What do you mean? You see, Sophia looked incredibly smug while facing Alex. Well, you forgot to tell me that your challenge is a little rigged. I did, too. I kind of forgot to tell you that I am, too, immune to alcohol. I can drink as much as I want without any sorts of side effects. Kinnear's temporary boost from before aside, the tiger's poison resistance takes care of everything. Fun fact, I will drink as much as I want. We have to celebrate my new elven treehouse home, after all. Also, free alcohol tastes twice as good as the one you have to pay for yourself, so I have no reason to hold back. Oh really? Alex's face had turned completely white. Yup. The tiger showed him her biggest smile. Oh. Is that really the case? Chloe sounded a lot livelier than her fellow fox. I've never met anyone that is immune to it, as well. Yeah. The blonde nodded. It can be a little boring at times, but never getting hungover or doing stupid things is a definite plus in my books. That is true, the fox girl agreed. I'd still like to experience it at least once, though. Most drinks are really delicious, and I'm having a great time just enjoying the mood, but I always feel like something's missing. I have never experienced being drunk, and it could actually be awful for all I know, but I still would like to try it somehow. Fair point. Sophia, knowing what it is like, had a somewhat complicated expression. Well, seeing how Fenny acts the day after, I'm not sure if I can recommend it. Yes. Chloe nodded a few times. I still remember how Alex challenged Fei, and both seemed to be in so much pain the day after before I had to apply healing magic on both. Ugh. Don't remind me of that. The fox in question held his head just remembering it. Don't worry, my dear Alex. The tiger's voice was dripping with sass again. You'll be feeling much worse than that tomorrow. Cat, please do something about that. He pointed at the blonde while looking at Maya with a desperate expression. No can do. Maya was also smiling broadly. I think I fell in love with her even more right now. He had asked the wrong cat for help. My, what a lively table we have here. Suddenly, the black-haired foxman called Mark appeared next to the group while holding a huge table filled with various kinds of alcohol. Have fun, everyone. I'll be back once it's empty. Thank you. Sophia showed him an entirely genuine smile. Also, he then looked at his partner, who was holding his head in desperation. Alex, go easy on our lovely tiger. She's new here, and we want to warmly welcome her, right? Let her win this competition, okay? It was pretty clear that he hadn't heard what was going on just moments ago. Sure, he only hung his head even more. Afterward, everyone, though one of them rather reluctantly, grabbed a drink and gave a toast to what seemed to be the start of a very long and expensive night. Chapter 244, Embarrassing Bar Talk. Sophia had asked Alex about getting an elven treehouse to live in because she really wants to own one. He wasn't really against it and playfully suggested a challenge to earn the right to live in one. If Sophia can drink the foxman under the table, he will allow her to own a treehouse. If she also manages to outdrink Chloe, she could even live there for free and doesn't have to pay for her drinks either. Little did Sophia know that the last condition was just a little prank to get Sophia to pay for everyone's drink, because the pink-haired girl is immune to getting drunk. Although, he didn't know that Sophia was just as immune to it. Full of regret, Alex was slowly resigning to his fate while everyone else was starting to have a fun night. Alcohol really has no effect on her. Around an hour after their challenge had started, Alex was already in despair while watching Sophia and Chloe happily downing one drink after another without either of them getting drunk. I really have to admit, the alcohol in this bar is amazing. The tiger was in a good mood. Especially this one. I love that. She grabbed a relatively thin and high bottle with a clear liquid that had a hint of blue in it and filled the glass of Chloe and herself with it. Yes. The fox girl took her newly filled glass, clanked it with the one the blonde was holding, and the two downed it in one go before they repeated the same scene another 1 or 2 times. It's my favorite, too. It's also the most expensive one. Alex looked defeated. By far, I want to add. I bet that's why it's so delicious. Yep. The duo got even more cheerful. You're definitely holding a grudge that I tried to trick you into paying for our drinks by using Chloe, right? Right? I would never have a grudge over such a petty reason. The tiger's voice sounded really playful for some reason. I always loved this drink, though. Chloe only innocently tilted her head. It really wasn't nice to use me for your gain, though. She started pouting afterward. See? We're nice girls. Sophia was smiling broadly. That being said, on a totally unrelated note, we're still going to teach you that you shouldn't mess with girls. Especially not with the nice ones. Ugh, Alex had to down a drink on his own after that before looking at the cat girl. Chloe aside, yours isn't actually that much of a nice girl, isn't she? Whatever do you mean? While saying so, she snitched the bottle of Sophia's expensive alcohol and filled her own glass to the brim with it. She's one of the nicest girls around. She quickly downed her glass before filling it again. I suddenly remember why I'm into men. The male fox hung his head in defeat. And on that note, Fen. Could I get some assistance with that? He pointed at Sophia while saying so. Sorry, there's no assist possible when it comes to that. He also looked in the direction of the tiger. You can only submit and hope for the best. Trust me on that. Saying so, the wolf let out a sigh before focusing on his own drink. To show his sympathy, he had settled for something cheaper. Gimme the good stuff. Aura had no sympathy and sided with her fellow girls while she looked at Maya, who was still holding the expensive bottle of alcohol. Sure. The cat girl happily filled the plate-like glass of the wolf before looking at Alex once again. We need a new bottle, this one's empty now. Seriously? You only opened it a few minutes ago? Well, I'm a thirsty girl. Sophia flashed him a cheeky smile. She sure is. Maya reacted with a nod. Alex paused for a moment. You two aren't talking about the same thing, aren't you? Yes. The couple answered at the same time. Anyway, the tiger decided not to further elaborate on that and turned her head. Mark, we need another bottle of O. Way ahead of you. The black-haired foxman had already appeared next to their table. Here you go, my dear. Thank you. Gladly. Also, the blonde suddenly locked eyes with him. Just because the two of you are married, I'll get angry if you let him off his bill once we're done here. Hey. Alex didn't like any of this. I would never. He only smiled back at her before placing a hand on Alex's shoulder. Looks like someone picked a fight he can't win, huh? Yes. You should really stop underestimating cute girls, because you think they can't hold their drinks. Mark looked at Chloe while saying so. You're also living rent-free, because my idiot thought he could get some free drinks out of you, right? Yep. The fox girl just nodded. Thank you very much for that, Alex. Sure. Oh ho, so it wasn't the first time? You also tried to exploit our adorable Chloe here? Sophia's grin increased even more. Mark, please watch our table closely, okay? The moment a bottle's empty, I want 2 new ones at that very moment. Sure thing. Which side are you on here? Alex looked at his partner with a desperate expression. The one that's good for the business, of course. Saying so, he left their table again while showing everyone a great smile. I like Mark a lot. Sophia's mood got even better. Yes. Everyone else agreed. This relationship has its ups and downs. Alex wasn't quite so sure about it at the moment. Okay, how about we cut him some slack already? Finn glanced at the foxman before looking at Sophia. As a fellow man, he wanted to help him out. Alrighty. With a cheerful tone, the tiger stared right back at him. Oh no, he immediately got a bad feeling about this. I want to hear more about you and Aura. Ugh, as his bad feeling was spot on, he only downed his drink before having Chloe fill his plate with something stronger. Sorry about that, Alex. The expensive stuff has a higher chance to knock me out sooner. Don't worry. I applaud your noble sacrifice. Both men looked defeated. I like that idea. Chloe's eyes started sparkling. I also want to hear more. We already told you everything, though. Hearing the other nosy girl join in, Finn got even more tired. That's exactly it, Fenny. Sophia got loud. Even though you only just met Chloe, you told her more about that than you told me. Even though we went through so much together. That's not nice, Finn. The fox girl's voice sounded as exaggerated as the tiger's. Ugh, the two caused him to sigh even before facing Maya after he downed another drink first. Can we do something about this duo? They might be too much for me. Good luck with that. The cat girl only smiled at him. Because we had so much success with talking Sophia out of something in the past, right? Also, while the two get a little overexcited, I like our new fox friend, so she's probably going to stay as far as I'm concerned. Ehe. The duo in question liked her reply. The wolf's feelings on the matter were a little more complicated. Alrighty, with that having agreed on, let us hear more. Sophia started right at him. There was nothing anyone agreed on here. Finn got loud. Chloe and I did, though? Neither of you matter when it comes to that topic, though. We beg to differ. The two had a different opinion about his claim. I don't care about that. But we do. Knowing he already had no chance against the tiger alone, he eventually gave up, because facing 2 of them was just plain impossible. Hoping it would loosen up his tongue a little more, had down a drink or 5 before facing the duo again. Even so, I'm not sure what else to tell here. Most of what we told Chloe were things you already know or experienced yourself as you were with us when we got closer. Boring. Sophia didn't like this explanation. Well, I'm sorry? Finn didn't like her reply, either. There are also things that I sure as heck aren't going to tell you. Why? Are you telling us everything you're doing with your cat? No, I'm not talking about the stuff Aura, and I hear every so often in the mansion. That's an entirely different topic, but everyone does, and should have some secrets. The couple in question turned their heads away before the tiger eventually continued with a slightly red face. Why you win that round? What's this about? Chloe looked at Maya. She scratched her cheek. We, forgot about how good the ears of the wolves are when we, well. Anyway, don't ask. She decided against going into detail here. I see. The fox girl didn't look like she was 100% sure about what she was talking about, but the rough idea was enough that she decided not to pry any further. Fine, a small pout appeared on the blonde's face. Okay, I'll stop prying if I get some cute little wolf pups in a couple of months. I won't settle for less than 3, though. Oh my gosh, that would be adorable. Chloe was instantly on board with the idea. Ah. Now I get it, Alex suddenly spoke up. It's not like those two can't get drunk, they're always completely unhinged, and they don't come with a filter. There's nothing the two could gain from getting drunk. The world would only end if they were to get any wilder. Well, Maya wasn't sure what to reply. I can definitely see your point, though. We told you already that that's not going to happen. Fan got a little flustered. Sophia started pouting even harder. How about this? Aura faced her. She, too, was involved in the topic in one way after another. How about we make the pup topic a group project? We'll give it a serious thought once you and Maya are ready. I bet it's a way better idea to raise them together. They would always have a playmate, too. Also, going by all the babysitting, and especially when the little princess stayed over not too long ago, the two of you are way readier for it than Fan and I are. It would help a lot to have some parents with experience to make sure our pups get raised properly. So, you and Maya either go first, or we time it to happen together. Aora? Judging by his cry, Fan hadn't heard about this before. Maya. The tiger immediately faced her with sparkling eyes. No, the cat girl simply shook her head. The blonde went back to pouting once again. Wait, Chloe had slight problems following their conversation and wanted to make sure she understood everything. Sophia, did you actually plan to have children with Maya just so you can play with the pups of Finfin and Aura? She paused for a moment. Of course, I would love to pet and cuddle them, too, but I would also love the child of the two of you the moment I lay my eyes on her, but isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Of course. She nodded a couple of times. I was just kidding right now. Really? She stared at her for a moment longer. You sounded rather serious, though. Sophia paused for a moment. Mostly kidding. She reconsidered her statement. I would, love to, and I'm looking forward to that day, but it's still too early for us. Wow, it's impressive how open you are about the whole topic. Chloe seemed pretty amazed by it. Why yeah, Maya's expression was a little more complex while she gulped down an extra-large drink. Compared to their usual roles, she was the one who wasn't nearly as confident when it came to children. Well, in any case, if we're still hanging out together whenever it's happening, I'll make sure to shower your kid in all the love I can offer. The fox girl started smiling again. If we take the parents into consideration, she's going to be the most adorable kid in history, after all. Ehe. Sophia let out a happy giggle. Also, wow, you sure are smooth. Thanks. I hate you, Aura. Fan and Maya got a little embarrassed and are upset that they had to deal with all that, thanks to her. Afterward, the mood cooled a little down once the topic was finally over, and the duo consisting of Sophia and Chloe focused on their primary task again. Completing the challenge that Alex had set up for them, but then turned into a competition where the two tried to find out how much they can lighten the wallet of the Foxman. Chapter 245, Drinking Casualties. The group was still busy drinking together and doing their best to lighten Alex's wallet because he's the one paying for everything after having tricked Sophia into a contest where she has to pay for everything if she gets drunk before Chloe does. Little did he know that the tiger was just as unable to get drunk as the fox girl. Although, even though they cannot get physically drunk, their cheery and talkative mood was just as hard to handle. A couple of hours had passed since Sophia was pestering the wolves about having little pups because she wanted to cuddle with them. Unfortunately, the result was that they won't have any kids before she didn't have any with Maya either. Thanks to that, the topic was put on hold for the time being. As it was already far into the night, and how it wasn't the first night the wolves had spent in the bar, they were a little exhausted. It definitely had nothing to do with Fan being tired from dealing with the tiger. Thanks to that, they turned in soon after. Luckily, Chloe had offered them to sleep at her place, and the two did just that. Am I allowed to give up now? Alex was still drinking with the girls when he eventually looked at Sophia with a defeated expression. The two of you will ruin me. He also glanced at Chloe this time. The tiger stared at him for a few moments. Have you learned your lesson about tricking girls into giving you free drinks? Yes. He vigorously nodded a couple of times. I won't ever do it again. Sounds good. She started smiling. Mark. One last bottle of the good stuff, and we're done for the night. Already? Apparently, the black-haired foxman wasn't a fan of the decision as he got closer to their table. Would you cut me some slack already? Alex didn't like his reaction. Hee hee, you're cute when you're upset. It had a different effect on him. He sure is. Sophia and Chloe agreed with Mark. Give me the bottle. Saying so, he grabbed the bottle and downed it in one go. Good night. The brown-haired fox didn't want to deal with them anymore, and he simply put his head face down on the table. Should I bring you another bottle? Nah, it's fine. The blonde shook her head. Where's the fun in that if Alex doesn't see it? Also, while the alcohol itself doesn't work on me, all the liquid does. I'm tired of hitting the restroom so often. Yes. Chloe, having had the same issue, wholeheartedly agreed with her. I'm good, too. Other than those two, I'm feeling the alcohol, and I'm good with feeling a little tipsy only. I see. Mark nodded. Well, you already racked up quite the bill, so Alex will be happy about that, too, once he wakes up again. Will he really? Sophia had some slight doubts about his claims. Very unlikely. He reconsidered while shaking his head. Well, it's his own fault, so all's fine. While saying so, he put his hands on Alex's shoulders, making sure he was okay. I'm a real fan of your relationship. Sophia was having a good time. A bit of bickering and some teasing are always fun. After all, I know what I'm talking about because I'm dating the sassiest cat in existence. Hee hee. Maya liked this a lot. Happy to hear. Mark did, too. Well then, feel free to stay longer. Though, we'll be closing in around an hour, so be prepared for that. Okay. Afterward, once the three girls were on their own, they decided to spend the remaining time chatting normally with each other. Yay. While the girls were on their own, Sophia got really cheerful. In theory, Alex was still with them, but he had passed out after drinking the last bottle of alcohol in one go. I now can say that I have an elven treehouse surrounded by nature. It's the best, isn't it? Chloe sounded just as happy. I also got super excited when I was able to cross that off my list. I mean, it never actually was on my list, because I didn't think this would ever happen, but still. Absolutely. The tiger gave her a big nod. Is it really? Maya was a little more dubious. I mean, sure, it is pretty cool, but for me, a mansion in the capital sounds way cooler. Our mansion, you know? She stared at the blonde. Way comfier, too. Also, super toasty warm. Sophia scratched her cheek. Yeah, that's also very nice. It sounds a lot less exciting when you talk about it, though. I don't know. The fox girl tilted her head. A mansion sounds extremely cool if you ask me. Thank you very much. Maya was happy to have an ally. More than an elven treehouse? Chloe wasn't so sure about it anymore. Both. Both are good. Fair enough, Sophia couldn't say much here. I would love to see it, too. The fox girl was as excited as ever. I've never seen an actual mansion from the inside. Feel free to visit any time you want. The tiger smiled at her. Though, it's one of the smaller mansions in the area, so don't get too hyped. Aren't even smaller mansions still massive? How many rooms does it have? The blonde looked at Maya. How many rooms do we have again? If you can't even remember how many rooms there are, there's no way you could call it small. Chloe got a little loud. I never said it was small. After all, I was the most shocked one when I first saw it. I just meant that it's smaller than some others in the area. Oh, that makes more sense. We definitely have more than enough rooms, that's for sure. Feel free to take one to stay in when you're in the capital. Really? Her eyes started to sparkle after hearing Sophia's suggestion. That sounds like a ton of fun. I look forward to it. Me, too. Chloe agreed with the tiger. Still, the capital is so far from here that I haven't been there a while. Riding on Feifei got us there in no time at all, but going there by carriage with some of the other foxes here, it takes a whole day for a one-way trip only. That sounds like a gigantic hassle. Yes. She nodded. Also, carriages are so very uncomfy. The fox girl got loud. My butt gets all tingly and numb just thinking about it. Tell me about it. Hearing that, the blonde remembered the ride towards Talaga, the city the humans tried to attack quite a while ago, and how she had to bear with riding in a rocky and uncomfortable carriage for a long time. Yes, Chloe hung her head. That's why it's been a while since I visited the capital. Actually, the last time was when I saw the two of you walking around with Princess Ellie. Oh, that already has been a couple of weeks, hasn't it? Sophia looked at Maya. Yes. She nodded. That was last month, way before my birthday. While saying so, the cat girl remembered the day and the sleepover that happened afterward. Soon after, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. How did it, actually seem to outsiders when we walked around with Ellie? Incredibly adorable. The pink-haired girl didn't hesitate for a moment with her answer. I would have loved to have someone preserve the scene for everyone to see. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as calling what I saw a lovely mother and daughter scene, as the two of you looked too young to have a daughter at that age. Still, it didn't feel like sisters either. Definitely the lovely type of a happy family, though. It doesn't make much sense, but that's how I saw it. It will be hard to top that scene with your own actual daughter whenever that happens. Ehe. Sophia liked everything about her explanation. Also, if I have one talent, it's surpassing expectations with even more ridiculous stuff. I am 1000% sure that I'll be able to top it. Great. I'll be expecting big things, then. The fox girl smiled at her. Looking at something adorable is the best, after all. I really shouldn't have asked. While the duo was having fun, a slight blush had appeared on Maya's cheeks. I know that I'm the one I asked, and I'm happy to hear it, but. It's kinda really embarrassing. As usual, when it came to kids, the cool surface of the cat girl took quite a beating. Your girlfriend is adorable. Chloe wasn't sure what else to say while she looked at Sophia. The cutest. Ugh, Maya didn't like anything about their exchange. I'm tired. Speaking of which, where are we going to sleep? Okay, morning isn't that far away anymore, but I'd still get some hours. In the first place, why are you still so hyper, Sophia? I'm having fun. The blonde got even more cheery. I forgot to get tired. Are you 5? The cat girl raised her voice. Occasionally, yes. She just rolled with it. In my heart, at least. If that's okay with the two of you, you can also sleep at my place. Chloe looked at them. I actually have an unused guest room. The bed's a little small in there, but I somehow doubt the lovey-dovey couple here would care about that overly much. I do care. Sophia got loud. I care a lot. Really? She wasn't expecting that. Yes. The tiger nodded a couple of times. You should have said so earlier. I suddenly feel very tired, and a bed sounds lovely right about now. That way of caring about it, I see. Yes. Having decided on a plan for the rest of the night, the girls eventually left the bar and went back to Chloe's place once again. The wolves were already all huddled up in the living room there. The couple then occupied the guest room of the fox girl, and everyone eventually headed to bed. Chapter 246, Things That End with ing. Sophia had won the bet with Alex, who had challenged her to beat him and Chloe in a drinking contest. As the tiger was just as immune to it as the fox girl, Alex had no other chance to give up after having had to spend a fortune on alcohol for everyone. Thanks to that, Sophia was also allowed to live in an elven treehouse in the village. Rent-free, on top of that. As it had gotten extremely late, though, the girls decided to head over to Chloe's place again to sleep for the rest of the night as she had an available guest room for the couple. That was a good run. It was still early morning, but Sophia was already up and walking through the village. She was currently in the shorts and green shirt she used to wear, and it seemed like she had just come back from doing some sports. Oh, good morning. Chloe was also up already and promptly ran into the tiger. Where have you been? We went to bed so late that I couldn't sleep. The blonde paused for a moment. Am I getting sick? It was way too unusual for her. Yes, it was the same for me. I couldn't sleep either, and decided to go for a walk. Really? The blonde looked at her. You should have said something. We could have gone for a run together. You were already gone when I left, though. Also, I'm not really fast, and my stamina isn't the best either. I'm pretty sure I would have held you back, anyway. I just ran a couple of rounds around the forest. You would have been fine. Chloe paused for a moment before tilting her head. She made the same motion with her own head. Around the forest. A couple for rounds. Yes? It's a smaller forest, but it's still a couple of kilometers in diameter, no? I would say so, yes. A couple of laps? Just how fast are you? Also, don't you get tired from running so much? It was just a warm-up, though? Seriously? Yep. Sophia gave her a nod. For how fast I am, I can slightly outrun Fenny if I want to. Wow. If I assume that Finfin is somewhere around as fast as Fei, that's almost unbelievable. It's the best. The tiger started smiling. I love to move around, and being able to run so fast is so much fun. I can imagine. She seemed happy for her. Lazing around is a great hobby of mine, so I love that I have a big and fluffy pillow attached to myself. While saying so, the fox girl moved her tail around behind her back. I am so jealous. The blonde got loud. Very loud. Ahaha, Chloe only awkwardly scratched her chin. I still think that having a tail as dexterous as yours is just as amazing. It's just that as a lover of fluff, your tail can't not make me envious. But, well, sure, Sophia swished her tail around to prove her point. It's amazing for keeping my balance, which helps me run around and increases my overall maneuverability. It's great for bonking Maya or clinging to her, too. Other things that end with ing that include my tail and Maya, as well. Wrapping my tail around her legs is also the best. See? The fox girl stared at her. All that makes me super jealous. Which part? The tiger tilted her head again. It helping my balance, or how I'm using it on and with Maya? Yes. She also got loud. Sorry about unconsciously boasting again. It's fine. All those things aside, I do like to hear such stories. Maybe we should get you a partner, too? Sophia sounded even more cheery all of a sudden. Chloe hadn't expected that turn of events. Girl? Boy? Both? Doesn't matter? She got excited about the idea. Though, if it's anything other than girls, I'm not sure how helpful I can be. I have neither experience nor interest with or in boys, after all. I also have little motivation to change that. Even so, I'll still be rooting and cheering for you. WL. The fox girl paused for a moment. I guess you would be able to help me when I need it then. Oh. The tiger liked her response a lot. So, what's your type? Her eyes were already sparkling because she liked this topic a lot. I'm not really sure. Really? I haven't really stayed at the same place for long because I love exploring. Most of the time, I was alone with Fei, and when we met others, there were very few girls my age. Oh, I see. Judging by my gut feeling, I'd gladly try to date you if you were free, though. Among some other problems with that idea. Wow, Sophia hadn't seen that one coming. Thanks, she got a little bashful. You are way too smooth. Well, that should be helpful, though. Eehee. Chloe let out a happy chuckle, thanks to her reaction. Does that mean that outgoing, cute, and quirky girls that know how to have fun are my type? The tiger had to take a short break, but she had a slight smile on her face. After all, there was no way she wouldn't love being described like that. She was incredibly happy that nothing of her old personality in that regard was left. Oh, okay, seriously. You are too smooth. Thanks to Maya, I found out that I need some, or a lot, sass and teasing in my life, not to mention that she's a gigantic pervert, and that is AMA dash. Wait, where was I going with this again? Sophia tilted her head after having noticed that she's gotten slightly off topic. Right. Because of that, I don't think you're exactly my type, but you almost made my heart ache a bit just now. Yes, being a pervert aside, I don't think I'm overly sassy or enjoy teasing others that much. That's why I mentioned it. Huh? There was something about Chloe's reply that caused the tiger to tilt her head yet again. Chloe did the same after seeing her confused expression. She continued to stare at her for a while longer. Well, whatever. Everyone I met so far is the same, after all. Myself often included. The blonde mumbled a couple of words before going back to the topic. So. Someone who is similar to the current me, but who isn't actually me. Probably? The fox girl wasn't entirely sure about it, either. Okay, should we clone either of us? Eh? Well, your general personality is quite close to mine, so. I doubt I'd enjoy dating myself. Chloe had a very complicated expression while answering her. Also, while I don't enjoy being sassy or teasing others, receiving a little of it might be not so bad. Okay, fair enough. Sounds slightly narcissistic, too. Very, I'd say. True. Sophia nodded a couple of times. While my clone would work for you in that regard, I do like teasing or being sassy. I don't know why, but I have the feeling such a scenario would end up in a threesome with me, myself, and Maya if she notices that there are two of me. I have to admit that it's ever so slightly intriguing, but it also gives me very mixed feelings. Many emotions were showing on the blonde's face right now. Okay. Chloe stared at the tiger for a while before averting her face. I accidentally imagined such a scenario just now, and I'm not sure if I can ever unsee it again. Sorry. Same, her face turned redder. Wait, would that be considered cheating? Not in my case, because I wouldn't play with myself. Wait, would that be masturbation? Anyway, for Maya to be with two girls, if they're both me. Is it a clone as in fully duplicating yourself, feelings, thoughts, and memories included? Or is it just the same person, closer to a twin? She tilted her head to think about it, but the tiger's expression soon turned even more complicated. Please don't tell Maya about anything we just talked about. Sure. She gave her a big nod. Why were we talking about that in the first place? Cloning either of us. How did we even end up there? No idea. I am delighted that you actually worked with the idea instead of calling it stupid the moment it left my lips. Might be kinda unhealthy, though, because I need some supervision when it comes to having stupid ideas. Yes. Feifei keeps telling me the same. Chloe hung her head. It was a stupid idea, though. Although, pretty fun. Absolutely. The blonde wasn't completely serious about her idea, after all. Okay. Still, I wasn't actively looking for anyone before, but now that you opened that box. You don't know anyone with a similar personality as yours. The fox girl stared right at her. She gave it some thought. Anna's more of an M, but she's also pretty easygoing. Oh, Maya is actually quite similar. Though, maybe a little less adventurous and more S than I am, but I don't think I want too much of that. Also, Maya wouldn't solve anything here. If she were single, that would mean you'd be single, too. Ignoring a couple of things, I'd just try long and hard enough for you to change your type to me in that scenario. Sophia had to take another pause. Let's just forget about all of that. Neither of us will be an option here. I know. Chloe was just carrying on her ideas, after all. Good. Okay. Don't you know any other girls other than the two of you that would? Well, there's one that loves to tease one every now and then and can be a bit sassy at times, too. At the same time, she's incredibly caring and sweet that you just have to love and pamper her. And get pampered by her in return just as well. She's also really quirky and even more outgoing than the current me. Last but not least, she loved to go on trips and explore places she's never been before. Really, she's basically an exact copy of you when it comes to a lot of that, especially your likes, only with being a little more teasing and sassy like I am. Oh? She sounds lovely. There was more than a hint of excitement in the Fox girl's voice. Yeah, Sophia's had become the complete opposite of that all of a sudden, though. What's wrong? She naturally noticed the sudden change. Is there something wrong with that girl? Well, the tiger wasn't sure how to continue her sentence. I'm sorry for getting any sort of hopes up with that. I don't know why, but I was talking about my sister just now, and that's, well. Oh, Chloe looked just as sad as the blonde. I'm really sorry that I made you remember something unpleasant. That wasn't my intention. Why are you apologizing? Sophia just looked at her. Also, there isn't a single unpleasant memory when it comes to her. I see. She looked a little happier again. She was a great sister, huh? The bestest. Sophia's reply came instantaneously. I totally would have shipped the two of you. I also would have been extremely annoying while doing so. Ahaha, not knowing what to say, the fox girl only reacted with a giggle. It's too bad that I couldn't meet her. The way you speak of her makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. She really must have been amazing to be around. Yeah, she nodded. It would have been the best for her to be here. Well. Wait. As Chloe was as skilled as the blonde when it came to reading the mood and changing the topic without any prior warning, she suddenly got loud. Earlier, you said that your tail's great for bonking Maya. Yes? Why, you also said that it's great for other T-things that end with ing. Her cheeks turned red for some reason. I did? How? The fox girl glanced at the tiger's tail. Sure, some of it is fur, but isn't it a bit too T-thick for that? Chloe's entire face was glowing by now. Does it actually fit? Sophia looked confused. I was talking about honking, as in booping Maya's chest with it. Maybe her stomach, too. Depending on her mood, it's super cute when she gets angry about that, or her mood turns to something else. Oh, did you mean like trying to stick it into her cleavage? My, what a pervert. The blonde smirked at her. I actually did try that when she was wearing a camisole with a deep cutout and. Yeah, my tail actually got stuck because it was too tight in there. It was a ton of fun, though. Why yes, I meant her cleavage. Chloe somehow managed to blush even harder. Why am I not buying your response? Sophia just stared at her. Just what were you imagining? Hesitating for a moment, she eventually slowly looked further south at the blonde with an extremely embarrassed expression when she eventually stopped at her shorts. I might was thinking about a little more vulgar word ending with ing where you use your tail in a different type of I insertion. The tiger looked shocked. In down there? Why am I surrounded by so many high-level perverts? She couldn't answer. You also look so innocent, so that hits twice as hard. Sophia obviously hadn't expected to hear something like that. Do you have any idea just how sensitive our tails really are? Something like that would feel. She suddenly turned silent while her cheeks also turned red. Would it fit? Maya's, probably, but mine. Also, all the fur. It would be such a pain to get it out of there again. Maybe if we put something thin and flexible over it. The tiger got a little lost while she also brought around her tail to touch it a little, almost feeling it up. I am sorry. Chloe didn't know what else to say. Afterward, as the mood had gotten a little weird, the duo decided to head back to Chloe's home to reunite with Maya and the wolves. Chapter 247, Having a Type. After Sophia had won the right to own an elven treehouse in a drinking competition, the group crashed at Chloe's place and spent the rest of the night there. As the tiger, for a very rare change, was unable to sleep well, she decided to go for an early morning run. Afterward, she ran into the fox girl, and the two had a lively chat. One thing led to another, and the blonde wanted to help find a partner for the pink-haired girl so everyone could be annoyingly flirty without making others feel jealous. This turned out to be slightly complicated, though, as Sophia seemed to match Chloe's type way too well. Because that wasn't going to happen, the tiger tried to remember a different girl with a similar personality as the current her. Still, she could only think of her sister, which didn't make things any easier either. Far from it, actually. We're back. Having returned to Chloe's home, the duo greeted Maya and the wolves there. Morning. Fan and Aura gave them a lazy response. Where have you been? Maya wasn't quite as lazy as she looked at Sophia. I would have bet a lot of money that you wouldn't get up before dinner in the evening. Ahaha, the blonde let out a small chuckle. That's a fair assumption. She couldn't deny it. Your old clothes, huh? She took a better look. Couldn't sleep and went for a run? Wow. Chloe sounded impressed. It's amazing how well the two of you know each other. Ehe. Sophia liked her reaction a lot. Yep. Chloe ran into me on the way back, and we had a short date afterward. Oh? The cat girl focused her attention on the fox girl while her expression became impossible to read. Yeah? Chloe instantly started to panic. We just chatted a bit. You did hit on me, though. The tiger apparently was in a teasing mood. The pink-haired girl awkwardly turned her head away. Oh? Maya's expression became much easier to read all of a sudden. Not that it made things any better. As it turned out, I seemed to be her type. Sophia wasn't done yet. Isn't that nice? The catgirl's stare at Chloe intensified. She even said that she'd totally try to date me. Well, I can understand that. While she didn't stop staring at the fox girl, she still snuck in a smile. See, can I change my statement about being interested in a little bit of sass and teasing? Chloe glanced at Sophia instead. I think I changed my mind. Heh. You, glaring at the tiger for a moment, though it looked more like an upset pout, the pink-haired girl eventually faced Maya. I did say all that, but it was after Sophia asked me what my type is. She wanted to help me find something to be flirty with on my own so that I don't have to get jealous watching the two of you. Okay. The catgirl nodded a few times. I haven't spent that much time with girls in my age range yet, so I'm not sure what my type is. Still, I really like how Sophia's so cheered, and playful. She seems extremely fun to be with, and we have a lot of similar interests, as well. It's just that she's an amazing girl. I would never do anything to sour or even end the relationship between the two of you, though. Ehe. Maya's expression suddenly softened after having heard how her girlfriend got praised to such an extent. I really can't blame you for having a good eye, can you? Thank you. Seeing that reaction, Chloe also relaxed again. I'm sorry that it looked like I was competition for a moment. I don't want anything more than being friends with both of you. It's alright. I'm used to it. The catgirl couldn't be mad at her for finding Sophia interesting, and Chloe really didn't seem like someone who would try to steal her either, so she was okay with the events. Still, finding someone similar to Sophia, huh? That's going to be a tough one. Maya was immediately on board with finding a partner for her. Yes, the pink-haired girl only reacted with a weak nod. Sophia also had a hard time with that. If anything, I made it worse with running my mouth. The blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek. What did you do? Maya faced her tiger. Well, because I couldn't remember anyone being quite like me except me. or Chloe herself. Sophia paused for a moment. Long story short, I was a little stupid and then kinda ended up talking about my sister for a while because she'd perfect for our dear fox here, because they're so similar. The cat girl also looked slightly awkward after hearing that. Yeah, that could be a little difficult. That's putting it lightly. Very lightly. Did we meet anyone in the academy that fits the description? Maya tilted her head. I wouldn't know. Sophia shook hers. I was either asleep, messing around with Ari, or causing some headaches. Completely ignoring the part where almost no one tries to approach me because of my ice queen reputation. You're really living your school life to your fullest, huh? The cat girl rolled her eyes. Hee hee. She only smiled at her. Wait, what? Listening to them, Chloe looked rather confused. Most of those things make enough sense for me not to question them, but did you say ice queen just now? What's with the questioning look? Sophia stared right at her. I totally look like one, don't I? I feel like my character is a perfect fit for that, too. The fox paused for a moment before glancing at Maya. What is this girl talking about? You're free to call her an idiot. Maya doubted the wording of Chloe a little. She is one, after all. Yep. The idiot only nodded. I would never call someone an idiot. She got a little flustered. Still. I'm very sorry to say it, but there's just no way that you would ever qualify as an ice queen, Sophia. The blonde started smiling instead. Happy to hear. Maya. Chloe, looking even more confused, faced the cat girl again. Context? She had to get up way too early on the first day of school and was extremely tired and half asleep. The students completely misinterpreted her behaviors and thought she's a taciturn lady that rarely speaks, while nothing could possibly faze her. She looked at Sophia again. Really? How rude. The tiger pouted for a few seconds before her expression relaxed again. I'm the most surprised here, you know? I'm quite loud and obnoxious, after all. She gets full marks when it comes to being self-aware, though. Maya smirked at her. Not that it matters, as she has no plans to change anything. None. The ice queen got even louder. Someone's having fun in life, huh? Yep. Sophia nodded to Chloe's remark. Some unfun things happened in the past, so I want to be in a good mood at every moment in the present and future. I like that a lot. The fox girl looked really happy. That's a great mindset. Some of my past also wasn't the best, so I can relate to it a lot. Sophia tilted her head while looking at her for a moment before quickly shrugging her shoulders again. Long live the present and future. She, more than anyone, knew that one's past shouldn't matter. Yes. Chloe energetically raised her fist high in the air. The two of you have way too much energy. Fan, having had to listen to the two from a little away, let out a small yawn while looking at the duo. Thank you very much. It was a compliment to them. Sure. Anyway. Chloe. The tiger suddenly looked at the fox with a serious expression. Why yes. I'm hungry. Is there a place in this village where we can get breakfast? She relaxed again after hearing what the blonde's problem was. The bar where we went before also serves breakfast and lunch. Mark's an excellent cook. Oh. Her voice got even more cheerful. That means I can also ask Alex about the treehouse. Let's go. Sure. Afterward, Sophia quickly changed her clothes back to the school uniform, and the group went to the usual bar together once again. To eat breakfast this time, though. Okay, what's wrong? On the way to the bar, Maya suddenly stopped walking while looking at her tiger. Why do you keep glancing at my tail while having such a weird expression? I'm just thinking about something. She stared even harder at her tail. Why are you blushing? The cat girl only got more confused. See, Chloe had a rather peculiar idea, and I'm wondering whether it would work or not. She paused for a moment. Or rather, whether I wanted to work or not. Do I want to know what she's talking about? Maya changed her attention to the fox in question. Why, you absolutely do not want to know. The cheeks of the pink-haired girl also turned red. Should I be concerned? She didn't like Chloe's reaction. It could maybe hurt a little if you decide to play along. Depending on how tight you are anyway, I'm very sorry. The fox girl decided against finishing her sentence, and simply apologized once more. I don't get it, but stop thinking about whatever you're thinking right now, idiot. Maya faced the blonde again with a very worried expression. That could be for the best, actually. Even so, there was a hint of regret in Sophia's voice. Though, maybe. Some issues, like the fitment, aside. You might be interested in Chloe's idea. Judging by the reaction of both of you, I heavily doubt that. Maya got loud. Afterward, the pervert duo decided to stop talking altogether, and everyone continued their walk towards the bar while Maya looked extremely confused and also not being sure how she should feel about any of what just happened. Chapter 248, A Nostalgic Insult. Sophia and Chloe had reunited with the rest of the group after their little chat, and Maya was immediately on board with finding a partner for the fox after she got over Sophia seemingly being her preferred type. That preference would also make finding someone for her rather tricky, as the tiger was somewhat of an odd exception among the regular oddballs, to put it lightly. After chatting some more and making the cat girl somewhat confused about some implications that involved her tail in some way or another she didn't understand, they headed back to the bar to get breakfast this time. Good morning. Doing their best to leave the tail topic behind them as fast as possible, Sophia and Chloe energetically greeted everyone that could hear them while entering the bar. Morning. Mark happily greeted them back once he spotted the group. Up already, huh? Sure. The duo answered them. It has its merits to be immune to booze, I guess. Look at my idiot here. The black-haired foxman gestured towards the bar counter where his partner, Alex, was sitting hunched over with his head on the table. Ugh, he only reacted with a groan. Do you have to be this loud? Does everyone have to be so loud this early in the morning? Alex wasn't in his best mood. Is there someone a little hungover? Sounding as smug as she could be, Sophia walked over to him with a big grin. Lovely to hear. You monster. Oh ho, I haven't been called like that in a while. How nostalgic. She started smiling after being addressed like that and touched his shoulder. Still, it isn't nice to call a girl a monster, you know? Especially not someone as sweet as I am. A moment later, Sophia's hand and Alex's shoulder were wrapped in a pale blue light. I'm not sure if that's the right description for you, After everything that happened, the foxman had difficulties calling the tiger sweet. Still, he suddenly stopped talking and looked right at the blonde. What did you do just now? I suddenly feel great again? Healing magic sure is amazing, isn't it? He got loud. Oh my gosh, I love you. Please stay by my side forever. I have very mixed feelings about this. Sophia didn't enjoy this confession of a middle-aged man overly much. Actually, scratch that. They aren't mixed at all. Just bad. Yes. Everyone around them agreed with her statement. Ahaha, don't worry, my dear tiger, I have zero interest in you. Good to know, because that's more than mutual. Heh. He let out a small chuckle. No, I just thought that having someone around that can cure a hangover in an instant would be nice to have on hand. Oh, so you tried to confess to me just to use me as a tool? Her expression and voice suddenly changed. I never said that. Sure sounded like that, though. Everyone disagreed with him. Seriously, what did I do to everyone? I'm just a poor guy who doesn't want to watch every word he's saying. I know. Sophia sounded much more relaxed again. I can't imagine a better base to tease someone as that. So, you are a monster. He got loud again. I just said that it isn't nice to call a girl one. I never said you're wrong. Though, I also am pretty sweet if I dare say so myself. She still started pouting a little. Well, you did cure the hangover of this idiot, so. Thank you very much. Alex showed her a big smile. You might be an angel, after all. I wouldn't go that far. Fan, Aura, Maya, and even Sophia herself all disagreed with that. Ahaha, he only reacted with a small laugh. Still, healing magic is amazing. I've never experienced it before. I feel better than ever. That's a tiger for you, huh? I think I'm actually the only tiger that can use it. Sophia tilted her head while thinking about it. Although, everyone here in my group is able to. Chloe, you can use it, too, right? I mean, I don't get why, but you're able to use chantless magic and all that. Yes. The fox girl nodded. I'm not that good at it, but I can use it. That's impressive. Wait. Alex suddenly got even louder while he stared at the pink-haired girl. You're also able to heal people? Yes? I would have loved to get some healing after a long night of drinking. Especially when you accompanied us. Everyone except you always ends up with a throbbing headache the next morning because we try to beat you. Chloe only turned her head away without saying anything. Hey. Let me interpret that for you. Sophia stared at him. That's your punishment for always challenging her to do stupid things. I wouldn't go that far. Chloe got a little flustered. Admitting it or doing it? She turned her head away again. And there you have it. The blonde looked rather smug while she focused her attention on Alex again. Never mess with a girl. Especially not with the cute and unassuming ones, because they're often the wildest ones. She remembered the tail incident from before. Hey. The fox girl started blushing. Is that so? He looked at the fox girl for a few moments, before dropping the topic. So, what brings all of you here at this time? Breakfast? Sophia sounded really excited all of a sudden. Chloe said that Mark's an excellent cook, and I want to know more about that. Oh my, thanks for the recommendation. The black-haired foxman sounded happy. So, what can I cook for you? I'll take whatever you're best at. After that, I'll have the dish you're second most confident about. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Chloe tilted her head. To end with the best one? You're right. She nodded. I'll have it that way, Mark. I'll have the same. The fox girl liked the plan. Sure thing. I'm good with something light. Maya wasn't nearly as motivated as the duo. I rarely eat much in the morning. No problem. Mark nodded at her request. Fan, Aura, something with a lot of meat, I presume? I like the sound of that. Fan was a fan of the plan. Fine by me, too. Perfect. Alex, get them a table while I prepare the food. No problem. Afterward, Mark disappeared somewhere in the back of the bar while the brown-haired foxman guided the group to an empty table. By the way, Sophia immediately addressed him once the foxman had guided the group to a free table. When do you think can I get my treehouse? So, you haven't forgotten about that, huh? There's no way that would ever happen. I thought as much. He hung his head. Well, sure. That was the promise. Yay. The tiger's voice was filled with excitement. Almost all of them are uninhabited, so you can basically choose whatever place you want. Feel free to take a look later, and I'll give you the keys once you find something that tickles your fancy. Alex wasn't going to back down on his promise after he had lost the bet. Chloe. Yes? She got a little startled from suddenly being addressed like that. Do you want to be neighbors? Oh, that sounds like fun. And there you have it. The blonde faced Alex again. I'd like to get the closest one to Chloe. Don't want to look inside first. The foxman tilted his head. Nope. Seriously. He then glanced at Maya. Is that really okay? We moved into our mansion in the capital unseen, as well. It's just how Sophia works. Keys, please. After all, she didn't care about any of that. So easygoing, Alex let out a small sigh before continuing. Well, what do I care? Sure, you can have the place nearest to her. After you're done with breakfast, I'll have the keys ready for you. Thank you. The blonde showed him a happy smile. What a great day. Sure, judging by his expression, Alex didn't necessarily share her opinion on the matter. A couple of moments later, Mark arrived with their food, and the group finally ate breakfast together while the brown-haired foxman went to fetch the keys for the elven treehouse next to Chloe's place. That was delicious. With a satisfied expression and a big smile on her face, Sophia was walking in front of the two other girls while twirling around a set of keys that were wrapped around her index finger. Fen and Aura had decided to stay in the bar as their interest in the treehouse was near zero. I can't wait to take a look at our new house. Are you actually going to live here? The pink-haired girl looked at her. Pretty unlikely. She shook her head. Probably a night every now and then. Maybe for more during the summer months. Our mansion in the capital is much more convenient. It's weird if she says something reasonable, right? The cat girl glanced at Chloe. Still, it's an elven treehouse. The tiger raised her voice. I'm so happy that it's mine now. This definitely is the best timeline. Did you say something just now? Ignoring her, the fox girl looked back at Maya. She paused for a moment. No. Oh, okay. Chloe didn't question it any further. Though, once it gets warm again, I want to travel more. I really doubt the treehouse is going to get used much. It hasn't even gotten cold yet. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes. Shut up, you Arctic fox. She got loud again. With a slight pout, she continued to guide the girls towards where Chloe lives to take a look at their new house right next to it. Although, after a few moments, the fox girl took the lead because the blonde was going in the exact wrong direction. Chapter 249, Treehouse Chat. The group had breakfast together, and Sophia had a small chat with Alex. After they finished eating, the blonde got the keys to the elven treehouse right next to Chloe's home she had won in the drinking competition with the foxman. Being in an excellent mood, Sophia, together with Maya and Chloe, decided to check it out right away. And here we are. Chloe gestured at the treehouse next to hers while smiling at the tiger. Just along the main road and then a left at the end to reach it. Sophia was still pouting after she had gotten lost on a straight road. Shut up. She wasn't compatible with anything that was straight, after all. Is she alright? The fox girl then glanced at Maya. I admit that my sense of direction is basically non-existent, as well, but repeatedly getting lost in such a small village is a little concerning. Are you alright? Maya looked at her blonde. Her expression was anything but concerned, though. I think my treehouse is going to become a single home. Her pouting got even stronger. Chloe, your guest room is still free, right? The cat girl wasn't the slightest bit fazed by her threat. Well, yes, but she wasn't sure how to feel about that. Actually, I'll just return to the capital and enjoy the warm mansion while sleeping in our comfy bed. Maya had a better idea. Sophia's ears twitched. I'll bring the bed over to here. No, you won't. Gore, she growled at her cat girl for a moment. Anyway, I am alright. Really? Yes. The tiger raised her voice. Being directionally challenged is nothing serious. Dire. Pfft. Chloe immediately put her hands on her mouth to stifle her laugh. Hey. She got loud. I have other qualities that make up for getting lost 1 or 2, or 15 times a day. No, 15 times is definitely too much. The fox girl shook her head. Yes. Maya agreed with her. Sophia had nothing to say in her defense. Anyway, let's take a look at the treehouse. The topic was over for her. Sure. The two just smiled at her. Ugh, pouting once again, the tiger then climbed up the spiral staircase that led up to the new place they had gotten while the other two girls followed after her. It's quite nice. After the girls had entered the treehouse and looked around for a bit, Chloe was the first to react. The place had a relatively open floor plan with a large living and dining room that included a kitchen. In the back, there were 2 bedrooms, with a bathroom in between. Nothing of the furniture was overly fancy, but everything was well maintained and looked very cozy. Yep. Sophia nodded. Kinda reminds me of the AP Air place I stayed in for a while a long time ago. The fox girl tilted her head. It's nothing. The blonde wasn't sure if the word apartment would have raised any questions, so she had decided to go for a more general description. Okay? She seemed a little confused, but didn't seem to have the motivation to ask any other questions. It's a bit bigger than my place, and the layout's a bit different, but it's just as cozy. Those elven treehouses are amazing. Absolutely. Sophia shared her opinion. It's no mansion, but I do like it a lot. Maya, too, was warming up to the place. It's really cold in here, though. Not literally warming up, though. Yes. The tiger had a strong reaction to it. It's the best, isn't it? No. The cats got a little loud after hearing Chloe's comment. It's awful. You two are way too sensitive to the cold. Says the one who couldn't stop complaining about the heat just yesterday during her stories. The couple was in perfect sync. A slight blush appeared on the pink-haired girl's cheeks while she turned her head away in embarrassment. Why you two win this round? Heh. They looked a little smug. I am good with the hot springs here in the village, though. So, I'm not a completely lost cause. Sophia looked confused. Why are we so similar, yet the complete opposite in some cases? I'm horrible with hot water. Then again, most of the time, it was Maya's fault that I faint so often. Hey! The cat girl raised her voice. Well, you're not wrong, she reconsidered her complaint. Wait, this village has a hot spring? The tiger only now registered Chloe's words. Yup. She nodded while walking over to one of the windows of the treehouse. Do you see that big wooden building that kinda reaches past the tree line into the forest? The hot springs are right behind it. Oh. The blonde's ears perked up while she looked at the building in interest. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever been to an actual hot spring before. Only the ones I dug out and filled with water on my own for makeshift baths. Those were quite nice, too, though. Maya liked their bathing sessions during their travels, after all. You two sure are something else. Ehe. They took it as a compliment. I'm totally borrowing that idea when I travel with Feifei again, though. I only used water magic to shower myself. Why hadn't I thought about digging out a bath before? She sounded a little disappointed in herself. If you're interested in traveling with us in spring, you can use the baths I make. I've gotten really proficient with them. As Sophia had already taken a liking to her, she'd enjoy the fox girl being around with them during their travels. From what I've understood, you can ride on your Feifei, so your speed isn't an issue. That definitely sounds enticing. She started smiling. I don't even know when she'll be back, so I'm in no hurry either. Also, while I like the cold, traveling through the enormous amounts of snow is not overly fun. Just thinking about it made the tiger shiver. And now I feel cold and want to hit the hot springs. Let's go. They're currently closed. Chloe hung her head. They're getting renovated and all that. It'll take a month or 2 before they reopen again. What a tease. She started pouting. I have no idea how to renovate a hot spring either, so I can't see how I could speed things up. Yeah, the fox girl nodded. I can't wait for them to open again, too. Still, Sophia then stared at Chloe with a very serious expression. Hot springs are a group activity, aren't they? You go in with a group of people, right? Her gaze intensified even more. The pink-haired girl looked a little awkward. Hey! Maya got loud instead. Try to hide your motives a little, pervert. She glared at her. Okay, I admit that I'm really curious about just how big she is under her sweater, because it seems like she could rival Anna, but don't make it too obvious. Chloe only covered her chest with her arms while a blush appeared on her cheeks. Eh? Sophia looked confused instead. I was just wondering if I could see her sad tail. I'm super curious about how it will look when it gets wet. The cat girl's cheeks also turned red now. I am sorry, Chloe. You're not going to see that. She ignored her, though, and started pouting while looking at Sophia. I'm going to invent a magic that keeps my tail dry before the hot springs open again. The blonde sounded genuinely sad. Well, if that's the case, I'll also go with Maya's plan. Now that she mentioned it, I'm warming up to the alternative. She focused her gaze on Chloe's chest this time. Why are you two such perverts? I blame Maya for that. Hey. The cat girl in question raised her voice again. She didn't say anything to defend herself, though. Also, Sophia looked Chloe right into her eyes. After the tail thingy earlier, there's absolutely zero room for you to blame others in that regard. She smirked at her. Pervert. She decided to stay silent. Anyway, Maya was the one who decided to get back on track. Everything aside, visiting a hot spring does sound really nice. If it's currently closed, that's unfortunate, but maybe we could bring along Anna and Ari once it opens. It sounds like it's a fun group activity. The more, the merrier. The blonde loved the idea. Though, is there a reason you mentioned Anna first? Nope. She shook her head. Really? Yep. This time, the cat girl nodded. There are 2 reasons. Wow. Sophia rolled her eyes. Why are you the one who keeps getting jealous, again? I am sorry, okay. Maya hung her head. I've gotten better, though. That's true. The tiger nodded. It's impossible to blame you for the Anna topic either. Who wouldn't want to steal a glance there, right? She then looked at Chloe. You saw the princess before, right? What's your opinion on the matter? That answer is enough for me. Seeing her cheeks turn even redder was all the blonde needed as a reaction to come to her conclusion. While definitely curious about the princess in that regard, she eventually started speaking, after all. I think the jaguar, or maybe Sophia, are of more interest to me. I mean, I'm pretty big myself, so. I think I'm more into the medium-sized type instead for contrast. Maya focused on the fox girl for a while. Not too much staring, okay? As she admitted wanting to look at her already, it wasn't like she could forbid her to steal a glance at Sophia now. Focus on Ari, okay? Sure. She had no idea what to reply to that. Yes, because Anna's the personification of never being jealous of anyone. Sophia rolled her eyes at the cat girl's plan. The difference here is that I don't care about that. She almost sounded smug. That's fair. The tiger had to give it to her. Jealous Anna is also kinda cute, Sue. I don't know why exactly, but I'm super envious of the type of relationship the 2 of you have. Chloe looked a bit lonely. The way you bicker is amazing. The couple liked her observation. I'll do my best in helping to find someone for yourself to bicker with. Sophia's eyes started sparkling again. Thank you. Afterward, the group chatted a little more while getting back to the topic of the nearby hot springs, while also trying to make some more definite plans before eventually taking a better look at Sophia's new treehouse again. Chapter 250, Needing an Instruction Manual. Sophia's dream of owning an elven treehouse finally became a reality. She never knew she had such a dream, but she definitely was happy about it. While the group was taking a look at the place, Chloe also mentioned that there was a hot spring nearby. Unfortunately, it was currently closed, but they decided to visit it with everyone, Anna and Ari included, once it opened again. This way, they'd have more to look at, as well. As they were all perverts to varying degrees, this detail was not important to them. Alright, what do we need to make this treehouse livable? Sophia focused on her new place again once she put the whole hot springs topic behind her. We haven't tested the bed here yet, but I doubt it's comparable to the one we have in the capital. I'd say we have to get one from the same manufacturer for here. Agreed. Maya liked the plan. And their bed. Also, we absolutely have to do something against the cold. Naturally. She only stared at her. There's no need to even mention that. Good. Cats be cats, Chloe could only roll her eyes. Yeah, it's bizarre that you like the cold so much. Hey. The fox girl raised her voice. Just because I have some cat-related traits, it doesn't mean that everything applies to me. It was still a touchy subject for her. Ahaha, sorry about that. Sophia scratched her cheek. I was just joking, but the one who teases gets teased back, though. I understand. How are we going to heat the treehouse, though? Sophia got down on her knees and patted down the wooden floor. Heated floors aren't going to work here, because under the wooden planks here, there's nothing as we're in the air. Eh? The cat girl didn't like the sound of that. But the comfy warmth. I really spoilt you too much, didn't I? She rolled her eyes after seeing how disappointed her cat looked. Yep. Maya only nodded. Heated floors. Chloe tilted her head instead. The blonde wondered how to explain it. I mentioned before that space heaters are a thing, right? Ah, right. She nodded. I never had a use for them, but I did experience them in stores, though. Wait, so underfloor heating is an actual thing here? Just recently, yeah. Sophia patted the floor of the place another time before getting up again. I'm actually the one who came up with it. Really? She stared at the tiger. Never doubt the ingenuity of a cat feeling cold and seeking warmth. Sophia actually sounded proud of it. I'm allowed to say that because I am a cat. Foxes aren't. Thank you. Chloe smiled at her. I thought you're a tiger, though? She paused for a moment. That's just a striped cat, anyway. And I'm allowed to say that because I'm a tiger. The fox girl paused for a moment before eventually glancing at Maya. Do you have an instruction manual for this girl? I share many things with her when it comes to the things we love, but I seriously don't get her. If you ever come across one, please give it to me immediately. The cat girl was just as at a loss as the fox. From what I've seen from you so far, I need one for you as well, though, because you're extremely similar to my idiot. Haha. Chloe wasn't sure how to react and only replied with an awkward laugh. Still, heated floors, huh? She decided to change the topic. My thighs and upper body are warm all the time because of my fluffy tail, and I'm generally okay with colder temperatures thanks to me being an Arctic fox, but I do get cold feet every now and then. Who doesn't? Sophia got loud. True enough. Maya also nodded in agreement. The heated floors are most amazing in that regard. Ever since we got those, I started running around barefoot in our house because it feels so nice. That sounds great. The fox girl's eyes were sparkling. I want that. It kinda works here in the treehouse because the floor's wood, but most buildings have stone floors, and as soon as it gets cold, even I don't like that anymore. I don't even like running around barefoot on a stone floor in summer. The tiger found even something to complain about there. Well, okay. Unless it's really hot and I need to cool down. Exactly. Chloe nodded. Only that the temperature where I want to cool down is much lower than yours. That's fair. She nodded. Those heated floors. How finely can you regulate them? Can you make it that the floor only gets a little lukewarm so that you can run around barefoot, but it doesn't really heat the whole room? You have quite the specific demands here. The blonde looked at her. I like how you know what you want, though. As I said before, the two of you are extremely similar. Ahaha, the duo could only react with a laugh. Anyway, Sophia focused her attention on the pink-haired girl again. The floors are directly powered by your magic power through the heating or that's used in it. If you're good at controlling your magic, it should be possible to use only a bare minimum on the floor, so it barely heats up. Great! Chloe's face lit up. I'm actually quite proud of my magical abilities. I can imagine. The blonde nodded a few times. You can use chantless magic, after all. I still don't get why you can, but that has to speak for magical abilities. Ehe. She liked the praise. Feifei really excels at that, and she's been teaching me since before I could even walk. Or that's at least what she's been telling me. No one remembers what you did when you were like 1 year old or younger. Wait. Maya raised her voice. At which age were you able to use magic? I was like 3 when I fully awakened to it, and that's supposed to be really early. No. Chloe shook her head. I think I also was around 3 if I remember right. Feifei just started teaching me the moment I was somewhat able to interact with my surroundings to a degree. Wow, that's some dedication. Sophia sounded amazed. I bet it was amazing to have such a motivated teacher. It definitely helped me learn to use it fast and effectively, but Feifei tends to be quite serious. She always stops me if I want to try something dangerous or want to experiment with anything, in her words, weird. Oh, the tiger paused for a moment. I prefer having learned from Fenny, then. While he was severely lacking in the explanation department, he's more of the show, don't tell type, but he actually enabled me when it came to experimenting. That sounds like fun. Fun. Disaster. Same difference. Maya had mixed feelings about that. Hey. Sophia glared at her. What? The cat girl only looked back at the blonde. Feel free to correct and prove me wrong. Anyway, she looked at Chloe again. Want to do some fun magic experiments with me as long as Feifei's gone? That sounds like a ton of fun. The fox girl liked the sound of that. Oh no, Maya didn't. Do you have anything you want to experiment on? I've been into quality of life things lately, so I don't have anything large scale going on right now. And I'm incredibly thankful for your current calm phase. The cat girl looked at her with pleading eyes. Please don't go exploding anything now again. I don't explode things okay, fine. The blonde didn't finish her sentence after she saw Maya's expression. Even though you are the one who blew up our garden. Repeatedly, I want to add, she still started pouting. Everyone has a bad day, okay? What happened? We got a ton of the heating ore that is used in the magic ovens and space heaters. That material is kinda unstable when not handled carefully. My cat here, the clumsy idiot she is, ignored all those warnings and poured all of her magic into the ore, causing one catastrophic explosion after another because she just wouldn't learn. Really? The fox girl glanced at Maya. I can feel the teasing and sass in you, but I'm surprised that you're actually like that. I am not. She got loud. I do like to play and mess around with magic, but those explosions were an accident. Is that so? Chloe actually sounded a little disappointed. Don't be disappointed here. Maya got even louder. Sophia's more of a walking catastrophe the world can handle on its own already. I'm okay with having a reasonable amount of fun time with magic, and that already is an unreasonable amount of fun because I have quite a lot of magic at my disposal. Hey! The tiger didn't like being addressed like that. It's true, but hey. A walking catastrophe sounds like fun, though. The fox girl's eyes were sparkling again. I want to be one, too. Oh. While sounding similar, Sophia's and Maya's reactions were entirely different in their intention. You know, after all this talking about it, I've never done a good explosion in my life. I'd like to change that. Chloe looked at the blonde again. You found the right girl, then. She showed her a big smile. Whatever explosion you desire, be it exploding a pebble, the whole continent, or everything in between, I can offer you everything. The continent. Okay, that one's currently sold out. Sorry. Sophia had no plans to do that again, after all. No, I mean. Whatever. The fox girl decided that she didn't want to know. A small crater, maybe the size of a house, is all I want for now. That's a good and reasonable start. I like it. The tiger gave her a thumbs up. Let's do it. Yay. You two wait right here. Maya raised her voice once again. I'm going to get Fan and Aura. I can't deal with you two on my own. Saying so, she immediately left to get back up. Have fun. Sophia just waved after her. She sure has it hard with you from time to time, huh? Us, you mean? The blonde smiled at her again. While the two were waiting for Maya to return with the wolves, the chaos duo tried to come up with some more magic experiments for the time being.